Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Meanwhile, the Thunder, one for its last 7. Good hand by Washington. Got the deflection. Touch pass, Irving. Hardaway fires. Good on the 3. And the foul. A chance at a 4-point play. 10 straight for Tim Hardaway Jr. Cha-ching! 10 in a row for Tim Hardaway Jr.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. I don't know if it was 10 in a row, but
It was 10 in a row.
10 points in a row. Yeah, 10.
10
I thought you were
points
saying
in a
10.
row.
I was like, yeah, 10 points in a row for Timmy. The Mavericks got great performances from him and PJ Washington, and they go. And if you told me they were only going to get 9 from Kyrie Irving and they would win by 9, I would say you're a little nuts.
You know, it was a great game. It was a great victory. By the end of that thing, you kind of like just exhale, just okay, there you go. All right, victory. But I came out of that thing going like every single last one of these games is going to be a fight. Every single one of it. Like I didn't feel that way about the Clippers series. There were some days where I felt like, yeah, you got it. They're going to have the Clippers handled today or whatever else. Like I didn't feel like this feels like every single game is going to be 48 minutes of just fighting. Especially with as banged up as Luka clearly is at this point.
Yeah, I think in order for and I just saw a headline on ESPN that said Mavericks stun Thunder. And I'm like, well, they were kind of like, these two teams were kind of essentially coin flips to start the series.
Pretty evenly matched.
Vegas had it at Mavs plus 105 and Thunder like minus 115. Like this is not some crazy upset. Now, I do think after seeing the first 2 games that there's a Clippers element here where the Mavs have to shoot really well from beyond the arc and the Thunder have to kind of shoot mid for the Mavs to win. Like the Mavs were dang near 50% and the Thunder were around 30% from 3.
Well, early on, for sure they were.
Yeah.
Dallas shot really well from 3 in the first. They made 10 in the first.
Yeah. I was following the live bet as this was going on, and they didn't really move the line all that much. I mean, when it was the Thunder were down 10 points early on, they were still favored by 1.5. So like Vegas didn't really move much of the point spread early because there was so much time left. But it was a great victory. Because this was something they had to have. I don't think they wanted to go down 2-0 in the series against an Oklahoma City team, making them win 4 or 5. Now, it's just like, okay, let's go.
Hold serve.
Yeah.
Hold serve at home, and you're in a great position. Now, it's wild.
You put the pressure on OKC to actually have to split now.
Yeah, so they first 8 minutes of the game, Luka was great to start the game. Luka, it felt like it was going to be one of these games where, okay, we've got vintage playoff Luka, and he's going to come out here and give us a gutsy performance while he's banged up. And early on, he was great. Then you could tell he was slowing down.
He did slow down. He slowed down in a second. He
was slowing down significantly. You take from the 4-minute mark of the first quarter, so 4 minutes left in the first quarter, to 4 minutes left in the third quarter. So we're talking half the game, like a full half worth of basketball, 24 minutes. Here were your leading scorers in those 24 minutes, Chop. PJ Washington, 16 points. Tim Hardaway Jr., 11 points. Josh Green, 9. Daniel Gafford, 7. Luka, 7. Kyrie Irving, 6. And you win by 9.
Wow.
I think you have to feel good about that reality of it. That for half the game, you were being carried by PJ Washington, Tim Hardaway Jr., and Josh Green.
Look, this is there's players on this team that we can make fun of. We can make fun of, like, sometimes PJ will throw up an air ball, and Hardaway will have just a black hole of a game.
Mm-hmm.
But there are also times that, if you're going to, and we had said this before the playoffs, if you get production from PJ and from Hardaway, like, they're very tough to beat.
They are now 4-0 when PJ Washington makes 5 threes. When he makes 5 threes, they're 4-0. And if you want to take it to makes just 3 threes, they're like 7 out of their last 8 games they win.
They're difficult to beat when they get production from those guys because, like, you're not going to have a healthy Luka really for the rest of this postseason. Kyrie obviously was off, but he also wasn't aggressive.
No,
he wasn't trying to. I didn't feel like he was. It felt like he was trying to just be almost like an old school point guard at times in this thing.
Yeah, I thought it was very interesting they start this game off with Kyrie running the offense. Because Luka, it's typically been him.
Yeah.
They start out with Kyrie immediately, like, when the Thunder score, it's ball out of bounds, toss to Kyrie. Kyrie's bringing it up the floor and setting up the offense. And I think that just speaks to where Luka's at with his health, which is really obvious that he's not feeling great. And he took some shots last night. And I mean, there are different angles we'll be able to cover about this today, different things we'll be able to talk about. One of the things we need to talk about is, and I don't want to root for any.
Hang on a second. Hey, so the Rangers scoring 15 and 12 runs was boring to Bobby.
No.
So hang on, how are we going to find that? What's going to be boring to Bobby today?
No, not boring. This is just, instead, I think if they're going to whistle you for these fouls on SGA and other people like that, you need to start earning these fouls, because they're earning their fouls on the other end. They are beating Luka up. Like, Luka is
so you
hurt.
want them to be, you need them to be more physical with their fouls.
I need some hard fouls. I need some hard fouls on Oklahoma City. Because you remember a couple of years ago, and it's not quite the same thing, but Andy Dalton in that game in Washington gets knocked out by John Bostic, and nobody came over and did anything. And it was a conversation during the week where the coaching staff was like, that's a teachable moment. We got to tell our guys, you can't just let your quarterback get hit like that.
Yeah.
You got to go over there and, give some retribution a little bit. And for me, I look at it similarly to last night. You let your quarterback take a bunch of shots without defending him. Like, you let Luka get beat up. This is not a coincidence anymore how many different times Luka's ended up on the floor, like getting tripped or hitting his mouth on the floor. There were 2 different times he was like bleeding last night because he hits his face, fall into the floor. The Lou Dort is just the Bruce Bowen type of tripped you there.
Yeah,
to me they got to start dishing out some hard fouls.
Well,
you can't just let this go unchecked anymore.
Are you referring to the play where Luka was just dribbling up the floor and then he passed away because he kind of like?
I mean, we could refer to like 5 different times.
Yeah, I know, but you know what I'm talking about, where like he went down on the ground
early,
and then he hits the three like on the same possession.
Yeah, where he hit his mouth. That was one. I was talking more about the one where they were arguing, where you had the corpse of Hubie Brown arguing that
poor Hubie.
Yeah, weekend at Hubie's. They just set his body up there and said, let's do a basketball game. Man, he's looking rough.
He's looking old, man.
But the one where Hubie was arguing for, that should have been an offensive foul on Luka for initiating the contact.
Yeah.
That to me is like, regardless of if it should have been a foul or whatever else, like Dort just kind of puts his leg up, pulls him down. They've done this a lot. He has ended up on the court several different times now. And to me, it's like they're choosing to just, hey, we're going to beat the hell out of him.
Dude, Dort is the thickest guy in the league.
I would love to have Lou Dort on my basketball team.
Man. Woo!
But
that dude,
this is just, it's
caked up.
It's funny that the Thunder and the Avs are kind of mirroring each other a little bit in terms of, it really doesn't feel like any lead is safe. Like Dallas,
Dallas had how many 10-point? The Mavs had how many 10-point leads last night?
Then go to like 2.
That went down to 2 or 0.
No time.
Yeah, the Thunder had like what, 1 lead? They took 1 lead.
Yeah.
But yeah,
man, they will get back in a game in a
hurry, and they'll get some stops. So listen, I mean, this is going to be a tough series, and I think that the good thing is that the Mavs showed they are able to win without getting a great performance with Kyrie. Luka put on, we call it a gutsy performance. I mean, he's definitely laboring. You could tell that he is not. Forget 100%. He ain't 80%. And for PJ and Hardaway to have good games, and for the Mavs to get the victory, listen, there's nothing to cry about today. I do think that, look, you're going to have to win a game this way where you're shooting 50% from 3.
Yeah. In
order to beat this team. The Thunder team is really good. They're really, really solid.
We're already getting some thoughts on the on the Frankel & Frankel injury attorneys.
Get it right, Bob.
Yeah, I know. But I did send a prep email. On the Frankel & Frankel injury attorneys text line, 302, Bobby lost his over 11 threes by OKC was a Mavs loss, though. Wrong. If you go look at the box score, we actually nailed that line because OKC made 10 threes. So we had 10 Matt Pinto cha-ching Thunder money balls.
Uh-huh.
And the Thunder lost. We set it at 10.5. If it goes over that, Mavs are probably going to lose. If it's under, Mavs are probably going to win. So we actually set a perfect line.
Yeah,
I think
so if
there.
they made one more three, they would have lost by
the game.
6.
Yep.
Yeah, instead of 9.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. 6, 9, same thing.
So the Mavs get the road victory. That was playoff game number 1, which was running semi-simultaneously with playoff game number 2. The Stars, the only home team in the entire playoffs of NBA and NHL last night to get a victory.
Hell yeah.
And we'll get into that game next to the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll have results from Game 2.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Oh, wow. That is TNT
Dynamite
with the call on a Stars 5-3 victory. They got very, very hairy at the end. I think two things are true in this series. I think the Stars have shown they are clearly the better team.
You think?
I don't believe you could take a 3-0 and a 4-0 lead in back-to-back games and not be, without question, the better team. But I don't believe it to be possible.
But isn't that just you would flip it, right?
What?
Because Colorado wins the next game with 4 unanswered goals. So it's just the timing in which they happen. Oh, Colorado still went on a run where they outscored you 4-0 and 3-0.
They did. But to me, the start of the game is the only time of the game where both teams are coming out with the same intensity. Like another team is when you're up 3-0, the other team has more urgency than you do. So it flips, right? I don't need the final score to know. When Atlanta was up 28-3 on the Patriots, I didn't need the final score to know who the better team is.
Yeah.
Now, the Patriots were more resilient, and they finished better. But I know when you start off the game 28-3, I know who the better team is. When you start off 3-0 and 4-0, I know who the better team is. The other thing that's simultaneously true in all this is that the Avs are they're never out of it, for one, and I don't think the Stars can skate with them when they're going in a frenetic pace.
Man, when they get that power play with 3 minutes left and they pulled the goalie out of net and they had 6 on 4, I was like, we're going overtime. Yeah. There were a couple of really tense moments there where, like, Otter's sliding to stop a shot and he like kind of lost his balance and like slid almost completely out of the net with the puck, like just kind of swinging around the back. And it's just, those were some tense moments there. Yeah. And ultimately you get that empty netter and you breathe a sigh of relief. But man, that was getting way, way too tense to end the game. Like we mentioned just last segment, it's the same sort of thing with the Thunder, where it's like you can't feel comfortable with any lead right now against the Avalanche. You can't feel comfortable with any lead against the Thunder.
Let's go Stars, baby.
Let's go Stars, baby.
Yeah, you can't. You really can't. Like, and this is, they're going to go to Colorado now, and the Avs are a really good home team, and the altitude and all the things.
Altitude.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens here, because there has been times in this where, look at both games, both teams in moments of these games looked unstoppable. Both teams have in moments in these games looked like, oh boy, this, and it's fun. It is fun. It gets your heart going. But listen, if you're not losing weight, hair, and years off your life in a sporting event, it ain't a good game.
No. And I think losing,
you need those 3.
I was losing all of those things yesterday during both games.
We've been losing those just in general, just walking around for a while.
Yeah, exactly.
Us.
Now, what's interesting, they obviously they get the 2 power play goals and they get the shorty from Sagan that put them up 4-0. But man, have you felt like when they've been playing even strength hockey in these first 2 rounds against Vegas and against Colorado, that's when they've been at a disadvantage? Like, the power play feels like it's been really critical for them.
Have I thought the Stars are at a disadvantage on the 5-on-5? I haven't felt that.
Or just they've taken advantage so much of the opportunity on the power play.
I think great teams have to. Now you got to be able to win on the 5-on-5. That's one of the things that that Money Puck. I know you love it.
MoneyPuck.com
says about the New York Rangers is that they are not very good even strength during the regular season. They're like 17th, but here they are. Have they lost a game in the playoffs?
No, 7-0.
Rangers are 7-0, right? Yeah.
But they did it in a boring way.
Yes.
But man, look, it's funny. Last night I was watching the post game, and they had Tyler Sagan on the post game show getting interviewed on TNT, and it was what the heck's his name? Hank Lundqvist, the former goaltender.
Henrik.
Yeah, but he called himself Hank.
King
he called
Henrik.
himself Hank, so I went with that.
King Henrik.
But he asked him, he's like, power play's been so big for you guys. How much time do you guys spend working on the power play? And Sagan laughed. He goes like, that's a goalie's question. He's like, he's like, that sounds like a goalie question. But he's like, I can't remember the last practice we did. Like, I get so focused on these games. He's like, but I don't know. We probably worked on power play like 2 weeks ago. He's like, was the last time we actually practiced it. But they've been good on it.
That's funny. I wonder what that. It's a goalie question.
Yeah, he's a little like he's laughing in the middle of this question. I was like, what's he laughing at? And then as soon as it gets to him on the headset, he's like, that's a goalie's question. Like, yeah, the power play, man. You guys saving things. He's like, yeah, we worked on that like 2 weeks ago last time.
I look, I mean, I don't have a great feel for it. I haven't noticed the Stars being at a major disadvantage on the 5-on-5.
I just know that was something we had talked about going into the Golden Knights series was being able to take advantage on the power play was going to be big. And we've seen them take advantage of the power play yesterday in a big way. And so it makes me wonder, like, is that going to be the key for them? Like, they're going to have to take advantage of their power play opportunities. If the power play opportunities are not there for them, are they losing these games?
Yeah, it's not it's not going to be a situation where if the Stars don't perform well in the power play, like they're gonna struggle to win the series if they don't play well on the power play. Like, that's just the reality. I think that's for all series though. If you stink at the power play, I don't know how many. I would love to see the numbers of the teams that are poor on the power play in the series that go on to win the series.
Sure.
I think you have to be good on the power play.
You have to be good on the power play.
But last night, I mean, it was like they got a 4-minute minor last night. I mean, they had back-to-back power plays.
Yeah.
Early on, and they were able to take advantage of it.
And look, it's not all like, I mean, because again, like Sagan had the shorthanded goal too. So it's not like they were just taking advantage of all these, uneven matchups for themselves. It's just, it now that I like just thinking about how we talked about it a lot with Vegas and have talked about it now in the Colorado series a little bit, it makes me wonder, like, are they going to need to be reliant on those power play opportunities to win this series?
I mean, you can't bank on them because you never know when they're going to come.
Right.
From the 302 Stars, Panthers, and the Stanley Cup, get ready. Well, they're tied at 1. Florida's tied at 1, right? They're
tied at 1 with the Bruins.
Bruins. So
yep.
Yeah, they had 6 unanswered the other night. 6 unanswered goals. That was pretty cool. Hey, did you see this? Let's do this real quick. The Dan Snyder story. How about this one? Dan Snyder, who has sold the Washington Commanders, he has this house that he was trying to sell. Mm-hmm. It's a chateau.
Oh, it's a pied-à-terre.
He put his mansion up for sale in February of last year for the asking price of a cool $49 million.
Sean Sharif money.
Yeah, right. It's $49 million. He acquired it in the year 2000 from King Hussein of Jordan. It's a French-style chateau, and it's got a mahogany-clad bar, wine cellar, movie theater, spa, library, and gym. 2-bedroom guest house, 12-car garage, staff quarters, connected to the main house via a poolside loggia. Whatever that is. It's in Potomac, Maryland. It's only a 5-bedroom. It's only a 5-bedroom house.
Is it one of these 5-bedroom, 16-bath?
6-bath, 4 half-baths, so 10-bath. It's 30,000 square feet. I would think you would get more bedrooms for your buck here on 30,000 square feet. It's got a tremendous yard. The lines you have, a resort-style pool. I love lines in yard where you get like the good grass lines.
And Peyton loves it too. That's why he mows his yard that way.
And you get better grass lines in like the north where you have like the bent grass, the bluegrass.
Yeah.
But
I'm
I'm
sure it's not Dan Snyder's first line.
Yeah, it looks like the Queen of England lives here. There's looks like there's cars. The garage has got a marble floor. I mean, that's all you need to know.
That's just obnoxious.
Views for days. Tremendous looking. Well, he put it on the market for $49 million.
Mm-hmm.
Then he knocked it down to $35 million.
Okay.
And then he just decided to give it away.
Okay, so
he donated it to the American Cancer Society, who's like, yeah, we're just going to sell this thing.
All right, so we all recognize, like, I think we've all agreed, Dan Snyder, all-time POS.
All-time jerk.
We all, have acknowledged, like, that dude's awful. So I saw this story yesterday, and it was like, wow, look at what this former NFL owner did, donated his mansion to charity, look how great he is. Here's my question. Are we saying heart of gold, or are we saying just awful real estate investor? and ultimately, he was left with no other option other than, well, I guess I can maybe save some face since nobody wants to buy. Nobody wanted to buy the Commanders from him for forever. Now nobody wanted to buy his mansion. Yeah. I think what this says is just he doesn't know how to move product.
Yeah, that might be it. I think that, these people who buy these mega rich houses, like, yeah, it's cool that you can afford that.
Oh, there's the house.
There's the house.
Yeah, look, if you can't move that, I mean,
It's really cool. It's a great house. If you have the money, it's a great house. But like, here's the problem: like if you can afford when you put that on the real estate market, you have like maybe 3 potential buyers.
That's supposed to be a seller's market, though, Chop.
Yeah, at $49 million.
I guess.
At $49 million.
Couldn't move the Commanders. Couldn't move this mansion. Has to phony donate it like he's got this heart of gold. In reality, he's just a bad investor. The guy couldn't move Reggie in East Dallas if he had to. That's what I'm finding here.
When I win the lottery, I'm going to buy just a house that's, something that somebody who moves from California could just buy with cash.
California,
very bad place. Just buy with cash, man. I don't need something that's like, when I win the $500 million lotto, I don't need a $30 million home that's only going to come with 5 bedrooms. How does a $40 million home, $50 million home come with just 5 bedrooms?
Got to be the lot it's on. He just must have like a massive lot.
It's got to be. All right, a couple of big playoff games last night. 6 a.m. club. Mavs. Did the Mavs show that they can win this series? They still the dogs? What's Vegas tell you about that one? Get into the 6 a.m. club. Coming up next year on 105 through the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Offensive rebound, Green. Washington got another one. PJ Washington with 7 threes.
Oh, man, Mavs get a 9-point victory over the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 2 of their series as they even up at 1 game apiece. On Sean and RJ here on 105 to The Fan. Good morning. 6 a.m. club time. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Peyton and Ryan alongside. It is finally a Friday. We made it through another week, Robert.
We did. We made it. Thank God. TGIF. That now I wonder if we're going to get through next Friday. Because you're not here next Friday.
I am not here next Friday.
And Sean is not here next Friday.
He is not here next Friday.
And it might get a little dangerous. I think I can say it. I don't think it's like a spoiler alert or anything. Next Friday, it's going to be a Nosebleeds reunion.
Oh, baby.
So it'll be Zach and Eric sitting in here next Friday with me and Peyton being the one determining, should I dump what those 3 idiots just said?
Yeah, that's going to be
Which is a little, I don't know how that's going to go.
Especially with what he just said in the kitchen.
Oh,
we were
my
all in there.
gosh.
Thank God that he didn't say no microphone.
640, a game that we had requests for it to return this week. One of your favorite games we play will return at 640. No, it's not high-low. It's
I know.
How Young is Peyton Russell.
I really want to do sports match next week.
Yeah.
Bring that back.
Dude, we got when we did the Facebook survey with just like people who would like the Facebook page and said, what's a segment you'd like to see come out? It was like almost unanimous. People were saying like, I love sports match. Bring sports match back. So people love that.
All right. So we usually on a Cowboys Monday, we usually do star up, star down. So, the Mavs don't have a star on their helmet. So what can we do here? Giddy up, giddy down?
Yeah. Saddle up, saddle down.
Up. Yeah.
Mav up, Mav down.
Huh?
Mav up, Mav down.
That's lame. That's one of your worst.
Shots fired at UTA.
That's one of your
their
worst.
Slogan. Mav up.
Yeah, but there's no Mav down.
No. Well, yeah, how do you Mav down?
Yeah, how do you Mav up then either? So let's just do giddy
turn
up.
the horse upside down.
Giddy up, horse down. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, give me your first one. Do you have one?
All right, yeah. Let's go star up or Mav up or
Giddy
saddle up, giddy up, whatever you want to say. Giddy up, Josh Green. Josh Green was so crucial to this basketball team in the second and third quarter when Luka just could not really give you anything. And Kyrie, for some reason, didn't want to. Kyrie Irving last night, Chop, finishes 5th on the team in shot attempts. There were 4 guys taking more shots than him in this game last night, which is absolutely wild. But to me, it was a huge shot to end the first half where Luka misses the jumper and it looks like it's about to be rebounded. And Josh Green goes up, kind of tips it in the air. They play like, a little bit of volleyball with it for a second. Kyrie gets involved, collects the rebound, kicks it over to Josh Green, who nails the 3-pointer right at the end of the first half. And that makes it a 6-point game, which, you're talking about if they don't collect that rebound, they potentially have numbers going the other way. It's a very different game. You're talking about instead of a 6-point lead at half, potentially just a 1-point lead or just totally demoralizing. You have a tie game at that point. So for me, I thought Josh Green was absolutely fantastic last night. I know when you just look at the box score, and this is why we say don't box score scout, it doesn't look like the most impressive line. It's 11 points. It's 1 rebound, 1 assist, and that's it. But, man, I thought he was really critical with some really good defense in this game and a couple of really big 3-pointers on a night when you needed that perimeter game in order to win this one.
Look, You could give a Star up, Mav up, Getty up to the entire bench. I mean, they're role players, and I don't mean bench. I mean by like reserves. I'm just talking about role players, non-Luka Kyrie.
Sure.
I mean, they don't win this game without those guys. They were tremendous. From P.J. Washington to Tim Hardaway Jr. Obviously, you mentioned Green. It was really a fun game to be able to see those guys thrive in a situation where they don't thrive like that very often.
Right. Yeah.
And look, I mean, he gets a lot of flack. I think people think he's a drama queen, and he just gets a lot of flack. The national media is all over him. We will play that audio, from Chandler Parsons, and
Old Chansum,
and then an NBA coach.
That's how you mav down. We'd have to ask Chandler Parsons. How do you go in the club and just mav down?
He mavs down. He mavs down because he's hurt. But we'll play that audio. But this was a big time giddy up for Luka. He had a solid game, and for a season, they always the stat is 50-40-90. 50% of the field, 40% from three, 90% from the line. I mean, he was 50, 60, 100.
Yeah.
That's how good he was last night. Just a tremendous day.
Bookended it. Like, he was really good at the beginning.
I mean,
hit some big shots in the fourth quarter. In between, it's not even that he was bad. It's just, you could tell he was
laboring.
He was worn out. He's there was a point yesterday, I think during the second quarter, may have been the third. But it was when Oklahoma City was starting to build some momentum, and he tries to dribble. When he does it, he gets the trap there, and he always tries to just kind of push the ball forward between the two defenders and then slip through them and collect the ball and do his Luka thing. He tried and he couldn't. And he could not move through that space the same way that he normally does. Oklahoma City collects the ball, gets a fast break, scores. And there were a couple times last night where you saw, and I think Oklahoma City realized, the strategy here needs to be, let's beat up Luka as much as we can within the rules. I'm not saying they did anything that was cheap shot, like elbow to the gut or anything, but let's beat him up as much as we can within the rules of the game. And let's bring double teams his way and see if he is physically capable of working out of these things. And so obviously he had his struggles there in between, but that's where I think you get, the next giddy up shot.
Yeah.
And they just flat out don't win this game last night without PJ Washington doing what he did. 29 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, a block. He ultimately fouls out in this game late, but he gave you 41 minutes last night. He was essentially on the court the entire time until he fouled out. But man, he was absolutely crucial to them winning this game, and really helped pick up the slack, specifically when Luka was not able to contribute at the level that we're used to. Like I mentioned earlier at 5:30, Chop, from the 4-minute mark of the first quarter to the 4-minute mark of the third quarter, in that window there, Luka scored 7 points and was 5th on the team in scoring in that 24-minute window, half the game. And in that period, PJ Washington puts up 16 for you.
That's great.
And was just big time. What you got out of him in the second and third quarter specifically, when Kyrie was kind of non-existent and Luka was laboring the way he was, I thought was absolutely fantastic.
It was. I think that there was. By the way, I love the fact that Luka did not wear the cutoff.
817, by the way, says giddy up or whoa.
I love that he didn't wear that stupid cutoff shirt, where it's. I mean, he cuts one sleeve off. Like he has, he cuts the right sleeve off, give him more. I thank God he went back to just a tank top. It just, thank goodness, it's just such an awful look.
Can I give we want mostly positivity. Look, DFW Metroplex, we swept in playoff games last night.
Yes, sir.
Mavs win, Stars win, Keller High School wins. So did
you go?
I did not go. Tonight is when I'm going, but
okay.
they've got a chance to put it away. They went to extras and hit a grand slam to win the game last night. But this is something where, if we're looking for a little bit of a whoa or a star down or giddy down or whatever you want to call it, man, Derek Lively, I love the energy he brings. He is somebody who challenges shots and does so really effectively. He had the best plus minus of anybody on the floor last night. Played 20 minutes. He was plus 18. That's all great stuff. Man, you cannot have Derek Lively in there for Daniel Gafford shooting 1 of 7. Like, he was just not finishing at the rim at all last night, and it made a big difference. If you get half of those to fall, I mean, those were high percentage shots, Chop. This wasn't like he was trying to, shoot some Hakeem Olajuwon fadeaways or do anything like that. This is Derek Lively at the rim, just missing 6 bunnies in this game. And so I thought it's a little bit of a good and bad for me with Derek Lively, because I love the energy that he brings. There was a point last night where I think it was when Oklahoma City took the lead or they tied it up. You saw him huddle everybody up, almost like the way you see in college basketball, like huddle the defense up. And that's what Derek Lively did. He's like, hey, guys, come on, bring everybody in, talks to him real quick defensively, gets him set up. So I love everything about that with Derek Lively. You got to put the ball in the bucket.
You do.
When you're that close.
You do.
You're talking about 2-foot shots where you missed 6 of them.
It felt like they should have won this game by 20.
Yeah.
The Thunder are just good. Like, at some point you got to give Oklahoma City credit for being a good team, and this is going to be a dogfight series. The Mavs are going to win this. They're certainly capable. I thought going in the Mavs were not the better team, but the team that was more ready to win.
Yeah.
Like, the Thunder proved over the course of the year that they're the best team in the West. They proved that over the course of 82 games. The Mavs are more ready to win. That's just the nature of being a young team in Oklahoma City. And I picked the Mavs to win this thing. What are we picking? 6 games?
Yep.
And I still think that's in the cards.
I do too.
Now, it's going to the first 2 games gave me a little bit of pause.
You're gonna fight in all 6. If you win in 6, it's a fight in all 6.
You are going to fight. There's no doubt about that. And it's going to take you're going to have to hold them to under 40% from 3. You're going to have to do that. And then you're going to have to shoot. It's going to be a very Clippers-esque. You're going to have to shoot dang near 45 to 50% from 3 to win.
Yeah, you're going to need guys like PJ Washington to do what he did last night. You're going to need Josh Green. You're going to need the big Tim Hardaway shots, which, I mean, he gets the 4-pointer. He also draws another foul on a 3-pointer, knocks down 3 big free throws. Tim Hardaway Jr., look, I'm one of his biggest critics. I'm always going to be measured and reserved even in my praise of Tim Hardaway Jr. because it's going to turn the other direction relatively quickly. But, man, he goes on that one-man show of 10 points in a row last night. And
if you get that, it's great. They did a great job, I thought, on Chet.
Yeah.
They did a really nice job on Chet. So, and you got to do that. Like, he could be an X factor, like where the Mavs X factor is, what's PJ and what's Tim going to do? I think for Oklahoma City, I mean, you're going to get a lot of points from Shea, and he had a playoff career high, and they still lose. That's a bad sign for them. You're going to get a good game from Shea. They're going to have to get better from Chet if they want to win the series than they did last night.
Dude, Josh Giddey played 11 minutes last night.
Was that a lot?
He was minus 20.
I don't think that's a lot.
Which, I mean, minus 20 is normally like the age differential he likes between him and his girlfriends.
Wow.
But my goodness, minus 20 in 11 minutes is just brutal.
He didn't play a ton of minutes in game 1 either.
No.
So,
I mean, Chet Holmgren last night, this is a 9-point game, Chop. Okay? Chet Holmgren played 37 minutes. He was positive. You're talking about 37 of the 48 minutes, Oklahoma City with Chet Holmgren on the floor. They were +4.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is just, it's these little runs. They go up, they were up 13-2 early. And it was literally 80 seconds later, it was 16-14 or something.
They come back quick.
Yeah, and what's interesting with them is it's not just they're making shots and, you're missing stuff. It feels like disastrous when Oklahoma City starts coming back. Because Oklahoma City will not only knock down threes, but then they start kind of feeding off of it. And you see them playing more intense on defense, and you start seeing just silly turnovers. And, Dallas just starts shooting themselves in the foot because of all these errors that Oklahoma City's forcing them into. And so that's why it feels so overwhelming, because it's on both sides of the court. Yeah. It's not just Oklahoma City starts knocking down shots. They start feeding off of it on the defensive end, and just really it feels overwhelming. And I think, this did not feel like a 9-point victory last night for the Mavericks, but I will take it, and I will gladly have the split heading back to the AAC.
Look, it didn't. I could make the argument that it should have been. It felt like 20 because they were up by 10 so many different times. They were up by 10 so many different times this game, and that lead got cut. And
It was a game of runs.
It was. It felt like it should have been a lot more. When in the first quarter, they had the first quarter up 3. I'm like, dude, they should. They feels like they were up 11 this whole quarter.
Yeah,
and it ends with a 3-point margin. Like that's kind of the series we're in for. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be sweat. You're gonna sweat it out. You are.
And yes, 469. We will today play the Luka post game press conference audio.
We will.
We'll absolutely play that.
We will absolutely play that. Maybe we'll play it coming up next. Who knows?
Sure.
I don't know. We do have to get into this though next, and we will. The Rangers had a bat to their lineup. Does this mean they might send Wyatt Langford down when he gets healthy? Plus, how'd that Stars team do? We'll get into all that coming up next on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
segment here brought to you by Stay of the Alright Loss. That's soda, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3330-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Van Harley shot, and Georgiev got a piece of it and centered out in front of Jeff. They score! Short-handed goal! Tyler Seguin.
One home team in all of playoff sports last night won, and that was your Dallas Stars, evening their series at a game apiece against the Colorado Avalanche.
They tried to lose. They tried.
They tried. Man, I mean, I think the Metroplex collectively would have lost their you-know-whats if they went to overtime.
This would have been a very
depressing overtime.
Different morning today. Even if they go to overtime and win, this is a very different morning.
Yeah, we're in a good mood today. We have a feeling that both teams are in really good position to win the series, to win their respective series right now. Tied at a game apiece, especially after what could have been. The Mavs could have completely torpedoed it after game one. Yeah. And the Stars could have been so demoralized after game two that they could have just mailed it in. So I think we all feel really, really, really solid today. But Colorado just keeps coming. They just keep coming at you, man.
That's what avalanches do.
That's what they do. That's what avalanches generally do. And they are a very difficult team when they start skating downhill.
They're fun to watch.
They are fun. Yeah, they are. Well, not for the last 3 minutes.
Sure.
When you've got when they're basically empty netting it and 6-on-4 for a point, you get scared, and then finally you get the empty netter, and then all of a sudden it's.
Were you like me sitting there like at the beginning of that power play going, this is going to overtime? Like I know I texted you guys at the time. I was like, there's just so much momentum going this direction.
Yes.
They've got the advantage. And man, they had a lot of opportunities there. They had probably 3-4 opportunities in that first minute or so of the power play.
They did. I thought for sure it was going to go. Forget overtime. I thought maybe the Avs were just going to win this thing in regulation, for crying out loud. I wonder how many people even switched back, because when it was 4-0, I was like, okay, I'm just going to be watching the rest of the Mavs game, and then keep an eye on it. But I wonder how many people even bothered switching back, thinking it's 4-0.
They thought it was over. 4-0 to start the third period.
Yeah,
I was like, sure, okay. You lose a 3-0. I learned my lesson.
Yeah.
You can't trust a 3-0 lead at the end of the first period, but surely you can trust an additional goal and an additional period.
Yeah.
That you should be able to trust.
At 4-2, I switched back and I was like, all right, there was 10 minutes left. I was like, okay.
I had started.
I had to watch.
I had started getting ready.
I knew it wasn't over.
I'd started getting ready for bed, and I looked on Twitter, and there was somebody tweeted at me, a listener. I think he tweeted at all of us. They're like, "You gonna talk in the morning about the Stars about to choke away this playoff game?" And I was like, "What?" And I turned. I was like, "When did they give up 2 goals?" And then it was you get the third with 5 minutes left, and it's just like, okay.
It was my hockey group chat. Holy blank, this is crazy. If Colorado scores and it goes to OT, the Stars are effed. And I was like, oh, no. I think the Mavs game was just about to end at that point. It was like a minute and a half left. I was like, all right, let me switch back over.
I think we talked about it yesterday that we felt like the Mavs were in more of a must-win position than the Stars. It felt like the Mavs had to win that game yesterday.
Yes, I agree. I mean, look, neither team. Stars didn't want to go down 2-0 again.
Right. Context also matters, though. And if you tell me, well, not only would the Stars go down 0-2, but the Stars would go down 0-2 by blowing a 4-goal lead in the third period, then I would say, oh, well then, yeah, that might mess with their psyche. That might mess with their head a little bit, and that would probably be an issue. So yeah, I think we would have been talking this morning, Chop, if they would have lost this game, lost a 4-goal lead. I think we're coming in this morning saying that was it.
That was it.
Stars are done.
Yeah, that'd be tough. The New York Rangers take a 3-0 series lead on the Carolina Hurricanes as they get the victory in overtime.
Left side of Lafreniere sends it in. Round the boards it goes. Missed by Orlov. Played it. Score! Score! Yes! Yes! The Rangers win it in overtime and lead the series 3-0.
Babe Laufenberg jumped on the call there.
No.
The guy jumped in.
Merrill Reese did. That's didn't that
Well, I
sound
was just
just
saying the
like?
color guy
Yeah, I know.
jumped in.
Didn't that sound just like Merrill Reese to you, Chop? Who is that?
Kinda.
Start that over again. Listen.
Left side of Lafreniere sends it in. Round the boards it goes. Missed by Orlov. Played it. Score! Score! Yes! Yes!
I thought
The
this was.
Rangers win it!
That's there it is. I thought this was Kenny Albert. Didn't we just?
Kenny
talk
was
about
on
this?
TV. He was on the TV call.
So he normally does radio for them. Is that what he does, or he does TV for the Rangers?
Let's see. I think he has switched over.
how to lose.
Listen to that.
Yeah.
That sounds like the Rangers hockey announcer.
I think he has switched. I think he's TV. Sam Rosen does their main games.
See, I think if you take that announcer,
And Sam Rosen is, 70-something years old.
I think if you take that voice that we just heard on the Rangers call, and you take the rapping on death's door vessel of Hubie Brown, and you put them together, I think that's when you get Merrill Reese.
You think so?
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah.
So they take a 3-0 series lead in their series. So that's the Stars are tied at 1 with the Avs. New York Rangers up 3-0 on Carolina. Okay. The Rangers that we care about, the Texas Rangers.
Yes.
They made a move with Robbie Grossman, and does this, Bobby, signify a move they make when Wyatt Langford is ready to come off the injuries list?
Yeah, this is we I think we briefly mentioned yesterday. Oh, they traded for Robbie Grossman.
Holy smokes.
Holy smokes!
They bring Robbie Grossman back, getting the band back together. And that's great. But I think people were just looking at it from the perspective like, okay, they could use some help in their splits against lefties. They're really not good this year. And that's Robbie Grossman's specialty. So their OPS plus this year, Chop, against right-handed pitching is 108. Their OPS plus against left-handed pitching is 82. Their OPS is 660 this year against left-handed pitching. It's just been brutal for them against lefties, and that's where Robbie Grossman really thrives. Robbie Grossman for his career, 809 OPS against lefties. Last year, specifically with the Rangers, his splits were he hit 953 OPS against lefties, 633 against righties. So we're talking about a 300-point difference. Again, this year, same sort of thing. He's performing at a really high level against lefties. His OPS is 879 against lefties. It's 481 against righties this year. So Robbie Grossman is a specialist against lefties. So it makes sense. Okay, you bring him in, you're contributing to that. But does this potentially eliminate, especially if he comes in and he proves to be a good platoon split hitter, does this potentially say, hey, this is a nice, quiet way for when Wyatt Langford is done rehabbing his injury, we can just quietly let him work some of this stuff back out in the minors and work some of that out down there instead of up here at the major leagues where his OPS against everybody, forget just splits, his OPS against everybody right now is what, like 610 or whatever it is, which is not what we were expecting.
No, I wanted 962 OPS or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Something like that. That was the over-under. Yeah, I mean, look, if they set him down, I'm not going to cry foul. That is customary throughout the sport. If you're a young kid and you are not cutting it, you get sent down. He's not a superstar. He hasn't earned the right to never be sent down.
Right.
So I have absolutely no qualms if they decide when he comes off the injured list that they're going to be like, hey, dude, why don't you just go to Frisco?
Yeah, and look,
or even if you want just to keep him close, just keep him close in Frisco.
Sure. And look, to me, my whole argument of why I wanted Wyatt Langford up at the major leagues right away to start the year is because, and we had talked about this, where was the challenge left for him in the minor leagues? Like, he had raked at Florida, he raked at rookie ball, Class A, Class, double A ball. Then he gets to Round Rock. He was hitting really well in triple A. And so it was like, are you wasting their time a little bit? Like when we talk about the student that gets bored because they're not being challenged, like, are you doing that to Wyatt Langford a little bit? So that was my argument for bringing him up to the majors. But you can't just sit there and say, well, yeah, just let him struggle through all this while you're trying to defend a title. It's like, no, you need guys who, especially right now with the way this offense is hitting and the way they've been ravaged in the pitching staff by injuries, you need guys who are going to be able to consistently contribute at the plate. And that's not Wyatt Langford right now. So to me, that's fine. Let him go back to the minors. Let him work some things out. If he continues to rake down there, great. Just at least let him get the consistent at-bats down there without feeling like you're sacrificing something at the major league level where you're like, well, we want to let him work through this. We want to let him hit, but and also like you've brought
they
up
have
before,
options for a reason on these players.
Yeah, and like you brought up before, maybe you find that giving him the opportunity to play in the field a little bit allows him to find his rhythm. Maybe he has more opportunities to play in the field down in Frisco or Round Rock or wherever else. But
because he will, he's not, they're not going to DH him down. I wouldn't think
so. Maybe when he's rehabbing at first, I would imagine, because you're dealing with soft tissue stuff.
Yeah.
But like I do think that,
or actually, do they want to DH him to get him accustomed to it? By the way, I assume they have a DH. I don't even pay attention to minor league baseball. I assume they have a DH.
Yeah, I don't
know why they wouldn't.
I don't actually know. Yeah, I mean,
surely the pitcher's not out there hitting.
Yeah. Let's hear it. 302 says Langford will be back for sure after the minors. 972, can we get an update on Scherzer? Scherzer's dealing with the thumb issue. We were talking about that yesterday. Yeah. His back and everything else.
The teres major or minor muscle seems to be fine.
Everything there. In fact, he seemed to be ahead of schedule there. Like, everything that Bochy was talking about with Max Scherzer was that he came on the air and told us here he should be pitching in games early May. And that hasn't happened yet. Not major league games, but rehab starts. That hasn't happened yet because he's had this setback with this thumb issue. And the way Chris Young has talked about it apparently is just we're not playing games with it. And you can't.
No, you can't.
You can't play games with
kid gloves, baby. Kid gloves.
Any of these pitchers that you have coming back that you're banking on right now, be as conservative in your approach to their rehab and everything else as you want, because you need to make sure that they're right for the second half of the season.
Also, there's no rush. They're in first place. There's no rush. What are you hurrying things up for? Houston can't get out of their own way. Hey, they finally got a win last night. That's good. Good for them.
Good for them. Did they have the buzzers yesterday?
No, they were on the road. They were in New York. So there was a road game. So they actually won. They beat the Yankees for the first time all year. They've already played, 8 games against them?
Double agent then, clearly. Somebody with the Yankees was tipping them off.
You think so?
Yeah.
That could be it.
Yep. It's. I think we got a real, the Black Sox scandal.
Yeah, I could see that.
That's what we have going on.
So, the Astros, good for them. They get a nice little win yesterday. Wow, congratulations, guys. You finally won one. And now Rangers still find themselves atop the West. So there's no rush. There's no rush for them to rush back Scherzer or rush back Wyatt Langford or rush back Jake DeGrom at this point. Now, eventually, sure.
Yeah. No,
but I will. I said yesterday, I'll say it again. I will be stunned. Stunned's wrong. I'll be very surprised if DeGrom pitches this year. Very surprised.
I would be normally. The only reason why I have confidence in it is they do seem to be pushing the messaging pretty hard that, no, he's coming back. And I understand we can't always trust them with injuries, but usually it's can't trust them with how bad is an injury, not necessarily rehab. Generally, they give us pretty accurate timelines, the Rangers do on rehab timeline.
They do. But they got 3 years left on his deal with them.
It is a big ask.
You're going to be. You got 3 years left. It is not. Is it worth it? I don't think it is.
Let me work it.
Okay. I'm not.
Come on, it's a Friday. You got to give
Friday.
me that. You got to
give
me
one.
that.
Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm excited for this one next. It is game show time, boys and girls. We're going to quiz them. How young is Peyton Russell?
Oh, baby.
Next to the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll have results from game.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Good morning, DFW. Good morning, 6 a.m. Club. It's Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan, getting you to that weekend as fast as we possibly can. It is a Friday, and it is a early morning after a late night. And I'll tell you this. I saw this. This happened about midnight. We've got a media fight going on, Bobby Bell. I don't know if you've seen this yet.
I haven't. Is it me and Peyton?
It is Shaq and Shannon Sharp.
Oh, I'll take Shaq.
I think, well, we're going to wait for Shannon to respond on his podcast. But Shaq has shot the first missile his way. The first shot across the bow. Or is it the bow? I think it's the bow.
Bow, I think.
Yeah, it's the bow of the
That's
ship.
how I've always said it.
I say bow, too. Bow of the ship, right?
Yep.
Do you know where the aft is?
No.
If I say what's starboard side aft?
No, I have no idea. That's sailing. That's rich people stuff.
Yeah.
I don't even own a house.
No, you don't. If Bobby sounds differently, it's because he's on a different microphone because he is in the production studio because we have a game show here for you because young Peyton Russell is sitting right next to me as it is time for How Young is Peyton Russell?
That's right.
Oh, look at Bobby producing.
All right, so what is the you give him categories and then you ask him who a person is or what a thing is?
Here's how this is going to work, Chop. And we played this before, and we had requests to play How Young is Peyton Russell once more. So that's what we're going to do here. We will have 6 names for Peyton Russell today. They will cover the decades of the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and will come from the world of sports, society, and entertainment.
Okay.
Okay, and there's a little twist to this one. Now, first we're going to start by Peyton will select a decade. RJ, you will then select a category like sports, society, or entertainment, and then I will give Peyton the subcategory to pick. So, for instance, Peyton could say, give me the 80s. Choppy might then say sports, and then Peyton would say, okay, NFL, and I will throw him the name.
Okay.
We'll see if he knows it. And we're going to know, okay? We're going to be able to judge this one pretty accurately if we believe that he's really knows who this is or not.
Okay.
There's something riding on the line, though, for Peyton Russell today.
Time off?
$20.
Look, I didn't want this to just be a thing where we sit here and go, Peyton, how do you not know who that is? Instead, for each one of these 6 that Peyton Russell gets right, there's $20 on it.
Oh,
wow.
So you can win up to $120 here, Peyton.
All right.
That's
half my salary.
Exactly.
I got paid today, too.
Oh, we did? Is this payday?
Payday.
Oh, I can pay the mortgage. Hell yeah.
Exactly. All right. So let's get this thing going. Do not look at the fan text, Peyton. Do not cheat, even though there's money on the line. Don't Houston Astros this thing. All right, Peyton Russell, you get to pick the decade, 70s, 80s, or 90s.
Let's go 90s.
90s it is.
I was born in the 90s.
Chop, are we going sports, society, or entertainment?
I think sports is too easy. Let's go society.
Society. Okay, Peyton, here are your subcategories. Crime, politics, or miscellaneous.
Let's start with politics.
Oh, baby.
Come on. Politics. All right, here we go. For $20, Peyton. Peyton, who's Ann Richards?
She was in the...
I got a story about this.
Was she in the Senate?
No.
Oh.
No. Wrong. She, RJ Choppy, we will let RJ answer. Who was Ann Richards?
She was the former governor of Texas, I believe just before George Bush.
Yeah, she served a term. And then George W.
We
Bush.
had a girl as a governor? I did not know that. I did not know that.
Now, funny story here.
I love the way this is going already.
The great Randy Galloway. So the great Randy Galloway was
Yo and hello.
He was a big fan of Ann Richards. And when George Bush bought the Rangers, he went up to Randy, and Randy was close with George Bush because he was a big fan of George Bush as well. And George comes up to Randy and says, Randy, what should we call the new stadiums? They're building the ballpark in Arlington when W owned the team still.
And Randy said, Ameriquest Field.
And Randy said, because he knew George was running against Ann Richards, he goes, Ann Richards Field. She played a big role in TCU being out of the Big 12 when the Big 12 started. She played a big role in making sure Baylor was in there. That's the rumor, at least. I don't know how true. She will deny that. Her camp will deny that. But the rumor from TCU's side is that she kept them out and allowed Baylor to get in.
All right, so Peyton, that's $20 off the board.
0 for 1.
You can still get up to $100 here.
Yeah,
so pretty good day. Still basically double your salary. Peyton, 70s, 80s, or 90s?
We'll go one decade down. Let's go 80s.
80s. Where are we going with this one, Chop?
I think we got to go society.
All right, Peyton. Crime, politics, or miscellaneous?
Miscellaneous.
All right, Peyton. Who's baby Jessica?
There's no way.
Baby Jessica.
We literally talked about this on the air a month ago. That's why I put it in here.
Oh, come on. A month ago. Baby Jessica.
I mean, you should know baby Jessica in general, in my opinion.
Artist?
What is something that we always say on this show?
Hold on.
Something-
I want to definitely hear where he was going with that. What, you were going to say baby Jessica is an artist?
Yeah. I'm gonna go,
like it's a name like
songwriter?
Ice Spice?
Yeah.
I mean, she maybe did some art down there, but I like.
Do you remember who baby Jessica is, Chop?
Yeah, she was the baby that fell in the well
In Midland, Texas, where I just was. And that was when we talked about what was the first news story you remember. Lotta Tolo said baby Jessica. So we had talked about it on the air at the time. So 0 for 2, Peyton.
0 for 2.
Little bit tough for you to start things out.
We're down $40. It's all right.
Yeah, that's fine. Look, you can win it back. You still got 80 on the table. Peyton, what decade do you want here?
Let's go back to 90s. Chop,
90s.
please pick sports.
All right, I'll
please.
pick sports
All
for
right,
him. Here
come
you
on,
go. Let's
come
give him
on,
a
come on.
chance. What's the $20? I want to see Bobby lose some money.
All right. Peyton, MLB, NFL, or NBA?
MLB.
Oh, baby, here we go.
All right. Peyton Russell. Who's Hideo Nomo?
Pitcher for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
That's there's no way he didn't know that.
There you go.
It's 20.
90s, you could have done who is Matt Noakes. That would have
But
been.
that's not like that. Most people are not going to know who that is. I'm testing how young he is. Remember, this is the guy who didn't know who Bono was, didn't know who Kurt Cobain was.
Don't care.
So all of that matters, okay? All right, $20 on the board.
All right.
There's
I'm
another
keeping
60
tally
out
here.
there.
Come on.
Here we go. Peyton, give me a decade.
Let's go 70s. Come on.
Ooh, bold.
let's do society.
You're a jerk, Chop. Crime, politics, or miscellaneous for the 70s, Peyton?
Let's go back to miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous it is. Peyton Russell. Who's John Paul II?
Catholic guy. Catholic to church. John Paul. That's the name of a church. That's the name of a church.
I'll give it to him. I don't think he really knows.
With the judges, will we accept that?
Whoa, under review.
I'm going.
Could you be a little more specific?
Who is like?
Double it.
Catholic guy.
$40 in the bank for Peyton Russell.
Count it in the foul.
And the foul. You're like Luca. And one. Give it to me.
Oh my God, Catholic guy.
All right. We got 2 more for you here. Peyton, what decade are we going for?
All right, I dominated the 90s and the 70s. Let's go back to 80s.
80s, okay. Chop, sports, society, or entertainment?
Let's go entertainment for him.
Entertainment, okay.
Movies.
Peyton, music, movies, or TV?
TV.
Oh,
TV.
that's probably your worst guess.
Peyton Russell. Who's Felicia Rashad?
Is that the Bye Felicia? Is that what that is? 'Cause I have no idea.
Bye, Felicia. That was actually a couple years ago. Brad Kaya, the quarterback coming out, not a couple years ago, it was more like 8 now. Brad Kaya, the quarterback coming out of Miami.
Miami, right?
His mom was Angela Means Kaya, who was Felicia in Friday. So that's a little bit of a fun fact.
Wow.
Who is
Okay.
Felicia Rashad, RJ Choppy?
Wasn't she? Wasn't
gosh,
she
you don't know?
Mrs. Cosby? Mrs. Huxtable?
Well, she was Mrs. Ahmad Rashad and Mrs.
Huxtable. Yeah.
Yes, so she was the wife in the Cosby Show.
Claire. You're getting Claire in the show.
I don't know. Which one of them was a doctor? Were they both doctors?
He was a doctor. I know that.
Yeah, he loved anesthesia. That's for sure. All right, Peyton, last one. You got $40, a chance to get you 60. What decade are we going with?
Let's go 70s.
Wow, bold. All right.
This is getting rave reviews on the
Really?
Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text, by the way. And you have 20-somethings and early 30-somethings playing along with this, and they're like, I have no idea who these people are either.
That's interesting.
This is good.
We got to play this with the Tolos, man. We got to have like a phone
We
segment.
do. This is good. This is fantastic.
We do. All right.
I was scared. This is good.
He's got 70s down here. So, Chopper, we're going sports, society, or entertainment?
Oh, let's go society again. Let's do this for him.
All right, well, we've already done miscellaneous for the Catholic guy, John Paul II. Crime or politics, Peyton Russell?
Crime.
All right.
Oh, I think I know one 70s criminal that I could think of.
Well, it's not necessarily a criminal. It could be related to crime.
Okay.
All right, Peyton Russell. Who's Patty Hearst?
Patty Hearst. this is 70s. I show 70s.
Yeah, and do not say Garrison Hearst's mom.
Hayden Hearst.
Hayden Hearst.
Not Hayden Hearst.
It's spelled different. It's
Patty,
Hearst.
okay. Well, it's a girl. What'd she do though? What do you think she did?
Remember, this is crime.
Well, so not much.
It's a fascinating story.
It's gotta be like shoplifting or something, right?
Kinda.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, with like a giant machine gun, basically.
Kinda shoplift.
No, you don't know who she is. That's a rule. He does not know who Patty Hearst is.
So
Patty Hearst.
She was a captive of the Symbionese Liberation Army. They captured her, kidnapped her because she's, I think, William Randolph Hearst's granddaughter. So they captured her for money, and she became like sympathetic to her captors and joined their cult or criminal organization or whatever.
She was brainwashed.
She was brainwashed.
Basically. But she was committing
Wild
crimes
story.
brainwashed. It's some of the most. It's a famous like CCTV footage thing. You can get up and start running in here. By the way,
Harrowing. It's harrowing.
Yeah, like she's like. It's this weird footage of her running around and holding up this bank, and yeah, it's
so
crazy.
Technically shoplifting. He was kind of right.
Yeah, kind of, but he didn't know. He didn't know. No, he did not know who that was.
I was scared about that one. I got rave reviews.
$40 for Peyton Russell. That's not a bad day. He can finally afford to buy some queso or some guacamole or something.
Okay, let's get back to sports. It was a huge day in sports yesterday with the Mavs and the Stars both victorious, and Cowboys rookies will take the practice field today. The NFL schedule, we have a release date, and all I have to say is I hope you have Netflix or can loan me your password because I am going to need it. It's all coming up next on The Fan.
You can either Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Heiskanen at the point. We'll look it over, advance it, shoot it. He scores! The puck has eyes! Miro Heiskanen with some traffic out in front. It's a power play goal, his second tonight. 3-0 Dallas.
Stars win TNT with the call. Miro, a pair of goals. Sagan had a goal. Esa Lindell had a goal. Rupe had a goal. It was a fantastic night for the Stars, although it got a little bit hairy at the end as they win 5-3 over Colorado. They even up the series at a game apiece, Bobby Belt.
It got very hairy there. Boy, this was early on, though. It was the Miro show. I mean, Miro and Rupe just getting them out to that lead early on, and then you get the shorty from Tyler Sagan, and you're like, all right, we're good. We're set. There's no way. Yeah, they gave up a 3-goal lead at the end of the first period. No way with an extra goal and an extra period elapsed that this will be in any sort of danger. And then it did. It definitely got in danger, and we were looking at like the last 4 minutes. We had the nervous toots.
Yeah, the toots and nervousness are a big problem for me a lot of times. I mean, I just have them in general. It is tough though watching Val Nichushkin play. He's very, very good, and it's just like he wasn't that when he was here. You could see the flashes. He just wasn't that, and I think he leads all of the NHL in goals in the playoffs this year. 9 goals.
Yeah.
What have they played? 7 games? 8? No, more than that. 8 games?
Well, they won in 5, and then they played 2, so they played 7. Yeah.
Come on. 9 goals in 7 games?
It's it didn't who was it last year in the playoffs for the Stars that got off to, like, Pavelski got hurt in the first series, right? But then when he came back, he was scoring like crazy.
He was scoring like crazy. It was Robo that couldn't do anything in the beginning of the postseason. That thing wore on. It was very, very tough for him.
Big games though last night, like we said, from Miro, from Rupe Hintz. Tyler Sagan got the post-game interview last night with TNT. They talked about how critical the power play has been for them. He was joking around. He's like, that sounds like a goalie's question to me, asking me how often we practice the power play or whatever. He's like, it's been 2 weeks. He's like, we don't need to practice it. We haven't practiced power play in 2 or 3 weeks. We're good to go. And so, and they were good to go last night. 2 power play goals, and then the shorthanded goal, and then ultimately, you mentioned there the Esa Lindell goal comes on the empty netter to seal that thing up. Because I was up until those last 20 seconds, Chop. I was a nerve-wracking 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, I like to call it holding on to my you-know-whats.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on to those bad boys because it's going to be a rocky finish, and it was. But the Stars do hang on. They do get the 5-3 victory. They get the empty netter late to give us a little bit of a breather there. So they're going to have the day off and they're back at it tomorrow in Colorado.
Colorado, indeed. And so they'll be back out there. And, I mean, we'll know. Look, I think the fact that you get the split from the Mavericks and the Stars, I feel good right now, Chop. Feel good about walking in here Monday morning, and we're
having a 2-1 lead.
I feel good about 2-1 leads for both teams.
I feel better about it right now than I did, obviously, 24 hours ago. That's for dang sure, because the Mavericks also get the victory, this time on the road.
Meanwhile, the Thunder won for its last 7. Good hand by Washington. Got the deflection. Touch pass. Irving. Hardaway fires. Good on the 3. And the foul. A chance at a 4-point play. 10 straight for Tim Hardaway Jr. Timmy!
Mavs win. Mavs win 119-110 in a game that had about 38 different 10-point leads for the Mavs that were all cut to seemingly 2 or less. But they hang on to the 9-point victory. Big day for Tim Hardaway Jr., big day for P.J. Washington, and Luka fights through it.
He does.
Quite frankly,
man, and I know there's commentary a lot of times about like, well, how banged up is Luka? Like, is he selling it a little bit? Does he embellish? We talk about embellishment in hockey, Chop.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a question of does Luka embellish these injuries a little bit? And at times, I definitely think he does. Last night, I don't know about you, Chop. I felt like he was hobbled. He was he was not moving up and down the court, especially in the second and third quarter there in the middle of those games. He seemed to dig deep and just like, all right, let's try and finish this thing off here in the fourth quarter. But I mean, I thought bookended by some really good play in the first quarter and to close out the game. But in between, not that he played bad, he wasn't there for you really. He was more invisible than I feel like Luka's been in a game in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, look, there was that one play that Luka had where you could tell he's laboring, where he's just dribbling down the floor, and then all of a sudden, like, his leg gives out on him, and he has to pass it off. And then he comes back in the very next possession and hits a step-back three.
That big-time three, and he turned right around and was barking at somebody in the Thunder crowd. Probably Ruben. It was probably Ruben.
I thought it was the Thunder bench at first.
Yeah, it could be.
And maybe it was a different play he was barking at the Thunder, because he was definitely barking at the Thunder bench at one point.
Did you catch the commentary at one point about him and Kyler Murray?
I may have been flipped over to the stars at that point.
So there was a point heading out of a timeout where Luka was over like by a group of people, and he was near Kyler Murray and James Conner, but it looked like he was talking to a fan of the Thunder. Like he was going back and forth with some Thunder fan, and he was laughing about it. But Dave Pash, as they're going to break, goes, Luka Doncic having a conversation with Kyler Murray. James Conner didn't like what was said to him. It's like he's like turning this into like some James Conner. I never in a million years did I think last night we're going to get James Conner, Luka Doncic beef. But the Arizona Cardinals running back, according to Dave Pash anyway, was not happy with Luka as he was sitting there exchanging words. Who do you think Kyler was rooting for last night?
Oh, I forgot about that because Pash does the Cardinal games.
And Kyler wore no jersey.
Kyler was not wearing Thunder gear. He was wearing OU.
Right.
Let's bash him for that.
I would assume.
And Alan Kidd.
I would assume he's a Mavs fan. That's my assumption.
I would think so too, but I mean, I also assumed he was going to play at Texas A&M. We also assumed that he was going to be a Cowboys fan, and then he said, no, they were always ass when I was growing up.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, like, I don't know, like, just going to college, it doesn't make you, like, I don't root for the Tennessee Titans.
No, but if he feels connected to that community, he feels connected to...
Yeah. I get it. I understand that. I mean, it's just, I would assume he's a Mavs fan, but I guess with Kyler Murray, it's never safe to assume anything. So the Mavs do get the 9-point victory.
Saturday, 2:30 tip-off will be Game 3.
That's so thankfully, we get to watch both games.
I think so.
We get to separately?
And you get a dinner break in between.
Oh!
Thank you.
We are blessed and highly favored. Thank you, schedule makers.
Yes.
They love us.
So the Stars play at 9 o'clock on TNT. Thankfully, it's a Saturday, and the Mavs play at 2:30. So there you go. Good stuff. Okay, so NFL schedule's coming out. The rookies are on the field today.
Look, schedule makers, we thank the schedule making gods for the bountiful setup on Saturday where we get to just take in all the sports and eat all the meals without being rushed and everything else. We love it. Hopefully the schedule makers are kind to the Dallas Cowboys. Next Wednesday, it was hilarious.
This coming Wednesday.
But next Wednesday. So is that how you would say it?
So,
I always think of like the Wednesday that lands on next week. So I would say we're on this current week. So
it's a tough one because generally like next Wednesday is the next Wednesday that you have. So I understand that. But also I think people, when they say next Wednesday, they mean the one after the one that's coming up. It's very, very fickle.
Yeah, if I said Wednesday, next week on Wednesday, though.
Yep, if you said next week on Wednesday. If you just said Wednesday, it's coming out on Wednesday.
That's true. But it's coming out next week on Wednesday.
And you need to have Netflix.
Boy, we're going to have to be ready Thursday for all the different social media schedule releases. We'll see who wins the day. Last year, who was it? Was it the Titans who had the great one where they were showing random people on the street, like, announce the team?
They guess these logos.
Yeah, they're like the Dallas Star Boys or whatever.
Star Boys.
It was good. But they will have the schedule next Wednesday. I did see a tweet that I liked yesterday where Adam Schefter announces, got schedule coming out next Wednesday, blah, blah, blah. And I said, yes. The tweet announcing that they will be announcing the schedule. This is peak NFL offseason right here, baby. We are back.
According to John Urand, is it Urand or Orand?
I've always said Orand.
Or Arand. Netflix is in talks to handle the broadcasting of the Christmas Day doubleheader, which will be on a Wednesday, by the way.
Hump Day.
So a Hump Day NFL doubleheader, which means all 4 teams that play in that Wednesday game are going to have to play the Saturday beforehand.
Do not give the Cowboys a Christmas Day game, please.
Well, yeah, because it's going to be on Netflix, and I don't have Netflix, and I ain't getting Netflix. So
you'll get one of those free 7-day signups.
No, I won't, because I have free 7-day signups that I signed up for 4 years ago, and I still haven't canceled them. And I don't even know what they are.
Okay, well, this is not Unethical Life Hack, which Peyton got canceled. This is actually just a good life hack that when you sign up for those things, those 7-day trials, they say save all your empty gift cards that you like if you get a Visa card, and then put that one in there. So then when it goes to charge it, there's nothing it can charge.
Oh.
Pretty good, huh?
Wow, that's tremendous, Robert.
Following life hacks.
Holy cow. I like
CA.
that one. I could be down for that. I could absolutely be down for that. The Cowboys rookies are on the field.
Yes, rookie minicamp is starting today. They have welcomed in their 20-member rookie class to the Star on Thursday, getting fitted with helmets and their jerseys and everything else today. They will be on the practice field today. Mike McCarthy, press conference later this afternoon as well. So locker room availability, guys on the field. And the Cowboys have signed 7 of their 8 draft picks, and that is led by first-rounder Tyler Guyton. He has signed a 4-year, $13.2 million deal, including a $6.4 million signing bonus to be the starter at left tackle. And then the only one who's left unsigned at this point is Marshawn Kneeland, who they took in the second round.
So question.
Not a big concern. He will be out there on the field in all likelihood, even though he hasn't signed yet.
All right, that's what I was going to ask. Can you be on the field without signing?
Yes. You can take part in that sort of stuff, I believe. I'll have to check the CBA, but I believe, because I think they had that happen a couple years ago.
How, like, what do they do in this? Like, what is the? Because obviously, the last thing you want is a non-contact.
So this
injury.
is where Rico Dowdle really popped his rookie year, where we took notice of, they like him and he's different. Was in this rookie minicamp, and he got out there and you saw him carry the ball in a couple of like 7-on-7 stuff, and you just saw the speed and the juice and the type of wiggle that he had in the open field. And so, yeah, today's going to be a lot like, think of like day one training camp practices that we see. Like it's a lot of t-shirt and shorts. But I mean, they'll a little walkthrough they'll have helmets on. It's not going to be like the backwards caps, like the simulated games, like you see the Cowboys go through in training camp sometimes. But this will be just kind of like a regular non-contact practice. It'll give you a good chance to see maybe some one-on-one stuff, maybe just see how athletic certain guys look in drills and things like that. But, man, this one thing that was going viral yesterday, Chop, did you see the picture of Tyron Smith?
In the Jets?
In the Jets.
Yeah,
it does not look... I didn't anticipate... Look, in this day and age, it feels like you see so many things like that, guys changing teams, that it doesn't register really to me anymore. Yeah. And so I didn't anticipate that one. That looked weird. Seeing him in that green looked real, and I don't know if it's because it's kind of close to Philly green too, and so it almost like gave me some Philly vibes, and that's why it especially looked different. But to that point, you think about that contract there, Chop, 4 years, $13 million. If you get quality starting left tackle play for that, you see why the Cowboys are potentially willing to walk away from Tyron Smith.
A free player.
Yeah, we're not. You would
getting $3 million a year.
You may have been paying more to Tyron Smith, depending on him hitting the incentives. You would be paying almost double in 1 year to Tyron Smith, which you would be paying for 4 years of Tyler Guyton.
Yeah, this is why hitting on your draft picks is so important. It's just so important in the NFL and all the leagues, but especially in the National Football League with a hard cap. So good stuff. Anything else from Cowboys?
No, just Treylon Burks. So we talked about the Treylon Burks potential of, like I had suggested, I would like to see them place a phone call. The Titans apparently, just reports coming out of Tennessee yesterday where they got a plan for him. They're working him in. They're trying to work things out for Treylon Burks. They're not interested in moving him. Obviously, DeAndre Hopkins is a little older, so I guess in theory this could just be a 1 year, take a step back so you can take 2 steps forward type of thing. But he will be apparently with the Titans this year as their 4th receiver, not getting much run and just working on some things. So anybody who was interested in the idea of Treylon Burks as a trade target for the Cowboys, who the Cowboys liked a lot coming out of school a couple years ago, does not sound like Tennessee wants to move him right now.
Okay, very good. It is Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. We get the commercial-free Expressway coming up. Lots to get to. The Mavs show that they've got this thing under control. We got a Dierks Bentley ticket giveaway. The song of the summer is out. Yeah! And the junk drawer, of course, all next on 105.3 The Fan after we get you on over.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Morning, DFW. You've reached the commercial-free Expressway all the way to 8 o'clock without a commercial. That's kind of what that means. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. The junk drawer coming up at 7:40.
And it's anything but junk.
Anything
it's all
but
good
junk.
stuff.
All very, very good stuff. Good stuff. The song of the summer. We have that. We know what that's going to be.
I think we do.
I think we know.
I think we got it, man.
And then, of course, obviously, what these series are going to look like come Monday morning. But first,
yeah, I got a couple shout-outs. Really quick, first, because I know we've been talking about them. I'm going back out there tonight. I had to get all y'all shirt sizes because one of the dads is bringing y'all shirts this evening.
Oh, baby.
But Keller High School did win last night. They beat Eaton 5-1, extra innings, went to extras 1-1. Then they got a grand slam there in the 8th inning. And so they win the first game of a best-of-3 series. So they're going for the clincher tonight. And if they win this, they're going to what amounts to it's like the Elite 8 of the state finals. So they will be one of 8 teams remaining, and then they'll take on either Hebron or Plano West. And if they get by them,
pushovers.
If they get by them, you're very likely looking at a matchup with Geyer, which Denton Geyer is a juggernaut in just about everything that they do.
Yeah. Look, so, I generally support all things Tarrant County. Until they play Denton, because I live in Denton County now. So now I've got to represent Denton County.
Split. You're split. I understand it. And then I also get
20 years in Tarrant County. Now I'm in Denton. It's only in 20 years in Tarrant. In Denton the last 7 years. Though.
So you're Kyler Murray.
Kinda. Yeah.
Like you were just suggesting, well, Kyler Murray, you were there for a couple years in college. Why should it? So
that's why taxes go.
Look at that. Another shout out really quickly here also. Tate Skaggs, one of the most loyal listeners that we have to the morning show.
Any relation to Tyler?
No. He is not related to Tyler. He actually showed up for the hangout that we did for the Bills game back in December. I met him and his dad there, and they're awesome, like total Tolos. But especially to the morning show, I got a nice text from him earlier this week. He said he's been really enjoying us too while Sean's been out. So shout out to Tate. Tate is graduating from Stephen F. Austin tomorrow. So shout out to Tate. He said he's been celebrating all week the graduation and doing it by listening to us in the morning. So dude, shout out to Tate.
Man, it's my kid's already talking. My oldest one's already talking college, and it's like it's getting me in my feels.
Where does he want to go?
He wants to go to Tennessee.
Oh, that's got to get you really in your feelings. If he actually goes to Tennessee, like if that's where he ends up going, you're gonna cry?
Yeah, because it's gonna be expensive.
If he pitches too. What if he is pitching too? He's pitching SEC baseball.
Oh baby!
The first time he jogs out there on that mound, Oh, you are. The
Niagara
waterworks
Falls,
are gonna. You're not gonna.
Waterfalls.
You're tearing up right now. It's like you just saw Augusta was canceled.
Just Augusta was canceled, baby. No, I think I actually get because I'm a member, I'm an alumni. I've read somewhere that they will give alumni's children in-state tuition.
Really?
I've read that somewhere. I don't know how true that is, or if it's even.
It
still
would
a
make
thing.
sense.
They should. They really should. But then again, higher education is a racket.
Indeed.
All right. Monday morning. We are going to walk in here Monday morning either up 2-1 or down 2-1 in both series.
You think?
I think that's how it works.
Both?
I think you have to. There's no other choice.
No, but I thought you made it sound like either both of them are going to be up 2-1 or they're both going to be down 2-1.
No, I don't mean like that. But thanks.
The series will be both series will be at 2-1, and it varies who's going to be up.
Let me
or
ask
down.
you a couple questions. Both series will be at 2-1.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the most likely to be up 2-1? Are we easily saying the Mavs? We all say the Mavs in this one because we're playing at home.
Man, I don't know because we had talked about this with the hockey owl or the hockey hawk who saves owls. We talked about this with Gavin on Tuesday that they did go into Colorado and win a big game near the end of the season. Now there were people missing for Colorado, and so context matters there a little bit. But they did walk in there and do that. And like you said, Chop, you feel like there's been no doubt in your mind the Stars are the better team through 2 games.
Listen, I came away from these first 2 games clearly, without a doubt, thinking the Stars are the better team. I don't believe you can go up 3-0 and 4-0 in 2 separate games, back-to-back games, and not be, without question, the better team. Now, you can lose those games. I always bring it back to this. I didn't need, when the Patriots came back from 28-3 down,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't need the final score. I don't need the Lombardi Trophy to know Atlanta was the better team that day.
Right.
When you're up 28-3, you're the better team. Now, you got to close it out. That's completely different, and they weren't the more resilient team and whatever. But the beginning of the game is when both teams are playing, theoretically, with the same exact intensity.
Yeah.
The only part of the game where both teams are playing with the same intensity. And I don't need the final score to know that Stars being up 3-0 and 4-0 are the better team. Now, there's one real thing to this here. Colorado was 31-9-1 at home this year. That is the best home record in the NHL this season.
Well, then they're due for a loss.
The Rangers were 30-11-0. Rangers did not have an overtime loss at home. Oilers 28-9-4. Canucks. What was that? That was the TV. That was the TV anchor.
Yeah,
the
Canucks.
27-9-5.
We call them the Nucks.
The Stars were 26-11-4. So they were a tremendous home team. I don't know how much the altitude plays into that.
Your altitude.
So there you go. That is one little sidebar to that.
Yeah, and what's interesting is you mentioned that Dallas, you feel like, has been the better team in both games.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like with certainty the Mavericks have been the better team against the Thunder in 2 games? Game 1, they definitely were not.
No.
But did you feel like yesterday they definitely were the better team? Because I don't know. I felt yesterday was very evenly played.
It was evenly played.
The Mavericks just hit more threes, essentially. Their 3-pointers were falling, and that ended up being the difference. But I thought it was very evenly played. So from that standpoint, you would have to say, well, the series has showed us so far that
it's pretty even.
Mavs, Thunder, they're even, or Thunder probably a little ahead right now. And whereas the Stars have played better for 2 games. So that line, I think you would say Stars. But like you say, you're going to Colorado, altitude. You're talking about as something that, Gavin pointed out when we talked to him in the hallway the other day. They're basically, they are running real thin with defensemen right now.
Yeah,
with
the
rotation. So you're talking about
they're going to have to
thin
play
rotation,
Mills
heavy
more.
legs, going up to the altitude against a team that's really, really good at home in Colorado. That all is the counter side of this that you're thinking about. And then obviously the Mavericks are going to be at home.
Right.
And look, if you're going to the game on Saturday, if you're going to the Mavericks game on Saturday against the Thunder, you guys make sure you are making that place as rowdy and as loud as possible. It needs to be as loud as we were hearing for the end of the Clippers series, because that arena with the Thunder, Man, they get loud.
They do get loud.
That is a good home crowd.
Look, and the Mavs home crowd was very, very good against the Clippers, so we'll see how that works. I assume it'll be more of the same in this one. Mavs home crowd has been pretty solid throughout the years here.
Yeah, it is a legitimate advantage.
It's a legitimate crowd. It's there are some crowds where we got on the Rangers crowd a little bit during the postseason run last year. It wasn't what it was. I thought the crowds in 2010 and 2011 and 2012 at the old Globe were better than they are at the new Globe. Maybe they priced things out. The Cowboys crowd is.
It's gotten better.
But
it has gotten so much better over the last decade.
It has. I mean, it still is not necessarily a college crowd. I think the Mavs crowd's probably the best in town. Stars crowd gets really, really into it, but obviously hockey is different because there's not as much scoring that goes on, so you don't get as.
I think Mavs crowd is really good. I really, man, it'd be hard for me to find better crowds than the 2010, 2011 Rangers playoff runs. Those were fantastic crowds. Good point. Text to us just now by our boss, the hockey hawk Gavin Spittle, says best home record for the Avs versus the Stars, who have the best road record. So you're talking about like something's got to give
force. Yeah,
like you're talking about two teams that thrive in both situations, and Dallas has played better. We feel like through two games than Colorado.
I think they have. I think the Stars have played much better. I don't say much better. But again, when you're up 3-zip and 4-zip, I mean, I don't really know what else.
Finishing a game.
Yeah, they haven't finished the way you want them to, and that's something that it may come back and bite them.
So I am going to say, man, I'm really going back and forth on this. I'm going to say that I think, given the uncertainty with Luka's injury and how tough these games are, I'm going to lean towards, I think Stars have the better shot of being up 2-1 than the Mavericks, but man, please give me a clean sweep. That would just set the perfect tone for next week, coming right in to a 2-1 series. Peyton, where do you come down on this? Who do you think is more likely to have the 2-1 series lead if it's just one of them, Stars or Mavs come Monday?
I'll go with the Mavs. I mean, the AC, like you guys said, it pops, whenever the Mavs get back there. So I would go Mavs here just because they're the home team. I actually think the Mavs win 2 straight at home. I'm going to have them go with 3-1 here.
Woo!
Yeah,
wow.
I think they got a lot going for them right now. They proved a lot last night. I mean, the Stars. We saw it in when they're playing Vegas. On the road. That's a good road team. The Stars are, and so I mean, I'm gonna go with the basic. They split here, but do they win Game 3? I'm not sure. Colorado's just so dominant at home, man. It's tough.
The Franklin injury attorneys fan text. OKC wasn't selling tickets to anyone outside their zip code. Hope the Mavs don't either.
Dude, Oklahoma City, and we had listeners contact us like on the fan text yesterday. Some people tweeting at us that they were just the ushers and the security in Oklahoma City were making it very difficult on Mavericks fans. Like some people felt it was as bad as maybe the officiating towards the Dallas Mavericks players was the hospitality or lack thereof of Oklahoma City. I know we had one fan tag us in a video where he was having a confrontation essentially with Thunder security. And he was like, we obviously didn't see the beginning part of it, but the fan was kind of like, he took my Mavericks rally towel. He like took it from me. I wasn't even doing anything. He just snatched it. And it was, we heard some horror stories coming out of OKC. So look, just like the Mavericks need to, on their end, establish some physicality in response to how Oklahoma City's playing Luka Doncic, Mavs crowd needs to come in ready for Saturday. You need to make it as difficult as possible on that basketball team.
I don't have a problem with them denying ticket sales from people outside their area. Like that's it's the point of home field advantage.
Yeah, you're trying to protect it.
Yeah, I get it. I don't have a problem. It's supposed to be tough on the road team, and it's supposed to be tough on the road fans. Like I don't have a problem with home fans intimidating road fans. It's supposed to be like when I go to a game. When I was in college, I went to every single Tennessee road game.
Well,
I never wore Tennessee colors. Never to a road game.
Why?
I don't cheer when I go to the road stadium. I don't cheer for the team. I don't even cheer for my team. Now, if I'm in a section where I'm surrounded by my people, yes, I will. If I know that going in, but if I just scalp tickets and I don't know where I'm getting them from and I don't know where they are, like I'm not cheering. Like I'm not gonna. You ain't gonna get me.
You ain't
gonna get me.
Boy, you have become a Texan. You ain't gonna get me, man.
I don't go into enemy territory and do the Generation X.
Oh,
I don't do that to you,
man. My best experience at a game in my entire life, until it was the worst, was going on the road to play the Nuggets. It was the title year for the Mavericks, and I went to Denver to see a friend, and we were sitting right behind the Mavericks bench. And man, there is something a little fun about being the only visiting fan sitting right in the middle, because they all want to talk to you in the crowd. And it was great experience from that standpoint. Mavericks got up 15, and the last 4 minutes they blew the lead, and Aaron Aflalo hit a buzzer beater, and I just walked out of the arena and was getting just every nasty word thrown at me walking out of the arena that night. And I also almost got hypothermia, because I was like, screw it, I want you to see my Sean Marion jersey. So I walked out in 10-degree Denver weather and walked around in a Sean Marion jersey.
Oh, man.
So before we get to the song of the summer, then, Chop, real quick, predictions. Like we just said, who's most likely, but predictions, ultimately, what do you think we come back to on Monday?
I think the Mavs are up 2-1, and the Stars are down 2-1. But I think both series go to Game 5 tied.
I think we come back. I'm same as you. I think we go to both tied Game 5. I think one is up 2-1 and one is down 1-2. But I'm gonna lean right now towards, I think Stars are up 2-1, Mavs are down 1-2. Just because there's so many questions about Luka's health right now.
I have the spread, by the way, for Mavs Game 3.
Hit me.
Mavs by 2.5.
Close. Bobby, you want to guess?
Mavs by 1.5.
3.5.
Dang it! You said close, so I just went the other direction.
I was closer.
Yep, you were.
You win.
It's Price is Right rules. So there you go. All right, Peyton, what are we looking at come Monday?
I thought you were. I was so ready to play this song.
God, Peyton.
Let's get set up.
What a well-oiled machine, man.
Well, 2-1 Mavs. You know what? 2-1 Stars.
All right.
Oh, wow,
After he
look at that.
picked the Avalanche in 2 to beat the Stars in 2, he's changing it up now and saying it'll be 2-1 Stars. Good for you, Peyton Russell. Now, Peyton, the song of the summer.
So this is Post Malone
and Morgan Wallen.
It was dropped, last night? 10:30 or something?
Oh, no, like at midnight. Crank it up here. This is the chorus here. I had some help.
Oh, it's a jam.
That's a bop. And look, here's the thing. I was getting really annoyed with this, because when did I send you this? I was the one who sent you the teaser clip for this.
Yeah, we had seen
6
the teaser
weeks
clip
ago?
a while ago. Then I saw them do it at a concert. They had a concert. Was it were that Stagecoach?
Yeah, they were one of them, or Coachella or something. They were
Bonnaroo.
It was a Post Malone performance, I think, and he brought Morgan Wallen out for it.
This is a banger, man.
Which Post Malone, and I don't know if Morgan Wallen is too, but I'm pretty sure Post Malone is going to be at the ACM Awards, the Academy of Country Music Awards, that are going to be at the Star next week.
I assume Morgan Wallen will be at the Academy of Country Music
I assume
Awards.
he is too, but I mean, like, I don't know. Does he have to wear that ankle bracelet that I'm sure?
I have no idea what his ability to leave Nashville is.
Yeah.
And please, Frisco, tie down your chairs.
Oh, yeah.
tie down your... It's he's a loose cannon.
He is.
He's
just tossing chairs off of the
lunatic, man.
off of the tops of buildings. Where he was throwing it 6 stories down or whatever.
At least 6 stories.
Yeah, I think they were talking about he was throwing it like 6 stories down a chair, and the security video is so wild. You just see this chair come flying. It's like, where the hell did that come from? And it's Morgan Wallen partying a little chair. 817 says song is Cheeks, so they're out on this as the song of the summer. They say they're out on it. They don't think the song is very good. I think it's really good. I heard some people complain. They said it was auto-tuned. I didn't hear auto-tune on Post Malone's vocals or anything else. 214 Black and Gold B checks in, says the summer's gonna suck.
And that's the song of the
So
summer.
They're out on us. I guess
it's catchy. Catchy usually wins.
Oh well.
Catchy usually wins.
I love it. I'm gonna be jamming out to it all day.
I like it. It's gonna be I will get sick of it by July 11th. I'm sure, because it'll be everywhere.
Yep.
Maybe won't even take you to July 11th, but it is a good song. It's a banger. We'll see what else comes out. Okay, it's time now for the junk. Oh wait, suit. Let's do this first, Peyton.
I got some rust on my Chevy.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Call number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the Dirks Bentley Gravel and Gold Tour on Friday, June 7th at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Good luck to all the Tolos. And now it is our Friday staple right here at 7:40. Look at us. Johnny on the spot with that clock. RJ Choppy, 7:40.
Look at that.
It's time for the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junk it!
All right, Chop. Is this cool or is it just weird? Did you see the announcement from NBC about the new added dynamic to their broadcasts for the Olympics this year?
Is this the heart rate of the parents?
Yes. They are going to display the heart rates of parents watching their kids during the Olympics. So like they're in the stands watching them run the 400 meter or, whatever else. And they're going to have them hooked up. And I guess they're going to go like, no, let's go over to our WebMD pulse check of the parent. I don't know who's going to sponsor it. I'm sure somebody sponsored it. But
so they're going to be able to tell if the parents are clapping or clapping.
Like I lean towards this is weird. In theory, I get it. Like, oh, look at the nerves of the parent watching their kid or whatever. Let the visual sell that. I don't need to see the heart rate spike. Here's the thing. Just because you can do something doesn't mean like it's a great idea. In fact, I think that this is like another unnecessary stat on broadcasts that I don't need, that sometimes they throw our way. It's like, okay, I don't care about that. Like, I understand it has relevance overall, but when you throw in the game, look at him. He reached a top speed of 22.4 miles per hour. That's faster than that. I was like, okay,
like an ostrich.
I don't need to see that data to know. Yeah, he just ran really fast. But here's what I think makes more sense. Shouldn't it be the heart rates of the Olympians, like before they start? Like, let's check in on them like at the starting block. So obviously,
that'd be kind of cool
when they're in the middle of their, because that would.
See how calm somebody is?
If they're just like steady or if they're boom, 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 boom. Just like, I think that would be cooler. This one just feels, I mean, I'm sure they get the parents' permission to do it, but it still feels a little weird and invasive. Like, let's check on the parent having
if the parents
attack.
are cool with it, I don't care. I mean, I would do, if I was a parent of an Olympian, I would do this.
I just think it's weird. I don't think it's like totally intrusive. It feels that way kind of, but I mean, again, obviously if they approve of it, that's different. But man, it seems weird to me. I don't totally like it. Just let the emotion that's on their face undoubtedly stand there. I don't need to see like, oh look, he's crying, and as we check in now, he has 132 beats per minute. The father last week, he actually just got his physical. He had a resting heart rate of 71, so you can tell how excited he is for his boy here in the Olympics. I don't need all that. Show me the Olympians before they start, like when they're just about to get going. I want to see who's amped, who's just even, who's got that psycho heartbeat. That's what I want to see. This is just a little weird to me. What do you got, Chop?
All right, let's go to Massachusetts. Posing as a fake social worker, Michelle Delphi, using the Massachusetts state email created, she emailed the school's guidance counselor, notifying them about the bullying she claimed that young Ellie was suffering. So here's this backstory here. This woman... It started back in like December of a couple of years ago, where she created these fake emails and yada, yada, yada. And then there's a 32-year-old that essentially enrolls in school as a 13-year-old.
So it is literally the meme, how do you do, fellow kids?
Yeah, and she's a 32-year-old woman, enrolls in high school, plays on the girls' basketball team, and has at one point faked being as young as 13 years old. Her name is Shelby Hewitt, and she's a 32-year-old high school imposter in the greater Boston area. So she posed the teen at 3 separate Boston area schools and a treatment center.
Is it because she looks 13, or is it because Boston middle schoolers look 30? I wouldn't have thought 13, but if you told me she was a high schooler, it would
not surprise me.
Yeah, I might buy it.
Especially the photo of her with the braces on. I could absolutely buy that she has this. This is a very, very wild story. So, like,
what's her end game? Is it just fraud, attention? Like, what is the purpose? Did they say what she was trying to do?
Just to have fun, I guess. She started classes at a high school, stayed there for 7 months. She transferred to another high school, stayed there for 2 months. And then she transferred to English high school. She changed it to a new identity called
Military
Ellie Blake
kid.
and dropped her age all the way to 13 years old. And she got caught a week after having one of her fake social workers complain to the guidance counselor for being bullied for looking like an adult. And that's how this whole thing came crashing down on Shelby Hewitt. We don't know why she did this. She did maintain the facade and played on the girls' basketball team. She was gossiping, handing in homework, all while still working as a social worker full time.
You've got some gray in your beard, Chop, as we've established. But you're wearing the hat, you put in some Just for Men or something like that. What's the youngest you think you could successfully pass for? Like, you could sell people, I'm like, yeah, I'm your age. I think I could buy early 30s from you.
For me?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
I think I could.
I was saying 40.
No, I think I could buy early 30s as long as like the gray gets colored in a little bit.
In?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe. Well, I appreciate that.
I think I could go for it. See, I always hear this was Ari Temkin and Sean the first week I was here at the station. Both of them incorrectly guessed my age, way aggressively in the wrong direction. And it still hurts my feelings to this day. Ari was like, well, Bobby, like, I mean, how old are you? You're like 40, right? It's like, nope, 32. Thanks, though. And then Sean was like, he's like, well, I mean, we're the same age, right? It's like, nope, 32. He's like, oh. And so I don't know that I could pass for younger unless I shaved. When I shave, like when I go clean shaven, I look like a child.
I think with a full beard, it's kind of hard to look younger. This is my guess. See, here's another photo of her in court. I mean, you could tell she could pass.
That looks like a high schooler. Middle school's, that's probably where she screwed up. She went middle school.
I mean, 13's younger than my oldest.
Yeah.
My oldest looks like he's 30.
He's tall, dude.
He's very tall. He's got a full beard, for crying out loud.
And it is like you've shown us before, like pictures of you as a kid and pictures of it is terrifying how much you two look alike.
Terrifying.
Like if he wants to know what he's going to look like when he grows up, right here.
Sorry, pal. This is what you're looking forward to.
You could pass for 30 when you're 45 as long as you brush in the gray. All right. Federal Correctional Institute, Dublin, nicknamed Club Fed, is famous for housing actresses like Felicity Huffman and Lori Loughlin, both involved in the college admission scandal. This time, though, according to GreasyNews.com.
Oh, baby.
This time, the scandal surrounds the prison itself. The California-located facility is hurriedly closing up shop and shutting its doors forever after one too many bouts of debauchery taking place on its grounds. And specifically, it's this disclosure that we've gotten, Chop. The closure comes after years of disturbing allegations, rampant abuse by staff against female inmates, overcrowded facility riddled with mold and asbestos. And now here's the cherry on top.
There's mold and asbestos in the jail.
Yeah. Now here's the cherry on top, or the breast on top of the bucket. A bizarre system of bartering favors done for Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Ooh.
So an ex-Hollywood madam or madame?
I think it's a madam. I think the madams are they're Hollywood madams are they basically like, they're not escort running. They're not the people who run escorts, are they?
Yeah, they are. Isn't
they're
that
pimps? They're pimps.
Yeah,
right?
essentially female. Yeah, and so the famed madam
Heidi Fleiss
spent 3 years in this facility.
That should have been a How Young is Peyton Russell.
Oh, there's no chance he knows what that is. She starts talking. She gave an interview recently where she was talking about this prison that was closing, and she said that what she saw in there was wild and unlike anything else she had ever seen. She said, when I was there were inmates eating Kentucky Fried Chicken, and you knew right away when you'd see them eating it, they were blanking the guards because that fried chicken definitely did not come from the prison menu. And so Heidi Fleiss is saying that one of the things that went rampant around here was like, hey, I'll do something for you. You get me an 8-piece dark, please.
Really?
Yeah. And so here's the thing. I can't imagine being in such a desperate position to do anything of that sort for fried chicken.
You don't think?
Fried chicken's okay.
I think
I'm not a huge lover of it. I got to be in a mood. I'm not just like, oh man, yeah, get me I'm going to reach into a bucket to do that. What would you barter for? If you're going to have to take this step chop and you're in there, what food are you bartering for? You're asking for more than KFC, aren't you?
I mean, I would ask for more than KFC, but like if that's what the option is, like it's probably easy to sneak in a drumstick. All right.
A whole damn bucket?
But a whole bucket I don't think is easy to sneak in.
Give me like a Kit Kat even over a bucket of fried chicken.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you're as you know, Nate Newton told me when he was doing time that I was like, how was the food in there? He goes, it's not bad if you don't mind a rib.
like he's
right.
like he's Chris Rock and I'm gonna get you, sucker.
You get one rib, right? Like
I just want one rib.
So like, I don't know. Yeah, I think if I was having a rib for lunch and dinner every day, there is no telling what I would do for a breast of fried chicken.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always said, put the bag of money on the table before I give you my true answer on what would you do for this money.
Yeah.
Yeah, would you kill somebody for money? No. Now the bag of $20 million in front of
Let me see
sitting
it.
there.
If I see
I
it.
mean, I might have a change of heart.
Yeah.
you never know.
Yeah.
It depends on how desperate you are. I mean, life's about desperation a lot of times.
So you're saying that it's easy to say no until they're like, they plop down a drumstick and you're like,
all right,
fine, come here.
Yeah, come here.
Yeah.
All right, I got one here
it is
for
your
you.
birthday.
I got one here for you. Southwest Airlines. I love doing airline and Gen Z talk in my segments.
Yeah, are you gonna disclose what you told me during the break?
Oh yeah, we big problems, Peyton.
You thought you had outsmarted the system.
I booked flights. We're coming back from Mexico, and I'm like, I got some Airbuses, right? I'm flying Airbus. They changed the flight on me, and now we're flying a 737. I am panicked.
You're about ready to take a Greyhound through cartel country
I'd rather walk through Matamoros.
Just miss the flight.
Than I would. That's an idea. That is an idea. But anyway, Southwest Airlines, they may be ending their boarding process.
What do you think of their boarding process?
I think it's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I just give me a seat. It's too. I don't want to have to wonder. You walk in. You walk in that plane. Oh, where do I go? Is there gonna be an aisle there? Can I walk further down? And is there gonna be an aisle ready, or is that person gonna take it in front of me?
Bro, there is no like I sit there when I'm standing in line and you got those little columns you're waiting out to board, and it's like you're A33.
Yeah, you're getting a window or aisle, you just don't know where.
And it's like I don't feel there's enough space to fit the 5 people who need to stand in line in those columns.
You're huddled.
So you're just kind of like, okay, where am I supposed to stand? And then somebody inevitably has to come up to you and be like, which one are you?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm 32. And it's like, does it matter? We're all in this general, let's all just stand in this group. I don't care. I will stand at the very back. Even if I'm A31, I'll be A35 if it means let's just stand here and not be weird about it.
So the frequent flyers they have, the people with status who are guaranteed like A boarding or whatever, feel they're being taken advantage of because the airline has a very laid back attitude towards travelers who, quote, need a little extra time when boarding. So what they do is they allow them to board first. These are elderly, disabled, people with small children, etc.
Now boarding our priority passengers.
Right.
These are people with children, and then we'll board A1 through 15.
So the airline doesn't really have a policy where they can question you. So people are now taking advantage of this and self-identifying as disabled, just to be able. And this way, you don't have to worry about being on time with when you check in, and you don't have to pay extra for the guaranteed premium boarding, whatever what you can do. So people are just going to the counter and saying, I have a disability. Can I get the early boarding?
And you disagree with doing that?
Well, yeah. I mean, I
don't think you should just be able to identify.
I think generally that you should, like, there are disabled people who need.
I agree with you.
Who need help.
I agree with you. I'm just clarifying that you don't think you should just be able to willy nilly say, "Well, I identify as this, so I should be able to go here."
I don't think you should be able to say that you're disabled when you're not.
We're talking about the plane. Is what we're talking about.
Yeah. You should not be able to. Jesus, Bobby.
No, we're talking about the plane.
So, like, this one guy said there was 30 pre-boarders, and I was like, "What are we doing here?" Now, those early pre-boarders are not allowed to get an exit row.
I'll tell you what.
Apparently,
I'll tell you what I hate. What the Southwest boarding system fixes that the American boarding system doesn't, is if you've got a seat in the back of the plane, those jerks who just, I'll toss my bag right up here over the first row of seat. Those people who fill it in, and then it's like, well, my seat's up front, so I now have to walk to the back to drop my stuff and come back this way while people are trying to board. Those are the worst. And Southwest system fixes that.
It does. You should absolutely be required to put your bag above your seat, not within one row, front or back. So, I don't know. It could be coming to an end, the Southwest boarding system. I find that to be very interesting. It is Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Did the Cowboys make a mistake in not hiring one of their own? And the NFC East, half the NFC East might lose their first-round picks for the entire year. It's all coming up next here on 105.3.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ on 105 through The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Peyton and Ryan alongside. We are going to get back into both the Mavericks and the Stars coming up at 8:20, including somebody who was having a little bit too much fun in Oklahoma City, a media member.
Oh, no.
During the Luka Doncic press conference, who apparently was taking part at some point in activities that you cannot do in Texas on the computer.
Not do in Texas on the computer.
If you're if you're not of age, so you means you got to sign up for it. So a lot of these sites are adult sites are you can't view them in the state of Texas because they've just decided to stop.
I'll figure out
when you're in Oklahoma City.
Yeah,
you can.
I'll figure out what it is you're referencing by the time we talk about it.
Yeah,
I'm not putting it
we need to figure out which media member it was too.
Mac.
Did the Cowboys make a mistake not hiring one of their own? This is something that you referenced last night to me.
Yeah, this was something that there was a really good article up over at ESPN. It was by Eric Woodyard, the ESPN beat writer on
Bob's
the Lions.
kid.
Yeah, that's the same guy. Boy, I almost when we were doing How Young is Peyton Russell, I almost put in
Bob Woodward.
I almost put in Bob Woodward as one of the answers. But I didn't know if that should go in miscellaneous or apologize, so I just was like, I'm not gonna fiddle with it. But this is the article from ESPN. It says early in training camp last season, Detroit Lions tight end Brock Wright saw his unit was struggling to master its responsibilities in pass protection schemes. Sounds like something at times, not that specifically, but at times the Cowboys have dealt with, right? Where we're like, why does this position group not have very simple basics down? Why is Jalen Tolbert lined up in the wrong spot? Why is this happening here? That's when newly hired tight ends coach Steve Hayden, an 11-year veteran at the position who played for the Cleveland Browns and San Diego Chargers, stepped in. Wright said, we were kind of struggling early on in training camp, and him having played the position for so long, he had so many different technique ideas and drills and things to help us with. It really helped us hammer that down early on in the season and improve on it for the rest of the way. Hayden played 148 games over his career, logging 201 receptions for 1,600 yards and 14 touchdowns. Prior to joining Detroit, he had spent 10 years on staff with the Arizona Cardinals. Wright, entering his fourth NFL season, calls Hayden the best coach I've ever had by far. And Hayden is one of 9 assistants on Dan Campbell's staff that are former players. You've got Dan Campbell himself. Campbell was a tight end in the league for more than a decade. He's got Hayden. Mark Brunell is on staff there, which I did not know Mark Brunell was on staff in Detroit. Antoine Randall, Aaron Glenn, Scotty Montgomery, Hank Fraley, Kelvin Shepard, Deshae Townsend, and Sean Dion Hamilton have helped transform the franchise from perennial loser to Super Bowl contender over 3 seasons. And one of the players there, one of the assistant coaches there said that the reason why they have success with it was Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator, said the reason why is because it creates instant credibility with the players. The players might not know the coach very well, but the fact that he played at a high level in this league, I do think it speaks volumes for the respect factor early on. I was talking with somebody at the end of last year, and we've heard so much about culture, right? Here in Dallas, that's been one of the buzzwords this offseason.
Yeah.
When they talk about culture, I think they're talking about what Dan Campbell does. Like, that edge is missing, and that sort of natural cohesion is missing. Not that it's we've talked about this before. The Cowboys don't have a bad culture. They just don't have a culture advantage. The Lions have a culture advantage. They have players who have bought in and feel connected to this coaching staff. And one of the things that we've seen recently that's had a lot of success, Chop, is Dan Campbell coaching. Think about how Raiders players went to fight for Antonio Pierce. And while you've said before, like, hey, Bill Belichick didn't have to be a great player in order to be a great coach. In this era of NIL, and in this era of players earlier and earlier feeling like professionals, because, I mean, in all honesty, at this point, they are at the college level. But, like, the discussion of, like, hey, there's a sense of entitlement there and these sort of things that go on. Is it going to become almost a necessity at some point that you have to have the Dan Campbell type head coach? You have to have somebody who has played the game and can relate to the players on that level, because you're not going to be able to relate to this NIL era type of player unless you've played the game before.
Yeah, I think there's something to it. Because
I agree with you. You don't have to, like, Bill Walsh didn't have to play football at a high level to be a genius of the game. Kyle Shanahan played college football, but didn't have to play it at a high level to be really good.
You can be a genius of the game. But yeah, the head coach, I guess it depends on what you're looking for from your head coach. Do you want your head coach to be, like, I like a walk-around head coach, like Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
Like McCarthy was. Like Jason was at times. I don't
You like the CEO.
Yeah, I like the CEO. I like the coach. I don't need the coach to be calling plays. That's just not what I want. I get it. I get the guys that want to. It's just, I mean, and if somebody is capable of doing both, then great. But if I were to just mold my head coach, I would mold the perfect CEO. Like, what did Nick Saban call?
Right.
What does Jim Harbaugh call?
No, Nick Saban was a culture cultivator. That's what he did.
Belichick was one of the great defensive minds of all time.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't. I mean, he was focused on a lot of other things. When you're the head coach, you got to be you got to be in charge of everything.
Here's what's interesting to me. We have seen for years. Would you agree? And I don't mean this in any sort of a derogatory way, but when you talk about like players coming in with a sense of entitlement into the profession, I think we generally agree like that has been most rampant probably at the NBA level for 20 years, where you've got players who have dictated consistently, trade me. Like, I went out and you were just going to have to get whatever trade package you can get. Like, the players run the NBA.
Oh, for sure.
Like they can dictate anything you want. You can't do that same sort of thing in the NFL. You can't just go, trade me. You have to, and you just got to take whatever you can get. And I can very publicly talk about it. Like, Kevin Durant doesn't necessarily... the Kevin Durant type of player doesn't get traded in the NFL. And those sort of things don't happen at that level. But what have we said about Jason Kidd? Like, Jason Kidd's value might be less about the X's and O's and more about how he connects to the players. And what we've seen in the NBA, think about some of the... And obviously, you've got some guys there. I mean, Phil Jackson did play. But Steve Kerr, who's overseeing this dynasty, played in a dynasty, played with a lot of big personalities, had to manage those sorts of things. Tyronn Lue gets a lot of credit for what he does with the Clippers. He was a guy who played in the NBA for a long time. Jason Kidd, obviously, here in Dallas. So I wonder if what the NBA figured out, which is we've got to have guys who can connect to these players in this era. I wonder if we're going to start trending that direction with the NFL, and eventually you're going to see the really good schematic coaches or guys we think are good X's and O's coaches and good culture leaders or whatever else. We're going to eventually see them, the Mike McCarthy types, eventually phased out of the league in favor of, no, you really need former players to help manage these personalities that are coming out in the NFL.
I wonder. I mean, look, the Cowboys had Garrett. He was a player.
Yep.
It didn't work.
Sure.
There's plenty, and there's plenty of coaches out there that are former players that have been failures. There's plenty that are not former players that have been successes, and there's plenty of both that have been successes and failures, but in their own.
Again, we're talking about a rapidly changing league in terms of the demographics and the personalities and everything else.
Right.
Like, would Garrett, and I don't know this, would Garrett's philosophies have played better with NIL era players who are coming into the league now? Like, would that have resonated more with them? Would that have been the structure they needed and the connection with a former player that, like... Do
you think so?
I don't know. I'm asking that question.
Yeah, I look, I liked Jason. I thought Jason had his drawbacks. I thought generally he was a fine coach. There was nothing wrong with him. I don't think he was the solution, but I also don't think he was the problem.
I don't think he was an advantage most of the time, but
I
don't think he was a detriment.
Right. I think he was just there. The players seem to like Mike McDaniel a lot.
Yeah, who did not play.
They seem to like. My God, they see. I assume they like Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, who was a former
player, but he's not hired.
Right, and then again,
they like D'Amico Ryans.
Right, and this is more like D'Amico Ryans, who
former player.
Yeah, former player has had a lot of success, but this is more talking about, I guess, looking ahead. Right?
Yeah.
Because we're talking about like the demographics are changing so fast. Not necessarily that it's already changed and it's flipped, but are we heading that direction? I mean, there was a lot of instability with the Raiders over the last 4 years.
The Raiders? Oh, God, the Raiders are a mess.
Antonio Pierce has really stabilized.
Yeah, I think there's certain situations where it works. Absolutely.
You get Max Crosby, a player who has been super committed to the Raiders, saying, if you do not hire Antonio Pierce, that sounds very NBA-like. If you don't hire my head coach, you trade me. And that's what Max Crosby put on the table for them. You hire Antonio Pierce as the full-time head coach, or you trade me. And that's a former player who they talked about all these different ways that he resonated with the team during the second half of the season and the way that he connected with them as former players. And I just wonder if these kids that are getting into the college level and put with so much pressure and stardom and everything else by the time they're 18, 19, more so than they ever have before, if there's going to be a little bit of a feeling of when they get to the NFL, like, what are you going to tell me? Mm-hmm. And that the only person who might be able to tell them is somebody who's done it, who's done what you're trying to do. I just wonder if that's the direction we'll ultimately end up heading, because that has become really common in the NBA.
Let's see. The final 8 in the NFL this year were coached by Reed,
who did not play.
John Harbaugh
did not play.
Campbell did.
Yep.
Shanny did not.
Shanahan played college. And played for like a major program, University of Texas.
Let's see.
And did grow up around the, even though he didn't play in it, he grew up around it his entire life. He was on sidelines his entire life.
D'Amico, who did.
Mm-hmm.
Bowles.
I don't know if Todd Bowles did.
LaFleur.
I don't believe Matt LaFleur did.
And then Sean McDermott.
And McDermott, I don't believe did. Todd Bowles did play.
Okay, so what you're looking at, 3 guys. So almost half.
Yeah, and like I said, this is not so much. This is like, look, when you talk about you want to build for the future.
Yeah, this is just projecting out.
Because
is there going to be a shift?
You talk about it's not always a bad thing to take a step back, right? Like you don't have to be better every year. That's one of the points you've taken when you say I'm fine resetting the quarterback position, because I'm talking about the long game, and I'm just wondering if does the long game trend towards these Dan Quinn type of or Dan Quinn these Dan Campbell type of coaches, who are former players and our staff's loaded with former players, and those Detroit players saying, hey, it makes a difference for us. Like, it absolutely resonates with us in a way, and we see that it did it with the Raiders. We see that it's done it with the Texans, and is it going to be more common with these NIL guys? Basically, I'm saying whenever Mike McCarthy's time here is done, whether it's after this year or 3 years from now, he gets an extension, whatever else.
Would your preference be a former player?
Do we need to start looking at it should probably be a former player for the era of players that are coming into the league. If all things are equal, we need to give the tiebreaker to the former player.
That's interesting. When that time does come, eventually it will. I mean, everybody gets fired at some point in the NFL coaching world.
I gotta take it back. Matt LaFleur did play. He played for the Omaha Beef in the Indoor Football League in 2003.
Okay.
I had no idea there was anyone called the Omaha Beef. Sounds like
Omaha Steaks.
Sounds like an awful strip.
Omaha Steaks. Something. An awful strip club?
Yeah, Omaha Beef.
Wow.
Smell the beef.
Hey, where's the beef?
Not sure if I would know that would be a men's or a women's strip club.
That's a Tom Segura bit, too. Tom Segura.
Either one.
Tom Segura said he had the stand-up comedian who was at the roast of Tom Brady. He has a stand-up bit about the one time he went to a strip club in New Jersey that was called Beef. And he was like, it was exactly what you thought it was. So I hear Omaha Beef. That's what I think.
So hang on. There was a strip club in New Jersey called Beef and Frank's Chicken House.
Yeah.
That I had gone to.
I mean, yeah. You see, is Frank's Chicken House that much different from Omaha Beef?
Not really. No, it's a good point. It's a good question.
Corn-fed, baby.
Sean and RJ are 105.3 The Fan. Mavs win. Stars win. We have some amazing audio from this post-game of the Luka Doncic press conference. We're going to get into that coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. If we get your carpet clean from Zerorez, best carpet cleaner in the industry. They don't use soaps. They don't use chemicals. They don't use detergents. It's their own patented system. It's awesome. It's clean. It's green.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Offensive rebound, Green. Washington got another one. PJ Washington with 7 threes.
Mavericks get the 119-110 victory over the Oklahoma City Thunder to even up that series at a game apiece. PJ Washington had a very good game.
Keep watching Miss Rachel, PJ. If that's you remember he told us Miss Rachel's what he watches with his kids. If that's what does it, that's what gets you in the zone, I'm all for it.
29 for PJ on 11 of 18 shooting, 7 of 11 from three-point. If he is that, oh boy. Luka had 29 as well. Tim Hardaway Jr. Had 17, including 10 straight at one point. Kyrie just with 9 points. That was for him, a very low number. The Mavs still get the 9-point victory. They needed those 9.
The last 3 games, shot selection in the first quarter, field goal attempts.
Mm-hmm.
The last 3 games, first quarter field goal attempts. Luka has 26 shots. Kyrie has 4.
So you're saying
Kyrie's putting up basically a shot
a game in the first quarter. So you're saying Luka's the ball hog. That's what you're saying. That's what I'm hearing.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying like 26 shots that he's gotten up to the. In fact, if you expand it to the entire playoffs, not just the last 3 games, I went and looked at it through the what have they played now? 8 playoff games.
Mm-hmm.
Luka's taken six games and then 2. So Luka's taken 63 shots in the first quarter. Kyrie's taken 21.
Yeah. Now I think part of this is that. And I don't want to say Luka's not a chucker, but he's much more aggressive offensively. He will take shots.
Kyrie has been
He's very judicious with when he shoots. He does not. He picks his spots well.
Weren't you waiting though? Because it's been consistent throughout the playoffs. He turns it on in the second half. Second quarter, second half. He just all of a sudden he goes on these hot streaks. Weren't you waiting around all night last night for all right, Kyrie, are you going to try to get yours? What are we doing here?
I feel more cerebral players. It's like Kyrie. I think let's use a baseball analogy here. Like Kyrie is a guy that would be kind of like an Evan Carter player. He would see a ton of pitches. He's not going up there Corey Seager style swing at the first pitch.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, but he can't play 41 minutes and put up 8 shots.
I totally agree. He has to shoot more. But I feel Kyrie is more I'm let the game come to me. And if it ain't coming to me that day, then it doesn't come to me that day.
We talked about it on the text last night. Interesting to note, they start even with Luka being hurt. Luka has run the point. Luka's run the offense. Last night they opened the game, Kyrie was running the offense. He was running point and was orchestrating everything, and Luka was playing off the ball. Do you think it's possible at all? Because last night was as timid as we've seen Kyrie play. I don't know that this is a factor, but do you think any of it was he had to get in a different headspace as the guy orchestrating the offense, and it was harder for him to lock into finding his shot later in the game?
Maybe.
That he's worried about, hey, I'm orchestrating, I'm dishing, I'm distributing, I'm trying to set up Luka. I'm not looking for my shot.
I mean, he had 11 assists.
He did.
His game high.
I tell you what, if I would have said, guess the stat line, 29 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, and a block. That's
not PJ Washington.
You would never have guessed PJ Washington.
Never would have guessed that one. After the game was over, as is customary in American sports, the players go to the podium.
They do.
Luka Doncic, as customary as the star of the team, is basically asked to go after every game. They'll pick their spots. Someone in the crowd, someone in the media scrum, I assume it's media scrum. I assume this is somebody opened their computer and had something playing in the background. That's my guess. I hope we can play this. I hope this is allowed.
I think you can. There's no. We've played the clips of we've played that, so I think we can play this.
And maybe it was a woman
in school at this point
walking by the press conference room.
Yeah, we'll get to our theories in a second, because I have a different theory than you do as to what this was.
Let's play this again. Bobby and Peyton are in charge of this one, not me, boss. Let's play this here. This is Luka at the podium.
Just our sharing the ball and our energy was great.
What do you think? Okay. Okay, moving on.
I hope that's not live.
I hope that's not live.
My favorite tweet last night, because Luka's reaction, my favorite tweet last night was from Brad Townsend right after the press conference. He said, apparently some things sound and mean the same in English and Slovenian.
Yeah.
Okay, isolated it Peyton is a little much. But as you can hear there, my theory is you think it's a computer open.
So here's my theory my theory is that, somebody goes in the press conference room, opens their computer.
Somebody from out of town who's been in a dry spell because of the restrictions.
There's restrictions here in Texas. You can't even use some of the sites here. They won't even open for you. And
you're too busy making movies.
Somebody went to they checked into their hotel before the game and
forgot when they opened their laptop.
Forgot when they shut their laptop to close out, and they opened the laptop and there it is.
It had to open right there too. You couldn't have just opened
right there.
Yeah, you couldn't have just opened to stepson, why are you working out without a shirt on?
And your theory is
my theory is it's somebody.
They would have passed that point.
Yeah, exactly. They stopped where they stopped. So my theory is door open, because sometimes you'll have those press conference room doors are open when they're sitting down there.
Yeah, and in the playoffs, a lot of these arenas. So when we went to Miami for the NBA Finals, when Sean and I did, and when Sean was on TV with that beige blazer he wore to the game.
Yeah.
With the elbow pads that he got because he bought a thing from Sears.
Yeah, it looks like he was a guest on Oprah in 1993.
So
he needed the shoulder pads.
They didn't have us in a press conference room. They had us in the middle of the hallway because there were so many chairs. They didn't have a room big enough for the media, so they just put it in the hallway. So carts and everything was driving by, very open.
It can be. It just depends on the setup. My theory is it's somebody it's a fan walking by, looks in there and goes "Oh, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna just start making aggressive
possible."
Noise. But and here 214 just texted in, said Tim Cato from The Athletic, covers the Mavericks. Tim Cato said it was a teammate was walking by the room, saw Luka there, and saw his media was starting and started.
Which teammate would do that?
That's not a.
All right, let's try to identify the.
That is not a male's voice.
Let's try to identify the. Go ahead, hit it, Peyton. The whole clip.
Okay.
Just our sharing the ball and our energy was great.
What do you think? Okay.
I want to believe it's a media member who had their laptop open. That's what I want to believe.
I mean, what I want to believe is that was Kyrie. That's what I want to believe. Because that's the last person you would expect would do something like that. But I don't know. The Daniel Gafford seems like he's got a little bit of a sense of humor. Maybe Daniel Gafford.
Well, we had PJ Washington on. He sounded like a guy that was sensitive.
He could do that. Yeah, I could see that. Maybe this dispels the notion, if it is a teammate, that Luka's teammates don't necessarily like him, as was the story in The Ringer.
I mean, from
Howard Beck.
Yeah, you were worked up about this.
Okay, so a veteran assistant coach tells Howard Beck of The Ringer, quote, "You can almost sense a sigh of relief among Luka's teammates when he checks out of the game." And the coach tells Beck that him heading to the bench opens up a little bit more freedom for his teammates. It's a sense of, hey, now we get to play. It's difficult to have any rhythm if you're not touching the ball. Now, Luka is arguably the best on-ball player in the league. He's just on the ball an awful lot.
Yeah, I mean, his usage rate is incredibly high. First off, that kind of line of thinking is not totally new. We've talked about how
and it's not insulting either.
And it's not even new here in Dallas. We've talked about how difficult it is to find the right pairing for a ball dominant wing.
Yeah.
And that's the problem right there. And so I think that
in the playoffs he's the fourth most. In the regular season he was second most among usage rate. In the playoffs he's the fourth most behind Embiid, Donovan Mitchell, and Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, so to me, I think that this can... I'm wondering if something was lost in the course of the game of telephone a little bit here. Because to me, I could see it as not any sort of slight. I could see 4 guys on the court maybe going, okay, all right, Luka's out of the game now. We're going to, settle back into our offense and our sets. And like, I could see them having that sense of like, all right, different style game, little more relaxed, and just approaching it that way. I don't think that it's at all an issue of like, well, gosh, thank God Luka's off the floor. We can get ours now.
It's just a different brand of basketball. This was, part of this, and this brought up a clip from a couple of weeks back. Here, if you remember, here's Chandler Parsons. This is on the Run It Back pod.
Chance him.
You're going to hear Chandler's voice. Michelle Beadle is on this. Shams is on this as well. So you're going to hear a couple of voices, but it starts out with Chandler Parsons talking about this very subject, and Chandler is kind of agreeing with this coach.
I think he's an unbelievable talent. He is literally a guard version of Jokic where he can do everything. He's mesmerizing with the basketball. But as a teammate, gets a little exhausting watching the same shit over and over again. And then when you don't win, it's even magnified. Like, okay, can we try something else? Can I maybe get the ball? Like, you know what I mean? So it definitely can be frustrating.
Look at Shams' face. Look at Shams' face. Shams trying to keep a straight face.
Like, observations. Yes. I care. By the way, I'm glad you said that, Chandler, because I woke up and I saw a bunch of tweets.
Right.
He's right. And people are like, get Luka some help. I'm like, why? Even if they were there, he does it by himself. Like I find this argument to be so confusing at times because I love watching Luka play.
He's got help this year. This is the best team I think he's been on. Wise, they go 8, 9, 10 deep. He's got the team. Use them. I take the most shots, play the most minutes, have the most assists and triple doubles. Do what Jokic does, but find a way to do it to keep everybody happy and to win games. That's the biggest thing.
So, I heard a lot of national people yesterday talking about how with the MVP that they didn't have, a lot of these people didn't have Luka in their top 3 because they all put Brunson ahead of him. And a lot of them said Kyrie was the reason, which is what you speculated yesterday, that Kyrie was the reason that was going to keep Luka from getting the MVP. Maybe it was.
How many Nuggets players average double-digit shot attempts a game?
Including Joker?
Including Jokic.
2.
3. How many Mavericks players?
Double-digit shot attempts a game, 3.
4.
Okay.
So, this, the idea of just, you're not going to get an opportunity anyway. Well, you're getting more opportunities to put your shots up. Maybe it's more evenly distributed. Like, there's more guys with 8+ in Denver or whatever else. But, you're getting...
10's an arbitrary number.
I'm sorry that we're not trying to get Dwight Powell 8 shots a game. Sorry. But to me, I take issue with a couple different things there. I think definitely in the past there has been, and just us reading body language, there's been some exhaustion on the face of guys with the Mavericks and on Luka's face for the fit not being there. But that was not the case the year they made the West Finals with Brunson here as a primary, because that fit and that worked, and Dinwiddie fit in here and everything worked there. And that hasn't been the case really this year. They are perfectly happy to cede to Luka when Luka's on.
Yep.
And so to me, I think that a lot of this is, convenient criticism, to steal a Mike McCarthyism.
We will get into the beef between Shaq and Shannon Sharp coming up at 9:20. And then, of course, Glenn Davis, the big baby audio.
Baby.
He is heading to prison for 40 months. Keith Law coming up at 9 o'clock, going a little bit of Major League Baseball. What is up next, though, in Below the Belt?
Did the New York Giants just make the most underrated move of the NFL offseason? That's next in Below the Belt on the Fan.
Coming up today on the KNC Masterpiece, all things Mavs and Stars Game 2, plus the return of our special guest host, Colby Sapp. Join the show.
Giants has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No,
Is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. Did the Giants and the Commanders just put their draft capital in jeopardy with an all-time stupid mistake? Oh, baby. More on that in just a second. First, let's talk about, I guess, some positive from the Giants. And not because it's like we want to celebrate the Giants, just because I think you need to be up to speed on what it is going on within the NFC East, what's going on within the division. There's been a lot of complaints among Cowboys fans that, hey, you're not doing anything. We could stand to add some stuff over here, you know, in Dallas. Plenty of depth issues that we're facing. We could stand to have some of that action over here. I really like a signing that the Giants made yesterday. And I get the feeling, Chop, that you're going to be out on it.
Okay.
Because
is it a running back or a linebacker?
No. Because it's the age of the player.
Oh.
And it's a decline. It is a player who's declining from what he once was. But the New York Giants on Thursday signed Allen Robinson.
Okay.
You remember Allen Robinson, Jaguars receiver, had a ton of success in Jacksonville. Went on to Chicago, had a couple of really good years there in Chicago. Post-COVID, had a pretty mid-year, his final year in Chicago in 2021. 2022, the Rams bring him in. They think, all right, we've got something here. He had trouble staying healthy. He had trouble.
He did not age well.
No, he didn't. And he then went on to Pittsburgh last year, played in all 17 games, had 34 receptions for 280 yards. They were all career lows. And so the problem is, to me, I think you got to look at this within some context. I think when you watch Allen Robinson play, he's still a good player. He's 31 years old, though, Chop. And what did you say Rocket Ishmael told you? What age?
29.
29 was the year he was in L.A. with the Rams, and it was not as productive as it had been. But here's the way I look at things, Chop. Chicago, 2021, little banged up. 2022, again, a little banged up. That was also the year where Matt Stafford's arm didn't work anymore.
It did not work at all.
I remember going into that, when you were going into that game and when you were watching the Rams throughout the season, like you still felt like Allen Robinson was somebody who was a threat, somebody who could make things difficult on your secondary. And I think he showed that on tape throughout his time with the Rams. It's just there wasn't a lot of great opportunity. Now, he only went for, I just had to look it up. I was curious. 3 catches, 12 yards against Dallas in that game. But again, that was when Matthew Stafford was just shot at that point. And their offense really wasn't getting going well at all. But last year, playing with Pittsburgh, he's in that awful Matt Canada offense with Kenny Pickett playing quarterback. Kenny Pickett, who in his entire career in Pittsburgh threw like 6 touchdowns.
Not a good career.
No, not very good at all. So I think that when you watch the tape, you still see a guy who is savvy and knows how to get open and can cause problems for defenses. And if you're telling me the Giants are going to have, you've got your #1 pick, Malik Neighbors, who we're going to talk about here in just a second. You've got Malik Neighbors, who a lot of people felt like was right there with Marvin Harrison Jr. as the best receiver in the class. You've got Darren Waller, post Kelsey Plum divorce, so he's no longer dragged down by that chick.
Dragged down.
He's free and ready to.
They lived 3,000 miles apart.
And look what he did. Look what she did. She drove him away from Josh McDaniels and a lot of success with the Raiders. For what? For a 10-month sham marriage.
Man, I'll tell you, Josh McDaniels,
Carmen Electra, and Dennis Rodman think their marriage was a sham.
Chris Humphries and Kim Kardashian. Josh McDaniels ruined their marriage.
Yeah,
he traded him. Because he got butthurt, they didn't get invited to the wedding.
Exactly.
Loser.
Well, and they wanted to get traded after they're like, well, he talked about our wedding. It was supposed to be a secret. But then you throw into that Allen Robinson, who I think is, if he's your 3 potentially with the Giants, that's not a bad option. And, within what we have seen is, I know Dayball and everything else has not gone the way the Giants planned it to, but there are still some creative minds designing plays in that offense with New York. And I look at the Robinson sign, and I think if Dallas would have been in on that, I would have been happy. I would have been interested in Dallas being in on Allen Robinson as a third option.
Okay.
I'm guessing you would not, because that would give you a 31-year-old receiver. You got Brandon Cooks, who's getting up there in age. It's just a lot of age to throw on there. But, I mean, I think that's a really nice value buy for the Giants, bringing in Allen Robinson to a group that already has Malik Neighbors, Darius Slayton, Jalen Hyatt, Wan'Dale Robinson, Isaiah McKenzie, and Isaiah Hodgins. That's a good group where Allen Robinson can kind of just find his footing and get away from an awful Pittsburgh offense and a quarterback who didn't have an arm anymore. So that I think was interesting. Now, we got a note from Peyton yesterday. You were very impressed by Peyton Russell.
Yeah, I mean, look, it only took till Friday, but he finally contributes to the show today. It was a great day for Peyton Russell.
Yeah.
Today has been
great.
It's payday.
In more ways than one.
PEY.
It's been a fantastic day for Peyton. He dominated 640. Go back and listen to that.
$40.
He won $40.
Process.
Yeah, so go back and listen to that on the Odyssey app. With Peyton at 640, dominating the how old is Peyton Russell, or how young. And he wins $40 out of it, out of Bobby's pocket. And then he comes up with this yesterday. So, Jaden Daniels and Malik Neighbors were teammates at LSU.
Yes, Malik Neighbors, starting receiver, who we just mentioned, Jaden Daniels, starting running back.
So, the two of them have a bet. All right? The two of them have a bet.
Like what? Like a gentleman's bet?
It's a gentleman's bet of kind. Yeah. It's a gentleman's bet.
Bragging rights?
On who will win the Rookie of the Year, the offensive Rookie of the Year in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it would be who would finish higher. Well, it's not a bet. It's not a gentleman's bet. It's for $10,000 cash.
Oh.
And he said this. And that had the ears of the NFL stand up. The NFL has not immediately responded to contacts asking if this violates the league's gambling policy, but the league's policy does state that personnel is prohibited from placing, soliciting, facilitating any bet directly or through a third party on any NFL game, practice, or other league event such as the draft or combine. It includes betting on the outcome of the game, stats, score, or individual performance and other prop bets.
You hear that, Shohei? Take notes.
The 2022 gambling policy states that gambling includes, quote, private wagers between teammates, family, and friends, but that was not included in the revised 2023 policy. So now what?
This is interesting.
Because this was illegal, but then it wasn't illegal?
This is interesting because now, Peyton, what was your point as to you text this one, and that's what Choppy was interested in, was the point you had as to why you thought this was an issue.
There's no difference in what they're doing and then like them going to a bookie and placing a bet. And they're idiots because they would get better odds if they went to a bookie. So why are they just doing the 2-to-1 bet? But like there's no difference, right? Because you're still placing a bet. It's based on performance. Because
it's based on your on-field performance.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, so I don't understand what the difference is of why. Okay, because now, and I know you're not betting on the game, the outcome of the game, but it's individual performances. Like, what's the difference of Mahomes doing the same thing with Dak? Let's bet $100,000 on who wins MVP or whatever. Like, it seems like
they can have fantasy teams, right?
I know I can't. I can't play daily fantasy. I can't play daily fantasy, and I can't play fantasy where the pot is more than $50, I think.
This is more than $50.
But I don't know if that applies to players, because I know there's some circumstances that are different for players compared to me as somebody who's contracted by the league.
Yeah, that's true. There are different rules.
They can bet on basketball outside the facility.
Yeah.
I can't bet on any sports.
I generally agree with Peyton here. I think that there's not a whole lot of difference. Now, maybe the difference is that they place the wager if they're not signed yet, are they required to follow these rules still?
Yes, I think so, because the NFL has punished people before for gambling things they did at the college level.
Gambling?
Yeah, like this happened with. I'm trying to remember the player.
Like if they made this bet while they were sitting there, they're in. It's week 8 of the college football season last year, and they placed this bet and they said, "Hey, whoever gets the rookie of the year next year gets $10,000.
Yeah.
Is that something that's okay? Because, I mean, they did it in the middle of their college season, or maybe not?
I think that still matters because Ezekiel Elliott was punished by the league for something that he did while he was at Ohio State. And I'm pretty sure that there was a player entering the draft who bet on college games. I'm trying to remember who this was. This was like 2 years ago. There was a college player who had bet on something while he was at college, got in trouble for it, but it was like, he's out of college now, so it doesn't matter. And ultimately, he ended up getting punished by the NFL for it anyway. And remember, we had the conversation that the NFL was considering punishing Jim Harbaugh for Michigan cheating,
which I don't care for. I don't think they should have.
But I mean, they've established the precedent that they're willing to do that. Now, look, I'll be honest. Knowing Kelvin Joseph, was at LSU, knowing that Odell Beckham very publicly before we were in the era of NIL was just handing cash to LSU players on the field after they won the national title. Yeah. And it was like, it was fake money.
Yeah, it's fake money.
Sure. Knowing how they've just kind of flaunted laws relating to the game and other things, I'm going to guess that they're probably not allowed to do this. They just didn't realize and thought they were cool to say it. And
I mean, generally, like, I don't think a one-on-one bet like this, hey, I'm going to finish higher, is fixing games. I don't know, like, you know what I mean?
No, but like the Major League Baseball, obviously it would have been worse, but Major League Baseball didn't care that Pete Rose, like if Pete Rose was like, I only bet on the Reds to win, doesn't matter.
I know, I get it. Because, like, is it different as a manager or coach? Like, what is Malik Neighbors going to do if he bets himself to win? Is he going to try to get extra yards that he wasn't going to try to get if he didn't place a bet?
But is it different? Like, I mean, like, to Peyton's point, and like you said, you agree with, it's if he walks into a sports book and tries to bet $10,000 on himself, he's suspended.
I would think so.
So
I would think so.
Why is it just because somebody else is in the league? Like, I don't know. This language gets very murky.
It does.
And we've seen increasingly, we've seen an increase in just issues around the league with players who don't understand the policy.
The Franklin injury attorney's fan text, private wagering is not against the law. How's that for a difference? The whole point of betting being illegal is to protect the integrity of the game. This doesn't threaten that. Let's see. Was the bet made prior to the draft when they were roommates at LSU? That would be my defense.
They were roommates.
That would be my defense for that one. So, I don't know. There's a lot of people that are pushing back, but
that part of it is the part that I don't think matters at all, because the NFL has established a baseline that we will punish you for things you did a year ago in college, and we'll punish you at the NFL level for. That's what they did to Zeke.
Who do we have coming up next? I'm excited about that.
Keith Law, one of the prominent faces of ushering in the Moneyball era to the mainstream baseball consumer. We will talk to Keith Law about baseball, Rangers, everything else next on 105 through the Fan.
Let's get you over to soda weight loss. You know, when I was playing golf this week, I got a very nice compliment from a gentleman who said, "Boy, I wish I looked that good in a golf shirt." Ow! Yeah, baby. It's all because I am dropping the LBs thanks to soda weight loss.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Sean is out on paternity leave. So we are holding the fort down until we get the full show back. Where all three of us will be back next 2 weeks. Well, more than that, 'cause I'll be out of town. But Peyton and Ryan alongside. And joining us now on the D&M Leasing Hotline, it is the great Keith Law from The Athletic. Talk a little bit of baseball here after the Mavericks and the Stars both victorious in their game 2. Bobby to even up the series at a game apiece.
Yeah, thrilled with that performance. Now we just need the Rangers to not hit 15 singles. Chop. That's the biggest thing. No, I'm just trolling. Keith, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it, man.
Yeah, good to be here.
I got a question for you. We've got one of the things that we all were excited about, in Texas's title defense was actually something that had nothing to do with the title defense last year. And that was Wyatt Langford and him coming up to the majors. And it just looked like every single level from college up through every level of the minor leagues, small sample size given, that he just was knocking it out of the park, figuratively and literally. But he came up here. He struggled a lot in this first month. Then he just recently hit the IL. What are your thoughts on Langford's struggles? Is this within the realm of expectation for you, or is there anything long-term concern about what you think you've seen out of Langford at the major league level this first month?
No, you look at a lot of top prospects, hitting prospects specifically, have struggled with the transition to the majors. Jackson Holliday is probably the most prominent example. And, it comes down to the difference in the caliber of pitching that hitters face, even in AAA, to what they face in the majors is as big as it's ever been. I've been in this business for 22 years, and I think especially post-pandemic, when Major League Baseball cut, 40 teams from the minors, that has really increased the gap. The caliber of pitching is just much worse even in AAA than it is in the majors. So a lot of hitters who are quite talented can perform like Wyatt Langford did, like Jackson Holliday did, all the way up through AAA. And you realize they're not learning anything at AAA, and they come up to the majors, and a lot of them struggle right out of the gate. And I don't think this is it doesn't dim my optimism for either of those guys that I mentioned or several other top prospects who struggled on their first go-round in the majors. But I do think we need to change the way our expectations for these guys when they first come up. I still think Wyatt Langford's going to be a star. I still think Jackson Holliday's going to be a star. Jackson Churio with the Brewers, another example. It's just going to take time. And I think a lot of these guys might struggle in their first year or first half year in the majors before they get to the level that we expect of them.
Does that just make it, like you say, hey, this is a normal expectation given the jump in terms of pitching from AAA to the majors? Does that make it all the more impressive that Evan Carter came up and did what he did at the end of last year and then through the postseason? Obviously struggled a little bit early on, but what do you see when you see a guy like Evan Carter and his approach, a guy who was relatively unknown when the Rangers took him, and the reason why he had success with that jump?
Well, he did have more time in the minors, obviously, and I should point out Evan Carter's struggling also this year.
Right now, yeah.
And the league's gotten to see him a little bit more. Carter had more time in the minors than those two guys we just mentioned. Carter always had an incredibly patient, disciplined approach, which I do think helped him, especially in the playoffs last year, where he was able to get himself into a lot of very favorable counts. I also give the Rangers credit. They were careful with how they used him. They recognized Carter had some platoon issues, much, much better against right-handed pitching, and they primarily used him that way, which, that's not a way you develop a guy in the long term, but certainly in the short term, it can allow him to help your club quite a bit more, and it can also help build a guy's confidence. Hey, we're going to put you in situations where you're likely to succeed right out of the gate, and then we will introduce you to more situations where you might struggle. So you're just kind of easing guys in, which a lot of teams just don't do that, right? You call a guy up and he's playing every day, and sometimes that's the right thing to do, but I do think in Carter's case, I think the Rangers recognized his strengths and weaknesses and deployed him appropriately.
Keith Law joining us here, 105 through the Fan. So, yeah, because one of the things we noticed with Wyatt is, he's, and I don't know if this is a problem for a lot of guys who just come up the league, getting called out on third strikes a lot, looking, and it looked like he's guessing a lot, maybe looking away, they're busting him inside, whatever it may be, just not knowing the league yet. I don't know. But with what you said about the league and the way the minor league systems are so different now, would it even be beneficial to him to send him back down after he's healthy?
I don't think so, because I'm, looking at what he was doing, right? Yes, it does seem like he was getting called out on some third strikes, but overall, he's not striking out excessively. He's making plenty of hard contact. One of the things that a lot of these hitters have a hard time with coming up, especially in AAA. In AAA, they use the automated ball strike system, and in the majors, they don't. And I'm noticing a lot of these hitters who come up are really struggling with pitches that are just at the edge of the strike zone, which in AAA you can always challenge, and that'll be called, if it's outside the zone, it'll be called a ball. And in the majors, a lot of those pitches are called strikes. You see higher walk rates in AAA because of the use of that system. And when it comes to the majors, that's going to change the way that a lot of hitters and pitchers have to approach at bat. So I don't see anything in Langford's performance or in his underlying data that says to me, he's got to go back down. Frankly, I think if you send him back down, he's just going to mash. He's not going to learn anything. I'd rather he come up, and even if he does struggle another month or two, let him come up and keep making adjustments. But the fact that he, like I say, put the ball in play at a pretty good rate and there was plenty of hard contact, he's going to be fine.
Jack Leiter, another prospect that we've seen a couple of games of his up here. What did you see from him coming out of college, and then how is he different, if at all, now reaching the major league level?
Yeah, well, the kind of hard to believe thing is, this was a guy who was command, right? He was a strike thrower. He seemed to really locate. He had hitters did not get to his fastball. He could locate it in the upper part of the zone and put it right by guys. But there was an argument he probably didn't have a true wipeout pitch, but he was more of a complete pitcher, great feel, great command, 4-pitch mix. And he's not been that guy in pro ball really at any point. When he went right out to AA the first year, he already struggled with strikes, and that has kind of been the case ever since. And what's happened in the majors, he's walked a few more guys than you'd like, but it's really been, he's just giving up a lot of hard contact. And I think they're going to have to figure out something. Maybe it's getting him away from the 4-seamer entirely, because that pitch really, just pro hitters at all levels have shown that they can hit that pretty hard. And we've seen a lot of guys derailed. Casey Kelly's one of the better examples of a prospect I thought was going to be really, really good. And his fastball was just too straight. He threw hard, but it was too straight. And even if you have pretty good command, major league hitters can hit 95 like it's nothing. So maybe he needs to try a 2-seamer, or he throws a cutter, but he barely throws it. But he needs to throw that a lot more than the 4-seamer. I just think the current pitch fix is not going to work. Certainly not to have him as a starter.
Talking with Keith Law from The Athletic about the Texas Rangers and Major League Baseball and different things going on with the farm system. Keith, one thing, we mentioned Jack Leiter there. One thing that we've been really frustrated with here in Texas over the last decade plus,
40 years.
Really going back to really going back to
since Kevin Brown,
since Derek Holland, probably, is the seeming inability of this organization to draft, develop, and get to the majors good starting pitchers. They've had trouble with Jack Leiter, obviously, who we just mentioned, Cole Winn, Owen White, just various guys. Cole Reagan struggled here a great deal, obviously had the Tommy John issues, but struggled here a great deal, goes to Kansas City, and it clicks all of a sudden, and he's dominant in Kansas City. Is there anything that you see or anything you hear around the league about the way the Rangers handle arms, handle pitching, that makes you say, hey, they should be doing things a little bit differently, because their process for the last decade hasn't worked out very well?
Well, they did have that stretch where they brought in, I believe, some outside coaches and they were trying to change a lot of deliveries. Remember, they had that run of prospects who, I think 4 of their top 5 pitching prospects all blew out in the same year. And that happens. That's going to set you back a long way. Reagan's, I think, was one of those. Owen White was one of those also. That's, you can't, nobody can lose 4 of their top pitching prospects for a year to 2 years and have that not massively impact the system. And I do think, to a large degree, that drove the decisions to draft Leiter and then Rocker in back-to-back years. Well, we're just going to go take college pitchers who should get there really quickly. Rocker, before he blew out, looked like he was going to be in the big leagues by the end of that season. And I do think, assuming he comes back 100% from his Tommy John surgery, he's probably going to be in the majors pretty quickly. But I also look at their drafts, and a lot of times they've gone for longer term. I think they've leaned more position players, and they've gone for guys who've taken a longer time to get there. And that is a different developmental challenge than taking, like I said, take the college pitcher who gets there really quickly. And they haven't done that a whole lot. And they did it with Leiter and Rocker. And unfortunately, in both of those cases, it hasn't worked out.
Keith, there was a lot of discussion at the beginning of this year just how many of the game's top aces were unavailable at the start of the year due to arm injuries and other things. And I know that's also been a problem, like you just mentioned it there with the Rangers. That's been a problem with various farm systems. How big is the issue the MLB is facing right now with injuries to these top arms at the major league and minor league level, and what kind of a fix is there for that?
Yeah, it's not going away, because there are many causes. I am one of the advocates of saying, advocate's not a great word for it. Look, we have real evidence that pitchers throwing as hard as they can. So it's not necessarily the number on the radar gun, but it's what you personally are capable of doing. Pitchers throwing at their maximum velocity all the time does increase the risk of UCL damage. And there's nothing in this game that really encourages guys to take a little bit off their fastball. There are some pitchers who just naturally do it, but most of the time it's like, hey, you're on a limited pitch count. You're in here, you're going to be out after 80 pitches, or you're only in here to get 3 outs. So of course you're going to throw as hard as you can. You want to maximize the value of the limited time that you're pitching in the game. And so, I think going to some, people have proposed systems where you have fewer pitching changes, or you're allowed to carry fewer pitchers on the roster, so that pitchers do have to pitch a bit more and then pace themselves. That might be the solution. I'm not 100% sure that is one, because I don't think there's an easy answer. Telling pitchers, hey, your livelihood depends on getting guys out. Also, don't throw as hard as you can, even though that's probably a better way to get guys out. There's not a simple solution to that. Most pitchers are going to say, yeah, of course I'm going to throw as hard as I can, because the most important thing in my job is to get the next hitter out.
Keith, are the Astros done? Do we have to stop worrying about them in the West?
It's going to be pretty hard for them to dig their way out of this hole, but I hesitate to say that anyone's done when we're not even at the midpoint of May. They're not looking good, and they're pretty banged up. That's the big thing. I think especially the pitching staff is pretty banged up. And if they don't get healthy, we might have this conversation a month from now, and I could say, yeah, you probably don't have to worry about the Astros, at least not for this year.
Hey, man, this was great. Been a big fan of yours for a long time. Appreciate you popping on with us.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Keith Law, The Athletic, join us here at 105 through the fan. I used to love those chats he used to do.
Oh, yeah, on the ESPN Sports Nation chats. Absolutely. No,
all those chats are good.
That was look, that is how Keith Law was an absolute must around 2009 when the Rangers were starting to pop off, and you wanted to know about Derek Holland and Neftali Feliz, and then you wanted to keep up with Justin Smoke and different guys like that. He is absolutely fantastic.
Wealth of knowledge. Okay, it's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Mavs win, Stars win. Rick Carlisle's a sore loser, and we got another beef. Not Drake, Kendrick Lamar.
Not Omaha beef,
but we got another beef in the sports world. We will get into that coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. But did you know, and do you know, what this weekend is? Yeah, you better know. It's Mother's Day. I hope you got it ready. Do not forget.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
A very special treat during Crosstalk.
Oh, yeah.
Normally, 9:40 on a Friday is the Mike Bassick Crosstalk. Mike Bassick is not here today. He is doing Rangers baseball. He's in Colorado. So,
do you think he bought a little something while he was out there?
He might have. A former member of 105 Through the Fan is in with KNC to do Crosstalk.
Text your guesses as to who.
877-881-1053.
You listened to KNC yesterday. I think you probably heard it. But text
probably
your
already
guesses.
know.
Go ahead.
So
Text
very
your
special. Very special. Looking forward to that one. Mavs win 119-110. Stars win 5-3. Both series tied at a game apiece. Both series playing tomorrow. Hey, guess what?
What?
Exclusive breaking news. We're going to get to watch both games.
That is
They're
also,
on at separate times.
Here's something somebody brought up on the fan text earlier when we were celebrating that.
What, the Mavs can go to 17 overtimes and they'll...
We want the Mavs, we want the AAC energy to be really up, right? Really intense, match Oklahoma City. Somebody brought up, said, yeah, the AAC, though, is a little notorious for the day game energy is not great there. That it's a night crowd usually. So in our celebration, are we sacrificing the energy of the crowd?
Well, good question. Let me ask you this. When they came from 31 down against the Clippers, that was a day game, right?
It was. Wasn't the Vince Carter stepping on the back to hit the buzzer beater 3 against the Spurs 10 years ago? Wasn't that a day game?
Maybe.
I think it was.
I mean, like, and Mike Breen said that day game atmosphere, that atmosphere in the arena that night was tremendous. So, you know, now maybe it took being down 31 and then taking a lead to do it. But, yeah, I mean, generally, you know, you want to have your fans to be a little bit lubed up.
Yeah.
With the alcohol.
Yeah.
So
and other things.
So that happens more, I guess, at the 9 o'clock game than 2:30. But be that as it may, I'm excited we get to watch both of them.
Yeah.
I get to see them both. I don't have to sit there and because one thing I'll tell you this.
Watch one and breathe and watch the other one.
You know, one thing I didn't like, and it's fun that they're both on at the same time. I never feel like if you flip back and forth that you can get a real good feel of the flow of the game.
Yeah.
Right, because you're missing something. You know, like if you leave the Mavs game to go to the Stars game and you're at the Stars game for 10, 15 minutes, you go back, you have no idea about the rotations. You have no idea what happened.
Yep.
You know, and the same thing on the other side, you know, you may have missed a power play. You may have missed a penalty kill. So unless you have an ability to watch both at the same time, it sucks, man. I found it very, very difficult last night. I don't have the YouTube TV where I can do picture-in-picture.
How much is your DirecTV stream?
I have no idea.
Oh, yeah, you bundle it. You just sign up for
I bundle that with, I think I bundle it with phone, too.
I think the amount that it would probably cost you to have the picture-in-picture would be worth it. Now, is it worth the headache? I don't know. I don't know how set up. I dreaded changing my internet provider for 13 years, even though I knew I was paying too much, just because of the very fact of what I've run into now. We're 2 weeks into having new internet. And I'm still like trying to hook certain things up to like the damn Amazon Echo, that thing. You've got to like go through the app and like put it in setup mode and like the way you connect that thing to the Wi-Fi. And they've been real finicky about it and stuff like that. So we've got like 4 speakers like that in the house. It's like, well, I haven't connected half of them yet. Still, there's a bunch of stuff that just has not been connected.
I take a vacation just to do all that stuff.
It's a lot. Well, and I mean, you're on vacation next week, so you should do it. Switch then. True. But I did. To your point, that you miss certain things. That's why I was a fan last night of audio on the Stars, my eyes on the Mavericks, and then I could check back over because I felt like I had a sense of where the game was at with hockey to where I could pop over and look in between because I had been hearing the commentary while watching the Mavs.
Yeah, I also feel like I would if I had the setup, I would do hockey sound because I can break down the game of basketball much better than I can break down the game of hockey without the announcer. I don't need the
We'll
announcer.
just call her Vida from now on.
Yeah, I don't need the announcers to tell me what's going on
in basketball
or football or baseball. Hockey, it's more
you
of
just
a
text me for some
more
insight.
need of that. So anyway, that's that. Let's get into some sore losers here, and that is the Indiana Pacers.
This is fascinating to me. You think this is sore losers?
I think this is big time sore loser vibe here, man. They have turned in 78 different plays after the first 2 games of the NBA. Calls that went against them. 78. That seems excessive. 40 a game? You think y'all were called or they had 40 missed calls in a game that went against you?
I mean, they did call like 78 incorrect calls in just the first half against the Mavericks, against the Thunder. So
yeah, I think if you're complaining about officials like this is big time sore loser vibes. Big time. And then Rick Carlisle, who I love. I love Rick Carlisle. I think he's tremendous. He went on another very sore loserish take that is very tired that the fix is in because of where Indiana plays.
Tibbs went out there and argued it, and they changed it. That's what it looked like. I can only go by what I see, what I saw, and that's small beans compared to everything else. Small market teams deserve an equal shot. They deserve a fair shot, no matter where they're playing.
And just
look, I don't think it's. I'm not gonna say he's completely right. It's a little bit of sour grapes, it sounds like. But don't you think it's also possible that when we talk about the emotion, like just human emotion that exists, the human element, the whole reason we don't want the robo-umps or whatever else, you got to acknowledge, like, it's probably easy to, in a moment or two, unconsciously get swept away by the energy in the Garden.
Oh, yeah, but I think that's any home crowd.
Yeah, but especially like a place like the Garden.
Okay, that's fair.
And I think that there's just that has been look, kudos to Knicks fans for coming back out like they haven't missed a beat since the 90s or whatever. But I mean, like, that has been a fantastic.
Yeah, it has been.
Atmosphere.
I mean, it's dude. So this is how bad the Knicks are. There's talk that Jalen Brunson's already on the Mount Rushmore of Knicks players. And if you go look at the history of the Knicks,
is he next to Bill Bradley?
Dude, if you look at the history of the Knicks and how bad the players are, they might not be wrong. Like, that's how bad that franchise has been. But like, look, the leagues are not fixing games. They're not.
No, but unconscious
they're not
bias
sitting there saying, no. Gary Bettman and Adam Silver aren't calling the officials and say, hey, we need the Knicks. We need this team to advance. We need this team to advance. I mean,
no, but unconscious bias exists in all sorts of areas in society.
It does. But I know that they're not doing that anymore. Now, maybe they used to, right? With Tim Donaghy. But I know they're not doing it anymore because they're all in bed with Vegas. And there is zero chance that a casino is going to risk the absolute integrity of what they have going on just so Adam Silver can get better TV ratings.
See, like, I don't know. I was just trying to look and see. I'll have to look this up for tomorrow. I'm just curious what the numbers look like. If the Pacers have had a bad string of luck or if the Knicks have had a really fortunate string of luck. There was a stat last year, I remember we talked about it on the air when it had gone viral, that it was like 29 straight games where the Lakers had been called for the same amount or fewer fouls than their opponent.
Oh, wow.
And there's no reasonable way that should happen.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Even if you're an aggressive drive to the basket type of team, and LeBron is that, but like that tells you that, okay, that probably is, there's some unconscious bias that exists within the officiating here to some level. Or selling it. Like, for all the complaining we do about Luka and like the complaining that he does to the officials, maybe Luka feels like, hey, this is the way I've seen this work for other players. Squeaky wheel gets the oil. You got to make yourself heard. What's interesting was we had this number last year. Again, another number on this. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was asked in December of last year about fouls and like what officials get. And he's like, I'm not one to criticize officials. they have a really tough job, and I think they do a really great job for the most part. And from that moment on, his free throw attempts per game from the day he made that comment went from like 7 a game to like 11 for the next 6 weeks.
Oh, wow.
And he's the same player.
Yeah, same player.
And so it was one of those ideas of like, do you catch more flies with, honey instead of vinegar or whatever?
Maybe you do.
Is.
Dave Swavey, the great Dave Swavey, Guns and Hoses, says just get a second TV. It's cheaper.
Yeah, look, I mean, we were just
going to the picture-in-picture.
We were just getting told we were boomer by the 817. He said, you guys sound so old not wanting to just use your laptop or move a spare TV into the living room. It's so easy these days. I said, I don't know, cutting the cord and setting up picture-in-picture, I don't think that sounds old. He said, no, you found a solution. I was talking about the rest of the station like Corey and Chop. Takes 10 minutes tops to set up, so just set it up, Chop.
Yeah, I don't watch games with technology in front. I have my TV. I don't have my computer near me. When I'm watching the game, I'm just watching the game. Because if I have my computer near me, next thing you know, I'm looking down at the computer and I haven't paid attention to a second of the game. What is this Glenn Davis stuff?
Glenn Big Baby Davis. So he was involved in the insurance. You remember we heard that story about
health insurance, right?
Yeah, various players were involved in insurance fraud scams. They were making phony claims to the insurance provider within the National Basketball Association and making claims and getting payments for things that they didn't really have insurance issues with. So Big Baby Davis was sentenced to prison, a 40-month prison sentence, and he didn't wait for a sit-down interview. No. He walked right out on the streets of wherever he was. Looked like New York. I don't know where he was. Choppy walked right out on the streets of New York and just went to Instagram Live for his immediate reaction to he's going to prison for 40 months.
I'm going to be swole, though. I swear to God, I'm about to get in so much shape. Oh, God. That's the only way you can stop me from eating hamburgers is put me in jail. That's what God said. I'm going to stop you eating hamburgers. I'm going to put you in jail. You don't want to stop eating hamburgers and Cheetos? You're going to jail. So now, I'm gonna come to Rock.
I like the perspective in a number of areas. His first thought about going to prison is like, I'm gonna get so swole. I'm gonna get jacked in there, baby.
Oh God.
And then he said like, look, it's not the insurance fraud. God wanted me to go to jail because he was telling me, stop eating burgers, stop eating Cheetos. I was like, I don't want to do that. It's like, all right, well, you're gonna go to. Unless you're going to, I guess, that one with Heidi Fleiss, and maybe you can get some KFC or whatever.
I'd be in really good shape, and I would learn how to read again.
Yeah. Look, you're in really great shape right now, thanks to soda weight loss.
I'd learn how to read again. I'd probably write. I'd write a lot.
Write your manifesto.
I'd be writing letters to everybody.
Write your manifesto?
I don't need a manifesto. I'm not a serial killer.
Like...
That's what a manifesto is, right? Serial
not just for serial killers. It can also be like a manifesto can start out like for instance, like yours, like it might start like brothers and sisters of January or whatever, like that kind of a thing. Yeah.
All right. It is Sean and Roger here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to do this next. It is going to be Crosstalk, the KNC masterpiece, and a former fan member will lead Crosstalk in place of Mike Bassick. That's coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. But let's get you property tax savings with Ownwell. That's right. If you have been needing and wanting to protest your property taxes, just like I did, just like thousands have, you should use Ownwell. Ownwell.com.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
.105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Shots fired! That is amazing. That is amazing.
Hagee nailed the song.
A little ginger action.
That's
going on.
right.
That's
Wow.
right.
Ginger with a J.
Woo! I'm
J's.
excited about
That's
that.
right.
By the way, to answer the tease, I'm Colby Sapp. So,
What? Oh my God. Jacked.
That's right. That's right. And I'm here. I've got some
Swolby?
things.
Swolby.
Little Swolby. I've got Bobby. I was listening on the way in, and I've got a bone to pick.
Oh, good
You're
bone,
supposed to be my homeschool brother.
I am.
I like this already. I like it already.
And I am. But I was listening, and I was kind of hurting my Southern soul. I'll tell you that. Y'all were talking about some kind of Caged Heat 11 or something going on. Sure. Where it was like women penitentiary doing some things.
Oh, yeah.
And the reward for doing the things was some fried chicken, and you were like, why couldn't you do something for something better?
Yes. So here's how Southern I am. I am just not going to accept like fast food fried chicken is like that's. I wouldn't go for that. Like if you're telling me it's homemade or you're telling me like Babes or something like that, then I can get down. But
okay, all right. So first of all, there's no such thing as like very rarely is there bad fried chicken.
True.
If I have the option for fried chicken or I don't know anything else, if I'm breathing, fried chicken is good.
That's true.
Fried chicken's the way to go.
I know one thing: those prison guards would take over fried chicken.
Maybe they got them some fried chicken too.
A shiv?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I think that's it.
Is that what we were working around?
Yeah, I think
I mean, I think it's all perspective. If you haven't had a real meal in like 2 years,
right,
and someone offers you a breast of fried chicken or a drum, like, yeah, man, I will do.
I'm pretty sure in Caged Heat they
breast.
got plenty of some of that.
Yeah, they might. But like, I don't know, man. Like there after a while, there's a lot of things that would do for a good meal.
Fried chicken.
Would you like to list them?
Yeah.
I mean, again, put the opportunity in front of me. Put the opportunity in front of me. If I haven't had if I've been eating MREs for a year and a half,
right,
and you offer me veal marsala.
So after you're done with soda, we can do this.
Yeah.
Is basically what you're saying.
Basically what I'm saying.
So what is the food then for y'all? What's the food that like you're like, all right, fine, I'll do this because I really could use this meal right now behind these walls. What's the meal?
Oh, it's definitely fried chicken. It's definitely fried chicken.
Oh, so you did take this very personally.
Oh yeah, no, it's like I will eat fried chicken over like a steak. If you gave me, and I love steak, don't get me wrong, but fried chicken, the gravy. I mean, while I was losing weight, I couldn't wait to the time where I could go eat some fried chicken. That was the number one. I have to have this with gravy and just taking the whole chicken leg and running it through the taters and the gravy.
Do you have a fast food ranking? Because Church's is really good.
Church's is good. It's fast.
Yep.
Church's is the fastest line you can get into.
Is Popeyes the slowest line?
Yeah.
Popeyes, yeah.
Whataburger.
Well, of the chicken-centric fast food places,
Whataburger treats everything with care and prepares it wonderfully, and that's why we love having them as
They
a
do.
partner.
They do treat it with care. It is a slow line.
Yeah, Popeyes it is a little slower.
Right.
And you're not going to get your order right. As Reggie always says it, they don't give you what you order, they give you what you need.
They will cuss at you.
But maybe the greatest moment ever was whenever we pulled up at Popeyes in Arizona.
Oh my God.
And they said it's probably going to be 15 to 20 minutes for the biscuits to be ready. And Colby goes, we'll wait. And then we did. We sat in the line at the drive-thru and waited about 20 minutes for those hot biscuits to come out.
I remember being astonished by that because in my mind I was like, they'll say 2 to 3 minutes. And when they said it's 15 or 20 minutes, I was like, all right, well, I guess we're leaving. And Colby's like, that's fine.
We'll wait.
That was New Orleans?
That was Arizona.
Phoenix.
It was Arizona.
Was that also the one where you almost killed us
Yeah.
at
Yes.
the intersection?
Because the light was a red arrow.
And he thought a red arrow
Still meant go. I mean, it was an arrow.
I mean, it's an arrow.
Ooh, be careful. Somebody will leave a note on your windshield.
I could see a red arrow meaning go. I could absolutely see that.
Plus with the biscuits.
What?
Yeah. It's an arrow.
It's red.
It's red and green, if you're colorblind, is the same thing.
But he's not.
I'm not.
You don't know that.
I do.
He just said it.
But he said it. How does he know?
What? That's a really good point.
How does he know? How does he know?
Because he's him.
You don't know if you're colorblind.
How do you not know?
Because you don't know what you're not knowing.
What color shorts are you wearing?
I don't know.
Those are kind of a bluish.
How do you know?
I don't know. That's the same thing. I have no idea. I see things differently. You see things as they are, and I see things how they are not.
Man, no kidding. No kidding.
No joke. I had a friend when I was like 13. They discovered he was colorblind while we were in the car leaving a Rangers game, and they had the flares on the side of the road, like directing traffic. And he was talking about how weird the color looked on there. And I don't remember what color it was. He was describing a color none of us were seeing.
See?
And it was like, that is not. And he ended up going, they were like, let's go take you to the eye doctor. And he was colorblind.
Hey?
See, you cannot know.
You don't know.
You said that kid was 13. You're a grown-ass man.
Well,
yeah, I'm also very locked into just me. I don't really care about what everybody else says. Somebody could say that sign is red, and I'd be like, well, you're wrong, but cool.
Yeah, if Colby was never leaving a Rangers game when they had the flares out from traffic, he wouldn't know. That's the only way that guy knew.
Right. You got to be in that spot.
Oh, this is going to be the longest day of my life.
I think it'd be odd, though, if you rooted for the Green Bay Packers and you see them having blue jerseys. I mean, I think that would kind of tell you.
From the 817, I'm sitting at a red arrow light right now, so go.
No. The
I would
point of that
suggest
story
not.
was he almost died because a car was just coming straight through, and he's like, "Hey, a-hole," and I'm like, "That's your fault."
Well,
Back to chicken.
I had the arrow.
The other end of that is we got really fresh biscuits.
Yeah, we did.
We did.
They were
So-
fantastic. Yeah.
And
Is that the same trip where you almost murdered somebody on the side of the street because you felt like they cut you off and
No,
honked at
he
you?
raced up to next to them so he could flip them off.
Yes.
And
I approve of that.
every time so after that, when I was driving, he would get mad that I didn't race up next to him so he could flip them
How
off.
are they going to know they did something wrong unless you
Agree.
tell them?
That I do agree with.
Got to inform them. And Popeyes, you were mentioning. Sorry to circle back.
It's all right.
Popeyes is great. You just don't know, like you said, with the service, their service is usually not great. So, I mean, that's probably my number one go-to if I'm like, I really want fried chicken fast. But yeah, Church's is usually right down the street.
Didn't they have the worst commercial? Wasn't that with the Jerry Rice commercial? It was awful.
Churches?
No, Popeyes.
Yes.
Popeyes. They had the Jerry Rice commercial.
I don't remember this commercial.
Oh, I think it was awful.
Was he just catching chicken legs?
It got destroyed. Just look up the Jerry Rice.
Okay,
Popeyes.
I'll
Did he
look it
use
up.
a bunch of clumsy football terms when he's like,
They used
if you want to catch a good deal, you should. I hate those commercials
bad.
so
Dude,
much.
we had to do we were going to Super Bowl, I think, and I had to sit there in the terminal of the airport, and for NFL Network, we had to do this mandatory Zoom conference about, I don't know, cybersecurity or something. But they hired this outside firm to do it, people who don't work with us, but because they're doing it for NFL Network, these two people could not stop themselves from let me punt it over to Brad now. It's
Whoa.
thanks for that pass, Teresa. And I was like, I hope this entire company gets taken down in a ransomware attack now.
This is the one where he has the helmet with the chicken wing on the
chicken wing on the mask.
Oh, God.
So bad.
That was great. All right.
It was so bad.
We might need to play that audio during the show.
So, total other note, do any of you guys use Mozilla Firefox?
Yes.
You
Wait,
do?
is that the browser?
Yeah, the web browser.
Yeah. No.
I alternate
No.
Firefox and Chrome.
I have found a story, maybe y'all have done it, maybe you haven't, where this lady named Hazel keeps all her tabs open. She's been keeping it for the past 2 years, her tabs open. She has currently right now 7,490 tabs open.
Why?
She refuses to close them.
Why?
Because she doesn't want to erase her history. She wants to be able to relive her life by clicking on a tab and letting it boot. She's a Firefox Pro user. So I guess her Firefox is better than all of ours.
Right.
And
She's a pro.
It's a touchdown.
Zero chance Hazel's under 80, right?
Agreed.
I mean, but why worry about it? Because I was told if you erase history, you're doomed to repeat it. So you'll just end up on the same
What are you
spot.
doing right now, Bobby?
God.
Is that better than the jokes that he tells me during the commercial? Don't talk when we get on the air.
That's not a joke. That's real.
No, I know, but that's what I'm
Don't
saying.
repeat what you say off air on
I should
air.
tell you about. Well, never mind.
Man,
I shouldn't say
here's
that
the
in the
problem I have
microphone.
with Hazel. All right.
Her computer must be amazing, though, right?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it has to be amazing because all of those sites are running in the background of her computer.
Oh, I know.
Correct.
Which means she's running slow.
Do you think she was at the press conference for the Mavs game yesterday?
Oh,
Maybe.
yeah,
There's a
I do.
possibility. Oh man, somebody's going through them and they're like, "Oh, Hazel, what have you been up to lately?" But yeah, I mean that's destroying the speed of her computer for one.
It is. It can't be unless she's got a Mac.
How much would you just totally fidget fart if you just walked up to the computer and all that was open?
I'll
and
tell you
just
this.
because I mean, if there's any tabs on my phone open, I'm immediately closing them or whatever.
Reggie, every night that he works the Get Right,
Got that, Reggie?
he will reply back to I think every listener that texts into the show and leaves those little windows open for the reply.
Oh dear!
And I come in and there's 2,000 little windows
You're a
open, and I just sit there and I start. That's usually why Mike is talking for the first hour and a half of the show, is because I'm having to close out all the windows that Reggie has opened up.
What is your limit on tabs in a given browsing session? Because I don't like going past 6.
Ooh,
Oh.
15, because when we start for show prep, there's a lot.
I will,
Yeah.
instead of opening a 7th tab, I will open a separate window where I can start 6 new tabs.
That doesn't make
That is inefficient.
Yeah.
No, it's not,
No.
because if I'm not going to touch on more than specifically during the show, I know I don't need to have, I may need to have all 12 open because I need to be able to jump to them or for a future segment. But during that particular segment, I just need that one window with those 6 tabs. And then I minimize and I pull up the other one.
I don't have a limit. I just have, there's no limit. Just when I'm like working at home, I just have all of them open because I just go through the whole website and just click everything and just open a new tab with them. Just click everything.
Do you like website?
Every day, it's always Hotmail, Gmail, Facebook, Twitter are open. Like those are going to be open, those 4 no matter what. And then whatever topic we're doing, so 5th or 6th and maybe even some other stuff. So about 12 to 15 is probably the max that I get to. Somebody did say, though, Colby, she likes her media on tab.
Wow.
It's good.
Back to you, Colby.
Wow.
Before I used to print the internet for news and notes,
I remember that.
I would have a lot of, oh my goodness, I would have a lot of tabs because I would trust these computers to save my stories. And then when I went to go click on it and it wouldn't fire, that's when I transferred to just printing the whole story out. But I'd also print the comment section and every ad and all of that. I had 8 pages that were blank that just said the website name on it, and I'm trying to flip through it while going. Oh, it was frustrating
All
as hell.
the trees.
Oh,
All
yeah,
the trees, just
man.
killing
I
them.
killed a forest.
And Kevin
News
was
and
so
notes.
proud. Kevin loves.
I did.
Him and Earth Day
I
are not real
did.
friends.
Look, it was just because that one lady who would send us emails at the newspapers like, save a tree, don't print this email. Every time I printed the email and put it on her desk.
What's your one lady?
Huh?
What do you do?
He's being Bobby.
That are you just the monkey wrench?
Yep.
All
That's what
right.
he is.
That was my title for so long.
knuckleballs.
Yeah.
From the
What is that?
469,
What
my
is that?
daughter is 8 months old today. Shout out Friday, by the way. And her name is Hazel. And that's messing me up right now.
Wow.
And also, do I hear Colby, Holy S?
Yes, you do. And
That's
you will
right.
hear him.
See, if we were on your podcast, we could say the S.
Yes, we could.
All day.
I'm going to have such traffic jam head today because of that, because I'm used to just whatever word that comes to my brain, it comes out of my mouth. And now I've got to actually think about it.
I'm so excited for today.
Yeah, this was fun.
because
It was good to see
these
you.
2 gentlemen are
Needed
They
you.
bring a different energy on the air when Colby Sapp is in here, and I'm very excited for that energy today.
Yeah, they do. It's K and C and C next on 105.3 The Fan.
Hectic morning. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I have pooped myself.
Liar.
I'm not a liar.
I just don't understand why you would lie about that, dude.
That is
Like,
an
that's a thing-
edited piece of audio.
That's the thing that I don't understand. I don't think it's necessary to lie about having done that. Like what? The fact that Colby called you out like that too is
Liar.
like you're
I'm not
lying.
lying.
He could have just let it ride, but he was like, nope.
KNC Masterpiece, I guess. Right here on 105.3 The Fan, KNC Classic, if you like. You've got me, Kevin Hagler, Corey Majors, Reginald Atatula, and making his return after, I don't know, like 6,000 years. It is Colby Sapp. How the hell are you today?
I am doing amazing. Good grief. We had playoff wins from both teams. It's Friday. I'm here. I can't ask for anything more.
Woo!
I probably
but we got
will,
you
though.
whiskey, too.
Yes.
I do have a question though.
Is it about whiskey?
Your lovely wife.
Oh, dear.
Could she ask for anything more today?
Maybe.
Yeah. Kevin, do you know the story here?
It's Mother's Day in 2 days? I don't
No. So I texted her because I was talking to Corey. And I was like, yeah, I'll come up Friday. So
You didn't respond to my text the other day.
I didn't see it, I guess. Anyway, so I was like, all right, I'm going to take off Friday. I'm going to go in, hang out with the KNC Masterpiece. Well, first the text was, I'm going to take off Friday. And she was like, super cool, like happy. And I was like, I'm going into
to work.
KNC Masterpiece. And she's like, oh. And then she reminded me, today's my anniversary. I might have messed up a little bit.
877-881-1053 if you have any instructions or ideas on how to help Colby here. And Colby, if you'd like to say anything now.
Perhaps sing a ballad.
Yeah, if you want to sing a love song to her.
I don't want to sing.
Or if you want to recite a poem, yeah, you can call her your bae. Whatever it is that you need to get out there right now.
Cool. Happy anniversary, Sybil.
Yes.
See?
Look at that.
I nailed it.
There it is.
I did it.
I don't think you will. I don't think you will after hearing that.
Well,
so she thought you took the day off to celebrate her anniversary, and she's like, just when I thought I got this big galoot figured out, he keeps changing things up on me, and you're like, so I can go do other work.
She was like,
with my other friends.
That's
a choice.
that I
And
made, obviously, because I'm here.
I appreciate it, man.
Here for the Tolos.
That's
here
right.
for the Tolos.
I appreciate it. And here, for a little fun, it is a Shout Out Friday. It is also double playoff victory Friday. Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 4 because, my goodness, have yourself a day, PJ Washington.
Offensive rebound, Green. Washington got another one. PJ Washington with 7 threes.
Midway through the second quarter, PJ Washington had achieved his all-time playoff career high with 19 points.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, wow, that's not high. But I also appreciated his contributions yesterday. PJ Washington, Tim Hardaway, Josh Green, we could talk about any of them, but they all helped you get this win.
Yeah, PJ's 11 rebounds, I think, are the big thing for me. Now, I'd love, because at the end of the game, Reggie, he did point out, hey, our goal was to get out there and try and play foul-free basketball, and I was like, well, you fouled out. And maybe you can be like, hey, I didn't love all those foul calls.
It's a goal.
But he's out there hustling, and that's like he is every time he makes a play or delivers on these threes, because we were kind of questioning at one point. We were like, oh, man, his efficiency, and maybe that efficiency won't be there night in, night out. Right now, he looks locked in. He looks like he understands exactly what his role is. And he understands what he's playing for. So PJ Washington is absolutely crushing it. And that dude, I couldn't be more thankful to have him on the team. And it was one of those nights where it was kind of a quiet Kyrie Irving night because he was really just setting dudes up. Like he was out there, could be a distraction. At the same time, he was like, you know what? If these guys can make shots, I'm going to give them that opportunity. And they did. So he had a pretty good night as well.
Yeah, I owe PJ Washington an apology. There was a point earlier in the postseason, actually before we got really into the postseason, where I was pointing to Tim Hardaway Jr. and saying, I don't think that there's another player on this team like Tim Hardaway Jr. that can just knock down 7 shots in the course of a game. And I had to apologize when Max hit the 5 of 5. And seeing as I use the number 7, I really have to apologize to PJ Washington. 7 of 11. And the thing about it is knocking down those 7 threes, obviously, like the team dared him to. Eventually, they tried to get to him. They couldn't do very much about it. This did not feel like one of those, oh, wow, you got a super special performance that probably can't happen again and you stole a game. This feels a lot more in the line of, oh, this is plausible that he could do this again. This is something that you were waiting for more than a super special surprise. And I think that's the incredible thing about the PJ Washington. But you're right about Kyrie, though. Like the box score, at least if you're just looking at the points, don't look the way that you're typically used to them looking. But he absolutely affected this game with his passing and playmaking.
Tie for a career high in
and defense, I should say.
Postseason. Colby?
Yep.
Is there anybody that you would like to pinpoint? We did call out Luka yesterday, and he responded. He's like, I heard what you said. We're going to fix it.
You know what? People are talking about how low of a scoring output that Kyrie put out there on the court, but what I saw was somebody helping control the offensive flow, stealing, doing all the little things that, you know, you don't always see as one of your superstars doing, but he was still out there contributing at a very high level and really setting other people up, because what do you have, 11 assists?
Yeah.
Yep.
Setting other people up to do a great job. And if that's what it takes to beat this Thunder team, then have 9 points or whatever it was every single night, Kyrie.
Yeah, 11 assists, a couple of steals, a couple of blocks, like all those extra things. And that goes to his mantra of chop wood, carry water, which isn't just his mantra, but like that's something he's brought to this organization. You mind me adding?
Yeah.
Tim Hardaway Jr. early in the game, Kevin, I texted and I was
you're
like,
calling him out.
I was like, no, I wasn't calling him out. I said, we need him to find his shot. Like that's it was broken as a. It was broken AF.
Man.
Okay, all right. Then and you know what? As soon as I said that, guess what happened? The dude found his shot by going to the basket a couple times, making some plays on defense, and then he started finding the 3-point stroke. So if you get that from Tim Hardaway Jr. for the rest of the playoffs, who's like just happy to be playing in the playoffs right now, everybody else better watch out, because that's a fourth that can fill it up, man.
I realized that this game ebbed and flowed quite a bit, and obviously there was a couple of different runs that OKC made, including when they took their first lead, 72-71 or 71-70, one of those spots where I was like, what has happened? But the first 4 minutes of this game, man, did this look like a different Mavericks team to me in terms of hustle. Even on, like, you're forcing a jump ball, even on the rebounds you didn't get or the stops you didn't make, it felt different in terms of proximity to where the play was going off. And I was really encouraged. And I thought for the most part, most of the night, they carried that on through. And I felt different than I did in game one. I definitely thought Shea might have pulled a couple of BS fouls out of his butt.
Not going to talk about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's butt, but what I will talk about is you could absolutely see the effort, and that also translated in a big way defensively. It's one of the things we were talking about. They took what we talked about, and they really did apply that, and you saw that even just outside of the schematics, you saw that with the effort. The rebounding also is one of those places where you did not see nearly as many of those instances of Oklahoma City going up, poking the ball away from the bigs. They were coming down with the rebound a decent amount. You won the rebounding battle.
You did. Can I say, if we're talking about room for improvement, I still think you can do better on the defensive boards. I still think that there was a few possessions where Oklahoma City, who is the second worst offensive rebounding team in the NBA, Colby, you're shaking your head. I feel like you're with me on this. It did feel like you're still leaving a couple of offensive boards up there for OKC.
You are leaving some of those, and maybe it's just them giving more effort in that spot too, even though their center's the size of Sean Bradley as far as width or what have you. But
he good though.
He's really good. So he has more skill. I wouldn't call him Sean Bradley. He has a lot more skill, but man, it felt like that game 2 was just, this was the actual first game, because the first one didn't count. This is what it felt like, what we should have saw in game 1, but we can't see that because Jason Kidd doesn't want to win game 1s. That's his way of
DeBoer.
Right.
It's a weird thing that we have going here in the Metroplex.
I feel like there were a couple things. The double screens that we saw being set up, those were creating more space for Luka. That was nice to see. There was a couple of adjustments that Jason Kidd said, okay, from game 1 to game 2, we're going to add these elements to the game, and that was able to create some points. I am a little concerned. I don't know how much you guys are about injuries starting to pile up because we lost Maxey, and then Gafford. Like, I was afraid he broke his wrist, dude. And then Luka and his whole. Luka is going to battle in spite of everything. Like, he's going to give his typical Luka performance, and maybe Lou Dort tripping him to start the game was the best thing to happen because he immediately hit every shot he made right after that.
Yes.
Because he was ticked off that Lou Dort tripped him and they didn't give him the death sentence. He's like, every time you really do Luka wrong, he's like, that guy should be murdered and then thrown off of a ship somewhere in the middle of the ocean.
So much,
not just given a foul.
So much so that when he missed one of his shots, my wife's sitting next to me and she goes, "That was a heat check."
Yeah.
And I was like, that was a heat check. I will tell you this. Luka on a stronger knee, I think, could have taken more advantage of Lou Dort in the foul problems. I know Lou Dort is an excellent defender. I'm not trying to take that away from him, but the foul problems that he had, I think a little bit better Luka in terms of knee strength would have been able to attack the basket and probably pick on him a little bit more. That's something I would have loved to see, but I agree with you. When Luka think about this. When Luka took his second three-pointer, he'd already made more three-pointers than he did in game 1 when he shot 8.
Yeah.
He started 3 for 3, and he was 1 for 8. He's been abysmal three-point shooting throughout the series. He was on point yesterday, and this kind of feeds into usually game 2 Luka is outstanding.
Yeah, he is. He is one of those guys, and here's what I think is interesting. The crowd doing what the crowd did, the Luka sucks chance, and he finally was like, oh, y'all have woken me up. Thank you very much, guys. But what he hasn't done, and Reggie, I kind of was going back and forth with you on this last night, he hasn't found a player that's made it personal for him yet. And at some point, I think it's going to be Dort. It's going to be might be unintentional by Dort, but he's going to do something that has gotten to the point where now you've ticked me off so much, I'm planning on embarrassing you for the rest of the series.
Could it be the fans? Because they started chanting Luka sucks too.
Well, that doesn't work at home. So that's not going to work here. Mavs fans aren't going to do that.
Wait, are you telling Mavs fans to say Luka sucks
I would
to get him?
never say something like that.
I don't know. I was just making sure.
Well, it can only work in OKC too, but could it be the court? Because he got real close to it on that meme shot where it looked like he was a penguin.
Yeah.
Okay.
His face just, I felt bad for him.
And it wasn't until I watched the replay. I can't look. I'll be honest. I kind of thought he was doing the Luka thing where he's like,
what is the Luka thing?
Wait, yes.
Boy who cries wolf.
Yeah, where I got shot, but I'm all right. And look, you know what I'm talking about. But then
you got to sell a foul.
Then I watched the replay and I was like, oh, Diff, he really did smash his face in the court. I admit, at first, I thought perhaps that was a bit of an embellishment, but you heard what I said. That's good enough. A lot of sport.
A Cody Bellinger?
No, yeah. I thought it was a bit of a Cody Bellinger. But it turns out that he really did smash his head, and that was not good.
From the 817, did y'all hear what sounded like adult film audio during Luka's postgame presser?
Let's go to cut number 6. I know it ended up going a lot of different places. I will give you look nervous about playing this. Reggie?
No, I was just like, there's 2 different audio, and you can hear various things more clearly in each one.
Which one do we want?
Let's go with the Brad Townsend one first, because I will give credit to Brad Townsend for being on the beat with this one and getting this audio.
I just started sharing the ball, and our energy was great. What do you think? Okay, moving on. Good time. I hope that's not live.
That's my favorite part of that whole thing. Like, it's hilarious, but I love Luka going, I hope that's not live. And
it was.
So that's tremendous. Do you want to hear the other version?
Always.
We have multiple sex versions.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Kevin.
Let's go. I mean, that's what that is.
Well, I mean, it could be anything.
Okay.
They could have a sore ankle and they're getting it taped up.
Could have fell.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess let's go to cut number 5 for more post-game coverage of that foul is what we're saying.
I just started sharing the ball, and our energy was great. What do you think? Okay, moving on. Good time. I hope
that's not life.
Now,
I
will
appreciate
say,
the comedic stylings of Luka Doncic.
Reggie, you said you have reporting because you have boots on the ground for this.
My boots are on the ground here. However, we do have friends in the media, and I tried to see if I could find out what was happening in that moment. If that was just like, somebody left the browser open or something. A player.
It was Hazel.
It was I don't think it was Hazel.
It wasn't Hazel.
But it was a player, not sure which one, on the Mavs, like a prank. So it seemed like somebody with their mouth was making that noise with the intention of being caught on audio.
That was that was one of the players' mouths.
Do we want more? Do we want to listen to it one more time? See if we can get an idea.
I think we do.
And just how sharing the ball and our energy was great.
What do you think? Okay.
What?
That mouth do?
It does that.
It does that. Yeah. I don't know which player. I don't know which player that is, but I like fun.
Hey,
My brain's befuddled.
I'm not saying this is related, but at noon on Monday, we'll have NBA sexpert Tim Cato from
Expert.
Apologies.
I don't know what you're doing here.
From The Athletic, and maybe we can wildly speculate about what happened.
From the 972, was Broadus at the presser? Was that his phone going off? What's that mean? I don't understand.
Broadus is a faithful OnlyFans subscriber.
Aficionado? Okay, never. I knew that actually. I was just playing coy.
He doesn't hide about this.
We're the KNC Masterpiece Classic right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Colby Sapp doing the show with us all day long. And coming up next, puck around and find out. Stars win game 2 and maybe give us a heart attack in the process. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by Window Nation, and it is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you have been in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Haskinen at the point. We'll look it over, advance it, shoot it. He scores! The puck has eyes! Miro Haskinen with some traffic out in front. It's a power play goal, his second tonight. 3-0 Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan on a shout out Friday from the 817. Can y'all please give a shout out to my wife, Christine? This was her first week at a new position at work. She's been working for several years to make a move, and all that hard work has paid off. She's moved up into management. Boom. Shout out to y'all for that. Congratulations to her. And from the 817, shout out to my amazing wife, Brandy. Happy Nurses Week. I love you. Delightful. But also shout out to Colby Sapp. If you're not familiar, shame on you. But Colby is somebody who's been part of our show for years and years, but I guess it has been many years since you were here, and clearly we churn through employees a lot on our show.
Right.
Yep.
I'm like the least successful leaving of the KNC Masterpiece people. Everybody else goes on to do
Hockey
great things.
announcer,
Right.
Cave
About that.
radio. Yeah.
I don't know about that.
What has Sean ever done?
Yeah. What's Hudgens ever done?
He left for love.
He
Yeah.
did. And they got married and had a baby.
Yeah. What
guess.
about DJ? What's DJ ever done?
Oh, yeah. Well, he's always doing things.
He's here. So
Yeah.
That's another thing that happens. So, what about Waddle?
He used to work for the Stars.
Okay.
Oh, used to,
yeah.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I might have Waddle beat.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. I don't know if that is necessarily what my goal was with this.
What about that one guy?
Potato or Crash?
All right.
Hey, by the way, our other intern, Amelia, is now at Channel 11 as an anchor.
She's a news lady.
She's crushing it. So good job, us.
All right. So we're going to talk about the Stars in just 1 second.
All right.
But I'm going to go ahead and out Corey for this nickname. The nickname of the intern, Potato. Actually, it might have been
Colby.
you,
That's
Colby.
definitely
Excuse me.
Colby.
So, but I'll give Corey credit for coming up with the most amazing lie on the fly I think I've ever seen. We had an intern that Colby named Potato because he thought he looked like a potato.
He did.
And one day he asked us, why do y'all call me Potato? And Corey didn't even skip a beat. And he goes, because you're reliable and you can be used for anything, just like a potato can be used for anything. Oh, in the any potato! dish. Yes. And so I just thought that was an amazing story that you just told. Like, he didn't even skip a beat. It was incredible.
But man, those interns were doing nothing for absolutely nothing.
Right.
Like they were here doing very little.
And good for Potato that he didn't ask me how he got the name.
Because Colby would have said,
Look in the mirror.
you look like a potato. Because he's honest.
I know.
And that's what we love
I know.
about Colby.
Colby, I have always said if I'll go out of my way to try to figure out what somebody else's name is if I forgot it. And Colby will go, I forgot your name. What is it?
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Or if somebody skips in front of line, first thing I do is I stand to the side and go, hey! And then hold my hands out really wide, like, what the hell are you doing? And they understand.
That's right. They know what they did.
They do. Now, for the Stars, they know what they did. They even up the series.
Yeah, they did.
But what I need you guys to be really honest about, when it got to be 4-3, when we got to those last several minutes, I know we're all pumped they won. I know we're all pumped they got the empty net goal, but be honest. Did you think that they were going to blow this again?
Do you want me to really be honest?
Yes, I do.
I went to bed at 4-1, Kevin.
What?
I was like, they got this thing wrapped up. We're good. I didn't tweet it. I didn't say anything about it. I know it wasn't overtime yet, but as soon as the Mavericks game was over, I was like, all right, we're sitting in a pretty good position. I have no fear about what's going on with this thing. And so I went ahead and closed my eyes for the night. So that I didn't see the late comeback because, Kevin, I always believed it would be a 6-2, it would be an 8-goal game.
So should we thank Corey for this because it ended in a win?
And if you don't see struggles, do they exist?
Exactly.
No, they definitely exist. Other people saw it, and every freaking player who ever used to play for the Stars scored a goal for the Avalanche in the third period.
I don't feel like I saw the struggle, and therefore I think everything's fine, Kevin.
Okay.
I woke up this morning, it was 5-3. Sounds like a victory to me.
Colby, did you panic? Because for the last 3.5 minutes before Lindell hit the empty netter, I panicked a lot.
You know, I didn't panic because if we're all going to be honest, somebody was attacking my ship during the middle of that. So I was more concentrated. I mean, I still had the game on the tablet, but there was there was cannon fire, Kevin, and my ship was sinking, and I had to get a bucket.
I feel like my ship is sinking right now.
To get a bucket to get the water out.
Yes. Then you have to patch the ship, and
But I saw everything leading up to it, Kevin. Here's what I know.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. I'm gonna try this one more time. If it fails, I'm just gonna give up. Reggie. At one point,
he wasn't playing Sea of
it
Thieves.
was 4-0. Kiwi Ranta scored a goal. Some guy who didn't play for the Stars scored a goal, and then Nichushkin, scored a goal. It's 4-3. There's 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. Did you panic?
Never in doubt.
There you go.
Because you were still watching the game, though?
Which game? I was watching both games.
Okay, thank God.
Well, the Mavs game had ended, so did you finish watching the Stars game unlike me, or?
Yeah, I watched it all the way to the bitter end.
Look at that,
You
Reggie.
didn't panic at all?
No.
I panicked.
Because, Kevin, what did we talk about yesterday with them? We
Don't
said
give up a 3-goal lead.
No, we didn't say don't give up a 3-goal lead. We said just keep scoring. And I had complete faith the Stars. What did I say? I said it was going to be 6-2. That was the final goal. And now it turned out it was an 8-goal game, and it was 5-3. That's fine. I'll take that, too. I'll take a win. But this has to be the plan against the Avalanche. All right, everybody gets treated a little bit differently. Jimmy Johnson taught us that, right? Who is still alive, by the way.
That's a different.
The
Jimmy
former
Johnson
Cowboys
that died.
head coach is still alive. It was a running back for the Niners safety.
thank God.
Yeah. So
Wait.
Not the right. I don't know if that's the right. But I'm glad this other person died.
Jimmy Johnson taught us a long time ago. Everybody gets treated a little bit differently, right? And so whenever you play the Knights, you have to have a different approach. With Colorado, just keep scoring. They give up the most goals and they score the most goals. So it's not like you can't score against those guys.
But we didn't.
They did. They scored 5 goals
In the third period. We
Don't
didn't
worry
score
about that,
a real
Kevin.
goal.
Do not worry about that.
I mean, it was an empty netter.
Yeah.
No, that's not a real goal.
It sure did. It went in the net and everything, and people went, ah!
Yeah,
It's
they lit
great.
the lamp.
And it
Wait, how did
counts.
they cheer?
Ah!
And it counts because it was 4-3. What was the end of it?
From the 6-8-2,
5-3. Thank you.
I'm with you, Kevin. I definitely panicked, especially after what happened in game
Don't
one.
tell him that you panicked.
For the 9-7-2, Kevin, I was in panic mode with you. Everyone else is lying. I definitely panicked when they got a power play with 3 minutes to go. Oh, my God.
But the Stars were great when it came to special teams in this game.
Yeah.
No kidding. Their power play looked way more organized than in game one. Their penalty kill was obviously significantly better than it was in game one.
I think the other thing that was significantly better, Kevin, that you have yet to give credit. Rope Hintz. Last night, Rope
Apologize to that man.
heard every single word you said about him and words we said about him too, because we were like, look, we do need you to liven up just a little bit. And he sets up Miro. He gets his own goal, and everything that he did that was involved in those goals was high level, not easy stuff. Like that rocket pass that he sends over to Miro for the one timer.
Awesome.
Clear across the ice.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and it wasn't like just a little, I got it over to you. It was a rocket,
With
dude.
gusto.
Yes. And then I think that was one of those moments where it was two very, very talented studs just knew, look, we're really good at this. And they whipped it across the ice and put it in the net. That's awesome.
From the 817, so you're telling me if Kevin was in the NHL and scored an empty net goal, he would not say that he scored an NHL goal.
Don't give him the point. He doesn't want it.
He doesn't want it.
You've got me there.
Take it back.
I hope you
This would be the
understood
one
my
time.
point. We did not score a goal when there was a goalie present in the third period. Is that acceptable?
Okay.
Technically correct.
Okay. Thank you.
By the way, on the fan text here from the 817, see, Kevin, the Stars and Mavs can both win without the Rangers losing. No need to keep rooting for the Rangers downfall.
And that's a damn fact.
It's because the Rangers didn't play yesterday. And
that doesn't make any sense.
No, but they didn't lose.
Yeah, they didn't lose.
Exactly.
But that means that the trade is unnecessary, Kevin. So stop trying to make us make the trade.
It is a nil factor, a Jim nil factor.
That's right.
So I'm not going to apologize to Rope Hintz. Instead, I'm going to say you're welcome.
I feel like you're digging in here and you don't need to.
They were listening to the show yesterday when we said Luka needs to shoot better and Rope needs to show up. Guess what happened? Both of those things were accomplished. No, I'm kidding. Rope was awesome. And actually, Joey floated this out that maybe Pete DeBoer was playing mind games when he was like, hey, you don't know what's going on with Rope, and I'm not going to tell you either. He was awesome. Miro
even had more minutes last night, too.
Incredible as well. And we haven't even talked about the Jamie Benn hit that lit up social media.
Awesome.
It is interesting to see, although I will argue, just in my corner of Twitter, it seemed about 65 to 35 that people thought it was a clean hit by Jamie Benn. But I tried to look at national sources as well, not just like Stars folks or, friends of mine that love the Stars. It seemed about 65% thought the hit was good. About 35% thought it was not cool.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
do you just accept the referee's decision?
Yeah, because it worked out for my side.
Okay.
But obviously, if it didn't, I'd be like, you guys are idiots.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't that the way it works to be a sports fan?
Yeah.
Damn right.
That was one of those, when I saw it happen, I thought, man, he was in mid-skate to go get puck. Like he was going to get puck, and then this dude comes out of the corner of his eye.
Does he have no peripheral vision?
He comes out of the corner of his eye, and he's like, well, I mean, I have a decision here. I either protect myself and level this guy, because Jamie Benn's not just going to protect himself and duck. That's not how he does things.
Mm-hmm.
Or I get puck and get leveled. And so he protected both things, and it worked out for him, man. He did. It was a powerful hit. But later on in the game, you did see one of their guys goes up and puts him into the Stars bench, and Jamie Benn pops back out, and that dude wanted nothing to do with Jamie Benn. That dude turned around immediately and skated off. He was like, I don't want anything to do with that guy right now.
If you ever have the option of either hitting somebody or doing something cool, hit the guy. If that's your options, do that.
I mean, as Marshawn Lynch told us, you got to run through him, MF or face.
Yes.
And I mean, he didn't go through his face. He went through his sternum in this instance with the shoulder, which is why it was legal. But yeah, man, run through an MFer.
The other thing that Marshawn taught us is I'm going to get got, but I'm going to get mines more often than I get got.
The book of Marshawn.
Yeah, so that's where Jamie Benn was. Is I'm probably going to get hit at some point, but I'm going to get mines.
I need to read that book.
It's a good book.
Mm-hmm.
Or you mean listen to the audio book?
I do that too in the car.
Dude, because then you get the real voice of Marshawn.
Either that or maybe you can get R.C. Bray to read it, because everything he reads is amazing.
I have no idea who that is.
Or Will Brinson, Will
Brimley?
The guy from Star Trek.
Are you talking about the oatmeal guy who talked about diabetes? I don't know who you guys are talking about.
I don't know about it, man.
Hey, by the way, I want to see what you think about this analogy. Pete DeBoer was talking about all the coaches that have got fired in the last 12 months. This is what he said. Quote, I swear this is a real quote. It's like going on a date and getting married and divorced before the appetizer.
Huh?
What do you think about that quote?
Like, he's saying all these coaches that get fired, they're getting fired too soon.
Exactly.
Like, you're just getting started with these guys, and you're getting rid of them. It happens in every sport, right? It happens in the NFL. It happens in the NBA. I mean, Frank Vogel just got fired in season 1 here, right, with the Phoenix Suns. So I agree, man. It takes time to build things. A lot of these owners are just like, look, man, I made a lot of money knowing how to do things, and I'm paying you to do stuff. So you better get me a championship now.
I agree with the statement. Firing somebody during the honeymoon. Yeah, you can't do that. You got to make sure that, you get to that part you try out the whole ride.
Yeah. You know what happens at the honeymoon, Kevin?
Uh-huh. The Luka press conference.
Oh, they go out to dinner.
Yep.
I gotcha. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It was
eat dessert off each other.
It was too early to say what I really wanted to say. Coming up next, though, it's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors.
That is right, Kevin. What is the most surprising development you think for this Texas Rangers team this year, next on The Fan?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
the Odyssey app.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. We got Colby Sapp back with us, rocking in studio all show long. And right now, it's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Now batting with Baseball Buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets.
Who's the voice that created that bucket sound aside from Chuck Morgan? That's Colby.
Is it me?
That was you, Colby.
I did that?
Yep.
Huh.
I think you put that whole thing together. No, you and Parker worked together on that.
Okay.
As this was the original baseball segment here on 105.3 The Fan. Even though everybody wants to claim that Baseball Nuggets was.
Danky Nuggets.
We know
lots of drinks since then.
We know the truth. By the way, from the 214, between Colby and Reggie, I'm waiting for Kevin to blow up when one mentions
Steve DeBerg.
That's right.
You shut up. I told you we could book Steve DeBerg today.
He's a reclusive individual.
No, do we even try to book him?
Yeah, I've tried.
It's hard to book the master of the play action pass, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
Is it?
It's hard.
Yeah, at one point you think he's running and then he's passing. It's crazy.
Yeah, you never know his next move.
He's elusive.
So you called him and they're like, oh, he's on the other line.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, I'll call a cell. Oh, no, he's back at home right now. Okay, I got you.
Run play, pass play. You don't know.
Yeah.
He is stupid.
And he did it all with like 9 pins in his hand. In that picture, he's got this huge thing. That's his throwing hand.
What is happening right now?
We're talking about the legend of Steve DeBerg.
Are we?
Colby.
Why?
Because this is radio, we have to talk about something. So, and when the Tolos text in,
it's Baseball Buckets, though.
Oh, it's baseball.
And it's brought to you by Twin Peaks.
Thank
Each
you,
drink
Reggie.
scenic view.
You trying to say that Steve DeBerg couldn't play baseball?
Yes. That's right.
You're a
Man,
damn
he'd
lie.
hit all those pitchers with that play action pitch, and no one would ever see it coming.
I challenge him to come on the show then and address it.
We do too. But as Reggie said, he's difficult to get in touch with. All right. Never been sacked one time in his career.
Not once.
Not once.
So factually inaccurate.
You don't know.
I do know.
No, you don't.
I guarantee you Steve DeBerg has been sacked.
How many times?
75. That's probably low.
You just made up a number.
75 is a real number.
Okay, you just made up a number of sacks though for him.
Yes.
Thank you, Colby.
One.
God. Colby, I did want to ask you a question because we haven't gotten this opportunity to discuss it. When the Rangers won the World Series, how did you feel?
Oh, dear God. It was amazing. That was one of those moments where you're just, I don't know what to do with my hands or my feet.
Right.
I don't need to throw anything, but it'd feel good right now to throw something.
Yes.
Because throwing something's fun.
Yes.
But it was like you try and form words and they don't come out, and then you realize that that moment, man.
It happened.
You don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you walk around? Do you just walk around
There
and
was a
tell
lot of
everybody?
pacing.
Yeah, okay. Do you tell everybody, I'm a champion. I'm a World Series champion now.
Just a lot of pacing, like just looking at something that you thought you would never ever see in your entire life.
Yeah.
If somebody told you that would never happen, you'd be like, yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, that was where I was. I resided to the fact that it might never happen in my lifetime, and we'll just watch. And I enjoyed it. Now we have Boach, and I know you love Boach.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think about his, the way he hops on and answers all of our questions?
It's great. It's like old me is answering baseball questions.
He just got the nicest bourbon sitting right next to him, but also a bottle of Jim Beam that he's had for a while.
After he's had too many of the nice ones, he switches to the other one just because, it's still good.
It's the same thing. It's just different.
Works.
The thing I like the most about him, though, is when he gets asked tough questions, he goes, that's a fair question.
That's a fair question.
Instead of being like, that's not what I said.
Hey, I don't want to answer that yet. All right. The most surprising developments for each Major League Baseball team in 2024. We'll go through each team one at a time.
Oh, my God.
Actually, I'm just
talk
joking.
about the Rangers?
We're just going to talk about the Rangers. I want to get y'all's thoughts on what's been the most surprising development for this team. Kevin, I think that there's been a few.
I would argue that it's not only staying afloat, but kind of thriving a little bit despite a crippling number of injuries.
Yeah, that I don't think anybody anticipated this kind of injury bug to bite this team. And actually, Mike texted us earlier and said, guys, because of all the injuries, I am now being brought on. And I'm just joking.
That would be awesome.
But, man, there would be so many hits off Mike if that happened. That would be
in Colorado,
so,
dude?
yes. Oh, my God. So many. Barry Bonds' record would be broken that day. All right, is what would happen.
He's the guy to do it.
Dream situation. He's on the mound and also having to do commentary.
On himself?
On himself.
That would be awesome.
No, FCC would not let that stand.
No, probably not.
He's like, oh, nice pitch, fart head.
Colby, as you've been watching this team, have you had a pleasant surprise or a soul-crushing surprise from this team so far?
It's not been soul-crushing, that's for sure. Watching them play and realizing that they're still gritting out wins with all this that's missing from the team. And it's at times looks like they're just pounding teams into the dirt occasionally. And when you're able to do that, when you're running on basically one cylinder because all the rest of them are missing, I'm going to use the word kudos. I think that's the second time ever that I've used the word kudos.
Yeah, the first time had to have been about that candy bar, I feel like.
Yes, that was the first time.
Yeah, and then this one,
good call,
which was the appropriate use of it. Good job.
Man.
I think that speaks to Bochy, right? Like that speaks to his entire personality, the Chris Young personality. What does Bochy tell us about moving a runner over? There's 5 ways to do it. He knows those 5 ways because he's a legend in the game. But the other thing is he knows there's more ways to win one baseball game today than just we got to go out and score 15. He's like, well, if we can't do it that way, we might have to do it this way today. And the whole team goes, yeah, you're right, coach, let's go.
And you hear folks in the locker room again and again and again. They're like, he's just even keeled. Like he doesn't get too high when things are going well. He never gets too low when there's a struggle. And I have to imagine, like, I could see if you get pumped up when everyone's doing well, but when it's going bad and he's like, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. He's got I always feel like he's got a plan. And you know what? I love it when a plan comes together.
Somebody's asking, and what happened to Colby's voice? He sounds different. Say shots fired. I guess I should get that out of the way. Shots fired!
Sounds like Colby to me, so I'll just stick with that one.
It's like when the Ultimate Warrior came back and everybody said he was different.
Right.
But it's because he stopped doing steroids and he was a lot smaller. Colby is just a smaller version, sort of, but also a bigger version.
I have lost weight.
You used to do steroids?
That's not
exactly
that was what he said, though.
Yeah, you could take that from that. I can see where you got that.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I felt like I was getting...
I'd be a really angry person if I was on steroids.
All the people on the road.
Yeah, because you're not a really angry person now.
Yeah, but like a more angry person.
Yeah. It's like when you hit the already green Hulk. He just gets more mad.
Right. I'd just be more Colby.
Yeah, you hit Mark Ruffalo, and he just turns green. Now
tells you some liberal talking points.
Oh my gosh! All right, Kevin.
Politics.
How did we get here?
All right, and Reggie, did you have a surprise development for this Rangers season so far that you want to dive in on?
The bullpen being pretty damn stout is the one that's been surprising me. Obviously, we knew that David Robertson, Kirby Yates were solid bullpen pitchers. I didn't know that they were going to be this lockdown, this shutdown type of guys, and then the rest of the guys that have really stepped up and been good. I've been impressed by that.
MLB.com, Kennedy Landry had this as hers because they asked all the experts from MLB.com.
How many experts?
Well, this is all the teams, so it's
per team.
Not necessarily expert, but more along the lines of writers. They're just writers. I don't know if
writers
Kennedy,
aren't experts.
Do you think Kennedy walks around going, "I'm an expert"? I don't think she's that kind of person.
No, she's a very humble person.
Yeah, she's got her thing going on. So the Rangers' biggest flaw, she says, last season was bullpen's inability to close out games. Texas finished 30 for 63, 47% in save opportunities, Kevin.
That's
bad.
Okay.
That's very poor.
Historically bad.
Front office added 2 high-leverage bullpen arms this offseason. David Robertson, Kirby Yates, who has a 0 ERA. Is that correct?
I think he did give up his first run, but until then, I think he had a 0 ERA. I thought he did.
At the moment, they are the 1-2 punch in the bullpen, and I don't know if that's going to change at some point. I mean, because Leclerc was in that group last year, and I don't know if they go back to it and say, hey, or if they just go, look, these dudes are hot right now, and that's the way Bochy does. I'm just going to stick with whoever's got the hot hand, and we'll see how things go. I don't really care about feelings. I'm trying to win games.
Kirby Yates has a .56 ERA, a 0.56 ERA.
That's pretty good.
That is freaking incredible.
Your desire to be right, though.
No.
You imagine the legend of Kirby Yates had we just been continued on
But
this
it
journey.
just
of him being a
happened
zero.
like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Was it because of you?
Yeah. Probably. Remember, he was saying, hey, Rangers need to lose. And then here it is. Kirby Yates was doing great until that.
Didn't it?
You need to ask Kirby Yates for forgiveness later.
Okay,
we do have Forgiveness Friday coming up very, very shortly. All right. Well, that is baseball buckets, Kevin, as the Rangers get underway today, right here on 105.3 The Fan against the Colorado Rockies.
Maybe with Mike Bassett.
From the 903.
On radio?
Oh, no, just on the mound.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Maybe
Like
with Mike Bassick on the mound.
It's the Colby Sapp masterpiece today. Love it. From the 972, keep Colby on the show. We tried that.
We're going to
From the 972, Colby compliment or no. Sounds like Larry the Cable Guy.
I'm just going to say cool.
I don't completely agree.
You think he's better at golf? Larry the Cable
Well,
Guy?
Larry the Cable Guy did finish last in that tournament, and Derek finished right in front of him. So
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Combo Platter National Golf Day.
All right.
Give us a sports opinion, and then what popular hobby do you think is dumb and or boring? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You've made us number one in DFW.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Reginald Atatula, and making his return to the program, it is indeed Colby Sapp. Colby, I knew you wanted to be here on a Friday. Yep. This is a shout-out Friday, and I know you love saying nice things to people. From the 682, good morning. I tried this on Wednesday on my daughter's birthday, but it was probably against the rules. Can I get a shout-out from my daughter, Sydney? She's 11 years old and Tolos with me when I take her and her brother to school. That is freaking awesome. Happy birthday, Sydney. Sorry, Corey didn't let us do that 2 days
Don't
early.
apologize. They know the rules.
It's fair.
The rules
Corey,
are the rules. There are very rare occasions that I'll let it play out any other way.
What I meant was I'm sorry to you
Gotcha.
that you had to deal with this flagrant rule violation.
You know the rules. Wait until Friday.
And from the 972, today's my 21st anniversary. Can I get a shout out? That's from John in Wiley. It's always important to celebrate your anniversary and not plan other things in the meantime.
Yes, damn right.
Hey, it's National Golf Day, so it's time for the combo platter. FrankelFirm.com, text line 877-881-1053. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is a popular hobby that you think is dumb and or boring?
Man, I wish I'd given some thought to this, Kevin.
Oh, my
This
God.
one's definitely going to take some thought. So I'll pass it over to Colby.
What gets frustrating about this is we do the combo platter quite a bit, sometimes once a week. We always find ourselves back in the same spot where it feels like I just told them this was happening 2 minutes ago.
Okay, so my sports opinion would be that the Cowboys, I stole this from the fan text, by the way, I don't remember the number. The Cowboys are going to enter into the same tradition of losing the first game of the playoffs, just like our other teams. Right?
Oh, no.
We're just going to continue that.
We're going to lose game one?
Yeah. There's always... No, there's not.
But
they've already entered into that tradition, right?
Yes.
They're pretty much there.
Yeah.
So I guess we should point that out that all our teams do that, right? Except for the Rangers.
Yeah, Rangers wouldn't lose.
They
any
won
of
the
those
whole damn
game
thing.
ones.
As long as it's a road game, they're winning that game one.
Yeah.
Because
So
they won every game one in the playoffs, right?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty
Because,
sure. about
well, yes, because they won game one of the World Series.
They
That was
did.
here, too.
Is
because-
Kevin about to point out that in order for...
No. It's a happy day. It's a double playoff win day. Don't put that on me. All right.
And the sport or activity
or hobby, whatever.
It's what is that, floor ping pong?
Oh,
Pickleball?
Pickleball?
That's stupid.
Oh, floor ping pong.
Have you
is
ever
great. I'm gonna
played?
Use that.
No, I don't.
I had no idea what you were saying, but I got it now.
You've never played before?
It just looks dumb.
I've never played before either.
I could go play ping pong and not have to go outside, not have to wear a visor.
Do you wear visors?
You're supposed to, right? When you play pickleball?
Every
supposed
lady I see that plays pickleball wears a visor.
Now,
is 55.
Well, one of my best friends is heading to the national championship for pickleball.
that's a thing.
He's already it's the Nationals. Here, Kevin, I got a picture.
It's like, hold on, I'm a fact check this.
Of,
but-
he just said it the other day. He's made it to the next hole.
Wait, what does he do for a living?
He is a masseuse, like body therapist, qualified for nationals.
Am I supposed to take this seriously?
Here is
I've never heard of a body
here's the
therapist.
picture. He's the guy on the right at the top on the first place podium.
Oh,
so he qualified for
That's
nationals.
pretty awesome.
And he's one of those very Jared Sandler like short and very competitive
Do you
guys.
think Jared could be a masseuse? Is that what you're saying?
Probably, yeah. I bet he's got fantastic hands.
You know what, Colby? You'll like this one then. From the 903, Luka, maybe you won't like the first part. Luka will never win an MVP award. The NBA prefers a different style of play for their MVP, but he'll win a finals MVP. Dumb hobby, pickleball. Bros who are so into it are annoying. I think that could be for a lot of things. Like if you're into something, right on.
Right.
But if you talk about it all the time, it's probably going to start to get on people's
Just like cards, right?
Yeah.
And Star Wars.
Oh, for sure.
Comic books.
Hey, probably. I've been known to get annoying with those things.
We all have things that.
I wrestling. I agree with that 1,000,000%.
It's like in this business, whenever somebody realizes we are a sports talker, the first thing they want to do is, so how about the Cowboys? What do you think about the Cowboys? I'm like, I don't have an answer.
There's
at
no
this
bigger
point. I'm like,
down in a social setting than, what about the Cowboys, huh? And I was like, what about them? Like, anything specific that you would like to discuss?
Kevin's
Or-
like, let's just discuss trickle-down economics instead.
Because they also assume that's the only thing that you know how to talk about. I think I've told this story on the air once before.
No.
I dated this gal back in the day, and she ran with a fancier crowd. We were at a wedding, and I only got asked sports questions. And then the fancy people were like, yeah, well, until the confirmation hearing of, who is it again, for the Supreme Court? And I just kind of go, Gorsuch? And they go, yes. And then I got the double take look. You know about other things?
The sports guy?
And I was like, I like lots of different things that are not only sports.
Including what the interest rate is with the Fed.
Man, I do care about that a lot, actually. So, yes, just come up with a more specific question even. Like, what do you think the CeeDee Lamb extension is going to look like? Like, just anything specific besides Cowboys, huh? I'm like, yeah. Huh?
I guess.
Yeah, I don't know what else you want me
What
to
are
say
your
about
thoughts?
that.
I always just ask them, what do you think, though? Like,
Because that's what they're trying to do. Like when they just want you to say something so that they can be like, well, I think.
Yeah.
I think Jerry should hire a GM. I'm like,
and that's when I say, I got to go get another drink. Yeah.
Hey, shots fired. That is why I needed to do that, Corey. Corey, you're up.
Whew. I've been giving a lot of thought to this, Kevin.
No, you haven't.
And my sports opinion is nobody wants crap to do with Jamie Benn on the ice.
Oh, yeah.
They don't want to fight that guy. And maybe it is playoffs and you just don't punch during the playoffs or whatnot. But did you see how quickly that dude turned around and skated away? Because Jamie Benn got thrown into his own bench. But his guys were there to catch him stage dive style and push him right back onto the ice. He popped back out there. And then he looked that guy in the eye. He turned around. That other guy turned around and skated away. I don't even know the other guy's name. Just skated off. Yeah, Toes. Yeah.
Isn't it Taves?
I don't know.
Not the way it's spelled.
That's true. If I can add on to that, this could be a homer opinion. I don't think Jamie Benn left his feet at all until the hit took place. And like when people are like,
that's a good one.
He left his feet. And I was like, I don't know. Kind of looked like he stayed on his skates until the hit took place. And that's just inertia.
Somebody asked on the Twitch, they said, is Gavin mad about something because he came in during the break? He was having his take on that hit, and he said the shoulder, he never went up.
Right.
And whenever by just his shoulder his shoulder hit first, and then nothing else came after that. So that's why it was a fair thing. So that was what was happening there. He wasn't mad. He's never mad at this show anymore.
Do you have a thanks you guys for making that possible?
Yeah, because of y'all.
That's absolutely true.
He doesn't get mad at us.
You have a hobby.
Now Bobby, he still gets mad at Bobby all the
But
time.
I mean, to be fair, you've seen Bobby.
Yeah, that's true. Hobby, digital scrapbooking. I don't get it. I mean, why don't you
what
just...
is that? What is that? Yeah.
Exactly.
What?
I'm glad y'all are in on this with me. So I went and Googled hobbies, popular hobbies, Kevin, because I had to give a lot of thought
Hold
to
on.
this.
Wait. You had to Google hobbies?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not familiar with those.
Well, popular hobbies. Well, I think that sports cards and Pokemon cards are cool. So I was like, what do I not like? So I wanted a list of things, and I'm going through them. Drawing is cool.
So
you know?
it's basically Pinterest, but on your own website.
I guess so. Yeah.
Or maybe just Pinterest.
It was either that or knitting. And on the list also is Japanese, and I don't know if is Japanese a hobby? Is that just learning new languages? So yeah.
Is that racist?
I
don't know. I'll look it up. Hold on.
I feel like if we have to ask the question, we should
you should probably retract
just
that one, Doug.
move on. To
Go
the
ahead and
next
issue
thing.
that apology right now.
Learning the language. That's a hobby. That's
Okay.
what they're suggesting. Is
Oh, that'd be
learning the
cool.
language is a
It
hobby.
feels like you're trying to
That's
better
actually- that's
yourself,
kind of a
right?
cool hobby right there.
Sure.
And like broaden your horizons.
But like knitting, I'm not a fan of knitting, but I love blankets.
It's true.
When grandma was like, I knitted you this new blanket, I'm like, oh, this is awesome. Thanks, but I'm not going to sit down and knit one. I'm not going to crochet it with her.
All right, we talked yesterday, Colby.
Somebody said quilting. Yeah.
About having a segment where where Corey does dramatic readings of things. I would also like another segment called Corey's Cause and Effect, where he talks about how he doesn't like one thing, but he likes the outcome of other. I don't like knitting. I like blankets.
Blankets are great.
He's like, I don't like. I want you to continue on this.
I don't love mowing the yard, but the
Yeah.
grass looks fantastic.
From the 214. Ooh, this is a fiery sports opinion. Or a hobby opinion. Sports opinion. All Dallas teams will win despite Kevin's wishes. Aw.
In your face, Kevin.
Yeah.
Take that. And cycling is dumb. Running is a real workout. Woo.
Disagree. Cycling is so much better on your knees, man.
All right.
Oh
True.
my God.
Little impact.
Yep.
From the 214, Rangers will dominate the second half of the season, post All-Star break, and win the division by 8 games. Stupid hobby, Frisbee golf. Then they said disparaging things about people who play Frisbee golf.
Frisbee golf is fun.
Aren't you supposed to call it disc golf because
Yes.
Frisbee is a brand?
That's right.
Uh-huh.
I like it. It's fun. You lose Frisbees. Like, that's going to happen. That's definitely going to
so
happen.
this works just like golf because I lose a golf ball to a hole at this point.
Yeah, I
stink.
go golfing.
I'm bad, dude.
I'm taking a bucket and I'm leaving with one maybe, out of the entire bucket. So
Now, their
I'm bad.
disparaging remarks, I don't think it was too disparaging.
Oh, they said something after that.
Oh, did they?
They said a bunch of stoner losers.
Okay, well,
wow, Kevin.
I told you.
You said you weren't going to say it, and then
I
you
never
said
said
it.
that.
maybe not
Actually, I-
losers, but I think one of the requirements of playing it is to go ahead and hit a bong or two, right?
Is that right? Is that in the bylaws?
I think that's in the rules.
So the first time I ever played, I was 16 years old. And we were just out there playing because you're 16 and you're just trying to be active. You and your buddies are trying to be active.
Well, like a gateway hobby?
Yeah, gateway hobby. And then we got to the backside. It was over at the Kingsley Park. And we got to the backside. Is it BB Owens? And
I think that is right.
And all of a sudden there were some older hippie guys back there. And I was like, what is that smell? What's going on right now? And that's when I realized that's what happens. And they were just like, it was very casual, just throwing the disc around. And
smells like the stairwell at our building.
And every building, as we learned in Vegas.
From the 817, the Rangers will win the pennant again. Video games suck and bore me to death.
Wow. I guess you've never played any good video games.
Or any good at it.
That could be the case too. If you're not good at something, you immediately go, well, I don't like that anyway.
Right. Kind of like quilting.
Reggie, on National Golf Day, do you have a sports opinion and a hobby or activity that is popular but you think is dumb or boring?
I've also thought about this a long time.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Reggie.
And similar to Corey's sports opinion, I viewed myself, and I feel like I am a lot more enlightened, especially when we talk about like the really big hits in football. Like, I don't get excited about that anymore. However, I have realized I have room to grow because that Jamie Benn hit me, got me going, buddy.
Yeah.
I was like, yo,
yeah,
he got jacked up.
Yeah. Somebody's got to set the tone.
Crazy.
Dude. And
Went
they
right through that man's sternum.
They were the more physical team last night.
They absolutely were.
Like they did set the tone last night. They said, we're not going to take it easy on you guys. If this is the thing that y'all don't want to do, we'll do it. And they did it. That was awesome last
I think it
night.
took like 5 minutes in the second period for me to be like, y'all look better than you did all of the last second period.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 minutes. It was incredible.
Maybe 3 minutes.
Could be.
Possibly 4?
3.5. Oh, you
far.
Yeah.
My bad. I apologize. And because Kevin's not going to do it, golf is kind of stupid, right? Like, I love it. I really do enjoy playing golf.
Let's talk about it.
Or not.
But it's a little stupid, isn't it?
Yeah. And especially if I don't drink.
You know what? That might be it.
It might be, but I don't think so. I think if you were to get out there, I believe if you were to get out there and hit one shot that went straight where you were aiming.
But that's what makes it more stupid. Because I'm just here chunking up grass. I'm just killing the course. The groundskeeper's just looking at me and MFing me as I go around. And then I hit that beautiful, shot with the lob wedge that just sticks on the green. I'm like, I have to come back and do this next week. I have to.
That's all it takes. That's all it takes.
Have you heard the shocking opinion from Bobby Belt that he's never played golf and he could pick up golf clubs for the first time and absolutely shoot 90 or better for an 18-hole course?
I don't think 90, but going out there without anybody telling you, hey, put some towels under your arms and then keep your elbows in, and then that's wrong. And then everybody messes with your swing once you get out there to like, because the first game I played, the guy I played with was like, I don't know what you're doing right now, but this is cool. And I was like, and then he started showing me, and then after he started showing me, it was
up.
done.
Yeah.
So I think if Bobby just went out with his Bobby mentality of you're not going to tell me nothing, I'm going to go do this, he might do all right.
He might shoot a 120.
Right.
Yeah.
Which will look great because yeah.
I'm going 140, honestly.
Yeah,
That'd be
and
terrible.
I don't keep score when I golf, but
That might be
have
the
you
way.
ever had the marshal follow you for like half the holes of the day? The marshal just is like
the golf marshal.
Oh yeah,
That's right.
you ever? Yeah,
Is he like the golf police?
yeah, yeah. He comes around on his little cart and he'll just sit there and watch you from about a hole away. And then whenever you get to that hole, he'll make like, all right, guys, hey, let's speed up the play just a little bit or whatever.
I'm trying. You think I'm trying to do this?
But me and my buddies one day, the marshal was just with us all day, and I was like, "Are we doing something wrong?" And he was like, "No, y'all are just hilarious," and I just wanted to kind of keep up with y'all today. So
That wasn't the reason why we got followed. We crashed a golf cart.
Was the person driving the golf cart drunk?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And so everybody else that was hanging off the golf cart at the time when it went over that particular sand dune.
From the 205.
Y'all sober up real quick, or
Nah, I still having fun.
They drank some more after it. I guarantee that. From the 205, Cowboys will play beyond expectations behind a fantastic draft class in hobby CrossFit. Shut up about it. I think that seems to be the common theme. If you just keep talking about it, people will push back against just about anything.
like being vegan.
Oh my God.
Is that a hobby?
I feel like it's a hobby.
The CrossFit guy or the guy that's just doing nothing but gymnastics at the gym and also like working out at the same time. That's the annoying guy because, you know, can do all the things.
Yeah, he's over there. He's doing push-ups on top of a ball, and just his feet aren't on the ground. You're like, come on, man.
What if he told you he was auditioning to be the lead actor in a remake of the motion picture Gymkata?
Then I'm in.
Okay.
Then I'm in. Gymkata's great.
It's the stupidest
He
premise
kicked
for a
ninjas
movie.
while he was on a horse. Like an
pommel
actual
horse.
pommel horse. There was no reason for that pommel horse to be in the middle of that particular square. It was just there, covered in like ivy and stuff.
People, this is a real movie.
1985.
That really exists.
I forgot about this movie. God, I used to watch this all the time.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, more of your shout-outs, plus FedEx, Mystic Dan, and Glenn Big Baby Davis. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The North.
Full of V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It is Mystic Dan down toward the inside with the lead in the final 16. Forever Young, Sierra Leone is coming. These three coming down to the wire. Who's it going to be? Oh, it's a photo of the Derby. Oh, it's a photo. Was it Mystic Dan or was it Sierra Leone? Forever Young was between them, catching freedom. Finish fourth. A photo finish to decide the 150th Kentucky Derby.
I bet it was Mystic Dan. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan on a shout out Friday from the 512. Shout out to my family home we've had since 1941. It's getting closed on today and bulldozed by Monday. Dang. Gonna miss it. And then from the 817, shout out to my wife Summer of 12 years today. It is our anniversary. Popular anniversary day. And to the 561, shout out to my wife Erin. She's at work now. Our Hawaii honeymoon is over, but the Stars are going to win, baby.
Are you sure she's at work?
I mean, that's what they said.
You ever just call her up and check on her is what I'm asking. Just, hey, how's it going?
Is that the good thing about our job? It's like it's pretty easy to check on us.
Yeah, Adrian can definitely. She's like, oh, he's on radio.
Well, she also knows where you are at all times anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, that's true.
Gives a Life 360.
Track her.
Yeah, she does. Never mind.
It's time for Forgiveness Friday, 877-881-1053. You need to ask for forgiveness? Does somebody need to ask you for forgiveness? Does Corey need to perhaps ask for forgiveness for saying 3 words too many?
I didn't say it.
Okay, you had this look on your face though, like, ooh.
She had a nickname.
Oh, I know this.
Because she would find me anywhere, and it was like she had a tracker on me. My buddy would call her LoJack.
Yep. I was wondering if that was going to utter back out. I was thinking I was going to let you do it. But then I was like, if I can remember the name of LoJack, I'm going to do it. I just couldn't.
And I would like to ask now for forgiveness for bringing that up, Adrian. Other than that, I've been pretty good, dude. I've been pretty...
Yeah?
I think I'm doing pretty okay here. Last week I had the situation...
Like from Jersey Shore?
Yeah. Well...
Remember when we had him on the show?
Okay.
No.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, we did.
So we had him on the show because old Troy Hughes.
Troy who's?
Troy Hughes. Was like, hey, we're gonna have this situation on tomorrow. And I was like, why? He was like, it'll be a blast. And I was like, all right, man. So we have him on, and Troy thinks he's talking to us in our ears in the middle of the interview, and he made like some comment about the situation, and I guess he was pulled up, and he was like, oh, what was that? And we were like, nothing. Just keep going on. You're fine, man.
He was like, this guy sucks. Yeah, it was like really
It was
aggressive.
just a very awkward moment in history.
We're like, come on, bro.
Yeah.
Like, what are you even doing right now?
I've had that same problem with the board before myself.
Yeah.
You're talking about the person that's coming on and make fun of their eyebrows, and then they get mad. That's happened.
From the 254, I need to ask Corey for forgiveness because every time I text in about something, I put an E in his name, and then I see how it's actually spelled and think, damn it. So I appreciate that. There's no E in Corey.
So that you forgive them?
I will forgive you.
Okay, that's nice. That is very nice. Does FedEx need to ask for forgiveness, or did they already do the right thing? Or is it Dana White that needs to ask for forgiveness for being a snitch?
What?
So Dana
He snitched on FedEx?
He did. So Dana White's driving around New York doing stuff, and he pulls up next to this FedEx driver who admittedly is just chunking packages into the back of the truck. Like, it looks
Do they
like,
say fragile?
I don't know if they did, but either way, he's just like, it's like he's practicing his jump
like
shot.
we do with our socks in the hamper.
Yes. And then Dana White, I was going to ask for a clip of the video, but it's pretty much just like 2 of every 3 words is a curse word. And he's just like, effing NYC, baby. So FedEx found out who that driver was, and he got fired.
What?
So does Dana White need to ask for forgiveness for being a snitch, or did this fella need to ask for forgiveness for not doing his job
Well, Colby, before you give your answer here, I would like to extend an invitation to all our FedEx and UPS drivers out there to text in and let us know if that's fair or not.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, he was like hurling them in
because
the back of
if
the
you're
truck.
not doing your job correctly, do you deserve to keep your job? Now, that person just happened to be caught on video. That doesn't seem cool, but that is the way. But we have lots of FedEx and UPS drivers that listen, so I'll just take their word for it on this one.
I mean, if you're just having one of those days, like we all have one of those days to where we're just this is how today's going to roll. You know, you get a package that's kind of like it's supposed to be solid, but and it's everything. You can hear all the pieces in it, right? You know that guy probably just had a bad day.
Yeah.
So should you get fired for one bad day? Now, if it's multiples,
But yeah,
I imagine they did some sort of investigation, and they're
Right.
like, "Oh yeah, Joey, oh he does this a lot."
I never imagine anybody's done enough information or investigation before they make a decision.
Ever?
Yeah. Well, except for talking to you. Like if I'm
Okay.
talking to Kevin, then yeah. But everybody else is pretty much they're informed of what they got. And Kevin and Reggie already knew it, so he didn't have to go look for it.
From the 682, Forgiveness Friday to me and to PJ Washington, I didn't think it was worth trading for him.
Oh, wow.
what did we trade for him again?
Big bag of nothing.
Yeah, like that's where I'm like it was worth it.
Yeah.
Because you needed more length and athletic bodies, and that dude has been even better than you anticipated, just by far. And you're getting playoff performance out of him that you absolutely need. Third best player on the team.
I mean, you did trade a first-round pick, though.
Okay,
I don't wanna
first
say absolutely nothing.
You said
but
nothing, Kevin.
Grant Williams.
What
and
were we
Seth
gonna
Curry,
do
I
with
get
those
what you're doing
picks?
there.
What were we doing with those picks anyway?
I mean, maybe we've changed our philosophy.
But the lovely thing about it is, you traded that first-round pick. He's still pretty young, and you're seeing the
he's
impact that he
25,
has.
right?
So
And he's with you for a while.
yeah.
You got him and Gafford for a bit, and Lively together. Like that's a young
At
core.
least the next 2 more years with all of them
yeah, and
after
then
this season.
the very aged veteran Luka at this point in his career.
Okay, this is interesting because they're asking for forgiveness that this hasn't even happened yet. Should I ask forgiveness for not buying my wife a Mother's Day gift?
Well, they're saying they're not going to.
But you still have 2 days.
This is tough. This is
And
really
to be
tough.
fair, she's not your mom.
That is a very valid point.
Yeah, kids, get a job.
Yeah, it's a preemptive strike on not doing something that you know you're not going to do. So you're going to ask forgiveness before you don't do it.
Okay.
Well, and that's what Forgiveness Friday is. If you've done something bad up to this point, you can ask for forgiveness. Or if you plan on doing something bad in the weekend,
Or you can just wait till next Friday.
yeah, you could do that too. There's all sorts of. That being said, are you getting something for Jess?
Oh yeah.
Or are you saying, hey, Noah, figure it out?
First of all, learn to read. Second of all,
Oh my
go
God.
get it.
I'm not
Are you
even
getting
close.
something for Brandon's
Oh
mom?
man, although hell no.
Okay.
Yeah, I am. Well,
wow.
Look, we talked about this. We talked about this the other day. Am I footing most of the bill for car insurance in college? That's her gift. That
11:33:24.
is
Real life
her
alert.
gift.
Wow.
Man, this morning, because Noah's been getting more and more words. When I said bye, he goes, "Bye, Dad." And
Did you not want to leave?
it was delightful. It was
You
delightful.
didn't just bring him to work with you?
Yeah, he's clearly ready to talk.
Yeah, he's ready to be on air.
He's loud as hell.
I know.
I mean, aren't we all?
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So, and that is the thing. So, I've helped the kids procure their list of things to do for mom this year. That is kind of I've worked with them if they wanted to get something, but I did not go out and say, I got to get you some necklace because I love that you're my kid's mom. I guess I'm done with that now because all the kids are old enough to do this themselves. But is it okay for me to sneak away for a couple hours and go see my mom on this Mother's Day? I feel like that's.
You can't work that out in coordination. She
I've
doesn't
not gone.
wanna-
I've not taken her to court for that yet.
No,
Okay.
not court.
Court Nation.
Oh my god.
Right. That's the channel you select. when
That's
you
right.
Want to watch
go-
court stuff?
Yeah.
Man, I'm going to be on that channel if you guys keep this up. No, that
will.
she would want to go with you to your mom's house.
Ooh. I mean, it's her day. So
But
I don't want her to have to go do something that she's like, that wasn't in my plans.
Okay.
Like on Father's Day, that's about me.
But
I don't have to go hang out with father-in-law.
But don't you go see your dad?
Cool. I tell my dad, I love you, Pops.
Yeah.
And we talk for a little while. And if he wants to have me out, I'll go hang out with him.
Okay.
If he's like, hey, you do your thing and enjoy those kids taking care of you for the day, then I say, I appreciate it, Dad. Love you.
Now, I did want to call out the horse Mystic Dan because Mystic Dan might not run in the Preakness. Hey, then don't run in the Kentucky Derby, all right? We care about the Kentucky Derby, kinda. But nobody cares about the Preakness or the Belmont unless you're a gambler or super fancy or you want to see somebody win the Triple Crown.
You do, yeah, that's the one thing.
If you're not there to race all the races, don't go into the first one.
Yes. I agree with you on that.
Wasting our time, Mystic Dan.
Yeah, don't win the first one if you're not going to try and win all of them.
Just go try and win one. You're good. Nobody cares about the other ones anyway.
Well, they would if somebody tried to get the Triple Crown.
Well,
maybe.
I mean, plenty of people would. I guess I'm more just me. Right?
I would love to see you like in a fancy hat go to the Kentucky Derby.
That is this fancy hat.
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Found it.
I do
Says KNC
I
Masterpiece
know, I
on
love it.
Do you wonder though how that horse feels whenever they're like, you don't get to run the next race? Or, hey, look, you're only good at the one race. That's the only one you're going to run. And they're like, but I wanted my shot.
I don't know how the horse feels.
And they keep saying nay.
You should have seen that one coming from a mile away.
Or
a furlong. Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah,
I knew it was going to be something like that as a horse racing bit. He
really was chomping at the bit to get that one.
Yeah.
That was my main goal.
You want to grab this by the tail or?
Probably by the reins. Don't grab it by the tail.
Elmer's glue.
What?
I felt
Is that like that dream you said you had the other night?
That's a different thing.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Your forgiveness for asking that, bringing that up on air.
Horseshoe things in like that.
Who thought of a horse and said, we can make glue out of that? That's weird, right?
A jockey.
Yeah, he was really mad.
Coming up
into a sticky substance.
My God. Hey,
that is a good question. Like, how did they go? Let's squeeze all the glue out of this horse.
How do you think the glue is made exactly?
They think they just squeezed the horse. Hey, I said this a lot the last several weeks. Thank you guys for making this show so popular. Personally, I don't care for it. But you guys have made this show very popular. Thank you very, very much.
How do they decide which ones are super glue horses? And
If
which
you see
ones are
that one
paste?
that's like zigzagging across the course, you're like,
Crazy glue.
Crazy glue.
Yeah, which horses are the glue sticks? You know, like that's what I want to know.
And then the rubber cement, like.
Look, I know people are going to text in about this.
Yeah,
You
we're going to
shouldn't.
get pasted.
Coming up next, more live coverage of my ongoing mental breakdown. But also, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. What's the biggest hole remaining on the Cowboys roster? Or some other weird conversation about glue or something. I don't know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Up to a 30%.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Dip. And we start with, well, the Raiders have comedy for us this morning. I like it. General Manager Tom Telesco has...
Oh, I forgot he's with the Raiders now.
That's right. So he came out against the report that the Raiders flipped a coin to decide on drafting Brock Bowers in the NFL draft. Have you heard that?
No.
Yeah. So that was the rumbling that they flipped a coin because they were split between Bowers and somebody else. And so Telesco came out, and well, first of all, they flat out denied. They're like, untrue.
Always deny.
But now he's added some humor to it, and he goes, typically I use a magic 8-ball and not a coin to decide these draft picks. I appreciate that he's bringing some humor to the table.
Magic 8-ball. How many times has it gotten stuck on the corner as opposed to giving you some answer? You're just like, that's not even an answer. Or you ask the question, and it's like, yes. And you're like, there wasn't a yes or no question.
See, I feel like I always got the check again later or outcome is unclear.
Yes, unclear. That was irritating.
I've never used a Magic 8-ball in my life.
Well, you're smart, man.
You ever used a Ouija board?
Nope.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, man.
I have not done that.
I've seen movies.
Yeah.
You've never used a Ouija board?
No, because then the angry demon soul will go into this little doll that will murder me and all my friends.
How does Colby, I don't know how the Ouija board works because it has happened before. I've seen it happen.
You don't know if you're pulling on it or if they're pulling on it.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Exactly. Everybody could be pulling on it.
Just a reminder, Masterpiece of the Week comes up at 1:30.
That's random.
Let's talk about Christmas.
Why would you say that?
Netflix, we'll see. Netflix looks like they're going to close in and they're going to pick up 2 of the games that the NFL is going to play on Christmas. Because remember, one of the deals that the NFL was thinking about doing this package is they could spin it off as another TV outlet, much like they sold the single playoff game to Peacock and they sold the single playoff game now this year with Amazon Prime. This is going to be its own thing. So John Orand from Sports Business Journal.
Sorry, what?
Orand.
Or a, which one? Either one.
And. But it's O-U-R, so you can say Orand if
I think
you
it's
prefer.
and or.
Okay. It looks like Netflix will wind up carrying the 2 games scheduled for December 25th per a bevy of sources. So, look, I understand how people are. Plenty of people have Netflix, but those who don't, same thing with Peacock, same thing it'll be like when it's on Prime. People are going to be upset about this and be like, I just want to watch football. Why is the NFL trying to get all my money?
At what point do we as friends start charging our friends to use our passwords?
I'm not even sure you can, because Netflix has really tried to crack down on this home IP address thing where it's frustrating.
Good for them.
It works for Peacock.
That's right.
And more importantly, how many's in a bevy?
About 20.
Okay.
See, I was going to say 7, but I appreciate varying.
That's an answer that nobody has an answer.
It's unanswerable. It's an and/or question.
Or
It's or and, yeah.
Guys,
he wants to take part in the nonsense. He's like,
gotta stay focused.
This is so fun. These guys are having so much. Like with Mike, he just gets mad. With us, he's just like, this is fun.
I have a tough question for you. If somebody donates a house worth millions and millions of dollars to charity, is it a charitable decision?
No, it's you slashed the price on your house multiple times and couldn't sell it, and now you need a tax write-off.
I agree with that. So Dan Snyder had a mansion, palatial estate, if you will. $49 million, the asking price. No dice. Eventually cut the price down to the low bargain deal, $34.9 million. Couldn't sell it. So he donated the mansion to a cancer research facility. which is downright lovely.
That is.
Regardless of how you got there
Yeah.
or the why, it's downright lovely. And I was looking at it, and it kind of looks like the estate from X-Men. And I was kind of thinking like, man, that would be neat if they had a cancer research firm there or, maybe something else. But they're just going to sell the house themselves for another discounted price and use all the money for cancer research. Now, they've already dropped the price $14 million. I don't know how much more they'll drop it, but they're probably like, hey, this is a lot of extra money that we wouldn't have normally had. So,
have you seen the Airbnb that's made out to be the X-Men house?
No, but I'm gonna.
Yeah, like one of those Sentinels heads is in the front yard. And all sorts of like cool stuff around the place. It's awesome looking.
I need to know more about that.
Yeah, it's the X-Men Airbnb. What's the name of the place again?
It's just Professor X's mansion.
Yeah, so that's what it's called, Kevin.
Ooh.
If you're looking it up and you want to stay there.
All right, I see a link that I will look at later. All right, let's
Why is
go.
that?
Well, because we're doing the show right now.
Are you
Hey.
afraid that they're going to have rogue and provocative?
No. What? No, I'm just afraid I'll lose focus.
Oh, okay. I thought you were afraid of looking at stuff on work computers.
All right. I didn't really realize this was a thing, but apparently he's made this challenge a couple of times. Cooper DeJean, the former Iowa cornerback, who obviously has now been drafted into the NFL.
You did say cornerback, right?
Yes, cornerback.
Okay.
He went to Iowa. Caitlin Clark went to Iowa. DeJean was a standout high school basketball player. He confidently said while he was in college that he would defeat Caitlin Clark.
All right.
We go back a couple of days ago during a podcast. DeJean said Caitlin Clark texted him and said you would lose in a one-on-one game. So DeJean said he has mad respect for Clark, but he doubled down and still thinks he would beat the WNBA's #1 overall pick in a one-on-one game. Who would win this matchup? And then I'll tell you the betting odds.
I will politely defer to our
Colby
WNBA
Sapp, that's
expert. No, not Colby Sapp.
What?
Huh?
I'm going to defer to Reggie on this because he watches the WNBA.
He does.
And he saw that we didn't lock Caitlin Clark down the other day, and then we had to trade people because of it.
That's not how that works.
So that happened in a preseason game. Reggie, do you think he could defeat one Caitlin Clark in hoops?
I mean, possibly. It depends on the rules and if that three-point shot is going to matter more. Because if it does, I think she can win. But otherwise, like, she's not that good at defense. He's going to blow by her. And he was like all-state, like in Iowa. He was very good.
There you go.
Betting sources say from Bet Online say it would be a destruction in favor of Cooper DeJean. He is a -700.
Holy cow.
And the brand manager for Bet Online said this, and the comparison, I'm sure a lot of people understand. In actuality, the odds should be even higher on Cooper's side. However, we know we'll get plenty of action for people betting on Caitlin, so no reason to give bettors more value. And then he goes, it's a Floyd Mayweather, Conor McGregor type of odds setting situation. Everyone's going to back the underdog at any number because of the hype.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So he's like, not even close.
So what they should do is go into this basketball match and then just end up letting her win and bet on her themselves.
Absolutely.
So fix the game. Okay, very
Yeah,
good.
fixing the game is the way to do it.
And that's what they did with the Billie Jean King match, right?
Yeah, and all of Shohei Ohtani's at bats, allegedly.
What?
At least that's, well, I don't know about that, but I've heard a lot about speculation about the other part.
You're trying to make him Cooper DeJounte Murray. I see what you're doing. Or DeJounte Porter. I made him a different
See, I
person.
did it too.
Hey, by
I
the
did
way,
that same thing.
Is it true that 3 of his brothers have been involved with the law recently,
I
and
knew
not just the one?
One got a DWI, and then the other one got suspended by the NBA.
I think there's another one too that got
Holy
involved with
moly.
something. So I'll have to look it up.
Guys, Stephon Gilmore. He said he's still focused on playing, but it has to be the right opportunity, and he thinks it's an age thing, which I definitely agree with. He said, if I was 28, I'd have already been signed by now. At the same time, I know the value I still bring. If you watch the tape, I feel I played well the last 2 years and literally played almost every single snap, so I'm staying patient. Did you see, because I know we got obviously a very good look at him last year, Did you see Stephon Gilmore and think he is still a usable piece in the NFL?
Yes.
I do too.
And I'd love to have him back. I know that they're sitting there going, well, I mean, we're going to have to pay Bland at some point. So are we going to get the use out of him at the right price? Or, I mean, take advantage of the price? Or are we going to let this other guy play? So that's where I stand on it. I feel like he did a great job with us. The Cowboys did put together a really good team last year. They did. And it didn't win. So the Cowboys are like, well, then we won't bring that whole team back. But Kevin, this is also maybe this is one of those situations with Jordan Montgomery. I was thinking about this the other day. The Rangers said we're not going to outbid ourselves and pay Jordan Montgomery the 7-year contract that we don't think anybody else is going to pay him. And then they let it ride. And here we are, nobody ever paid that. So they would have ended up paying more than they needed to. And maybe the Cowboys, maybe other teams are looking at Gilmore the same way. We're not going to outbid ourselves because not a lot of teams are bidding on you right now.
It was just bad timing with the injuries because then Jordan Montgomery pitched really, really well the other day. I was like, crap. By the way, I know we didn't deep dive into it right here, but ESPN said biggest remaining roster hole for the Dallas Cowboys, their third safety. Which I feel like if you truly think that's the biggest remaining roster hole for the Cowboys, I still personally think it's RB1. That's not so bad.
Kirsch played a lot last year, but wasn't as good as he was in previous years. So if you're who's taking over?
I mean, you have 3 safeties that were starters last year. If you consider the fact that Marquise Bell is going back from being a linebacker to being a safety again.
Yeah, and you also have Mukwamu who can play. So what's his role going to be? So I feel you're pretty good there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next. Are the Mavs or Stars better set up to now win in round 2? And how they both followed our keys to victory. We'll do it next, right here on The Fan.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you believe it is now the Mavs or the Stars that are better set up to take their series in round 2, and how both followed our keys to victory?
I'll say Mavs because they stole one on the road. And being the home team, the Stars are pretty much even now, right?
Right.
So now the Mavs get to come back home. Now, if that matters, if home ice, home court really actually matters, I don't know how much it does, Kevin, because recently...
I think home court matters more than home ice.
Didn't we discuss like home field advantage in football and how that's becoming less and less of a thing?
You've seen that advantage dissipate.
So if that's still a reality in the sports, then I'll say the Mavericks. But also the Mavericks, a lot relies on the health of Luka, obviously, and that the continued health. And my God, if either one of our bigs gets hurt, I'm terrified. Reggie, you brought that up last night in our conversation.
Did you even say that out loud?
Because I thought Gafford broke his hand when he smashed that block against the backboard.
Yeah, Gafford, he looked like he was in serious pain most of the evening. And then Reggie, it's Reggie's fault, Colby.
Damn it.
I just brought it to air. He texted us and was like, what are you going to do if you only have one of those guys?
I was just thinking ahead. But I don't have to.
Who do we blame now? Because Reggie texted it privately.
Yeah.
You're the one that brought it to everybody else.
I think we typically have to blame Kevin, honestly.
I didn't even do anything this time.
Feels like you're the reason, though. You asked this question, and that is the reason that I brought it to the table.
I mean, Reggie said it. Now it feels more like that's the fact. Kevin, why are you doing this?
877-881-1053. If you think it was Kevin's fault or any of us.
I feel like I'm innocent this time.
But yeah, man, I also like
it does feel like that, but it's not.
Yeah.
Oh,
did you see the line from Lively and Derek Jones Jr. where they said, "I'd die for this"? And
actually, I think we have audio of that. Let's go ahead and go to cut number 5. If you want to hear audio, I believe this could have been Derek Lively or Daniel Gafford after the game.
Just our sharing the ball and our energy was great.
No.
What do you think?
No, that's somebody else making sex sounds in the background.
I mean, you don't know that it's not them making the sex.
Valid.
You also don't know if that's not them like falling down some stairs or something.
That could be.
Is that how people fall downstairs?
That's how I fall. Woo! Is every single time.
When are you goofy?
Yeah, that's exactly where I learned it.
The fan text can be a humbling thing.
But that was. Derek Jones Jr. and Derek Lively both said, I'd die for this. And PJ Washington is addressing it today. He is like literally addressing why would they say that? And he's like, I mean, think about where I came from.
Yeah, for sure.
I was never going to see the playoffs. And now I'm in round 2 and I have a chance to win it. And Derek Jones Jr., dude who has been all over the map on this NBA.
People probably thought he was done. He's a starter.
Derek Lively walks out of Duke where he didn't get a championship because they're not good anymore.
That's true.
And he's like, I don't know about this. The first half of the season, he was probably like, how did I get drafted by this team? This stinks. And now here he is, and getting Gafford too. So a lot of the guys on this team, Kevin, it feels like their next level is they're looking to I don't want to miss out on any of these moments, just like in Armageddon. So that I want to make sure that I'm here and we're doing everything we can to stay here. So that's why I feel like where the Mavs are. That being said, though, Stars do have a lot of young players who experienced it last year and a lot of veterans who've had this experience and just quite haven't gotten to it yet.
I mean, you look at the similarities between the series that the Stars played against Vegas versus this one. It's like you won one out of the first 2. You didn't lose them both. So that's a plus. But the way the Mavericks played in that game, I think I would give the edge to them because it looked like that was the game plan that they wanted to issue out and should have game 1. And that looks like more, according to Hoyle, what I wanted to see happen. That's how it happened. The bigs kind of took over. Luka was making his shots. Those are the things that I thought game 1 should have happened, and that's how I think the series is going to go. So I'm going to go Mavs.
Yeah, and that being said, I still think both teams get out of this round too. I'm still in that mindset where I think both of these teams are going to win. So I don't know if that's just me seeing it with rose-colored lenses or what, but I
mean, they're both tied 1-1. I don't
Yeah.
think that's like an outrageous.
I have some pretty good confidence in both of these teams being able to get to the end of a series together.
And it is kind of interesting. If you look at the line for the series, the Mavericks are now the favorite to take the series over the Oklahoma City Thunder, partially probably because what you were just talking about.
Yeah, because of what I
taking
just
the
said.
game on the road. They are now a -25.
Oh.
Remember, they started as a +125, so it's still a really close line. But the Mavericks have now been installed as the favorite to win this series. All right, I'm going to say the Stars. I agree that I could see both of them winning. I'm very conflicted because for 4 of these 6 periods, I think it's looked like the Stars are, and if you want to throw in overtime, I thought the Stars looked better than the Avalanche in overtime too. I realized they lost the game.
Okay.
But so I think you can make a strong argument for maybe 5 of these 7 periods. The Stars have looked like the better team than the Colorado Avalanche. They've had leads of 3-0 and 4-0. I realize, though, on the flip side, you have to address the fact that, well, when they had the 3-0 lead, they didn't win. And when they had the 4-0 lead, they cut it all the way. The Avalanche cut it all the way down to 1 and had a power play at the very end. I think Ottinger has not been his best in this series. I'm not saying there's not blame to go around. I thought there was at least 1 goal in game 1 that he would like to have back, and probably 1 goal yesterday that he would like to have back. Not the Nichushkin one where it reflects off his, not a knee or thigh or whatever. Like, how are you supposed to stop that? But I think Ottinger could stand to be better. But I'm watching these 2 teams together, and I'm like, I think Dallas is the better team.
You have 2 coaches who make significantly brilliant changes to the way they approach it. Reggie, yesterday we talked at length about, and Kevin brought this up multiple times, maybe Luka doesn't need to be, maybe he can set aside just a little bit. They started the game last night with Luka being off ball more often and Kyrie having everything, and Luka being basically, I'm looking at his Talk Franco, all these videos he has right now. He does fantastic work on Twitter, by the way. And he's showing all these little things of Luka being a decoy and literally dragging defenders away with him because they know they can create space with Luka being a decoy. And so, Kevin, in that, I know Kyrie didn't have the big gaudy points numbers, but he was able to set up other guys on the team because of the spaces that Luka was clearing out yesterday. And I thought that was a smart adjustment on Jason Kidd's part, or whoever it is on the staff, whoever you want to give that credit to.
I mean, the head
like
coach
that.
typically will still get that credit, even if it's someone on his staff. And I think there was also credit deserved offensively for, well, one, P.J. Washington knocking down shots and forcing that team to have to deal with things, but also Tim Hardaway Jr. getting in there and having minutes. Now, of course, they've tried him at times throughout the, kind of the back half of the season. And when he's got out there, he hasn't looked good. But when he looks viable, that put Oklahoma City in quite a bind because you know that they don't have as much size. So they were trying to make up with that by having help over early and, really flooding that side of the court. Well, then on the backside, if you have P.J. Washington and Tim Hardaway Jr. there, it made it impossible for them.
Yes.
So they really did just make it super difficult for the Thunder to play defense against this team.
I thought Kyrie and Tim Hardaway Jr. were responsible for my favorite play of the entire game. It's the Kyrie steal off the sideline just before you get back to half court, and then they run it down, and then the Kyrie touch pass back to Hardaway where he buries the 3. That sequence was absolutely amazing to me. And so when you mentioned Hardaway, that's what I immediately, I know we pivoted to some other stuff too, but that's what I immediately thought. That sequence was amazing in that game.
Yeah, no, that was a great combo between those 2 guys. Once Tim Hardaway gets going, you're feeling a lot better about what this team can be outside of Luka and Kyrie and PJ.
And for the 903, that's a hot take, Kevin, because I think Otter has played amazing. It can, for me, and I hope this makes sense, I think Jake Ottinger has made some amazing saves. I do not think he has played amazing because I also think he's let in 2 soft goals. And maybe you're going to make the argument that, like, look, it's as a goalie, you're probably going to let in a soft goal a game. Maybe that's the case. But one of the reasons that Colorado has been able to come back, in addition to their aggressiveness, is there has been a soft goal in both of these comebacks. And that's something you're going to have to tighten up. It's not just on him. Like, obviously, I would argue your forecheck has to be better. Your defense in general has to be better. But I think Ottinger has a little bit of a responsibility here.
Is it just the speed of the game that the Avs put out there that create the soft goals that could be going in?
That's possible because I don't want to dismiss that at all because they play at a speed that is absolutely if I wasn't invested in this series, I would just be in awe at watching
Colorado,
how fast they are. So I don't want to dismiss
that speed that they play with reminds me of what our Mavs, what those Phoenix Suns used to run like with Steve Nash. They're just like, they're going. They get the ball, they go.
How'd you already get there? Weren't you over there?
That's
what
a
is
fair
happening?
point.
There was a save though in the first period, Kevin, that Otter made. That it was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
He lays down and just puts everything out there and is like, you're not getting this puck by me. And it was one of those where they were crashing the net with everything they had, and he makes a save. And I was like, I don't know how he did it, but thank God he did do it.
No, absolutely, you're right. And his Colorado counterpart, I thought he made a couple of really good saves when I thought they had the opportunity to break the game even more open. But Corey, I was really proud that both of these teams followed our keys to victory. Now, I know the most basic victory is score more than your opponent.
That's right.
Key.
Yeah.
Very key.
If
Nobody's ever won by scoring less than their opponent.
That's a good point.
And giving up more points than they scored.
That is a very good point. Now, if for some reason you had to go a little bit deeper, I thought they did a good job of following our keys to victory on both sides. For the Stars, get a lead, keep a lead. Now, we push this to the absolute limit.
That's right.
But
I don't know what you're talking about.
You did?
Pretty sure it was 4-2.
I mean, to be fair, they realized 3 goals, not enough of a lead.
Let's get a
so they
fifth.
got 4.
We need 4.
They needed a fifth, too, though.
And then the
And
Avs.
the fifth was insurance.
The Avs aren't a physical
Kevin doesn't
juggernaut, so don't let them out physical you. You didn't.
Right.
The Stars absolutely did not get out physicaled by the Avalanche and have a better penalty kill. So check, check, check. Stars hit all of those. They win the game.
Reggie did send me a text with he sent you a text as well, I believe, with a goat singing special teams.
Oh, yeah, their special teams was top-notch yesterday.
And Reggie's meme game is on fire. I just want to let everybody know that.
Well done.
He does a very good job with memes.
Thanks, man.
For the Mavericks.
Some of them I don't understand. I'll be very honest.
Oh, well, just let me know. I'll see if I can explain
Sometimes
it.
I have no clue what this one is supposed to mean, but most of the time I get it.
Do you just not want to ask?
Yeah, because I don't want to seem not hip. So then I'll do
Don't
is
worry, I don't think you're hip at all, so don't
all
worry.
right. I'll go. I'll go to Avery or Carter, and I'll ask them, and usually I'll figure it out from there.
Because they figure it out for you?
They're hip. They're young. They understand the game right
Why
now.
do you assume that I'm hip?
Why don't you just ask Reggie, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Because he's younger.
You're younger.
I mean, I guess that's right.
It is right. That's what I said.
Mm-hmm.
Some pushback on the scoring less. Somebody's thrown a no-hitter and still lost, though, but that's because they still gave up a run.
Yeah.
So we didn't say you have to hit less.
Yeah, you have to score.
You have to score
Hold
more.
the score to less.
And then other people have said, what about golf? You definitely want to score less, and then you win.
Don't you count birdies as scoring, though? So you're scoring more,
Yeah,
even though
I
it's a
guess
negative score.
It's the way they keep score that's stupid.
Right.
Yeah, that's what's going on there.
So you think it should be like what was it, the skins game they used to play where they would play for money with like the 4 people and you'd build up points instead of going,
Yes.
now you have negative points?
Yeah.
Right.
What other sport gives a negative? The only other sport with the dumb scoring system like that is tennis, where they're like love, and you're like, what the hell is that even supposed to mean?
And how
you just jump from like 10 to 40, and why?
And that's not even right, but yes.
Pretty close though.
And we went from 0 to 15 to 30. How did it not go to 45?
That makes sense.
Like, how were we like, hey, let's go in 15 increments, except at the end, and then if we tie it, let's go back to 2.
Yeah.
Because that's deuce. It is
Speaking
very
of deuce.
strange.
And deuces are wild.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
For the Mavericks, rebound better, shoot threes better, maybe have the refs with a tighter whistle. Early on in the game, I did not believe that you were getting the refs with a tighter whistle, but clearly they rebounded way better. They shot a lot better. Check, check, check. Hit all the keys to the game.
Yeah, hitting and one of the keys that we didn't add was continue whenever the tide starts to go not your way, whenever that crowd starts to light up, just stay within yourself. Mavs did a great job of that last night because there were a couple moments where I thought that it was about to get out of hand. Maybe it was one of Jalen Williams' plays. I was like, oh no, this crowd just got into it. Shea hits a three, and you're just like, oh no. But the Mavs were able to come right back, nail a shot that kind of quieted the crowd down, and you felt pretty confident. So good job, guys.
Way to go.
Yeah.
And the 6A2, seriously, on the tennis scoring, like, what the F?
It doesn't make sense.
I don't know.
And that's one of the reasons nobody likes tennis.
I mean, I like tennis.
What?
I also enjoy tennis, to be honest.
And yo, face! We're the KNC Masterpiece right here
Two
on 105 through the fan.
In
Coming
the
up
history
next,
of mankind.
we move into the lunch rush and the expressway. Every second round NBA playoff stars 90s legend comp. Who is it for Luka? 877-881-1053. You're welcome, Colby. And also the return of a KNC segment from the past. We'll do it all next right here on the fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Number 10174. Shell Energy.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Iverson, wow, what a fake on Daniels as he broke his ankles and got all the way to the cup for 2 of his 40.
Oh, Allen Iverson, what a move. Allen Iverson.
Piece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Is that the comp for Luka Doncic from 90s and perhaps early 2000 NBA superstars? So Bleacher Report put out an article that I was really intrigued by, and I would like to kind of go along and chop some of these up. Superstars left in the playoffs. Who would be their 90s contemporary? Now, one of them I'm going to throw out there because he already doesn't like this comp, and I get it. That's a tough bar to set. For Anthony Edwards, they put Michael Jordan. And
Wow.
Anthony Edwards has already come out and said, dude,
please stop.
It's Michael Jordan. Yes, please stop what you're doing, which is fair because he's like, I'm in the second round of the playoffs.
Right.
Like, he's been playing incredible. And I know a lot of people think he's going to be the next dude to take over the league, and I'm not disputing any of that. But he is like, can we just wait a second until you say that?
Yeah,
Or
let me
like
win a
10
championship.
years.
Yeah, let me win a
Let's
championship.
win. I think that seems fair. Wait till they win a championship to even link the names together.
Do you think he's more concerned about the comparison as a player or this idea that Michael Jordan is his dad that keeps getting floated out there?
I think it's the pressure of being the player.
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. All right.
And not the dad thing?
Yeah.
I mean, as long as Michael Jordan doesn't actually have to be your dad, I feel like that's fine.
Yeah. Because if he was your dad, then you would hook up with Scottie Pippen's ex-wife.
Okay.
Right.
What? That's not slander. That was a thing that happened.
I know.
All right. So we go down this list. Who would be a good comp for Luka Doncic?
I'm trying to figure out anybody that I've seen play like him.
Not, especially not if we're going back 20 years or so, because in part we didn't really let a lot of dudes that big handle the basketball, and he's not like Magic. Like Magic is like one of the few outliers of big dude,
smooth.
Yeah, he's just
like Luka is physical whether you like it or not. He will put his body on you.
Oh, just real quick as an aside.
Uh-huh.
How many times did you think Luka was about to get teed up yesterday? At
All
least
of them?
Twice?
Yeah, a few.
Yeah, because I put this in our little group chat. When Oklahoma City called a timeout, and that's why they blew the whistle, I thought for sure Luka had just gotten teed up
Yeah,
because,
I did
man,
too.
he was working on that official.
By the way, from Tolo Jonathan, who's the new guy on the radio?
I have no idea.
This is Colby Sapp.
Congratulations on making it to the radio, Colby.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Friend of our
Next Stop
show. We've always, what's that?
Next Stop Podcast.
He's already doing that.
Yes.
What?
Go check out the Colby Sapp and IndyCar Tim show.
How can I find this show?
Anywhere you get your podcast from, or on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter.
Is it called the C-Sit?
No,
Colby
it's-
Sapp and IndyCar Tim?
I mean, we don't acronym it. And I don't know what that word you just said. Or if
C-Sit.
The cassette.
The cassette.
it's just, we were told to just do our names, but we were told we did our names.
And those names are again?
Colby Sapp and IndyCar Tim.
I like it. Nice approach. So if Barkley was a ball handler, would that be like, because he can do those kinds of things, but did Barkley shoot the three as like similarly?
I mean, nobody shot the three similarly.
Well, that's just because the game radically changed. Like, they didn't look at the 3-point line and say it's there, it must be conquered. It was like I guess I could shoot it from here.
But Luka's attitude is not even close to the similar of what Barkley was, though. I mean, there's dog mentality, but Barkley would punch you, and Colby.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, Luka's not going to punch anybody. He's just going to complain to the ref.
Colby would punch somebody.
Colby would
punch a ref.
Yeah.
Now, this is interesting, Colby, and I'm going to get to you, but there's always a joke that goes around in sports that some sports pundits or columnists have a hard time comparing players of the same position to a player of a different race.
Okay.
You've always heard that as like, oh, well, Wes Welker has to be, and it had to be a white comp. So
Like Dirk and Larry Bird.
Yes. So Bleacher Report is really going to throw people's mind for a loop here, as their comp for Luka is Allen Iverson, and their comp for Kyrie is Mark Price. So
what? That's a misprint, right? Somebody,
I think
they did the old flippity flop.
I think that was really going to throw.
I mean,
people
honestly,
for
let's
a
be
loop.
honest. Luka's comp is clearly Dan Marley. I mean, like, you know,
Thunder
Thunder Dan.
clearly,
Thunder Dan.
right?
When we were at the Super Bowl, we walked by the Thunder Dan restaurant.
Did you go in and
No, we had to work.
eat some thunder?
I saw all the smoke pod. How do you eat thunder?
And crap lightning.
That's right.
I don't know how you didn't see that one coming.
Is your butt a cloud?
Yeah.
How's that?
It's a sound cloud.
I can see why people enjoy this iteration. All right. Your comps, 90s for Luka and Mark Price.
For Luka and Mark Price.
I'm sorry, for Luka and
My
Kyrie.
comps for the 90s Mark Price would be
Mark Price.
Would be Mark Price.
For Luka and Kyrie, my apologies.
I don't think it quite goes 90s, but when Penny Hardaway was doing his thing for real and hitting shots, maybe
Okay.
Luka there.
Okay.
Because pretty much anything Penny threw up during that 1 to 2 year span was going in the.
Yeah.
It was going in.
Yeah.
Was Penny overtly athletic? Like when I say that, I'm trying to compare him to like the Vince Carters and McGrady's. Was Penny that kind of athlete?
I think he was.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I can't find anybody that runs at that pace in the 90s that then you would go is also a good basketball player.
That is true. That also had like the skills that Luka has and also is slow.
Now, AI, that's Kyrie, right?
I did see multiple people are like, AI is the Kyrie comp. And so if they do not care for Mark Price.
Yeah,
being-
I feel more comfortable with that, especially
Okay.
with the handles. Somebody's throwing Paul Pierce out, and I don't think that that's an incorrect one when it comes to Luka.
I mean, what we're doing there is old man game, right?
Yeah, that's dad basketball.
Okay.
He can play. He can shoot the three. He can do things around the basket. He's not
Particularly at his pace.
Yeah. But his handles aren't outrageous. It's just his handles are good enough to get you off balance.
So this is going to sound like a weird thing because we're actively watching this player. They compared Paul Pierce to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, saying that people are thinking of the older Paul Pierce way more than the coming out of college, coming out of Kansas, early in the NBA
college.
Paul Pierce.
He did already have old man game to him coming out of college. He was just a little bit faster with it.
Okay. All right. Now, let's go down the rest of the list. I want to see if you guys like any of these comps. If you can go ahead and give me that other cut of audio, I want to know who you think would be compared to this fella right here.
Hardaway backs off on Thomas. What a move! Oh, did he explode and it goes! That was brilliant!
Every bit as good as Richmond's move in the first half. Pretty miraculous move. He left Isaiah just nailed to the floor.
It got the entire Warriors bench on its feet.
Tim Hardaway Sr.
Is the Jalen Brunson comparison?
What do we think about that comparison? Because that is, in fact, the direction that the Bleacher Report went.
Ooh, that's pretty good. That is a pretty good comparison. I was going to say that Brunson is a little more AI than Allen Iverson because he is everything to the team, and Allen Iverson was everything to the team. But I don't disagree with that one. I think that was pretty accurate.
I think I'm going Kevin Johnson for Brunson.
Not bad. Not bad.
I think that's where I'm at with that one.
I once saw a commercial where he ran around the planet and made it go backwards. And not even Superman could do that.
Right.
What? Didn't Superman actually do that in Superman 1? I guess I could have just said in Superman.
Yeah, you didn't have to put the 1 at the end there. Fine.
Yeah, was it called Superman 1? Or any movie? Does any movie ever go into it going, movie 1?
Dune Part 1.
Yeah.
It did say Dune Part 1 or just Dune?
Now, they didn't do it in promotions, but when you got into the theater, it was like Dune Part 1. You were like, what the? This is like a 3-hour movie.
And you know it's because they're worried if they put Part 1, you're going to be like, I can catch it later, maybe before the next one's going to come out. And then there's 15 minutes left in the movie, and you're like, we have so much that we're not going to get solved in this 15 minutes.
All these desert shots.
First Blood, and then the second movie wasn't Second Blood, and that kind of made it weird.
Yeah.
That was very confusing.
What was the second movie?
It's like First Blood Part 2.
Okay.
What?
You can't have another First Blood.
It was already bleeding.
That's new blood. Oh, Ready Player One. Well, but that's different because you're just telling the player to be. It's part of the game.
Oh, Star Wars Episode 1.
Kill Bill Volume 1. Well, Star Wars Episode 1 wasn't the first one.
That's a good point.
It was the first one of the series, but it wasn't the first one. And it was called Star Wars
Episode 1, The Phantom Menace.
The Phantom Menace.
Why'd you put the emphasis there?
What? The way I said Phantom?
Yeah.
Phantom Menace. How do you say it?
The Phantom Menace.
It's the Phantom Menace.
Phantom Menace.
You're
What are you doing?
I'm very uncomfortable.
This is where you're talking about older players.
That's right. Don't get sidetracked, Kevin. What are you doing?
Well, this one's going to sidetrack everybody. I want to know how many people remember this player. The comp to Jaylen Brown is Reggie Lewis. Reggie Lewis.
I don't remember Reggie Lewis.
Also,
it was him in the news.
Played. That's Huey Lewis.
Oh, my bad.
Reggie Lewis also played
for the Supersonics. The Mavericks
Celtics.
almost got him a couple different times, right?
No.
Rashard Lewis.
No.
Huh?
Reggie Lewis played for the Celtics. I guess because they could combo up at maybe the 2 and the 3.
He won the 100 meters and was a good long jumper.
That was Carl Lewis, I
Sang
think.
the national anthem.
His way. Oh my God.
That was a great national anthem.
That is the worst national anthem I've ever heard.
I don't know. Roseanne's was pretty bad too.
Yeah, or that one at spring training where that person forgot the words twice and just had to stop. They didn't even pretend. They just stopped singing.
All right, play ball.
It'd have been worse if they just started making up words to the song, though, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That it's somebody else's country, and you're like, what's happening right now?
And the Rockets do things.
What are the Rockets?
Other Rockets don't. All right. All right. More playoff stars, 90s comps. I think you guys can do this one. Rudy Gobert.
I don't. Man, he's got a very weirdly shaped head.
That is true.
Don't know if that is how they made
it's
the comp.
It's like it's a narrow head. It's very narrow.
I just want to throw out, I'm not entirely sure if that is linked to the comp here.
It was like he walked through a hallway that had a narrow path at the top. His head just got compressed.
Okay, well, use that in your decision-making process if necessary.
Are they going with Mutombo here?
Yes. Dikembe Mutombo.
Is he that much of a force, like
he's very good
SWAT-wise? Because
well, I mean, he just won his 4th Defensive Player of the Year, tying him with Mutombo.
Who else are they going to give it to? You know, nobody plays that hard on defense in the NBA anymore.
I mean, Wemby came out pretty strong this year.
He probably got shafted. He probably should have gotten.
I understand there are people who believe that Tyrese Halliburton and John Stockton, and then Nikola Jokic. Who is the comp for Nikola Jokic?
I mean, for me, it's always been Tim Duncan. Just so, like, everything fundamental and slow. That's exactly what he is.
I thought it would always be Sabonis if he could have played here longer.
That makes sense.
That Arvydas Sabonis.
Yeah,
ooh, that is a good one. They did go with Tim Duncan, but
very fundamentally sound.
Better.
That is. I mean, look, we've established a lot of people are angry about the comps on this list, so you can have
from the 903. Gobert is like Ostertag, and Kevin, as we recently learned.
Did Colby know about Ostertag?
Oh yeah.
So did you
remember
know
Greg Ostertag?
What?
You remember the basketball player
Yes.
Greg Ostertag?
Mm-hmm.
My wife had a crush on him.
What?
She would apparently write in her notebook, Mrs. Gregory Ostertag.
What? That's amazing, and also something you shouldn't tell anybody else.
Well, it's too late because Mike has already brought up. He goes, I know Greg Ostertag. If you want to put them in contact, I was like, not really.
Yeah.
I mean,
would you feel like a little inferior next
yes.
to him? Okay, I get
that
it.
dude's like a foot taller than me and played in the NBA.
Yeah.
I
By the way,
definitely would.
somebody said Jokic. They said Chris Webber. And I don't think Chris Webber ever gets really enough credit for being so skilled of a passer, as well as like just he could do a lot of different things. He wasn't just a big, but I can see that he just never, in my mind, he never lived up to what Chris Webber was supposed to be.
And that's the tough part, and that's why the Duncan comp is interesting because he's clearly not as accomplished as Tim Duncan, but he's better than Chris Webber.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
he's in a weird space, especially if Denver loses this playoff series or maybe even gets swept in this playoff series. With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I just wanted to throw this out there since we also saw Josh Spores go on the injured list. The updated injured list for the Texas Rangers. Position players, Josh Young, Justin Foscue, Wyatt Langford. Relievers, Josh Spores, Brock Burke. You can also throw in Austin Pruitt and Carson Coleman. Starters, Jacob deGrom, Max Scherzer, Tyler Mahle, Cody Bradford, Nathan Eovaldi, Dane Dunning.
That's a lot.
And they're in first place.
Yeah. I mean, again, that goes directly to, it starts at the top. Ray Davis said, Chris Young, it's your show now. Chris Young is very, he's super smart, but aggressive at the same time. He has a standard that he holds everybody to. Bochy, when I hear this again, I go back to one of his former players said there's a demand, but we've never seen Bochy demand anything. It doesn't look like he's out there being like, oh, you guys have to do this stuff. You don't want to let this guy down. What are you making that smile about it? What was that smile? Was it the sound that I made?
No, that's just my regular face.
Oh, okay. Your face. Exactly. That was
the sound of, hey, Mark.
From the 717 on a shout out Friday. Can I get a shout out? Tomorrow's my 35th birthday. And I also want to shout out my son, Augustus. He is 6, playing in 8U baseball, and he just made the All-Star team. Holy crap, dude. Wow. That's freaking awesome.
Augustus is the name of a badass. You have to be a badass if you have that name, right?
Agreed.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'll feel the same way here for the 214. Shout out to my son, Cascade, for turning 6 today. Cascade and Augustus. That feels like a show I would watch.
Like the dishwasher detergent?
I mean, yes.
Happy birthday to Cascade.
God, I hope they just listen to the first part of that audio.
Somebody did text in and they said, hey, thank you. I just got the audio of you threatening my wife. And no, I didn't threaten Judy last week. It wasn't a threat.
Oh, that's what I heard too.
It was just me saying, hey, congratulations.
No, that's not the way I remember that at all.
Take care of that man.
Yeah, and that's where the threat part came in. From the 817, shout out to my wife, Dee, second grade teacher. I know some teachers are getting ready to wrap up, if not right now, in the next few weeks. So congratulations to them for the school year.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
And now, since we've got Colby Sapp, maybe we should do a KNC throwback segment?
All right. I'll get Are You Betty ready, guys.
Or maybe this right here.
Good morning. Okay, so if you got questions, just ask. If I were a lion and you were a tuna, I would swim out in the middle of the ocean and freaking eat.
If a bear and a shark had a fight, who would win?
It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for Battle of the Beasts. It has been so long since we have done this segment. Here's how it works. You compare the mascots and determine who would win in actual combat, and that is how we will determine who is best. So we have a couple of different options here. I'm going to start with this.
I just want to go on record. This is the stupidest segment. This not true. None of this can actually happen based on
Text
the mascots
in
of
if you were able to retire early because of wagers that you made on Battle
Do
of the
not
Beasts.
bet on these things that they're going to say.
If you don't like money. So let's
What was
start.
your record the last time you did this? What was? Do you remember
It
your
was
record?
like 64-9. It was absolutely incredible.
I think you're making that up.
I think Corey's in the pocket of big gambling.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
They don't want us to win.
Oh, yeah. But you got these new commercials coming out. Soon we're going to hear Corey being like, hey, when you bet responsibly. Bet at CoreyBet.com.
Yeah, look, guys. There's no way that big gambling am I in the pocket of them, all right? In my palatial estate in Plano with
The
my 7
817.
Teslas.
Shut up, Corey.
All
Don't
right.
try to use your logic here. All right. Let's go to baseball first. We go the Cubs and the Pirates. Do you think a pirate could defeat a baby bear? Full-grown bear? I don't know. Baby bear? Advantage pirate?
It should be advantage pirate, but if you attack the cub, then mama's coming, right?
Ooh.
That's just going to happen. Mama bear is going to just charge out there and whoop up on the pirate. Pirate's got guns, though, but it's a single-shot musket.
How many bears are coming out? Are you a good shot?
Yeah.
I think the pirate's here.
You know what? I normally take the one with the gun, and seeing as how they have that gun, I guess I'll go with that.
Next up, it's Houston against Detroit. Do you think a tiger could defeat a giant butt?
What?
Yeah.
Astros.
That's not what an
giant
Astro
butt.
is.
Tell me what an Astro is.
Yeah.
A loser for one.
Okay.
Because they're losing lots of games.
Shots fired.
Thank you. An astro. It's short for asteroid, or astrophysics.
Or Astrofan.
Sounds like you don't know, which means it could be a giant butt.
No, it can't.
A tiger can destroy a butt for sure.
What?
What are you doing right now?
Yep.
He's talking about Tiger Woods, I think.
Holy moly,
He
dude.
sure can.
Too far. Too far. This is a classy segment. Not really. Let's go to Tampa Bay and New York. It's the Rays against the Yankees. Now, is this a ray like a stingray? Is it a ray like a beam, like Cyclops?
Are we going with the Chevrolet Stingray?
Oh, yes, that.
We could go with that. So it's a Yankee versus a. Give me the car. It's the car.
Stingray. If it was a devil ray,
Yeah.
that would have been a whole different situation. Dropped that a while back. Next up, Baltimore against Arizona. It's the Orioles against the Diamondbacks. Now, I know normally you might be thinking Diamondback. Home field advantage is key here.
Right.
It is in Baltimore. I don't think snakes can fly. I feel like advantage Orioles here.
Yeah, because I don't remember flying snakes being Diamondbacks.
Good.
So, yeah. You got to go Orioles here.
But the
Case closed.
The Oriole is not like an aggressive bird like a hawk. If it lands down there, the snake is good.
But it wouldn't. How is it in the air?
Wait, can snakes climb trees?
Yes, they can slither up trees.
Guys, a snake climbs a tree and get into the nest.
All you got to do is move.
That's right.
Like fly and move.
This is combat, Kevin.
All right. This one might be the easiest one of the day. It's Toronto against Minnesota. It's the Blue Jays against the Twins. The Twins automatically just double up everything you have.
Right.
So it's one Blue Jay against two Blue Jays. Advantage two Blue Jays.
What?
Because the Twins win.
Okay.
Next up, it's New York again.
Hold on. Are you saying that the Minnesota Twins can turn everything into twins?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like multiple man.
Yeah.
I never thought of it.
Lock up the rings.
It's Twin Cities, which isn't the Twin Cities. Doesn't it have to do with like their?
So wait, are you trying to suggest that 2 cities worth of people couldn't beat something?
Nope, Colby, I would never make that suggestion.
Checkmate. Next, New York and Atlanta, the Mets against the Braves. Now, I envision Mr. Met with his giant baseball head just getting chopped right in the head, and he's done for.
I'm right there with you. Game, set, match. Sorry about your giant baseball head.
Hopefully, you're fine inside of it.
Well, hold on,
Next
did you say
up,
the
And hopefully Mrs. Met is fine.
Mrs. Met. What about her though?
Them cakes.
She's.
Let's go.
I like
next
this. If we can get Mr. Met out of the picture.
to Miami and Philly. Oh, yeah. Look, the Brave isn't doing this for no reason. Him and Mrs. Met, they've been DMing on Instagram, and you know.
Have you seen Mrs. Met?
Oh, is she a good two-seamer?
She got the
Dumpy.
yams.
Yeah.
Next up, Miami in Philadelphia. It's the Marlins against the Phillies. I don't know how in that big goofy outfit you're supposed to swim well.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. And
What is a filly anyway? It's a
He's the big
it's a
green
horse.
guy.
Isn't it a lady
What?
horse or something?
Yeah.
Then why is their mascot the Philly Fanatic?
Because it's Philadelphia and they're a bunch of knuckleheads.
They don't make sense. So if it's a little horse against a fish, where's this being played at?
It's in the water.
Ooh, horses can swim.
Yeah, water polo.
Yeah, and they've got their shoes. They're stomping some Marlins, man. See you later. Go. The
Swim
Phillies
with one
win.
arm.
Oh my gosh.
Hit the ball with the other arm.
I just hope that everybody out there right now understands.
Washington against Boston. It's the Nationals against the Red Sox. What do you do against a pair of Red Sox?
I don't know. What do you do against the Nationals? Or is it? They're the end game. That's where you go to play pickleball professionally.
Yeah, that is true.
Take the Nationals. Coming up next, Cleveland against Chicago, the Guardians against the White Sox. Now, I've decided to switch this up just a little bit, take off the S. Guardian singular, who dominates in X-Men. I feel like the Guardian take this in a walk.
You're damn right they do. Plus, he can probably just put on socks with ease.
Good point. You go sock, shoe, sock, shoe. Next up, St. Louis against Milwaukee. It's the Cardinals against the Brewers. If you gave a Cardinal a bunch of beer, it would be effed up and game over.
Is it a Catholic cardinal or a regular bird cardinal?
You saying a Catholic Cardinal's not going to get too hammered?
Yeah, I feel like both Cardinals do not know how to hold their liquor.
If they do a giveaway for kids under 13, they will be disqualified.
All
From... Next up, Kansas City. Hey, I am Catholic. It's allowed.
No, that's not how.
Still not cool. Catholicism. Clean it up. Kansas City against Anaheim. It's the Royals against the Angels.
Who? Royalty versus God.
I feel like God is going to win.
I'm going to go give it to God.
Okay, that feels fair.
Are you saying God has taken down many
I don't know.
dynasties over his career?
Go look at Rome.
Yeah.
What happened there?
What? I don't know.
The B-52s wrote a song. Okay, next, Los Angeles against San Diego. It's the Dodgers against the Padres. Feel like the Dodgers take this because whatever kind of ray you've got, they'll just be like, whoop, whoop, whoop. They'll keep moving away. Won't get it.
Yep.
Next up, Seattle against Oakland, Las Vegas. It's the Mariners against the Athletics.
So they're just good at sports?
Yeah, and is the Mariner somebody who's awesome on a boat?
Well, I mean, or it could be
Submariner?
the Submariner. That guy's pretty. Yeah, give me the Mariners.
Because what sport are you playing on the submarine?
Battleship.
Yeah,
That's a good one. That's a good one, Reggie.
Next up, San Francisco.
How are they going to hit the ball with the Triton though? It feels like it's got three
That's a
holes. at the top of
merman.
it. Oh, hold on. Mariners don't have a Triton.
I mean, some of them do
They might.
if they're in charge.
Okay,
Yeah. This is a mid-level Mariner.
gotcha. All right.
Next up, San Francisco against Cincinnati. The Giants against the Reds. So 80s or 50s era, folks from Cuba and Russia against Giants.
Okay, so the Giants versus communism.
Yes.
Hmm.
That Giant could crush that wall
That's right. That's right, Gorbachev.
in your face.
Mm-hmm.
And then finally on the baseball front,
Just want to say, if you had Gorbachev on your KNC Masterpiece bingo card today, you win.
and you know exactly how to put that dot on the card. Next, Texas against Colorado. It's the Rangers against the Rockies. A Texas Ranger is greatly suited to go across the Rockies, no problem.
Oh, yeah. No, everything's right with it. No, Ranger can totally handle mountains. What are you talking about?
This is a no-brainer and an easy one. Now we get to the two big ones, Corey. I know you've been waiting for this. All right. It's Dallas against Colorado. It is the Stars against the Avalanche. I feel if snow fell on a star, it would just get burned out quickly.
You know what a star? You know what else is a star?
What's that?
The sun.
Oh,
true.
The sun's melting in Avalanche.
Hell yeah. Take
Right.
the Stars. And finally, Dallas against Oklahoma City. It's the Mavericks against the Thunder.
I mean, it's not lightning.
Yeah,
It's-
what's the Thunder
It's
gonna
just
do to you?
thunder. It's just a smellless fart.
Do animals like loud sounds?
Just making noises. It's not doing anything.
Yeah, animals do hide from thunder. My dog immediately will come into our room and hide. He wants to make sure all the doors in the house are open.
Ooh.
But this is Maverick, though.
Oh, yeah, not Landry. So, my
Well, that's
apologies.
a horse.
Huh?
Are horses scared of
I've never,
thunder?
I can't be around horses. So
That's true.
So you would lose to the Mavericks.
I would lose.
And so would the Thunder.
All right, we did it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You're welcome. Also from the 972 on a shout out to Colby for missing his anniversary for our ear listening pleasure.
I like it.
Hopefully there's a news and notes or a list somewhere. Well, stick around. Maybe you'll get one of those things. Coming up next, though, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh, man. So, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, I've made a comparison for him, Kevin, from one of our favorite shows, The Wire, next on The Fan.
Ooh.
Commercial.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This is the kind of text I love because it includes a compliment and a shout out from Battle of the Beast. This is the content that I want. But also, shout out to my wife, Kayla, Teacher of the Year at her school. Boom. You love to hear it, and you love to hear Colby Sapp on with the KNC Masterpiece, and you especially love C-Block starring Corey Majors.
What?
Go ahead and play it one more time, Reggie.
Bay.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that one. As a line that that's a word Colby uses pretty much
that
daily.
one time.
Yeah, that is a daily thing for him. To start the C block off, never forget this is a sports segment, Kevin.
We did sports in the last segment.
No, we did not do sports in the last segment. We talked about betting based on the mascot fights.
Gambling.
Yeah, man. Dallas, Mavs, and Stars are going to win.
That was I will admit though, that was a once-a-week hit on our nighttime show. Everybody loved it. It was an absolute blaster in the NFL season, and I appreciate that. The NBA has announced that the Indiana Pacers coach Rick Carlisle has been fined $35,000 for criticizing officiating following the Game 2 loss. He was very, very upset, and Carlisle was fined for public criticism and questioning the integrity of the league and its officials.
Yeah, because let's go back. Because Reggie brought this up off air. First of all, they submitted 73 plays. 78 plays that they thought were inaccurately called, which good for that research staff.
From
doing
two
that.
games.
Yeah.
From 2 games.
And then also the discussion was, we're not a big market team, and that's why the NBA is against us. And I'm like, that's a tough call right there. Also, as we talked about the other day, tough call when Denver is your defending champion, and it was looking like you might see Minnesota and OKC in the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, the Rick Carlisle said after Game 1, we always go through the film in games where it felt like the whistles weren't balanced, and we pull the clips, and there's a way you can submit them to the NBA office in the playoffs. When you submit things, the other team sees what you submit, and so there were 29 plays in Game 1 that we thought were clearly called the wrong way. I decided not to submit them because I just felt like, we'd get a more balanced whistle tonight. It didn't feel that way. So, and you know what? There was a moment to start the game off against the Thunder where I was like, those whistles don't feel as balanced. It did balance out later. But I didn't feel like to start the game off last night that it was being called fairly. Like Lou Dort literally trips Luka and he face plants.
Yeah.
And again, Luka wants you to be dismembered and then sent away for life if you fouled him.
Right.
And no foul, no punishment is severe enough if you have fouled Luka.
Finish him.
Yeah, exactly. But and I kind of did too because I thought it was cheap. He runs up behind him, grabs him by the hip, trips him, and he falls and he hits his face. And now he has to touch his teeth every few minutes just to make sure they're still there.
Man, he did do that.
But then everything did kind of balance out, and the Mavs did have their wits about them to start that one. So that is just an update on Rick Carlisle, who again, Colby,
looks like Jim Carrey.
But we also can't decide if the Mavericks were to play against the Pacers in the finals, who do we root for?
No, I can.
The Mavericks.
I can decide. I want the Mavericks to win.
The head coach that brought you your first championship as a Mavs fan, or this team.
I think the option is, and hold on with me.
All right.
I think it might be to root for the Mavericks over the other team.
So you too are a root for the laundry guy.
I am a root for the laundry guy.
All right, Kevin, like we always say.
Stupid.
Everybody out there is just rooting for laundry.
Let's go
way
shorts.
dumber.
Kevin, you met your significant other, not through Greg Ostertag, but through Bumble.
That is true. Tried really hard to get that sponsorship going, but they're busy doing stuff.
Bumble founder Whitney Wolf Hurd.
That's a cool name.
Says the future of dating is having your AI date other people and date their AI. Here's audio.
Our focus with AI is to help create more healthy and equitable relationships. And that also starts with yourself. How can we actually teach you how to date? How can we help you show up in a better way?
So give me an example.
Okay, so for example, you could in the near future be talking to your AI dating concierge, and you could share your insecurities. I just came out of a breakup. I have commitment issues. And it could help you train yourself into a better way of thinking about yourself. And then it could give you productive tips for communicating with other people. If you want to get really out there, there is a world where your dating concierge could go and date for you with other dating concierge. No, truly. And then you don't have to talk to 600 people. It will go scan all of San Francisco for you and say, these are the 3 people you really ought to meet.
So there you go. That is.
Everybody knows what a flawless process computer dating has been all along.
So you're going to send your U copy out to go mess around with a bunch of other U copies from other people.
That's right.
They copies. And we're just going to try them out for a date, going to do some robotic inclined hokey pokey and come back and report.
Help me out. Fan text, franklinperm.com, 877-881-1053. It's either a movie or it's a TV show. I've
Black
definitely Is it a Black Mirror
Somebody
episode?
just said, isn't that a Black Mirror
I was like,
episode?
I've definitely seen something where this is the concept.
Where the AIs date each other?
Yeah.
And then does that allow you to learn from that experience?
Well, it actually led down, as most Black Mirror episodes do, this technological nightmare where an outcome is not what any of the technology had hoped to happen in the beginning.
What if the AIU never comes back?
Exactly.
What
It
if
runs
they-
off with the other AI, and they're like, we're done with your chump ass.
And then they have your credit card information and,
And
your
then
social
they also have a baby, and now you see what your kid would look like, and is that my kid? Because that's my AI, and
Yeah.
is that what's happening?
Yeah, now I
Oh,
feel like I have
man.
to take care of this kid all the time, and you're constantly sitting next to the computer, just looking at the kid that's not yours.
I'd like to apologize to whoever just turned on the radio before any of that first part was explained, and you're here right now. Yes, no, you did not just consume shrooms. You were okay.
Yeah. Yes, Reggie.
Shout out to the 254 who also asked an important question. What if the AIs go out and catch a virus?
It's a good question. Yeah. Now, do I have a virus?
Right.
Am I sick?
Mm-hmm.
These are important questions, Kevin.
I don't know. Would that be like herp keys or?
Yes.
That's quality joke, right?
Okay.
I'm proud of you for that one.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So yeah, I don't know if I'm. Here's my suggestion. All right, Dave Chappelle had a very long story about Daphne. If you've ever heard that,
Yes.
And he said the one line that's kind of stuck with me here, Kevin. I'm having a human experience. Just believe that. Can't we just have human experiences like failure and
Right.
like and success and love and heartbreak? Can't we have all those things? Because that's what makes us human, and that's the difference between us and everything else. So let's just enjoy that instead of having AI do that for us. All right?
I agree. I think the same thing, like, I don't want to pretend like this is a new phenomenon. I thought the same thing whenever you're at like a big sporting event and it's the last pitch or whatever. And I'm like, no, I just kind of want to see it. Like, I'm like, I'll remember it, or I can get the clip off of YouTube 6 billion times. I wanted to see it.
Right, but if your AI is there watching it, which means you now have your 3D visor on, so it's
Right.
basically like you're there.
Yeah. Then you can watch
Yes.
games like that now.
And probably smell-o-vision is there by now. I don't know why I did that.
A lot of people do ask, they're like, hey, Corey, why don't you take more pictures or videos of these types of moments? Like, dead serious, Avery has asked. I'm like, well, your mom's doing it for one.
Yeah.
But there was a time when we were at Little Jim, and it was his birthday party, and I pulled my phone out to take a video, and they were like, we'll do that for you. And I was like, what do you mean? And they were like, we want you to be here.
Yeah.
We don't want you looking through your lens. Just be here. We'll take the video for you. And I was like, thanks. I appreciate
awesome.
that.
Yeah,
and that's why Little Jim is cool.
I do like Little Jim.
All right, Kevin. I sent this over last night, and Reggie said, I can't wait for you to try to explain this logic. And in my mind, and Reggie, I might need your help because you are the treasurer of all information regarding The Wire. Like, I think we've all
like the
seen
show.
we've all seen it. You watch it every other year. You watch the
I
whole.
used to. I've been slacking.
Oh no, your bi-yearly watching has changed a little bit. If you've never seen The Wire, go watch it.
It's really, really
You
good.
should definitely. It was so good that I think Zach Martin had just seen it, and you had just were like watching it.
Yeah.
And y'all shared a moment together.
We did.
You and Zach Martin, best friends, thanks to The Wire. Last night I texted to the guys. I said, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander equals Marlo Stanfield. Now, Marlo Stanfield, played by Jamie Hector, one of my favorite actors. I freaking love that dude. He was in Bosch, and I thought he was awesome in Bosch as
Yes,
well.
I think I'd actually seen some seasons of Bosch before.
And there's a lot of
The
characters.
Wire?
There's a lot of people.
Yeah, and I
who-
was like, oh.
Yeah. And so, Reggie, you said, I can't wait for you to explain this logic.
Because I had no idea what the bleep you were talking about.
And I don't know if you're going to have an idea after I get to this. But if you like The Wire, I hope that you enjoy it. And The Wire, somebody said it was so good it got canceled. And I think they just kind of naturally said, that's a good run for this show.
They tried to cancel it a few times, but
Yeah.
it could not be canceled. It refused.
Yes.
I mean, it could have been canceled during that ship season.
The second season.
The docks.
Which
He's on a boat.
everybody kind of hated, but was very important.
Important.
Very
People do not care for that
important.
season.
There's so much fun, though. Their character. Anyway, so here's my explanation of how Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is Marlo Stanfield. Now, do y'all remember Marlo Stanfield,
Of course.
Colby?
Yes.
He was the guy that came up in the greatest line ever. The price of the brick has gone up. That's one of the greatest lines.
You think you want it to be one way, but it's the other.
Exactly. All right, here's what I wrote in my notes last night, Reggie. As the old guard gets sent off because of age, Steph Curry, James Harden, and these fellas, all the killings and the jail stuff too. You remember all that stuff that happened there's like a little chaos going. Who's going to take over?
Right.
All right. The kid who's old enough to have a bright future, but also young enough to hustle for it, sees that there's a place for him to take over, but knows that nobody's going to just give it to him, especially in Oklahoma City. And so he's willing to make moves to show that he's successful enough to sit at the big boy table. All right. And this is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander right now, as he's seeing he's 25 right now. He's about 5-6 years in. He's 25, maybe 27. So again, old enough to not be phased out with these old guys, but also young enough to still have a lot of hustle in him right now. And so his first move he makes is he wins four games in the first round, and he puts up numbers while doing it. All right. And that's what Marlo did as well. The next move, he's looking for the moment to say the brick is his. All right. Now, this is where he's trying to look around and going, all right, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it from Luka. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this from Luka. So he also sets up his guys around him very well, like Snoop. He's got all the people around him, and he sets them up. And then and I'm looking at Chet and him doing that stupid commercial together and singing what a pro wants, and that makes him even.
I've seen that commercial.
You'd think it makes him likable, but it doesn't. It makes him more unlikable. All right, I just want to let him know that song, they did a very bad job with it, and he just seriously does not care who you are in front of him. He's going to take you down, and that's the way I see Shai. He's like, I don't care, you're Luka right now. I'm going to take you down. Oh, you're Daniel Gafford. Good luck. Try and guard this. He's very calm in his approach. And he wears a headband.
Huh. Okay.
Yes, Marlo does wear.
I think you've laid out some cases. I can see where you're at.
Yes.
Someone asked an important question. Does that make Anthony Edwards Omar Little?
Oh, I like this. See?
Oh, no.
For the next round.
The NBA is the wire now.
For the next round, where as far as the Mavs go, we will find out who the star is on the other team. And then we will find out which character in the wire they are. Now, we got to go back to the Clippers series and figure out what James Harden and Kawhi and Paul George are.
They were the whole season, too, because it was a boat. They're the Clippers.
Oh, the Clippers. That's a good point there. That is a really good point. So that's my approach to SGA equaling Marlo Stanfield. And then finally, Kevin, before we move on to the next segment, which is very important, I have something in my hand that I was given many years ago.
Oh.
And in this, it says, to Corey from KNC. You see that right there?
Oh.
And then as I unfold it even more, and I don't know what that goop is on there.
Yeah.
It says, one free hug from Colby. You remember?
That's nice.
my
right
goodness.
there. One free hug from Colby.
That's nice.
And I'm pretty sure that looks like it may be Colby's handwriting.
That's definitely my handwriting.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely Kevin's handwriting.
That's not mine.
And I would like to submit this one free hug today.
What the
because
hell?
I've held on to this for all this time.
Why did you still have
And
that?
I set this day up specifically so that I could
I'm
use
so
this
happy
and
about
get
what's
my
about to
hug.
happen.
Colby,
yeah.
I don't know who to submit this to. Do I give it to you or Kevin?
I'll take it.
All right, Kevin. And now if you could just pull the lever so I can get my hug. All right, here it comes. Crotch first, too.
Oh, man, you get your crotch away from me.
That's nice. Oh, my goodness. This is a powerful and touching moment.
I mean, years in the making, that hug.
So many years.
Oh, that was good.
I hope you were watching on the fan cam.
Kevin also wants a hug,
Or the
Colby,
Twitch.
if that ever
Oh, and he
happens.
happens to have a coupon in his hand.
Oh, I got a coupon. I'll punch a hole in it, Colby. Don't worry.
Good.
Just like you might punch a hole in something. I don't know.
I already did one.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to do Masterpiece of the Week. It's going to be a jam-packed segment because also it's time for News and Notes, where I predict Colby will tell us about his new country bar for folks who need to lose weight but also have a huge one. Girth Brooks.
Maybe not, but we are going to Florida because everybody wants to go to Florida, and that's all coming up on News and Notes right here on 105.3 The Fan.
If you're laughing,
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan. Got some feedback I just want to read to y'all, and I really appreciate it. From the 808. Y'all really don't understand how happy I am hearing you guys all together.
Us too.
From the 432, it's fine. It's just, it's allergies. I'm fine. And then from the 972, holy crap, it's like a 10-year time warp. Great hearing the gang back together again today. It's just weird when the sun is still up. And those are all great points. Corey, did you have one you wanted to read?
Did you read the Y'all Need a Podcast one?
No.
Y'all Need a Podcast. That Kobe or Colby MF is funny as hell. And Colby, I just want to go ahead and give you that option, that opportunity to talk about the fact that you got that out there.
It's out there, the Colby Sapp and IndyCar Tim podcast. It's a lot of me trying to not strangle IndyCar Tim.
Sure,
and
I get that.
There's a lot of that going on, and it's Mondays and Wednesdays if you want to catch the live stream. If you don't, you just want to download it anywhere, Spotify, any place that has podcasts, you can go download us there. We're there.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And
he's always been funny as hell.
That is very true. And now it's time for news and notes with Colby Sapp.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Reggie, for making us sound good. News and Notes is where I search the World Wide Web for the weird.
Internets.
And by God, I found it.
Yes.
Let's go to Florida because Florida is America's wang. Just look at a map.
That's never going to change, right?
It's not. It's not. As anytime a headline has Florida man in the title, I'm pretty much in.
Yeah.
Sure.
Let's go.
History.
So we're at the Tampa Bay Times, and this Florida man had some murder on his mind. But not just your normal basic everyday, I'm going to go shoot somebody, which is awful. No, he decided all I have is, I don't even really have it, but there's a tractor outside that's not mine. I think I'm going to use it. And he went driving through a college dorm. Now, luckily, everybody was able to escape because it's a tractor. It doesn't move fast, kids. It's not going too fast, but he was able to bust through. Can you imagine being at the point of your Florida man rage where you're all methed up and you've just got to do something and you've decide that tractor needs to go over there inside that building? I don't know how that happens.
We had a coworker once who stole a tractor at Texas Motor Speedway and drove it out of Texas Motor Speedway.
Right.
I do.
Right.
Oh, dear. I do remember that.
I love that dude.
He's a great dude.
That situation might not have turned out great, but
no.
He's great.
No. Let's go from there to North Carolina, where you ever accidentally leave your card at a restaurant?
I did that one time.
Thankfully, they just hold on to it.
Yeah, they usually just hold on to it. Rhonda Deaver left her card at the Smith's Cafe in Kinston last week. She remembered right away, though, like just a couple of hours later, she was like, oh, crap. I must have left my card.
It happens.
So she's on her way to go back and get it. Well, in the meantime, in that 2 hours spanned, the waitress that
Did
found...
you say spanned with a D?
You know, it's a lot better when you end it with that.
Yeah. It's like an expanded amount of time.
That's right.
Okay.
During that span, the waitress decided, well, they're probably not going to come back for this card, so let me go ahead and post it on Facebook that somebody left it. No. She posted a picture of the front and the back.
Oh.
On the Facebook.
Well, good for her.
It was on just their local city page. So, you know, all the people that were looking at it were just friends and relatives and city people, and thousands of charges within that time.
I bet.
God. That she now may be responsible for. Because
dear.
She's trying to fight it. Can you imagine the just utter... The lady was trying to do a good... I'm assuming the waitress was a lady, which that's bad on me because they don't say in the article. but can you? Why? What made you think that was good?
Poor Hazel.
Yes.
She's just sitting there and she's thinking to herself, I'm gonna help out this person.
Oh, this poor baby left her card.
I'm gonna post this on the Facebooks.
So not malicious in any way.
I don't
was
think
just
so.
okay.
Oh, are you thinking that she was like,
Just
screw
asking.
that? She didn't tip well enough.
I'm just
getting
asking.
everybody to charge on her card.
I think you would just wouldn't. Well, that way it can't be tracked back to you because you can just claim stupid.
Exactly. I didn't know.
Huh. Well, we
this
went
might be brilliant.
Went from honestly dumb to outright devious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One little second. Let's go back there to St. Petersburg, Florida. The reason why we're going there is because they are now offering in St. Petersburg, Florida. It's a sandbag site. So to get prepared for storms.
Okay.
They're offering for you to come by. And anytime during the year, like try and get there before the storm hits, everybody. Don't wait in the line.
Makes sense.
Come by and get prepared because we all know it's going to happen. And come by and get you sandbags. Not unlimited sandbags. You
Hold on. Are you telling me that when going to get sandbags, you should not delay something knowing it's going to happen, aka sandbag the situation?
Yes. Yes, I am.
That's weird.
Smart.
Now they're limited to 10 sandbags, which is enough to cover a door.
Yeah. Your door frame.
So
are they giving you the sand too, or is it just the bag?
It's already filled with. I mean, it's not come by and pick up your free bags and then fill it with sand your own damn self.
I mean, the beach is right there. So.
But still, so you take your free sandbags and you sandbag up the front door. Now what do? I mean,
stay inside.
Your house has a lot of more house holes.
Oh, lots of house holes
that it can get house penetrated at.
That's true.
By the rainstorm.
Okay.
Like some of the flush drains.
So you have to do your household chores.
The back door.
Right. Hey! Get your mind out of the gutter.
That's part of your house.
The sliding door somewhere.
What a stupid movie that is.
Sliding doors.
Yeah.
I never saw it.
Stupid.
So I've got another. I don't know how long I have.
You're done.
I'm done.
I'm just kidding. You can give us one more. You can give us one more story.
One more, and then it's masterpiece of the week.
All right. I've got one more. I mean,
he said you're done.
I'm just kidding, man. Go ahead.
Let's go to the Frankfurt flight where I don't know if you got the steak or the fish for the in-flight meal.
Yep.
Because it was ones that was going over the ocean. So they have a meal on there. One of them got a lot of people sick, as 70 people ended up with food poisoning. There was only one working bathroom on this plane, with 70 people having food stuff coming out of both ends of the pipe.
Relationships were broken.
There's got to be lots of air sickness bags.
Is there enough?
No, probably not.
I mean, because if it's violent enough that you eat it and now you are sick,
Yeah.
it's
got to be hard to poop in a bag.
Yes, especially if it chooses that. Yeah, mark that.
You get what I'm saying, though, right?
I've never pooped in a bag.
There you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That was news and notes. Thank you very much, Colby.
Although one time I did, those little those little portable ones that you have out in the woods. I sat down on it and it collapsed, and then I fell into.
Is it porta bag?
Yeah.
What?
It was a hunting trip.
Aren't most bags portable?
Yes.
All right.
Now it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
What's happening, fellas?
From the 817, my house feels violated.
Hey, Reggie.
Hello, Reginald.
That's happening, fellas. Masterpiece of the Week is a segment that we do every week in which we revisit some of the funny, stupid, or odd things that have been said on this program. A few quick things. And none of them are Mike, because obviously Mike has been on the road trip with the Rangers. And I will apologize. I didn't get anything turned around just yet for this show.
Oh, so Colby's going to be on next week.
Yeah,
All
for
right.
sure. So he has to come back. All right, and with that
Tricked
being
him.
the case, let us begin. Which one of you fine gentlemen would like to volunteer?
Colby.
It's not. I just told you. Well, Corey, you just got volunteered.
Son of a bitch.
Because Colby, you know what? Corey, there's two C's. This is different. Corey has a lot of, I don't know, he's very passionate about this one thing in particular.
I need sexy. I need the sexy things to happen.
Do you need it back?
No, I mean, because I feel like there is still some sexy already.
Okay.
Now, it's not like sexy just left, but I feel like I just need these sexy things in order to be more happy with the way things are going.
At what point in that monologue did he run out of steam? He was like, I'm done. I got nothing.
That was we were talking the sexy sports things, and I can't remember what sport we were discussing in that moment, but Reggie had said that it wasn't sexy, but it was getting done, and I was like, that's what I need, though. I don't need just
who amongst us doesn't?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
Put some lingerie on that peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You know
I
what
don't
I mean?
understand what that means.
What kind of sandwich is
A sexy sandwich. It was a boring PB&J. Now it's sexy.
Reggie, back to you.
Thanks.
Are you telling me you wouldn't eat a lingerie sandwich?
Absolutely not. What are you talking about?
Wait, is it the edible undies that are sandwichified?
You can't just eat regular underwear.
Sandwichified?
Right.
Is that a word?
It tastes like a Twizzler.
It is now.
I want people to realize that a lot of the things that people enjoy that I bring to the show is just me trying to keep Colby in the show, if you haven't noticed.
I noticed.
From sexy to sassy, we turn to Kevin Hagelin. This is a very sassy response to you.
Shout out to me celebrating and my man. There we go. I was quick to really, and there we go.
You really embodied the text. I appreciate it.
You shouted out yourself, and at the same time,
and my man. Good for me.
That's my favorite. When drops are timed appropriately, they're really good. That was nice work, Reggie.
Thanks, man. What was also nice work was Corey asking the important questions in the course of a conversation.
I mean, that is a great.
Is she wearing pants?
It's a trend.
Not wearing pants is a trend?
For sure.
Or wearing pants. I feel like wearing pants
not
is more of a
wearing
trend.
pants is a trend.
Trend?
Pants.
Are you wondering why it's pants, even though it's one pant?
I've always wondered why.
I know.
Yeah, because it's one thing, and you're putting that on your butt. And now it's got an S on it.
You're like, why am I not putting on my pant?
Yeah, that's right. It's a pant.
Back to you, Reggie.
Thanks, man.
But even in Spanish, it's pantalones, right? So
pantaloons.
That feels like that ends in an S, so it's plural.
Do you think there was ever a time where there were two separate pants and you had to pull one leg up and then the other leg up?
Yes.
And, try and connect them?
I definitely think that because we didn't know how to slice bread for apparently 2,000 years.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, this is the best thing since we invented that.
We had two pants that we just tied together.
Yeah. Pants.
And then the zipper came along.
Is that how that happened?
I don't know. When did the zipper get invented by YKK?
Don't ask me. Wait,
What?
by Holmst?
YKK is the zipper company.
Okay. He's not wrong.
Is that what we thought all the computers were going to crash?
Yes.
No,
Y2K.
look at your zipper. It says YKK.
I don't want to look at my zipper.
Outcast taught me this.
That's true.
And I was like, what the hell is he talking about? Someone looked it up, and now I know they're the zipper company.
Okay.
I love when you learn something important from something that's
Is
not
that
important.
Yes.
It's incredible. Yes, it is.
Okay.
He learned about industry. He is more industrious now.
Thank you.
Oh, man.
Not industrious. Well, maybe industrious. I don't know. Kevin, who had a moment of reflection.
What have I done that is so wrong? Let's examine the facts as they stand. Sounds like I was about to make a good case.
It really did. Like
I pulled on my suspenders and Your Honor, what have I done? It's so wrong.
As you set
And
your
it's
cane
way
down.
it's way too hot in the courtroom.
From the middle of the courtroom, you just threw your top hat over onto the hanger.
Just got suggest to you
random sweat stains.
Yes, because it's too hot in the courtroom.
It is. Everybody's sitting there with their little fans.
And that one lady can't believe what's about to happen.
She is just gasping for air.
Kevin makes accusations. Give it a second thought.
Yes, you are a liar.
Dude,
Man, that's the second clip you played where I really felt like I was lost at the beginning of what I was trying to do.
You could hear the Kevin brain computing. You are a liar.
Liar.
Yes,
you are a liar.
Stupid. And finally, Corey, what cartoon character were you going for here? Because I have to believe that's what was happening.
What Gunnar Henderson's doing right now? Oh, boy.
You sound like a combination of me in the courtroom that's too hot.
That easily comes from Foghorn Leghorn.
I was about to say.
Like that is the, but I guess I also stole it from Nicolas Cage in The Rock when that dude says, "I sure would take some pleasure in gutting you, boy." And then that's all he says over and over and over while he's laying there in that prison cell while Sean Connery's trying to get him out with the sheet that he's able to unlock all the stuff with.
Yep. Those
Alcatraz. Oh, boy. I am voting for the time when Kevin said that he had done something in his pants and Colby called him a liar for it. That is the one that I'm voting for.
Eligible as part of this masterpiece of the week.
It is the funniest thing that I've ever heard in my life.
I have pooped myself.
Liar.
I'm not a liar. That is edited.
It should win anyway.
Not.
It played today
in
on
there.
our radio. It should win today.
Huh.
Well, you know what? I'm going to vote for me being a small town country attorney in this courtroom trying to figure out the justice system. What have I done that is so wrong? Let's examine the facts as they stand. I'm definitely about to make a compelling argument.
What I want is what I have done that is so wrong, and instead of the rest of it, you just hear Corey go, "Whew, boy." That's what I want.
What have I done that is so wrong?
Oh, boy.
I will vote in not making not actually finding a winner for Corey asking the important questions.
I mean, that is a great.
Is she wearing pants? These are the important questions that we need to know the answers to.
So that's how we do Masterpiece of the Week.
Did you get a vote? You want to vote?
Sure.
Didn't you just vote?
I mean, I think it did, but
what was his vote?
I got what I wanted.
Your combo is what you want. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. There you go.
That's Masterpiece of the Week, everybody.
At the end of that. We're the KNC.
That's what you've done wrong if you were asking.
Add that to the list, Kevin.
Let me present the facts.
Boy.
Oh, boy.
Coming up next.
I tell you.
It's time, Joanna, for a chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. They've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Ben Harley shot, and Georgiev got a piece of it and center down in front of Jeff. They score! Short-handed goal! Tyler Seguin!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan, where we asked for the Dallas Stars to step up their special teams, and boy, did they ever. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
Heck yeah. Double playoff win day, plus Colby is here. It is hard not to be amazing. That pause was an awkward time for me.
Very awkward. I
do
perked up a little bit.
Regret that. And also, it is a shout-out Friday from the 817. Can I get a shout-out to my daughter, Chloe? She's turning 10 this weekend. Last year, Mike said her name should be pronounced Chol, but it is indeed Chloe. The H is silent. Mike is a fascinating cat. He'll be back on Monday. Happy birthday, Chloe. I hope you have an awesome weekend. Both wins were fantastic. Did you take more from Stars win, Mavs win, either way? Or because for most of the night, I felt like I'm going to take a lot from this Stars win, and I'm going to look back at the first period of game one and say, you're emphatically the better team.
You are.
And then the rest of the game played out, and I was like, I am glad we won.
They are the better team. They just got to finish, man. But, yeah, Colorado can strike quick. I think I took more out of the Mavs, mainly just because Luka looked much better. Like, we finally got a Luka that I feel like, okay, if you're getting that version of Luka Doncic instead of the version you got in game one, they've got a chance to win the series now. I felt really scared after watching Luka kind of hobble around there in game one.
He looked better. He still can't drive, because I would have hoped he would kind of take Lou Dort up a little bit because he was in foul trouble. But if he's hitting three-pointers like that, who cares? Like, we'll be fine.
Yeah, they played great, and obviously Tim Hardaway Jr. catches fire, and PJ Washington was on fire, and they made an incredible amount of three-pointers, but they did a lot of other things well as well. So I think that's more impressive. I mean, how could you not have anxiety about the Stars now?
Oh my God!
I'm glad it's 1-1, but that will damage me until you're out of the series one way or another. You will not be able to rest.
Yeah. It's absolutely terrifying. I was like, this is not happening. This is not real life right now. Come on, guys, please, just make this happen.
Well, that's what we talked about. Pucks hitting skates, puck hitting knee pads, pucks hitting, you just never know in that game.
If
I hate that guy.
If I could
bleep that guy.
Circle back on the Mavs. How about, better job of contesting threes?
Yep.
Did a much better job. I don't think Oklahoma City's percentage was all that great when when they didn't contest threes. I think Oklahoma City was better in that thing. Luka, you mentioned him. They made it looked like to me they made a point of emphasis to try their own corner threes. They got to that. They rebounded better on really both ends of the court. Was when it came down, they just didn't totally get washed out like they did in game one. And the bigs, I think the bigs played well for the Mavs.
They did. Gafford gutted it out.
So
I thought Lively played solid too. I saw some people. He didn't fill up the box score.
No, but overall, when you watch the way that their bigs played, it looked much better than when they did in game one. So the rebounding, the bigs, the corner threes, the contested shots, and Luka, finding the guys in the corner and stuff like that, I think really helped him in that game.
From the 469, shout out to everyone at the KNC Masterpiece and the G-Bag Nation. Every single one of y'all is awesome. Love you guys, and y'all brighten every day. Thank you very much for that. Colby, I want to start with you and then kind of go around the horn. I know, Zach, you answered one of these. Both series are at 1-1, and I understand how tight they might be going forward. Have you been able to tell through two games in both of those series, do you think there's a better team? Not to say that the better team always takes the series, but do you say this is the better team? This is the better team.
Out of the two, I got to go with the Mavericks just on the veteran age, but also how I thought the game plan should have been put into play for game one was game two. And it looked like you got just a better overall, we're winning this game, there's nothing you can do about it, to the Oklahoma Thunder, and also being that it was an away game for the Mavs. I think that was there. The Avs scare me because it looks like they only turn that game on third period.
Yeah.
And it's they're not winning. Oh, it's third period. Oh, it's time to go. It's time to actually play our game. The only thing the main thing that scares me about that is what happens when they go, you know what we should do? That third period, do it in the second period.
Yeah.
Maybe even the first one. That kind of scares me.
I mean, they've been the best third period in the postseason.
16 goals,
I mean, it's
right?
unbelievable what they've done in the third period.
Yeah.
I just think the Stars have dominated 3 periods between both games. The first period, game one, the first 2 periods last night in dominating fashion. Like it's a 10-8 round.
I thought they were better. I thought they were better in overtime too. I realized the results
first 10 minutes
did
of
not
overtime. I agree with you.
that.
So you're 100% right in terms of best team doesn't always win, and it's going to be tough to go there to Colorado. That's a tough place to play, and the Avs are really good at home. Now the Stars have been a good road team, but you're right. The altitude I'm worried about now. Lundqvist did have a great assist on a goal. I still worry about him overall. When you're playing 5 defensemen, the fatigue, is that going to set in games 3 and 4? I'm still going with Stars in 7, Mavs in 6, but yeah, I could see them dropping both series. I mean, I'm not crotch first as I want to be.
Yeah, not clear yet. And I think it took till about halfway through game 3 before I felt confident the Mavs are better than the Clippers. So maybe we'll get that, confirmation here coming up as they return home. But no, this is, great series, 2 great series. And it's really not clear who the better teams are in either of them.
Colby, just a reminder, where can people find you if they want to check out y'all's stuff?
Colby Sapp and IndyCar Tim Show. It's on Spotify. It's on Facebook. It's on YouTube. We're on Twitter or X. Anywhere that you can find your podcast, look for the Colby Sapp and IndyCar Tim Show. Download us. We're twice a week, Mondays and Wednesdays. We're live on all the social media apps. Go check us out. Comment, throw it in, and do your thing with us.
This was one of my alternate news and notes teases where Colby will tell us about his new fancy toilet shop that Reggie would definitely like. Bidets and Confused. So I felt pretty good about that one too. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks so much for asking. It is a big what you drinking, what you thinking Friday, of course. Nadel's going to join us at 4:40, and Tim Cato will join us at 6 talking Mavs.
Woo! Yeah.
Great.
Hey, ask him about the post-game press conference with Luka. I think
that was interesting.
I think he has some inside information about that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
You've made us number 1. you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic little Sports Friday. We are back with better vibes than you could possibly imagine. A double Game 2 victory Thursday night. How about it? Let's get this 5-hour voyage underway. G-Bag Nationals, General at your service. There's Brian Blas, the former Cowboys scout, NFL executive. He's going to be out at Cowboys rookie minicamp this week, and looking forward to asking him questions about that. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. Happy Friday to you. You have a Zach Wolchuk here in attendance. Chia Follow is with family. Send that man some love on social media. Let him know he's missed. You're awaiting his return. And, of course, you have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. How was it, guys? You enjoy that or what?
Man, it was amazing. Now, I almost had a heart attack there in the third period. I had my first little fight with the missus. She's like, "Hey, do you want to feed the baby?" I'm like, "Look, honey, we got 2 playoff games on right now. It's going down to the wire. If you want me to feed her, I'm not going to be focusing on her." She's like, "Well, thanks a lot for the help." She stormed off. All right, so
yeah, there you go.
Immediately there, I thought I might be in the doghouse. She then realized he's right.
Yeah,
he needs to watch this.
It's her job.
So I took over the
Pay the
feeding
bills.
once the Stars were able to secure the victory. I thought when the Mavs went final, I was going to be okay. Then the Stars made this thing really, really anxious. Yeah. But thank the hockey gods. Oh, my goodness. They held on. But the one big positive, I think, is Rope Hentz answered the call. Tyler Seguin gets a big shorthanded goal. It's exactly what Pete DeBoer wanted after game 1. He said, "Look, I'm looking at Cale McCarr, Val Nichushkin, Nathan McKinnon. Their top guys are scoring. Dude, you need to go earn your money here in the playoffs." And Rope had an amazing game yesterday.
Yeah, so did Tanev.
Yeah,
he did.
You know, they gave up a little bit too much there in the third period for most people's comfort. But, you know, you get the win, I think, is the overarching story, and you're happy about that. You're excited about that. But there's no way you can feel comfortable in this series, especially after losing home ice and seeing how quickly they can put them up, you know. And then the penalty laid. I don't even understand how you call that with 3 minutes to play. That was just that's tough. But they did, and so now you're playing 6-on-4. It was just unbelievably anxious for the Stars and their fans, but they got the win, and the Mavs get the win. And let's talk about that basketball game, man. Couple of guys stepping up in a major way. How good do you feel about this? PJ Washington, 29 points. Tim Hardaway Jr. went off for like 11 straight on his way to 18 or so himself. Luka was back to himself while still hobbled. He toughed it out. And the Mavs combined for 30 assists. So a lot of things went incredibly well for them last night. And they're 1-1 as well. I think at this point you got to feel better about the Mavs than the Stars, but not overly confident about either situation because a lot had to go well for the Mavs to get the win as well.
It was one of those things where, for me, I mean, PJ Washington, we've been waiting for this. I was stunned to see what THJ did. Like, it's like you cross your fingers and you hope that he's able to give you a little something. Yeah. That 3 that he had late
out of the corner,
I did think, and I know the broadcast, I think it was Dave Pash, was like, "Oh man, that feels like a dagger." And then here comes Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He hits a bucket to cut that thing back to single digits. But yeah, that was an amazing shot. But to me, it was about the bigs. Like, that was the area where we thought the Mavs had such an advantage with Gafford and Lively. They showed up last night. They were a big difference maker. I got very worried about Daniel Gafford when it came to that finger. I mean, he came back out in the second half, and he's still grabbing it. I'm like, I think they need to sit Gafford. I don't know if he can go, but credit to him. He fights through that. It was great to see what Luka was able to do. And you didn't even, I mean, Kyrie, it wasn't necessarily on the stat sheet, but he made such an impact when it came to, last second punch outs, trying to get some steals defensively, the effort that he was putting out there. That was a gritty victory that they were able to get on the road. Now they come back home to the AAC that's going to be rocking tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, I thought they balanced that perfectly last night with the combination of Luka and Kyrie, and Irving ends up with 11 assists. They're 5-1 in the regular season and playoffs when he has 10 or more. The Mavs are 17-1 in the postseason and regular season when logging 30 assists or more, which is just a crazy number. But a lot of shots were falling. I think they made more than half the threes they took last night. The Mavs did. As OKC is intent on stopping Doncic and Irving, and that leaves spot-up shooters in great situations. And if they're giving you that corner three, I think I'd rather have that than Doncic and Irving like combining for 70 points or anything like that. That's just easy money at that point.
Well, you nailed it with their shooting percentage, right? So they're 48% from three. The thing is, like, can they sustain that? Because they had those looks in game one. You just didn't get the makes, right? And they always thought it's a make or miss league. But this team is so difficult to beat when they're hitting their threes. They're going to have open looks. They've just got to hit them. And I know that sounds incredibly simple, but it does come down to that in this series against Oklahoma City. We previewed it before the series started. They give up the most amount of wide open corner threes in basketball. The Mavs set that up at a higher clip than anybody else in the league.
Yeah, I mean they're hunting for steals a lot, and they're good at that. And you can never be too sure a pass is going to get through because they're so fast and long and young. They're not tired and they're sharp. Like, this is a very well organized basketball team in the Thunder that you're up against, even though they're so young, Brian.
Their offensive turnovers were down in this game too. That was something that was huge in game one, and they did a much better job of using a football term of protecting the ball and not allowing the Thunder to take advantage of those things. I just feel like, too, the pick and roll game, getting the bigs involved, I think, was big in this game as well. They were not a factor. And I'll tell you another thing. They figured out when that Josh Giddey's on the floor, take advantage of him. They played him off the floor.
They did.
He was a minus 20 in that. And there's a guy that's normally a starter that they rely on. And he only played like 10 minutes in that game. So they figured out a way to take advantage of him being on but the bigs playing well, Luka with the pick and roll, the corner threes, the role players stepping up, and the fact that I think that they were contesting, those Oklahoma City shots. When they don't contest the shots, we know Oklahoma City can knock them down. When they contest them last night, that game, they were 4 of 19 again on contested threes. That's what they got to do. They got to figure out a way to close out on more of those.
Absolutely. 214 says, congrats on your first storming off, Wolchuk. That's real life, and there will be many more, brother. Much love.
I was ready for it. I held my ground. I thought you would be very proud in that moment. I was like, I'll figure this out later, but we're in the zone right now. This is important.
Yeah, and you have to be willing to accept that that's going to happen a lot. And from my personal experience, there's no way to avoid it. You couldn't bat 1,000 in this camp, so there's just no way around it. You gotta accept that, and also don't be afraid of the doghouse. Sometimes that doghouse can be a magnificent place of calm and silence. That's just my personal experience.
Embrace it. I like this.
Yes.
Or you could just get divorced like I did.
I don't want to do that.
No.
Then you're by yourself the whole time, and you're not really worrying about what they care about you.
It makes watching tape easier. That's for sure.
It makes tape watching easier. If you whatever you want to do, you're able to do.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. How about that cautionary tale though, with the fan poking the bear? Kyrie Irving saying the fans motivated the players by trying to heckle them, and maybe contributing to the dub. He was playing like a man inspired last night. Sometimes I think it could be a double-edged sword. If you lose, they say you're distracted. If you win, then you get to say, that fed us. But you could definitely tell Kyrie Irving had the eye of the tiger last night. And if I'm a Thunder fan, I'm thinking, man, maybe next time we just we keep it down a little bit. Okay, Stars game was awesome, and nail biter right up until the empty netter. But I mean, just quite a job to get that win. I don't want to forget to appreciate how massive it was, and how once again it looks like you might have the championship makeup going down, but this thing is going to go the distance, isn't it? I mean, we're heading for 7 games probably in both of these.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. I mean, it was just so disheartening to see you're up 4-0. You were literally kicking Colorado's ass. I mean, every loose puck battle, I thought defensively, they did everything that we had talked about. The power play was on. Yeah. The penalty kill was on. They get a shorthanded goal. Tyler Seguin, the first of his long career. Rope was fantastic. He became the 4th player in Stars history with multiple 4-point games
Miro did it as well back in game 2, of a previous series in 2023. So this is something where like Rope was great. I thought Jamie was really good. I thought, I mentioned it, whatever Lundqvist was able to do there with that beautiful pass. And he's a guy that still, you don't want to put him on the ice too much. That Harley played really well defensively. You mentioned Tanev. A lot of your guys I thought played on their A game. That third period, though, Colorado just put the pressure on. You're on your heels, and that's got to be in their head moving forward. Like, guys, we can't allow this. And the second it starts to happen, it's that snowball effect.
I think Colorado has to be extremely happy they got a split, considering where they were goals against.
Sure.
In that first game to come all the way back and get the win in overtime. They have to feel great about that, and to be down as much as they were yesterday by 4 goals and make that a game, with pulling your goalie and maybe, maybe a tip puck or something in a skate or somebody getting a rebound. Colorado has to be the team that feels the best coming out of this series if you look at the last 2 games, because they split on Dallas's ice, which is what they needed to do, and they came back, stormed back in both situations. They have to feel good at no lead is, just keep playing. Dallas will do something to maybe mess this thing up, at the end. And then the last couple of nights, it's, especially last night, it was damn close to being back into overtime.
Yeah, Sagan after the game, he said they feel like they should be up 2-0. You're right.
I think Colorado should feel really good where they're at right now.
Yeah, Colorado probably does. And I did love the Jamie Benn hit on Devin Taves. Did you like the explanation given by the TNT guy? I know my guy that I don't like. He's on ESPN. He's on ESPN.
Yeah,
I do like the TNT broadcast. I like both, but the TNT crew with Biz and Lundqvist.
They're good. Like I say, the former official who doesn't want to give an opinion, but they have him on there to give an opinion. I have no time for you, man. I just don't. But yeah, I thought it was. I know it was our guy delivering the hit. But it didn't look like, to me, it looked like the snap of the head was because of
whiplash.
Shoulder to chest to shoulder, and then that's where you get the whiplash effect by the hit.
To me, it was a brutal, violent but clean playoff hockey hit.
Yeah.
Growing
so
up,
what's the rule? Is there a rule against hitting a guy that doesn't know it's coming?
You
can't go to the head.
You can't go to the head.
Oh,
you can't. Like the other day, we got what did we get? Glove to the face that was for 2 minutes for roughing.
Right.
Elbow to the face would have been 4 minutes for that would have been more of a penalty than the regular just roughing penalty. They have different levels of these penalties if you draw blood and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think it looked bad because he was leaned over a little bit and you knocked him into another Dallas star who was behind him. So it looked violent, but these officials know what to look for and they're trained. I think a lot of times what you have is like as fans watching this and they are just so mad and they're so dug in that it's a penalty that they sort of lose touch with objective reality.
Yeah, that's the fact that the officials, I think, had it right the first time.
They called it a major, right? Yeah. So you can go ahead and review it.
Right, but the first initially no arm went in the air to signify a penalty. They went and reviewed it.
And the review was quick.
Like, no, that's a hockey play.
Yeah, it's probably one of those, to your point, like if that happens and it's an Avs player to Jamie Benn, if it's the opposite, we're ticked about it. We're like, how is that not a major? But to me, you can clearly see there's shoulder-to-shoulder contact. The whiplash of the head is what made it look a lot more worse.
You couldn't last season when Jamie Benn went after Stone at Vegas. Yeah. Like he knocked Stone down and then now cross-checks him like in the back of the head.
Penalty.
Yeah, even as a Stars fan, you're like,
can't do that.
You can't do that. That's just, you're going to get suspended.
But I'm glad Taves came back in the game. Yeah. He's okay. You don't want to ever see a player.
Nobody went after Jamie Benn though, which was,
nobody.
They're not going to mess.
Shows
with
the weakness there at Colorado.
I could say we'll
Keep
see.
Throwing that body around, Jamie. I like what you're doing, Captain.
Let's see if they go after him in this next one. I don't think they will though.
You think who's going to drop the gloves on Jamie for them?
I just say they'll just take a run at him. They'll take a run at him. Somebody will take a run.
Cale McCarr.
Good luck with that. Yeah. Chicago Bears not playing games this time around with the starting quarterback. As you remember, they did a few years back when they took Fields and they had Andy Dalton in there. They're naming Caleb Williams the starter going into rookie minicamp. Of
course they are.
Mbappe has confirmed he's going to leave PSG, likely move to Real Madrid. Should be confirmed, fairly soon.
Have you heard some of the content that he's had about he wishes he was just a normal guy? That he would give any amount of money just to be able to go and have a burger or a pasta in a cafe and not be bothered? He did. He said, I would write any, like he pulled a Jerry Jones, I would write any check to be able to just go and live a normal life.
Yeah, it might be hard to find that place in the world.
I
as a soccer
call
star.
Cap.
I do too.
Yeah, I call Cap.
Yeah. You call Cap on that one?
Yeah, nobody lives in that damn panhandle of Texas. Go live up there. Nobody's going to recognize you.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Amarillo. What's going on over there?
It's funny.
that little slim part of Oklahoma. Go live up there. Nobody knows what's going on over there.
No, you're right about that, Lucius. Michael Schumacher, the famous Formula One driver, used to come ski in the United States because nobody would recognize him. He could get on chairlift, ski. Nobody would bother him at all.
Yeah.
So maybe he needs to go to a place where they don't recognize him.
Yeah, I think that's just him having fun with his fam. Like, oh my goodness, I am so dang famous. 25 years old, man. I can't tell you how much of a burden it is. I can't go anywhere with it. It's like, no, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't trade that in. You know, there have been quite a few chances over the last 10 years while you were on this ascension to greatness, just bow out at any moment. You could tell how famous Messi and Ronaldo were, and you know, at least for the last 6 years, it's been obvious.
Well, Messi
Mbappe
can't
was
do
going
the
to hit
same
this
thing, right? He can't go anywhere, right?
Well, I mean, when he got to Miami, he was like grocery shopping, and a couple of people were like, "Hey, you're Messi."
He was
right?
in Publix. That's right. You're absolutely right about that. Yeah.
So you know, I think in America, especially in the American South, there's pretty good chances of being anonymous as a soccer player in football country.
Messi's so short.
yeah.
He's like, he's the.
Oh, is that Messi?
Who's the little guy with real big legs?
I mean, at least it wouldn't be where like you're absolutely treated like a beetle. You know, these are survivable public moments. I think for soccer players in America,
you would love that being like in the public eye like that. You would. Nobody would love doing that more than you.
Love that. You're right about that.
Nobody
Brian.
would love being in the public eye more than you.
That's 100% correct. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. What is Broadus hoping to see at rookie minicamp this weekend with your new Cowboys? That's coming up next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on a What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday right here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Shoot Chan, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. G-Bag of the Day in 7 minutes. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consult. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. carsforkids.org. Yeah, we have time for some Cowboys content in here for you. I want to tell you next Wednesday we're going to be at the Battle of the Brands at Southern Leisure. It's the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Expo, and it's going on through May 27th. We're going to be out there next Wednesday, and we have special edition fan T-shirts and hats to give away. That's next Wednesday, Southern Leisure in Flower Mound. Let's talk about rookie minicamp, though. We're already underway out there, aren't we, Brian?
Yes, we are.
What things are you looking for in this particular round of practices? You know, what's going to be revealed to you that you don't already know about these guys?
Yeah, the thing you're going to get to do is that as we went through the process of the draft, the scouts always have the advantage of seeing these players live. So they know how, when they go on the road, they go watch practice or they run into the kids. So they know how these kids physically look. Zach and I and others, Aisha Morris and Nick Harris, everybody that's evaluating the players, this is now the first opportunity you get to see them, how they physically look. And so you're like, okay, yeah, long-armed guy. Like we'll get to evaluate with Guyton and, with him and like, okay, we on tape, he looks like a guy at 6'8". How is he proportioned with his body type, big lower body, upper body and all that. So you kind of get an idea of that. The thing that I always got out of these camps, and I go back to the days too of, there was a time when I was at DallasCowboys.com and Jason Garrett had practices, and they would have practices where it was like legitimate practices and like Des Bryant's throwing up at practice, that kind of, and there was work. And nowadays with Mike McCarthy, it's a little bit of a different thing. It's more of I think they realize that these kids work to a point. They get to the draft and then they don't do anything once their pro days are over with. So you don't want to get out there and run a kid and all of a sudden have him pull a hamstring or have something happen to him where now you don't have him. It's going to be important after these camps, and then they're going to get to the OTAs, the mini camps, the mandatory stuff where they're working with the team. The veterans go home. These rookies get to stay. And then that's where they get in shape and get ready for July and training camp. So you got to get them to that point. But what I always got from these practices was body types, where coaches like to line them up, and then maybe some drills that you can get if the defensive backs, say, for example, the defensive backs are doing some drills. Kalen Carson, who I really liked from Wake Forest, the corner, I want to see him moving around a little bit in some drills. It might not be coverage drills and stuff, but at least I could see footwork. I could see maybe a little bit of quickness. I could see if he's a tight player, if he turns well enough. You could get those things from watching those drills. Justin Rogers, the defensive tackle, massive guy right there. I'm interested to see if you watch his tape, he moves around very well, 338 pounds. I just kind of want to see him go through some drills, chase the ball a little bit. Then is he going to be one of those guys that's just going to stand stationary? But the Auburn tape tells me he plays with some movement. So those are the kinds of things. Body types, where you line up, and then maybe some type of a little bit of characteristics that I could draw some traits from how you're moving around in the drills.
Mike's kind of adjusted the practices to be significantly less intense than what JG's used to do.
Yeah, they used to legitimately bring in there were practices where they would bring in guys, these what they call tryouts. So they wouldn't even be guys that were signed. So now you have basically not a full roster, but enough to have a half line practices. And I just remember Des Bryant, they were running him ragged. And he got sick, and I was like, gosh, dang. But that's
he got kicked out of school early in his final year, there was just so much that was going on.
A lot going on.
He had the lunch with Dion.
Yeah, once these players get done with their pro days, like the first or second week of April, they're really not doing anything. So here we are into the middle of May, 4 weeks. Yeah, you're not going to take a kid and run him ragged out there and potentially get him hurt. Mike is one of those guys. It's like he is more about the cerebral aspect of the game when it comes to these rookies.
Yeah, letting the offseason body recover.
That's
I think that's something Mike does great.
That's what he's doing. But where you'll get something, where you'll really get something, is when they start to work with the veteran guys.
Yeah.
See,
that's when we've gone out there.
See, there's teams that will bring the veterans in with the rookies, and then there's some that will keep it separate. Where they'll just.
Well, I was going to ask you: is there any chance that Mozzie's out there and you can get an evaluation on him?
Not him working. No, not at all. Not at all.
Pretty cool to see these rookies out there, though.
It will be, but there'll be a lot of standing around, and maybe some individual drills that you can, and you can also find out where they line them up. Maybe you'll see with BB. Is he playing? Is he playing? Do they have him playing guard? Do they have him playing center? How's
he snapping?
Is he making deep snaps? Yeah.
I always imagine this was just
shotgun snaps. Yeah.
Information overload for these rookies. Like you see the giant playbooks. It's like, man, I bet a lot of this is mentally wearing on some of these guys.
Who's the rookie with the best chance of having an impact year one? And how many do you think will have an impact year one?
Well, of course, it's very obvious that you would say that Guyton could be your starter at left tackle, and BB and BB
both those offensive linemen.
I personally feel like that the guy that might have the least of the learning curve might be BB.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think with Guyton, as much as I like Guyton and all that, playing left tackle and stuff, that's going to be an adjustment for him. But the thing about BB and the way he plays, the physicality, the thing he's going to have to work on the most is that being able to step and snap. That's something he's hasn't done in a while. I mean, it's a little bit different when you're snapping, making sure the snaps are, and then you're coming off the ball and going that way. But I mentioned Carson, the cornerback. I'm kind of thinking like if he's one of those guys that all of a sudden we get to mini camps and he's showing out, and then training camp he's showing out. I wonder what that's going to do with Jordan Lewis's job, because maybe then you think about playing Carson on the outside and kicking Bland inside in the nickel. So that could be your impact. I mentioned Justin Rogers, Marshawn Nealon, the defensive end. How much of impact is he going to have? If Sam Williams doesn't do well at right end, is that going to be Nealon's job? We'll see.
It'd be awesome if he can ball out and get significant snaps. Yeah. That would be great for his future and for this defensive line. They need an infusion of young playmakers, and what he does stopping the run. I mean, you do that at a great level.
That's exactly what he does.
You could find the field a lot for this Cowboys team as they try to stop the bleeding in some of these situations. Time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius. Your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah, man, here we go. Mic check. Can you hear me? Do I sound good? Let me turn this mic up.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, all right. Our winners so far of G-Bag of the day is a former WFAN radio host, Joe B. That's what we decided to call him because we couldn't say his last name.
Yeah, Joe B.
Couldn't say his last name. It's probably why he's a former host. Nobody can say your name. Take that from a man named Lucius. Anyway, he was having technical difficulties while recording his podcast. He got so upset he even kicked the cats out the room, as if the cats had something to do with it.
Just a tremendous job. This thing, of course this would happen now.
Of course.
Come on, baby. Come on.
Come on, baby.
Come on. Let's go. God, come on.
That's Iggy. Because Dante's by the window. Let me get
God.
Iggy and Dante.
Come on, Iggy.
Good names.
And then stop recording.
No, it hasn't.
Why does this thing pop up like that? Where it covers the whole screen.
I don't know. Sometimes we get these pop-ups. Come on, buddy. Come on.
There's no reason for it.
Come on, buddy. Come on.
I can't take it. Unbelievable. I got to do this again.
Yep. Again, Joe.
That's weed. That's weed. Cancel. All right, it's going.
All right, we're back. We had a little glitch here, so we want to apologize for everybody. Bingo, the Yoda Pain podcast. So let's get back to where we were. We're talking about Embiid and how overrated he is.
It's just so amazing.
We're talking about Embiid and how overrated he is. Call up.
I want to hear more about Iggy and Dante myself. commentary on the Cats.
It's funny names. Let's see. All right, what else we got right here? Oh, what in the hell was going on during Luka's post-game presser last night?
Yeah.
You can obviously tell they were in Smokelahoma and not Texas, because you can't even get to where I'm thinking they went to.
Just our sharing the ball and our energy was great.
What do you think? Okay, moving on. I hope that's not live.
Damn tennis match going on around there somewhere.
Yeah, Monica Seles back on tour.
Just our sharing the ball and our energy was great.
What do you think?
It's a hell of a hit.
Is that a prank thing?
I don't know what that is. I was going to ask you guys. Did anybody get to the bottom of it?
I think Wolchuk's pretty good at the random moaning. Aren't
think so?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wow.
That's what I was thinking. Is maybe it's some Mavs or Thunder doing a little prank. You know?
Wait, it's just walking by or playing the audio?
When it becomes playoffs, they set up like these little areas underneath the arena. You don't actually go into the locker room and interview them the same like you used to. And, it's easy to get back behind those areas. There's a lot of just curtains, and that is what's creating the room. So there can easily be somebody on the other side of that curtain with basically nothing blocking the sound. It's perfect prank territory.
Look at you, bro.
Yeah.
It would be a great
That's
prank.
how Cam Newton got a little caught up actually back in the day. Remember? Because there was somebody so close he felt disrespected
that's
by it.
right.
Yeah,
Because they were enjoying themselves?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's the greatest day of our life. We smoked Cam Newton in the Panthers.
I do
You
like the
listen to all
theory
of
like the hub is available once you cross the border there in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
So somebody got a little excited with the hub. They opened up the computer. They forgot to turn
I
it
bet
off.
it was
left
McMahon.
on.
I think it was Tim McMahon probably involved here. That'd be my bet.
Yeah.
You going to finger McMahon, huh?
Pause.
You going to say he's the 1-4.
You put that sausage finger down.
Like, you couldn't wait, though, if that's what you are doing. You couldn't wait like it's the middle of the game and just stress your trigger or something. It's like, I got to calm down, bro.
I think it popped up. I think it was a pop-up situation.
Okay.
We had that happen.
Pop-ups do happen.
We had that happen.
Been to the sites before.
We had that happen in the scouting department one time at the Cowboys.
See?
That and like the whole like you heard
that's
it.
what he told y'all.
No, you knew what
You
office.
seen who was down with it.
You heard it from the office, and everybody just kind of like started laughing. But it happened in the office. But it was kind of, but now like over the Cowboys, if you ever tried to do it, you can't get on those sites.
No, he was flirting with you.
Yeah.
I think what we had here's my official theory. You had a reporter.
Yeah.
He was at his hotel.
Yes.
Looking at adult content.
Yes.
Right? Things wrapped up. He closes the computer, goes to work.
Yes.
After the game, he's setting up in the media room. And it just opens up, and as soon as it collects to Wi-Fi, playing resumes.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I think that makes a lot of sense. 214 does bring up a good point. Carter was at the game last night. Suspicious.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder what he's looking at in his break room over there sometimes, doesn't it?
Boy, that Luka was, he was shocked. If you look at the video, Luka was like, what the hell is going on in here?
He was looking down. He was looking down, and all of a sudden he heard it. And then his eyes.
Is that mine?
His eyes shot up. It was like when Jokic the other night when the guy asked him the question in Serbian. Did you hear the guy interviewed? And like Jokic is looking down, and all of a sudden he heard like a familiar, and he
heard his name pronounced correctly.
And he looked up like, "Whoa, what's going on here?" And Luka kind of did the same.
He recognized those moans. He was like, "Is that Jada Stevens?" Sounds like it. All right, let's see what else we at. Oh, let's go to MLB Network, where a broadcaster with an announcer jinx.
Don't take this the wrong way, but we are already a no-hitter alert.
Yeah.
Yoshinobu Yamamoto, before he throws a single pitch tonight against the Marlins, we have a no-hitter alert. Okay. Enjoy what could be a no-hitter from Yamamoto.
You know Jazz swing your first pitch.
Right here on MLB Network for Harold. See why I'm Greg.
Don't put me in.
We have a no-hitter alert. Enjoy this game live on MLB Network.
Boy, you're crazy.
In the major leagues to establish himself as that guy. Dodgers looking for a 6th straight win and a 13th out of their last 15 after they took the first game 6-3 last night. Yamamoto comes home, and off we go. And the aggressive Marlins get a first pitch swing and a high fly ball and a home run for Jazz Chisholm on the first pitch.
That's amazing. You can't write a script like that.
Play.
That dude is funny on MLB Network, though, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's a very underrated host. All right, on. Well, there's a Champ 2 Challengers. What do you say? It's a Friday. Let's do some voting. Is it
Somebody said it sounded like Tiana Trump. No, she don't make no sounds, man.
No sound.
No sound. Sounds like sounds like you're eating spaghetti when you hear Tiana Trump.
There's some sounds she make, but it ain't that one. Yeah.
Is it the former WFAN host Joey B at home with the Cats? Is it Luka Doncic's post-game presser? Or is it an MLB announcer with the announcer Jinx? I'll go with Luka Doncic presser. Lucius, how about you?
I feel sorry for that dude that closed his laptop too fast. Somebody must have knocked on the door. How do you not hit the X?
Right.
I'm still going with the former WFAN host, Joe B.
Try to win. What's your?
I think I'm going to go with
one of y'all.
Yeah, I'll go with the champ on this one.
2-1, Brian.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Joby on this one too.
All right, there it is by a score of 3-1, and still your G Bag of the Day champion. It's the former WFAN host Joey B at home, struggling with his equipment. Sounds like. Brian, where are we going next?
Yeah, it's Friday, and I've got a game for my guys. We'll do that next.
But I do want to tell you.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 3 o'clock, NFL News of the Day with Wolchuk. You do have Zay Jones going to Arizona. More on that story coming up here before too long. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, Sean. Appreciate that. And by the way, just an update from yesterday.
Yeah.
He's getting the ruckus.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
Oh, how'd that go?
It was a family meeting. It was passion on both sides of the floor. It came down to a vote, and yeah, he got it. So
right on. Well, congrats to him. I know that's exciting. I hope he's safe and wears a helmet at all times.
Absolutely. No, there's a lot going on, and a lot going on with that. So appreciate all the thoughts and all that. But yeah, so it was you talk about family decisions over there and things you have to do. Sometimes that was one of those where he has a mom who does all those cases, and she's seen only the bad side of that thing. So
was it son and dad overruling?
It was like we let her cast the final vote, but she was against, but she willed it to say yes. She said
so. Bennett did a good job.
Yeah, Bennett did a good job of selling the thing. So.
She should have showed Bennett some photos of those crash scenes.
To
see how this guy's arm is bent back like that now.
Yeah,
it's permanent.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah,
still want to buy him.
There scared straight. Oh no, there could have been some crash scenes.
We had to look for his lips after the accident. It's amazing.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. But so hopefully everything works out there. Like you say, as a parent, you're always worried about those things. All right. By the way, too, I think I haven't checked. Bobby and I did a Love of the Star today. I don't know if they posted it yet. I think Peyton might have posted it already, so I needed to probably check that. But we should be one up this afternoon on this weekend after our show tonight. If you want to give it a listen and all that, we'd appreciate that. And I'll be out there tomorrow for the rookie the mini camp. They have a practice in the morning, so I'm going to go out there and we're allowed to talk afterwards. We're allowed to. So check out radio programming during the day. I'll probably pop on somebody's show and talk to them about what I saw at the camp. So just kind of check all those things out. All right, the game I got for you guys today. It's world leader, or pro surfer.
Oh, crap. Okay.
And you would be surprised the number of world leaders that have names that are similar to pro surfers. So, you guys ready for this one today?
Totally.
All right.
Yeah.
You want me to start with you?
Yeah. I know the surfers, man.
Are you pulling up world leaders right now?
No. I'm pulling up world leaders.
I couldn't say it. World leaders.
Really tongue ties you.
World leaders. All right, I'll start with you, Dawson, then.
Come on.
Alexander Stubb.
Oh, that's a...
Alexander Stubb. Stubb.
Well, the thing is, this is obvious, Brian. If with a name like that, you would have to be from England. And if he was a world leader from England or anywhere in the UK, we would have heard about him.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so that's clearly a surfer.
Lucius.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Alexander Stubb.
Yeah, I'm with the surfer guy.
Okay. Wooly.
I'm not having a Stubb as a leader, so I'm going to go surfer as well.
So 3 surfers?
That's right.
Alexander Stubb is the president of Finland.
Oh,
what? Really? President of Finland. Alexander Stubb.
Last time I listened to Gavin.
Shouldn't he have a name like Heiskanen or something?
He sold it too,
he
bro.
So confident.
Yeah, well, I can't
Clearly,
England.
Clearly a migrant.
Finish.
Migrant worker in their House of Commons up there in Finland from the UK. Yeah.
Alexander Stubb. He is the president of Finland.
They're a Viking over here.
Yeah. All right, Lucius. Liam O'Brien.
Liam O'Brien. Yeah, that's a surfer. Yeah.
Wooly.
Come on, that's a surfer.
I'm just going to go with a Scottish world leader.
Gavin.
That is surfing royalty if I've ever heard it, Brian.
He's an Australian surfer.
There we go.
There you go, boys.
Isn't it like a brand of surfboards or something?
I think O'Brien is like a ski company. I used to wear when I went to parties, like an O'Brien ski vest when it was a pool party.
Damn
And they
O'Brien.
were serving alcohol.
Yeah.
So if I fell in the pool, I wouldn't drown. So I would wear a ski vest.
You showed up to pool parties with a ski vest on.
I did.
And a shirt.
Look at that.
I did.
I would know you, bro.
Sometimes, Lucius, I show up with, the big orange one that they wore.
Yeah.
I one time, man, I'm going to get in trouble for this one.
Marty McFly walking around with that life preserver on.
I had an orange on one time, and then I got one from one of our charter flights. I got one of those vests, the kind under your seat.
Oh,
out
yes.
of an airplane.
The flotation device.
Yeah, I wore it into a bar, and then I popped it. It's just so I was walking around with this big yellow life vest in the bar.
That's awesome.
So yeah, I'll probably get
DB Cooper over here.
It
needs a
happened.
beer.
It happened a long time ago.
Where'd you get that from, though? Was that during your Packer days?
No, it's actually LSU.
LSU days.
LSU day. United Airlines. They were right under the seat.
They were short one for the next water landing.
Yeah, the next water landing.
Oh my God! There's not one under my seat.
I'm not drowning.
One fatality. Didn't have a life
It was
vest.
just one guy.
One guy swimming on his own.
Where's my life vest?
My floaties.
Damn you, Broadus!
I'm in Fred's in Baton Rouge walking around with a life.
I bet you can't pop it. I bet you can't pop it.
Oh, they did. They did. It's exactly what happened.
Awesome.
All right, Wooly Bully.
Yeah.
Louis RC. Louis RC.
It just sounds. I'm going to go with a political leader. I have no reason for it. Just gut instinct.
Louis RC sounds
Yeah.
political.
I'm going to go with Lewis. Yeah, and now you're trying to throw me off and guess.
No, I'm not.
Surfer.
Not at all.
Trying
Not
to
at
lead
all.
the witness here, sir.
Not at all.
I'm not buying what you're selling.
Louis RC. Lucius. Louis RC.
Yeah, I've said his name like 15 times. There's nothing that's popping up. And in my old dome piece. Yeah, that's a South African leader right there. Louis RC.
Whoa, I like what you're doing here.
He's Dutch.
Yes, sir.
He's not from here.
How would you spell RC?
ARCE.
I was thinking like the cola.
Yeah. Political world leader.
Louis RC is the president of Bolivia.
La Paz, Bolivia.
Look at you guys. You're making me feel sad right now.
God's country.
Yeah. All right. How about this one? Wooly.
Oh, God.
Gabriel Boric.
Boric also doesn't like scream surfer to me. Boric? I mean, it sounds like
More of a hockey guy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go with political leader, maybe Polish. Maybe he's having a nice bowl of borscht.
Lucius. Gabriel Boric.
Boric. Old Gabe. That's a surfer. Old Gabe.
Old Gabe.
Yeah. Long hair Gabe.
Yeah. Gabe does some surfery.
What's up, man?
Gabriel Boric pulling it too.
Yes.
Yeah, Lucius sold me surfer.
Gnarly.
Gabriel Boric.
Come on.
President of Chile.
Yes.
Probably a surfer too down there. There's a couple good breaks along that coastline.
All right. Last one, boys.
I didn't even know Chilean name.
Last one.
Didn't sound Chilean.
Nah.
I'm very well informed on the Chileans.
Leonardo
Da Vinci.
Favorente. Leonardo Favorente.
Italian Prime Minister. Get out of here, Brian.
Lucius.
It's because Dawson went first, you know? Let's see. Say his name one more time, bro. Just with a little sauce on it.
Leonardo Favorente.
Oh.
Favorente. Give it to me. Favorente.
Yeah, that's political guy. Crap.
Wooly.
I'm going to go with surfer just because they both went political.
Smart move.
Italian surfer.
What? We got the Italian right.
Smart move.
Italian surfer.
Orlami.
And a real quick one. Real quick final one.
Yeah.
Jack Robinson.
Okay. That's a surfer.
100% surfer.
Sure, I'll go surfer on that.
He's an Australian surfer.
Okay, about to say.
Not bad, Brian.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you,
sir. It's always fun.
I learned something.
I did.
You learned all the South American
Freaking
countries.
Chileans, man.
All right, we got to run 1 hour down, 4 to go. Full show today. Congratulations to you. We got Rangers baseball coming up with the pregame at 7 o'clock. They're in Colorado to tune up the Rockies a little bit more. Where are you taking us next, Wolchuk?
Yeah, let's do some NFL news of the day. We had a big-time butt cracking that went down yesterday. Watt and Romo rewatched the play, and man, Campbell missing camp. Say what? That's next.
I want to chat Window Nation with you.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, here we go. Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. A big Friday is planned, including Tim Cato coming up at 6 o'clock to talk about the big Mavs win last night. We'll be back on the Stars here a little bit later on. Eric Nadell's going to join us at 4:40. And then Of course, it's a What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday, so we're looking forward to your phone calls. Cowboys news of the evening in 20 minutes. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
Yeah, from a Cowboys perspective, one of the wide receivers that they had in was Zay Jones earlier this week.
Yeah.
He is officially signing with the Arizona Cardinals. So that came down within the last 30 minutes or so, according to Ian Rappaport, Tom Pelissero, all the usual sources. So Zay Jones will be in Arizona. He is now off the free agent board as the Cowboys maybe still continue to hunt some potential depth there at wide receiver.
Yeah, I mean, that's no big loss. I think the Cowboys are probably smart to go kick the tires on whatever player is out there and, do their due diligence. But this is a team that is more than a third or fourth wide receiver away.
Yeah.
What's of much more importance, I think, right now is getting that veteran defensive tackle in here that could help you stop the run if your young guys don't step up. If you really wanted to help this team, that's where you could do it right now. Wolchuk.
Well, speaking of receivers, Giants first-rounder Malik Neighbors has signed his 4-year, fully guaranteed $29.2 million deal this morning. He bought his mom a new house last week. He said, quote, "That was the most important thing in my life, having her have her own house, feel comfortable, not having to worry about bills to pay, and know that her little boy did it for her." So a pretty cool moment there. I think that's probably the dream that I would have as well if I ever came into millions and millions of dollars. I'd love to just take care of my parents. I think, a lot of us probably would feel the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah, you talk about a dream come true, obviously taking care of your kid and setting them up for the future is required. That's just the icing on the top if you can do something to make their lives easier.
Cowboys have signed 7 of their 8 draft picks. We'll get more into that in C-Note when it comes to how they looked on the field. We got some quotes that are coming out of the first rookie practices out there at the Star. But Tyler Guyton signed his 4-year, $13 million contract. Marshawn Nealon remained unsigned this morning, but he was out there today, so I wonder if they did get that done. I guess they're still allowed to participate even if they are
They signed a
unsigned.
waiver. Yeah.
So, okay.
I think I'm right. I'll probably get a text saying I was wrong about that.
You might very well
but
be
I believe
right.
they signed a waiver that they to be able to participate.
I do know that. Yeah. So the team website did report that he can still practice even if he is not signed. So he would be the one that is currently unsigned unless they've gotten that done and it just hasn't been reported during the day. Is this football or ball sack? This quote: "If my mom was a receiver, I'd jam her in the dirt, and she knows that."
Oh, that's football.
That's football.
That is football. That's new Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold, who we had the story about yesterday regarding the coin flip and the Vegas Raiders. Yeah. Was it him? Was it Brock Bowers, where Raiders head coach Antonio Pierce came out and said no coin flip to choose Brock Bowers at 13? They knew all along that they wanted to get Brock Bowers if he was on the board, and he is denying what the assistant GM would not deny yesterday and say that they did not have a coin flip for those two players. Either way, I think they would have gotten a good one, and I'm jealous the Lions ended up getting Terrion Arnold. He's going to be a good player.
That's one you need to keep an eye on because that was the top, say, 8 player on a lot of people's boards. Mm-hmm. That was the first corner going off, and the fact that they got him at 24, I think that maybe some folks
pretty damn good value.
They didn't miss on that one.
And they did it at the Cowboys pick there.
Yep.
So pretty interesting. Now, big time butt crack ball sacking was going on yesterday. We had 49ers legend Jimmy Johnson, who passed away at 86. Hall of Fame corner, spent all 16 NFL seasons in San Francisco. Well, the aggregating accounts that you'll see on Twitter.
Thought it was our guy down in Alamorada, Florida?
Probably, like the ML footballs of the world. And some of them do a good job, but they try to jump the gun. They don't really do their homework. So they see the name Jimmy Johnson. And there are now tweets that are saying former Cowboys head coach.
Or stock car racer.
Maybe. Jimmy Johnson has died. So, it actually happened to me during crosstalk yesterday with KNC. I'm looking at Corey. I'm like, Jimmy Johnson just died? He goes, no, it was a 49er. And then I looked into it. I'm like, okay, thank God. But I was not the only one. A lot of people were texting me like, did you hear Jimmy Johnson? I'm like, no. This is a ball sacking. Don't let this happen to you. Yeah. Always dot the I's, cross the T's. Jimmy is still alive and well, but RIP to this Jimmy Johnson, who passed away at the age of 86 and had a fantastic NFL career with the Niners.
You can understand it with less common names. Like if there is a super uncommon name, there happens to be a name twin out there, sure, I could see that kind of a mess up. But with Jimmy Johnson, it feels like it could be any number of about 24 famous people.
Well, speaking of famous people, guy who
really became famous thanks to Hard Knocks, Man Campbell, he's going to miss rookie minicamp due to personal reasons. And I didn't think there was anything that could pull Man Campbell away from his football team being on the field for workouts. But I hope everything's going okay. He should be back soon, according to the Detroit Free Press. There will be a lean on coordinators Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn for the systematic stuff and the position coaches for things like individual drills. He's just going to miss a few days. They don't believe that's going to have much of an effect. But I would assume that this could be concerning if Man Campbell is missing time because this dude, first off, he's drinking and eating caffeine. We know that. His usual trip to start the mornings. But, football is his life. So I'm shocked that he's going to miss this thing. But I hope everything's going okay.
I hope it's not parvo. Yeah. It's a dog joke.
I love it.
It's awful.
Yeah, I was wondering what kind of a joke. Yeah.
I didn't take my heart
getting dewormed. There we go. Get in there. Get in there. Doggone it, we'll miss you, buddy.
Yeah, we will. Go bite some kneecaps, boys. I'll see you next week.
I bet he was like on that Liver King diet, got the best of him.
Maybe.
He's got to go in for a clean.
He would be a Liver King guy.
You want to do?
Yes, he would be.
You want to do irresponsible radio?
Like you want to reckless speculate
at all times? At all times.
And think about, want to just guess what it might be? You want to throw something out there?
Yeah, what you got?
I'm just asking you.
Lice.
I think with his level of intensity, it could be anything. But
you think off the field?
No, I would not speculate off the field at all. No. I think maybe
married.
You have
who is
you have that much caffeine.
I was until last night.
Didn't he? Is he like super energy drink guy or super coffee?
Yeah,
guy?
he's like caffeine.
Heart procedure, maybe.
Yeah. You get to this age, you have scares if you do that.
Yeah.
Maybe he's having like the heart palpitations.
Yeah.
All of a sudden.
He has to go in there and have the scan like I had.
Oh.
Yeah. You have to go through the heart, make sure we don't have blockage.
That would be my,
That's actually probably smart.
Yeah.
That's a good trail to kind of go through. That would make a lot of sense.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Well, I think you would schedule that. You would schedule that not on. This is an emergency. Like crap. Yeah. I was getting way too fired up for the start of rookie minicamp. I had a bunch of caffeine. My body was like, dude, it might be time to chill out.
I can see that.
Yeah, I think that's what the doctors are letting him know right now. And like 50-year-old Dan Campbell is really struggling with his mortality for the first time. Might be a mental health day as well.
Well, Kellen Moore's talking in Philly. Yeah, Kellen Moore's their new offensive coordinator. He said there's going to be tweaks to this offense.
Oh, tweaks.
Yeah, he said, I think our focus here as we've gone through this process is we've got a lot of good going on.
Yeah.
You can't lose the good in the reps that Jalen and AJ have developed and Dallas Goedert have developed and this offensive line has developed. How can we build off those things and really connect the whole thing is what Kellen Moore said. So we're really excited about it, but we're definitely going to make some tweaks within the offense. I think this is going to be an absolute bleep show with Kellen Moore in Philadelphia, and I can't wait to watch the train wreck.
I think Nick Sirianni just wanted to bring in a safe a scapegoat. Got one.
Yeah. That's good.
But they fired both coordinators after the first year, right?
Yep, got to do it again.
They got to do it again. You just always have somebody
this
there.
This might be Nick's last campaign if that happens.
If it's as bad as the way it ended last year, I could see that.
You could have 3 head coaches get fired in this division in the NFC East next year.
Who's the one that keeps the job? DQ?
The guy at the Commanders.
Yeah. You could. Maybe they end up winning this division. Jaden Daniels ends up being good.
Who knows? They might fire him too. Who knows? These guys 1 year.
That defense doesn't perform. That ends up being a terrible situation, maybe. But so this is Jaden Daniels is wearing number 5. We've already seen some videos of him.
He took Tressway's number.
He did. So Tressway was the longest tenured player there in Washington. He's worn that number since he's been there, and he was a captain. 10 seasons in Washington. Been to a couple of Pro Bowls, but he did go ahead and give up number 5. He did not want a cash transaction. Instead, as part of the exchange, when Way is done playing in his NFL career, Daniels plans to send Way and his family to an OU LSU football game, which we would assume would be good seats. So good trade-off there.
Yeah, they play. Matter of fact, LSU and Oklahoma in the season this year in Baton Rouge. So maybe Tress is not done after this year, right?
I don't think so.
No. So
but
this
who
is
knows?
Maybe in 3 years.
3 years. In 3 years, will Cole Hamel
Circle
still be
back.
an ace?
Yeah.
Saw this. The Athletic put out their favorite 2024 NFL draft picks at each position. Which Cowboy made the list? It's my guy, Cooper Beebe.
Oh, let's go.
You said mom and dad or BB are following you now on
Yeah, I got the
social media?
BB fam. They're following me on the social media. I love you guys, and I'm here as president of the BB fan club, and I'm honored that you guys have anointed me that. But they write, sure, BB has the perfect dad bod for guards or centers. But when power and technique meet grit, that combination wins more snaps than a bodybuilder. There's something in BB's makeup that reminds one of Marshall Yanda, a unanimous all-decade guard of the 2010s. Of course, BB 6'3", 322 is several all-pro nods from fully earning that comparison, but the blueprint is there.
Marshall Yanda. Not a good body guy.
Awkward body guy, but
blocked
his rear off,
yeah,
man.
Absolutely, yeah.
A guy who missed a block, and this didn't happen often, was Tyron Smith. And when did this happen? It was at Texas Stadium. Houston Texans in town. J.J. Watt has a clean rush on Tony Romo. He spins out. He throws himself a TD to Terrence Williams.
Yeah.
The two relived this play together, courtesy of the NFL on CBS.
Just going to relive this play if you guys could please take us through it.
I'd rather not. I get this clip sent to me 250 times a year from Cowboy fans. Anytime the Texans do something, Cowboy fans send me this clip.
Well, JJ has the quickest get-off time, and
look at this. Look at this. I mean, I had the best get-off I've literally ever had in my entire career. Just a little worried I might get called for offsides.
You got to replay that again. We just got to see it a couple more times just to make sure. Look at that get-off. And that's against Tyron Smith, which is super rare.
I was literally, at this current moment, trying to kill Tony Romo. That was my goal.
And you were about to.
We talked about it multiple times. I don't know how he knew I was coming, because if you watch the clip, he never once looked, never once caught me out of his corner of his eye. It's just pure instinct.
You can hear him. He's like a horse coming right at you with like max speed. Secretariat's coming.
We're taught, go to the upfield shoulder so he can't spin out. I know that. I wanted the kill shot, and I went for the kill shot. I didn't do what I'm supposed to do. It's a hell of a throw. I mean, that's a hell of a throw. And the worst part of this is that was the game-winning play. Like, that play won the game. It was an insane, incredible play.
It was. I mean, it's one of Romo's best. I mean, the way that he's able to spin out of that, get his shoulders square, flick a touchdown. But my goodness, I don't think I've ever seen as clean a sack opportunity there for J.J. Watt. And clearly that bothers him to this day.
He whiffed. It's a great piece of content to see those guys talk about it. I just can't get over how Tony Romo's starting to sound like fat Chicago guy. You know? I expect him to be like, Ditka. Oh, I'm having a
Bears. Yeah, Cubs.
Right? I mean, yeah, Tony Romo.
Oh, hell, Ditka.
Where's that from? I mean,
well, he went to school up in that area, right?
Yes.
Western Illinois.
Yeah, but he did not come out of school talking like that. This might be like the 30 or 40 pounds that are packing on him, starting to get into his throat a little bit. He's getting fat guy voice.
That old body armor. You know, now
I haven't seen him in over a year. I wonder how big he is now.
They showed him, I think he was at the Stars game 7 and then that Mavs game 6, like back-to-back days. And they showed him at the Mavs game for sure. And, I mean, he was sitting down. I'm not one to body shame, but he did look like he had put on a little.
Look a little fluffy?
He looked like fluffy. He was chunky.
He's got 3 kids. They're around an age where, you know, life gets very busy. He can get away from you a little bit.
No doubt.
The next thing you know, you're sounding like you have a hoagie roll stuck in your throat. I'm sorry. I'm just You're welcome for this, by the way. Anybody in the Romo family that might be offended, you're welcome. I have a strong track record of calling these things out and helping. Did you notice Bruce Bochy's eyebrows much better kept?
Oh, you think?
Yeah, he's not looking like an extra from Grumpy Old Men anymore.
Gavin. I got to fix this eyebrow.
Hey, can you go ahead and clean these eyebrows up? Got a fellow on the radio giving me a hard time.
Like one of the Muppets. the guys up in the balcony.
He did.
Oh, my gosh. Some final NFL quick hits. In news and notes, Ben Skoranek of the Rams has been traded to the Texans. They were going to release him. Houston decided we're going to acquire him for a late-round pick in 2026. It's going to be a swap of 6th and 7th round picks. Bud Dupree, the veteran edge rusher, is visiting with the Chargers. He's also been in talks with the Falcons and the Steelers, of whom he played for. And the Panthers releasing former All-Pro running back and my Jewish brother, Tariq Cohen. He is built like a matzo ball, and he could add some juice to that running back room if you want to, take a flyer on Tariq Cohen.
Short guy, explosive.
He's super quick. But I think he had like a hip replacement.
Yeah,
he had a serious injury.
The injuries have been a problem.
Yeah, it was bad.
All righty. Thank you, Wolchuk.
My
NFL
pleasure.
news today. There is one player in town for the Cowboys rookie minicamp who's on a tryout. Who is he, and why did he impress Coach Mike McCarthy today so much? The C-Note is coming up next right here, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Security, your local experts for over 30 years.
DFWsecurity.com.
Welcome back, nation. The 682 says those bushy eyebrows delivered our first World Series championship. Have some respect. That's Augustine from the 817, actually. And I appreciate the feedback, Augustine. I do have nothing but respect for Bruce Bochy. I think he might be the greatest leader of sport that our DFW has ever seen. If you look at his resume, it's I don't think there's anything better than what he's done. But, I called this out. I think when he was in the ALCS, he comes back the next game sheared and groomed and has held that standard ever since. So, I just feel like a manager, great sportsman like Boch, you get in the mode, you're grinding out wins. You don't care. I mean, you're just a dude, so it takes somebody to alert you to these kind of things.
He's in studio mode, you're saying.
Yeah.
When the rappers and stuff are in studio modes, their hair gets all long, the beard gets thick. They start wearing dungy-looking clothes.
Yeah.
Because they're working on something. When I get out of the studio, I'll pop out and show you.
Bang. Yeah, you'll probably go home and, your wife or girlfriend or your mom will be like, hey, you probably do something with your hair, bro. You got a public appearance coming up here on national TV again tonight, the World Series, Boch. And he has me to thank for that, So you're welcome. Yeah. No, all thanks to me. I appreciate you recognizing that as well, Chuck. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Yeah, Chuck's mic's not on.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I'm trying to help.
My mic wasn't on.
No.
Yeah.
You kind of said a sentence or two, and just everybody.
Luckily, it was just like one sentence, so it's all good.
Was it something important?
Not at all.
Okay.
In fact, it was probably best that the mic wasn't on.
Let's jump into some of these quotes coming out of Cowboys rookie minicamp. Perfect timing that the C note is right here, Chuck.
It is, because we're getting these quotes hot and fresh right off the press.
There you
go. So the one player who's here on a tryout basis is this quarterback, Mike Hohensee? Hohensee.
Hohensee.
Okay, Western Michigan or something like this.
I can't say I've watched the player.
No Staticky. I do not know.
Good. Okay.
Gonna have to do a deep dive because it sounds like he's really good, according to coach, or else he's another Ben DiNucci.
I do not recall a young quarterback coming in here on a tryout basis and commanding the huddle Hohensee has. Says Mike McCarthy. So
yeah, we were going through quarterbacks, but I would have to. I mean, have to go back to the beast and see what maybe Dane had on this guy.
I can try and do that.
But I was trying to get all the quarterbacks that had draftable grades. So we might have missed one there.
Heck, you didn't even get as many as we thought. And Michael Pratt lasted till the 7th round.
Yeah.
Hohensee, 6'2", 198 out of Northwestern Missouri State.
And then he transferred.
No, that's where he was just at college.
Oh, that's where he was at college.
Yeah. He's given the team an arm for its on-field work. I guess you got to find somebody to throw that ball around.
Yeah, absolutely. Because remember when you looked at me before the last segment and I was laughing?
Uh-huh.
It reminded me of a story because I was watching Carolina's. They were showing highlights of their practices.
Oh, no.
And the guy, they missed like 7 passes in a row, like on air.
Yeah.
And it reminded me one time that Cowboys, I can't remember the guy's name, but Garrett asked the guy to stop throwing. It was one of those bring in tryout guys.
Oh, God.
And it was like a camp arm.
Dustin Vaughn, West Texas.
No, Dustin Vaughn was better, but it was seriously, it was somebody like
Stephen McGee.
No, it wasn't Steve McGee there. He was drafted.
He was.
But it was one of those times and like he was throwing so poorly during the practice.
Yeah.
That like Wade Wilson had to take over.
No.
Throwing into practice.
God.
It was that bad.
That's a tough call to mom and dad afterwards.
And Garrett kind of goes, oh, no, hey, Hey,
they said they seen enough.
Yeah,
Mom, so what happened next? Do you remember Wade Wilson? He played for the Vikings in the late '80s.
Yeah, it was like it was one of those. It was one of those days. It was like, okay, Cap, had a good day, Cap. All right, arm a little tired,
Oh, boy.
And it seriously, and Garrett told him to stop the drills. Like the receivers were trying to. Here are these receivers trying to
no
make
clapping that day.
Yeah, they're sitting there they're trying to make the team, and they can't get a ball thrown like even close. And Garrett just goes, "Hey, just go. Okay, take it easy over there. You're all right. Just go. Just
Yeah,
and
take a nap.
We're all like going
over to the lemonade stand and get yourself a cold one.
Right before crosstalk today, I could not stop laughing either. I know that feeling. The mic's coming on. You just saw something funny. I got this in my algorithm. The guys that are golfing with their buddies and they prank them with the snake.
Yes,
that's like tied to your shoe.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
And they turn around and they see the snake and they jump away and it looks like the snake's following them because it's tied to their shoe or whatever. And there was this old guy. He is backing up so hard he runs into the windshield of the golf cart.
Oh no!
180s on his way down. He's probably about 50 pounds overweight at like age 60. And I'm like, dude, this guy is going to get seriously hurt. And it was just great slapstick comedy.
Well, I can tell you there's no Hohenzie in the Dan Bruler beast. He had 23 quarterbacks, and he didn't make the cut.
Well, it sounds like if he could throw as well as he could lead a huddle, he might be onto something. Okay, Tyler Guyton in Cowboys first-round pick. A couple days later, rented a local Airbnb so he could acclimate and train with the offensive line mastermind, Duke Manyweather.
Yeah.
I couldn't wait to get up here. You can sit at home for 2 weeks or you can get to work. So you love the work ethic there. That story from Michael Gelkin on X if you want to read more about that. Mike McCarthy, Cooper Beebe will begin his NFL career at center for the Cowboys. That being settled by offensive line coach Mike Solari, giving him that instruction. This from a voice of the star, Patrick Walker. Right after the draft, he called me and said, start working on center.
There you go.
It was already the expectation, but now it is set in concrete. And I know that's making a lot of people happy the Cowboys got him.
Yeah, they needed to fix that center spot.
Okay, and then there's something else I saw on Cowboys X. It's not really due to their rookie minicamp, but it's another story. Brandon Laurie has it. Dak went to prison to talk about hope alongside TEDx speaker and best-selling author Keedron B. I'm not sure. There's an @ there if you can read more about that on X if you go to Brandon Laurie's deal. But I always think that's cool when you have like a concert or a celebrity going into prison and talking with the guys there and maybe having an inspiring message or something like that. Was there anything else from rookie minicamp before we continue with this C-Note, Wolchuk, that I did not get in there that you think needs to be?
No, that was pretty much all the gist of it. The BB stuff you covered, and then Al Harris, of course, his first rookie minicamp as assistant head coach. Sounds like he's handling those roles phenomenally well.
Yeah, Mike had a quote about him as well. I don't know exactly where that one went, but Mike McCarthy was very bullish on Al Harris today as well in his new expanded role with the football team. Okay, free agent that could be a good fit for the Cowboys here. We jump over to Blogging the Boys. Hunter Renfrow. Is that a good fit? Wide receiver? I mean, if you need one, we already know they're looking that way. Why not, huh?
That's a good route runner, Cole Beasley-esque type player coming out of Clemson. I mean,
super tough.
Yeah, for a while he was like Derek Carr's favorite target.
Yes,
there until they traded or they traded for Devontae Adams. So yeah, Hunter Renfrow would be intriguing. If they run into Zay Jones, I'd kick the tires on Hunter Renfrow. Absolutely.
I mean, he was great in 21, and then since then he totaled like 61 catches for 585 yards and 2 touchdowns. That's a combined 2 seasons, and the injuries didn't help.
No, not at all.
He pegged a guy too.
Well, we didn't talk about that part.
Biggest roster holes for all 32 teams. This from ESPN Insider. Where is it to you right now, Wolchuk? What do they need to address still?
Oh, man. I still wonder about your defensive tackle depth, right? I mean, I think right now that's probably the most unproven spot is what are they going to do outside of Osa at defensive tackle? After you lose Hankins, you're hopeful that Mozzie can come back. He's rehabbing from that shoulder surgery right now, so I don't even know how much we're going to get to see him when it comes to these OTAs and minicamps. The team knows way more about that than we do, but I mean, you got to be hopeful that you can hit on some of these undrafted free agents that they've brought in. I know they brought in a kid from Illinois that I liked a little bit, watching him, Daxon, and then maybe Justin Rogers.
Daxon,
yeah. So that's probably the position that I'm most nervous about, because I can argue that they've got some options in depth at other spots. I don't think you can really make arguments at defensive tackle.
I bet you ESPN said running back. Or what did they say? Do you have it?
They said defensive tackle.
Oh, they said tackle?
Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking you're making us guess there. But the first thing I thought of was defensive tackle, just really at the 1 and the 3, depending on how things go. I mean, we'll see with what's the 3 technique behind Osodigizuwa.
Yeah.
I mean, is that Mozzie Smith? I mean, I don't know. I mean, heck, Mozzie's not even going to be able to practice, but the shoulder and stuff like that. And here's it's a big year for him. So yeah, there's some depth issues clearly at that 1.
I would just say right now, like Zay Jones gets up to $4 million with Arizona. I don't need you to spend that right now. This is a year where you're getting your books in order, not spending $5 million for a guy that's going to make 20 catches and might only play 8 or 9 games because of injuries. What you do right now is stock the war chest with cap space, and the best way to do that is not on blowing it on guys who might not even start for you. Okay, let's go to DallasCowboys.com. We have a Q&A here with Cooper Beebe's coach from Kansas State, and some absolutely terrific answers in here, Wolchuk. I know you must just be eating this thing up with a spoon like you're Zeke.
I sure am, man. I love this guy.
I mean, he arrives at campus, and maybe you guys already know this story, but he's a defensive lineman, and he shows up to get his first number, and he's expecting something in the 90s. Like, man, I wonder what number they're going to give me, and it's number 50.
Yeah.
And the coaches are like, hey, can you give me a call? We got to talk. So that's how he gets it taught to him that, hey, your quickest path to helping the football team is an offensive lineman, even though you were expecting. And, his freshman year, it's not like he was dominating or starting, but he was part of the rotation immediately as an offensive lineman, which I think speaks to his, just his football instincts and IQ and his work ethic to get that done in such quick order. Would you say he was a natural whenever he made that transition to the offensive line? That is the segue into this. It became very natural for him. You follow that up with probably an unfair evaluation with where he was at his first start in 2020, with everything that was going on through the pandemic, not going through spring ball, the contact tracing. You can look at his first start against Arkansas State, and he would really admit that it was one of his worst performances. Very quickly thereafter, we went on the road, played a top 5 team at OU that had NFL prospects all across the field on defense, and the growth that he had in just 1 week's time, and the mentality was that what we put on film in that first game was not him. For whatever circumstances that were so challenging going into it, you could see at that particular time that this kid's just not going to be a good player. He's going to be a really good player. And as the course of the season wore on into what it was his sophomore season in 21, you knew he was going to be a special player. So we're getting excited about Cooper Beebe. I mean, we were excited about Wyatt Langford. Are we getting too excited, Brian, about this new football center? I mean, how did a guy that matches this description last until the 3rd round?
Well, I think probably people thought about he's not when you look at body types, he's a shorter armed guy, and maybe some people had some questions of where he could really play. Do you want to play him at center? Do you want to play him at guard? We've seen him play at tackle. I think there was some of that. His demeanor, his toughness, all those things are top shelf. The number of games, the experience. I said it earlier. I think his learning curve is going to be a lot smaller than what you have with Guyton's learning curve. Playing, but the thing with Beebe is he's like an old school guy.
Yeah.
When you look at his body type, he's a very 1970s, 1980s kind of a lineman,
built like a bowl of oatmeal.
But he's big, but like I say, short arm. But he surprises you how he gets to second level. You would think there's no way he's playing on the second level, and he's playing on the second level. So some teams are probably, it's going to be one of those things. Dallas had a kid last year with TJ Bass.
Mm-hmm.
TJ Bass should have been picked when Awesome Richards was picked in that 5th round. For TJ Bass to go undrafted, that's an indictment on the league right there.
Absolutely.
After watch the way he played, so
it was shocking.
Some people, and we've seen there were a lot of tackles that were converted to potentially play guards. It was a pretty deep draft at the top of that first 3-4 rounds. With offensive linemen, Beebe could have gotten lost right there with that crew.
Well, Coach was also asked about the transition to center, says no concern. And from a cerebral standpoint of him adjusting to that particular position, I know he's going to be able to handle it because he prepares like a pro already and has the ability to see things before they happen from a defensive structure.
Let's go.
Yeah, this just seems like a plug-and-play guy that's really going to tie that offensive line together. And what you're saying about him playing on the second level,
yes.
I mean, we have not seen that since Travis Frederick pre-Guillain-Barré.
Yeah, you would be surprised. You're thinking a guy that weighs that much and that body type is not going to play in space as well as he does.
Deceptively quick.
He is one of those guys. He'll knock down a guy and he'll keep going. He'll just keep knocking down guys as he's moving along through his block. And his ability to search, to find, to finish.
The awareness is really off the charts with him.
Yeah.
We're about an hour or so from Eric Nadel joining us. Tim Cato's going to join you and talk Mavs coming up at 6 o'clock. That'll be a can't-miss conversation. Well, Chuck, what are we doing next year on this lovely Friday?
877-881-1053. It's time for Biggest L, Biggest Dub. Where have you taken some victories lately? Where have you taken some L's along the way? We'll talk Big Baby Gronk and how many unpaid parking tickets do you have? That's next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, Mavs and Stars Game 3s. How did they fare over the weekend? Rangers.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Mother's Day sale. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take 25% off great gift ideas. Or shop specials like 30 to 65% off fine jewelry and 30 to 40% off pajamas from Charter Club and more. Plus find beauty and fragrance gift sets from Lancôme, Coach, Carolina Herrera, and more. Give love today at Macy's Mother's Day sale. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And it is time now for Zach Wolchuk to take care of his nosebleed brother, Eric Chiafalo's broadcast responsibilities. Here he is, the Woolly Bully.
Yes, hope Eric's having some good time with the family over the weekend as they're out on a little Mother's Day weekend vacation. Shout out to the Chiafalo fam. But let's go ahead, 877-881-1053. It's time for Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Zach Wolchuk, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Imbecile is right. Thank you, British Ian. We got some texts in from the 512 Biggest L, 34 years old. Just found out I need emergency wisdom tooth removal surgery. Oh, my gosh.
That's all right. You'll be good. Yeah.
I did get the wisdom teeth out. Really wasn't bad. Not a big deal at all. Didn't hurt too much. I didn't even swell up a bunch.
It's kind of a pain when you gotta like get the stuff out of the little cavities that form until it kind of heals up.
Yeah.
You know, but it's not the worst thing in the world. It definitely sounds like more uncomfortable than it is. You know, because you're asleep for a lot of it. Of course, I had the big L of getting poison ivy this week.
That is a big L.
Major dub last night though. I got home and I was like, you know what? To hell with it. Called the teledoc and I said, dude, I need some roids. So he gave me a good steroid that's got a lot of the itching knocked out.
Hell yes, man.
Yeah. Prednisone, I think.
That's a big win right there.
Yeah.
Big time dub, of course, last night with the Stars and the Mavs. We appreciated everything that they were able to do, even those series at one apiece. I think I had a dub during the game, as I told you about earlier. Said, no.
You shouldn't brag on that one.
You know? No, you don't think so?
No.
He's going to come back to bite me?
I think the karma might get you on that one.
Maybe.
The bite can't hurt, okay? You were man. You know what you got to do to take care of the family.
As soon as the games were over, went back into dad duty.
See, yeah.
Yeah, but how did she feel about that? Did she appreciate it, or did she kind of like hand the baby to you and walk away?
Honestly, I think she was okay. She understood.
I got to tell you, though, Zach, I don't think you're doing enough, to be honest.
No.
I mean,
as a dad?
Only in the second half of game twos, you can say, hey, go feed your baby, honey. That's the only time you can say that?
No, I mean, she is doing it all day while I'm at work.
Okay. All right.
You know, I mean, I'm trying to help where I can.
Okay.
I'm trying to see both sides here.
I know. I thought it was awful heavy-handed of her to even suggest it.
So it's our job, right? We got to be able to talk about these games.
I think you took an L there.
I took an L?
I think you took an L because I think this is
because he stood his ground?
I think it's going to come back and haunt him.
Oh, crap.
You can't be afraid of the haunting. The haunting is a blessing.
The haunting is a blessing.
The doghouse is a blessing.
Embrace the house.
Yeah, you get some you time.
Where the dog's at.
The doghouse is a blessing.
Is a blessing, yes. Do you like nagging? Do you like long stories?
Yeah. Obviously,
the silent treatment, eh?
I've been.
I don't like
man.
You don't want to talk to me?
You don't want to watch TV with me? Man.
Fine, go spend time in your other room then. That's all right.
But how do you guys deal with all that when the
passive aggressive nature around the house?
Yeah.
I don't.
That's weed.
I'm good. I didn't even see it.
And yeah, like 903, pausing the game. I can pause it on one. I can't pause the other game.
on the deal that I'm working with. So there was no pausing. I didn't have that option. And also, I mean, I think some of our job, like we got to be interactive. We got to be part of X. We got to be like in the moment there. You know, we're sports personalities.
Yeah,
allegedly. So that's what we're trying to do. But yeah, pressure is a privilege. I appreciate.
Hey, she might have that postpartum situation. She got to talk nice to her.
That's
and I do.
Her hormones got to like set back into where they need to be.
She really has.
Yeah, good for her.
Sweet. She's doing a kick-ass job being a mom.
Oh,
it's a sight to behold.
Look at this dude.
Here we go. Rally back.
That's what I do every day, guys.
I'll show you.
Did you hear what I said afterwards, though?
Yeah.
So far, so good.
I said you were amazing.
I haven't gotten a single text yet. I think I'm in good shape.
Yeah, because I'm doing my part, making
Let's get
you
her
look
on
like
the
the
phone.
good guy.
Thank you,
Call
Gavin.
her
I
up right
appreciate
now.
it.
Let's get her on the phone.
Brian, I need you to pipe down over there, okay?
Let's see where we're at.
Brian.
Let's see where we're at
I
right
think we
now.
handled this very, very well.
Get this thing on the phone. Let's
we're all
go.
good. We're all good. Let's move on from me. Let's talk about somebody with some serious problems.
What?
Big L for Glenn Big Baby Davis.
No, my LSU guy.
Yeah,
Why?
one of your guys. And I did enjoy watching Glenn Big Baby Davis play, but former NBA forward, he's been sentenced by a federal judge Thursday to 40 months in prison, plus 3 years supervised release for his November 2023 conviction in an alleged scheme to defraud the league's health care benefits plan. So 22 people.
How many years did he get?
He got 40 months in prison plus
40
3
months.
years supervised release.
Okay, 40 months.
Yes.
Was that like 3 years, 3.5 years?
3.5 years.
4 years, something like that?
Now, he's turning this into a dub. Because here's what Big Baby Davis had to say when he went on Instagram
Mean
Live
Machine basketball team?
following getting this ruling from the judge.
I'm going to be swole, though. I swear to God, I'm about to get in so much shape. Oh, God. That's the only way you can stop me from eating hamburgers is put me in jail. That's what God said. I'm gonna stop you eating hamburgers. I'm gonna put you in jail. You don't want to stop eating hamburgers and Cheetos? You're going to jail. So now, I'm gonna come to Rock.
So yeah, I hope he does. I mean, we see him come out.
So
of
he
jail
obviously knows he's going to a jail that's not having any problems,
aware.
right?
He's very.
Yeah, you got to laugh and keep him crying. That's what that was right there.
I think
or the gummy hasn't wore off yet, and he's just joking and playing around. He hasn't realized it.
Jail,
man.
Jail.
Wasn't it like some embellishment or something like that, or like a pyramid scheme or something? He knows he's going to like hang out with stockbrokers.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though.
I don't think it's going to be like the hardcore pan here.
Yeah.
But all right,
This Matt Snack's in jail too, by the way, and
Yes.
he has a lot of money.
Yes,
So good luck, man, trying to get in shape.
Those cinnamon buns.
That's everything.
Oh, yeah.
And those guys know how to cook it. The people been in there for a long time can make up stuff with nothing.
Yeah.
He's not losing weight.
Yeah.
He's still coming out, Big Baby.
It's going to work like a New Year's resolution. The first 2 weeks, he's going to be grinding.
He's shredded. He's doing all the push-ups. He's trying to be like, you get that pull-up, yo, and I got one.
Yeah.
And he dives right back into the honey buns.
That's right.
You guys have any unpaid
you need a
parking
jail
tickets?
for like sports people. Like if you're a sports
like a specific sports jail?
Yeah, if you, like
I think they do have like a celebrity jail. That's what we're referring to, right?
Like well, sports jail. Like if you're, if you get thrown in jail and you're, a sports person.
Longest yard.
Yeah, you get to go to a jail
crew
with
style.
other athletes, and you can kind of talk about, maybe do podcasts from jail about how great you were at one time in your life.
Gronk's taking an L. And
What?
this might be a lawsuit. Well, so we all got a dub with the roast of Tom Brady.
He's not
I
suing
thought it
for
was
this,
great.
right?
Well, according to Andrew Schultz, and we did hear about this after the roast, but when Gronk spiked that shot that he took,
Oh,
he
this
said
shards
a
of glass.
girl in the front row has like a piece of the shot glass hanging out of her cheek.
Yeah.
He said, quote, I'm not talking about a little thing. Her whole cheek is red. And apparently her face did suffer a little bit of damage. Now, there's been nothing yet in terms of, a lawsuit towards Gronk. So maybe she's going to handle this with grace.
No.
No,
It's
a
just
lawyer will
battle.
find her. A lawyer will find her.
I think this is going to be a money-making machine.
Yeah.
Yeah. How much did Tom get for this?
Yep.
Yeah. Can I?
It's sponsored by who?
What if that got in her eye?
That would have been terrible.
That now Gronk.
Because, I mean, he clearly wasn't.
He's an idiot.
We don't think. It's Gronk over here.
Yeah.
Shout out to Big Dub, Flavor Flav. He is sending the entire U.S. women's polo team to the Paris Olympics. So we had
Water
Maggie,
polo or horse polo?
water polo.
Okay.
So Maggie
Horse polo is
Stevens,
expensive.
who's the 30-year-old captain of the 2024 U.S. women's team, asked for financial support in a post earlier this month.
She explained that while USA Water Polo and the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee helped to fund the team and its travels, they needed additional support from donors, and many of the athletes also work multiple jobs to make ends meet. So Flavor Flav sees this. He says, as a girl dad and supporter of all women's sports, I'm personally going to sponsor you, whatever you need, and I'm going to sponsor the whole team. My manager's in touch with your agent, and I'm going to use all my relationships and resources to help y'all even more. That's a Flavor Flav promise.
Heartwarming story. I give that a shoot. Yeah, boy.
How are we in a situation where we can't send our teams over financially? What's our problem here?
I think so. They
now
are.
like do we?
But they're just not like they don't make enough money individually, I guess, for like awesome things.
Training. Or what are we doing?
I don't know. It's a shame.
I thought as long as you get them, like Lucius always talks about his favorite part, right? Lucius, when they march in.
Yeah,
don't you
opening
like
ceremonies.
Okay, if you're part of the march in team, shouldn't we as a nation like take care of water polo or equestrian or all these people? I mean,
somebody should.
Isn't that part of
Not
what we're doing?
Flav.
Yeah,
he's going to need some help after this.
Shout out to Flav though. That's awesome.
You guys ever watch water polo?
Yeah,
that is intense.
That looks strenuous.
That
Very
looks
tough.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like okay, don't look, and they slap it off the water. And
those people are in incredible shape.
Oh my god,
unbelievable shape. Final
maybe
thing,
Big Baby needs to get in the water polo team.
Maybe
biggest round guy, he'd sink like me.
According to the Game Time app, the lowest cost right now for Paul Tyson, big dub for these guys, $575 a piece. That's just to get in. That's the cheapest ticket right now.
We've got to make sure we get these.
Ringside seats are selling for over $8,000 a seat for the fight at Jerry World. So this thing's going to be a high price ticket, July 20th here in Arlington, and that's this week's edition of Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Yeah, it's a bucket list thing, watching a Tyson fight.
I can say I've got my guys at the Cowboys helping me on these passes here.
I was talking with a fighter a couple of weeks ago on my crypto podcast, and he was convinced there's no way Paul loses. He's like, I kind of feel bad for Tyson being so old going into this. He was like, there's just no way. Now, he was like 28 years old, talking about old heads. Maybe he doesn't respect Tyson as much. But I was like, man, that's a real fighter saying that. He does that bare knuckle fight. And Rim Session coming up next, Wolchuk. Where are you going with that?
Man, Shaq just dropped a diss track. What is the beef going on with him? That's next.
This nation is growing, and it's thanks to you. Let your friends know that the hottest afternoon show in town is
Leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, baby, it's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. A big 3 hours remaining in the show. Eric Nadell's coming up in about 40 minutes. Talk about his birthday benefit auction that's gone live and all that. About an hour and 15 minutes away from what you drinking, what you thinking. So if you're cracking them, you're doing some day imbibing, then it'll be time at 5:20. Maybe set a daily alarm to give us a call. Tell us what you're drinking and thinking. And Tim Cato of The Athletic is coming up at 6 o'clock. One of the best Sports Thursdays we've experienced in a long time. I mean, it's the first time the Mavs and Stars have been in the second round at the same time for 20 years. And last night, they got huge dubskis that breathed new life into these series, Brian.
Are you guys finding this tough to watch both?
Oh, yeah.
It is. It's very tough to focus. Now, last night, we did have a little bit of help with, just the way that both games went.
It was
the period would end, and then you had 7 minutes of the quarter where you could watch the match. So that it was better than game one, but it is tough.
Yeah, I'm trying. Literally commercial to commercial, but you're kind of feeling like, okay, they're on a little bit of a run here, and then all of a sudden you're like, and then the phone goes off again.
Yeah.
Colorado goal. You're like, God, now you got to go back and. Trying to close one and to get to the other, it's been
been stressful.
It's been
the second screen on the phone is just a blessing. To think that we live in an era where it's that easy. Yeah. This was just undoable back in the day for me. Now it's very doable. You just have to do a little legwork. But for me, I like to just focus on one. So I've been watching Mavs and keeping up on the Stars with the phone, which has been easy because they've built massive leads. And you're kind of like, well, I'm cool to stay here with the basketball if that's your first priority.
Yeah, I've been going with volume on the Stars and then watching the Mavs on the left side, just trying to consume both as much as I can. But it has been tough. You're not really able to focus on either, which is why I had the issue with the baby feed. It's like, man, now I got to focus on. There's no way I can do this. I barely can multitask. Now you want me to triple task? It ain't happening.
I was trying to let sleeping dogs lie there, Wolchuk. That's my bad if we overstepped that last segment.
Oh, you certainly did.
I think we need to get her on the phone.
I just need Brian to shut his mouth every once in a while. But
you and me both, brother.
You're doing okay over there. All right, let's go around the rim, shall we? Let's go ahead and put the kids to bed and go all the way around the rim.
56 inches?
56 inches. Yeah, see, I still don't know if that's even if that's really what it was. We've gotten misinformation on the 56 inches thing, so I'm just not going to say that.
Eric does every damn day.
I know he does. I think we're going to cut that bit out of the intro. We cut the lights out and we put the kids to bed. Let's go around the rim. Big night for Luka. Some takeaways from that Mavs game. We're going to get to the bottom of this sexual moaning sound that was going on in his presser. I think maybe Tim Cato could let us inside on some knowledge bombs and what went down. We'll talk with him at 6. But Luka was shooting 22.6% from 3 in the postseason, including 1 for 8 in game 1. Last night, much better as he finally put together a tremendous performance. Scored 19 on 6 of 19 shooting in game 1 and was much better from the floor at halftime alone. He was 5 of 8 from 3, 7-11, had 18 of the Mavs, 68 points, also had 7 boards and 5 assists. Certainly had an amazing first quarter, which we talked about the importance of that. PJ Washington was brilliant. So was Tim Hardaway Jr. As they were able to go on really long runs. It was one of those things where Mavs are building a lead.
Don't forget Green.
And yeah, absolutely, Josh Green. And then slowly OKC then will chip away. You're thinking, oh no, and then they just go ahead and extend the lead again. So all in all, I think a lot of the things that we were complaining about on both sides, Stars and Mavs, they showed resiliency.
Well,
they bounced back.
They had to.
Luka had one great first quarter. I don't know if this knee can get right until the offseason. So
I think you're probably right about that.
Luckily, whatever he was doing, faking the injury there, was that early fourth quarter, mid fourth quarter, maybe somewhere. Dort runs up from behind him and kind of tripped him up. And Luka's trying to draw a foul or something. I thought, oh geez, he's out for the series when he knelt down. But then the very next possession, he goes back into Luka cooking mode and hit a big shot. So that's good. But I think what I learned last night relative to Luka is the first quarter has to be great, not only because of what Brian said, it improves his focus, but as the game goes on, I think the legs are going to bother him.
Yes.
I don't know if you can count on him to be still good in the fourth quarter.
He has to. This is just me. I feel like this is the combination, the best way for victory. he has to play well for 3 quarters and then pass the torch to Kyrie in the fourth. You know, Kyrie in the second half is money. We've seen that. Last night, no, not so much. But overall, the way they've won games this year is they get that thing to the fourth, and then Kyrie starts to take over.
Yeah.
So if Luka could play his ass off for 3 quarters and then let Kyrie play in the fourth, that's how they're going to win these games.
I would love that. I think 3 good quarters of Luka might be asking too much right now.
It is.
I'll take 2.
It might be. It might. But okay, it's probably too much if Green and others don't play. Washington, those guys don't play well.
Yeah.
But
if they're able to take some of that pressure off.
Yeah, if you get pressure taken off, then yes. But I think you're right. I think
that's a great point about that, because it's just going to get stiff. It's just going to get more tired as the game goes on. And he
gets slower. You could watch. I mean, we're out there. Reggie and I are watching the games. You're sitting there watching him, and it's tough for him to get back on defense.
Well, it's astounding in Kyrie. I mean, he's been brilliant in the second half and the fourth quarter. If Luka doesn't have it in the first, his first quarter scoring numbers, guys, this is the entire postseason every game. 4 points, 0 points, 2 points, 0 points, 4 points, 0, 0, and last night 1.
Yeah.
He really has not been. He's doing other things outside of putting the the ball in the basket. I mean, he's definitely being a difference maker when it comes to calming things down defensively, but he might need to start to get himself on the scorecard here in the first quarter.
You know what he is, though? In that second half, like we're talking about,
he's a finisher.
He's the threat.
Yeah.
Every team knows when they get to the second half of that game, he's liable to score 26.
He can go off.
You know, so that's even that threat is enough for me to keep it going there.
Well, shout out to Mike Budenholzer. It appears he's going to become the new head coach of the Phoenix Suns after they bleep canned Frank Vogel yesterday after a single season. So I wonder how long Budenholzer is going to be there until somebody runs him out of town there, Matt Ishkabibble. The Pacers are also having their coach, Rick Carlisle, friend of the show, fined $35,000 for his criticism of the ref that we played yesterday. We'll see tonight.
Worth it.
Going to be an interesting series. The Knicks aren't going to have OG Anunoby for tonight's game against the Pacers. Jalen Brunson is questionable. But it's one of these things where even Jay Wright, Jalen Brunson's coach at Villanova, Gavin, he even said he is shocked at how good Jalen Brunson is. Quote, I didn't think Brunson would be this good. I thought he would be a point guard on an NBA championship team because he's such a winner. I thought he'd get with Luka. I thought that was a great situation for him. I thought he'd get with Luka, lead a team to an NBA playoff. Maybe a more talented player might be the leading scorer, but he'd be the leader. When that talented player got hurt, sometimes he needed to score, he'd score. That's what I thought his NBA career would be. That's what it was in Dallas. He's turned out to be a bleeping superstar and the best player in the postseason, not named Anthony Edwards.
I'm just going to be honest with you here, and I know we all love the man. Rick Carlisle knew that this guy was going to be good. I can't tell you how many times Carlisle was like talking about him.
Well, he doesn't like his career. He didn't play rookies a lot. He played Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, he kept telling me like, no, this guy's got toughness. He's a Philly kid. You know, all these things about him were just kind of super positive. Rick was like, this guy is going to be great. I trust me. I can show you the conversations that we've had.
Well, he had the
talking
eye,
about him,
and certainly has been in New York so far.
I mean, I really enjoy the story. I think he's an easy guy to root for. It's his mid-range game and his decision making. He is a fantastic shooter, and I don't know if he gets credit enough for that. That's what allows him. I mean, in this era where everybody's shooting threes or trying to get to the rim, he's kind of an outlier. Kind of plays a little bit like Chris Paul, even though he didn't have that quickness.
Yeah, I could see that.
And dominating that mid-range is enough to make him a top 5 offensive weapon in today's game. It's unbelievable. I could see all-star maybe a couple of times, but this is like all-NBA performer probably for the next 3 to 4 seasons at least. I don't know how his career ages, as he gets older and even slower. And worse jumping. I don't know.
Draymond Green.
I ain't betting against that dude.
Draymond's not so sure about this Knicks deal right now. As Knicks fans out there, they're going crazy. They're chanting F you to Reggie Miller. They're certainly crotch first right now. But Draymond's saying not so fast, Knicks fans, on his podcast.
In the Eastern Conference, you can get to the conference finals a la the Atlanta Hawks with like playing very mid teams. And so that's kind of what y'all are doing right now. And I think what this is setting up for y'all up for is what happened to the Atlanta Hawks 3 years ago when they made the conference finals and they never got back. Another team to give you some perspective on this. Nope, but 1 second. Nope. Another team that did this to give you some perspective on this was the Portland Trailblazers years ago when they had Al-Farouq Aminu, Allen Crabbe, all those guys. They had all those guys, and they went to the conference finals, and we swept them pretty much without Steph Curry. They ran off and paid all of those guys because they thought they had a team that had a chance, and it was a fluke. And so that's what the Knicks are setting y'all up for right now, and it'll be probably another 15 years of misery that we all will sit around and laugh at Knicks fans with their delusion about.
Right, here we go. Knicks for clicks.
That's just what happens.
Knicks for clicks. I hadn't heard that one. We needed a fancy way.
That's a good one.
Cowboys for clicks.
Yeah. I don't know. Gavin, I don't know if you think I think the Knicks are legit. Like, I think that nucleus that they have, that trio from Villanova, those guys are natural born winners. With Brunson, Hart.
Doesn't that coach have a history of just wearing people out?
The coach does, and the owner, James Dolan, has a history of just ruining things. Like, he will find a way to fudge things up. But they do have, I think it's like 11 first-round picks in the next 7 years. They've got a lot of assets.
That's a good point.
To be able to acquire another stud player. I think they've got a good core here.
And Randall's hurt. I don't know how much that helps or hurts. I know he's a scorer, but what else does he do great? This has put more of the influence or more of the emphasis on Jalen Brunson, which has allowed him to blow up. But I just don't think they have the numbers. They're going to have to hit on these draft picks in order to become actual contenders, Wolchuk. I kind of agree with Draymond. I think once they get to the conference finals, they'll have that Trae Young or Damian Lillard moment. I'm always telling Brian, he doesn't quite believe me, that the smaller player who's dominating his team and scoring, a moment of truth is coming for them in the postseason, and it ain't pretty, okay? And it'll probably come next round.
Against Boston?
Yeah, Boston or Cleveland, I guess.
Cleveland did, yeah. Cleveland looked good. Boston does this, though. I think I was talking about this with Will when we hosted BetQL last Sunday.
It's a tradition like no other.
Man, Cleveland's not going to win a game. I'm like, Boston will show up and just lay a dud. And when you have a guy like Donovan Mitchell, much like it was Bobby Portis who went off for Milwaukee to get them a game. Like, Boston will do this. I think this could still be a 5-game series, but I wasn't surprised to see Cleveland be able to get a game and Boston lay an egg like they did. Now, I really wonder what Pat Riley would say if he had his hands around the Boston Celtics, because, man, his postseason presser was fire in Miami. His former player, Mario Chalmers, who we've had on the show, he joined Beadle and Chandler Parsons on their show, Run It Back, and he was talking about a story that Pat Riley had when he was playing with the Miami Heat.
Didn't you have a similar situation with Pat Riley where he told you everything you did at the club the night before or something? Like he put someone there? Yeah.
It was during my rookie year. I had went out, and and you know me, I was just out having fun, nothing major. And Pat was like, "You went out last night?" And I was like, "Yeah, how you know?" He was like, "Yeah, you was at this bar. You had this many drinks of your drink, and then you went home." And I was like, "How do you know everything?" He's like, "Bro, I run Miami. Like, you can't do nothing in Miami without me knowing."
Classic.
That is terrifying.
Now, if I'm a free agent and I hear this, I'm damn sure not going.
That is a much scarier thing than shut your mouth.
I'm getting controlled outside the facility in Miami.
You wasn't in trouble. I wasn't in trouble. He was just letting me know, like, you can't do nothing in the city without me knowing.
I like that.
Which is why it's terrifying.
He is so mafia. It's not even funny.
Man.
Always watching you, Wazowski. Always watching you.
That's almost as terrifying as having to hear Michelle Beadle talk NBA again.
Oh,
we left that era.
You weren't a Beadle fan?
I wasn't. No. I thought she looked hungover most days.
She might have been.
It was a weird time. Then the Rachel Nichols thing.
What do we look like?
Hey, good point. Good point, man.
I mean,
that's
we're
fair.
not on TV, though. We're just on the web.
All right, last thing here before we cut the lights back on.
I got that Ben Franklin look.
You do have Ben Franklin. And when you dressed up, that was a spitting image. We've got this feud brewing with Shaq and Shannon. Shannon Sharp went on the podcast, and he was criticizing Shaq's comments that we talked about yesterday about Nikola Jokic for MVP. He thinks Shaq's jealous. I think a part of him is envious of that. Wow. It's hard for me to put someone in the GOAT conversation with one MVP. If Shaq would have had my work ethic, he would have had 40,000 points, said Shannon Sharp. Well, Shaq ain't having this, and he actually just put out a little sample of a diss track to Shannon Sharp, courtesy of his podcast.
Nice, dude.
Man, you're way beneath me. Your whole demeanor is faker than new rapper Beefy. You're soft. Before you get fly, you rather tweet me. I was in 3 different cars when you was in 3 feet. All I see is dollar signs. They come in 3D. Make it hot. Ain't no way around my degree. You are not in my spot. You are like a peewee. Shula got them calling me Rocky the way I reread. I get to the green bag. I don't mean a lawnmower. Jet flying, foreign driving, Best Buy and Don Pora.
Man, they
Nice,
only
dude.
I know they only put 30 seconds out. That was Shaq on the big pod with Shaq. I'm sure we can go and find the rest of it at some point, but that was pretty damn good.
That was good. Shaq,
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah, Shaq has always, had it out for centers. And when he was a player, he would always be talking about there were bums and this guy just retired, that guy. And it was at times borderline disrespectful. I could see it. I could see where that was the motivation for Shaq taking that stance with Jokic the other night. I think he was just letting him know, as soon as we're done with this interview, I'm going to say this, and I want to be able to say it to your face so the viewers don't jump all over me saying, say it to his face.
Yeah, and Brian, you brought that up too.
Yeah,
Like, that makes sense. Yeah. Let me just be open and honest with you.
Yep.
But Shannon took shots at him, and we have that. And then Shaq also on Instagram, me jealous. Sounds like you're jealous. I know you're trying to stay relevant by gossiping on your podcast. We don't believe you. You need more people. And in case you forgot, 4 rings, 3 finals MVPs, top 50 and top 75. Google me. Shaq to Shannon. So, hey.
Shannon's got great sports credentials, too.
He does? Yeah. Oh, he's a Hall of Famer, but Lucius did say Shannon's being messy, and he's being messy again.
Yeah, Shannon's very messy. And Shaq is very jealous. 2 things can be true.
Jealousy and messy boys. And we can go ahead and get the lights back on and wake the kids up if you want, or keep them sleeping.
There he goes.
There's around the room.
Well, Chuck, thank you so
feed him.
much.
Yeah.
He's been doing a heck of a job.
Give him a feed.
Eric Nadell's
Shut
coming
up,
up
Brian.
at 4:40. We'll talk with the Hall of Fame announcer of your Texas Rangers. Little top 10 action next. Bully, where we going?
Yeah, I found a fun list. It is National Shrimp Day. What are top 10 foods that you ate wrong your entire life and didn't know? We'll do that next on The Fan.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversations. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Chicken salad sandwich, just $6.99. Only at Golden Chick.
Shoot ya, welcome back. Happy Friday to you. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Window Nation. Eric Nadel coming up here in about 15, 20 minutes. Time now for Zach Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Here he is, the Willy Bully.
I do want to shout out the 469 who texted and said, I just heard one of the sit to pee boys stood up to his wife over feeding the baby. Way to stand up for yourself. And that was laughing until his bum fell off. I'm not a sit to peer. That is Eric. But that's Eric. I do appreciate you lumping us in together. Did also just see this. Who was playing quarterback at your first college football game? Person said, I'll start, and it was Vince Young. For me, it was Reggie McNeil at Texas A&M. It was an SMU Texas A&M game, and Reggie McNeil was the starting quarterback for the Aggies. I think the Aggies won like 77-7 that day. It was an absolute blowout of the Mustangs.
What was the question again?
Who was the quarterback at your first college football game?
Man, I think that I attended.
That you attended.
I think that would be Joey Harrington against Jonathan Smith.
Wow.
Civil War 2000.
That's badass.
Yeah. That was pretty fun.
Lucius, do you remember?
No, I was just doing a Google, see if I could try to find the quarterback for Grambling State.
Nice. Nice.
A long time ago.
Was that the Cotton Bowl?
Yeah. Prairie View Classic situation.
Hell, dude, that
Yeah.
Prairie View Classic every year is popping, man. That is a great event. Okay. Foods people eat incorrectly. Oh, do you have yours?
Yeah.
Oh, who is it? Oh.
This is so weird that you asked this question.
Okay, tell us the story. He looks like he's got a story on his face. Can you see this right now?
This is what's weird. It was in 1976.
Jim Throat. Oh.
Staubach?
No, a college quarterback, David Walker at Texas A&M.
Okay, so yours was an A&M guy too.
It was an A&M guy, but it was, my dad took me to the game, but it was 1976 when I saw him play.
Bicentennial.
That's
I
awesome.
was 13 years old.
A lot of people texting in now. This is a fun one. Chance Mock, Major Applewhite. We got Mike Ford, SMU.
Mike Ford was he played the same time I did.
Andy Dalton, Charlie Weatherby, Oklahoma State University. Yeah, Texas.
He was a coach.
He was.
Charlie Weatherby was a coach, yeah.
James Brown, Texas.
Lucius, you remember what year that Grambling was?
Oh, maybe like 90, 91.
90, 91.
Yeah, it's a long time ago.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Do some research on that.
I am.
Top 10 foods people eat incorrectly. Was there a food growing up that you found out later in life, man, I've been eating this wrong the whole time? I know one for my grandmother. She was born in England in the 40s during World War II. So they're like going through rations. And one day they go through the line, they're getting their rations. She got a banana. She ate the banana with the peel on. She did not know that I'm supposed to now peel the banana. They ended up immigrating to South Africa, and eventually she learned, oh, that's not the right way to eat this. But that was one that came to mind that I'd always heard growing up. Like, you actually are not supposed to eat the banana whole. You just need to peel.
She got plenty of vitamins that day, though.
Sure did.
Yeah, that peel's got a lot of good stuff there. You know, growing up, I did eat tacos with ketchup. I think that's a Midwest thing. And I don't know when my mom finally figured out there was like salsa or taco sauce or hot sauce you could put on there, but that was a glorious day.
It's red, it fits.
We used to do steak with steak sauce, which, once you learn how to cook it how you want it, you realize it's really unnecessary, and at times a burden to your experience. For me, I like to nibble the caramel off the Twix before I eat the cookie,
Oh.
So I'll get in there and just kind of like pull off the caramel.
How do you even do that?
Yeah, no, I got a special technique.
That's pretty impressive.
Thank you. Yeah, but I like to save the cookie. I feel like it's the best part.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I've just recently learned you're not supposed to mix the wasabi with the soy sauce.
Oh my gosh, I saw a video about that too.
Yeah, I didn't know.
I've always done the same thing. You're supposed to individually do that.
You're supposed to individually do that. Another thing that I learned, I didn't know how to eat artichokes for a long time.
Yeah.
You're only supposed to eat the very end of the leaf.
Oh, yeah.
And not the
Just
whole,
like straight.
the very end. I didn't know that. The first time I ever ate one of those cheeses, those little round cheeses, it's in wax.
Yes, sir.
The red. It's the red.
You ate the wax?
I ate the wax.
Gosh,
The first, I was on an airplane I was on a trip with
How
LSU.
old were you?
I was on college.
Wow.
I was in LSU and I unwrapped it and bit into it. I'm like, and somebody looked at me and goes, the cheese is in the wax. And I literally spit it in my
the mini
hand.
Bay Bells.
The little bells. The little baby bells.
Those things are so good.
And I was
I did the same thing though. My first one I ever had, and my mom's like, "What did you just do?" And then she told me I'm supposed to peel it off.
On that note, the first time I had fried shrimp, I ate the tails.
Okay,
and I told my buddy's dad, I was like, man, I really like this, but they're hard to finish off there. He's like, oh, I see.
I love that you said that because that's exactly how I came across this list. It's National Shrimp Day.
Oh, nice.
I've seen people leave the shell on.
Yeah,
and
they'll eat it.
Take a bite of that. And I'm like, no. You got to peel that thing,
that's
man.
not good.
Yeah, I used to do the sunflower seeds like that. My dad said, you're going to regret that one day, I'm telling you.
You just want you to know.
I figured it out. I was like, why is it scratching down there so bad? I can't get this over with. I was scared to go to the potty. Let's see, what was my situation? Oh, yeah, fried chicken. Jalapenos on the fried chicken. You put the juice and everything on it. Or bite the jalapeno, then bite the chicken type of vibes. Yeah, I used to run away from the jalapeno.
Okay.
And so when I put that on there, I was like, okay, this is saucy.
Yeah. There's actually something here.
I've seen people marinate the chicken, like kind of brine it in jalapeno juice.
Probably great.
Yeah.
That's probably great. The honorable mentions are apples. Somebody put in here, up until a couple of years ago, I thought you were supposed to bite the skin off the apple, then eat it. I didn't have a knife, so I would spend my time biting around the entire apple, spitting the skin out, then eating the apple.
That is interesting. Yeah,
That's embarrassing.
I've known people to eat the core.
Eat the whole apple.
Yeah,
I've seen people eat the whole apple.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Yeah,
popcorn. I didn't know that there was a wrong way to eat popcorn. This guy found it. My friend eats popcorn by picking the fluffy parts away from each piece and discarding the seed center. Every time I tell him he's an idiot, he just says he's way too damn stubborn, and he just continues to do it the same way.
That's the best part of the popcorn, that little kernel piece.
Yeah, that's
my God. I love when it's like halfway popped. Didn't already get that? Man, I can eat them all day.
This is disgusting. Number 10, macaroni and cheese. My buddy's stepdad put sugar in his mac and cheese. Why would you do that? Why would you put sugar
Shout
in
out to
mac and
diabetes.
9 is tamales. Eating tamales with the husk on.
With the husk on.
Then realize you need to unpeel them from the husk.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's tough. Wouldn't imagine I'd enjoy tamales that much that way.
8 is string cheese. They didn't realize what string cheese was and that you can make strings out of it and eat it in little pieces.
You just bite it.
They would just go ahead and eat the whole thing.
That's me.
It's more aesthetically pleasing, I think, when you peel it for a number of reasons.
Yeah, it is, man. 7 is peaches. My grandfather enjoys eating lightly salted peaches with mayonnaise.
That's disgusting.
If you don't know that was
seen
wrong.
apples and peanut butter before.
Apples and celery and peanut butter.
Yeah, and honey. Throw some honey on there too.
That's great.
Artichokes.
Yeah.
Somebody did the same thing you did, Brian.
I had
number 6.
Yeah, I learned about artichokes.
Yeah. 5 is shrimp. When I was a kid, I was at a party. They had a huge seafood broil. I was first in line, got about 20 shrimp on my plate. I'd never had shrimp where you had to peel the shell off, so I just started eating them. After the first one, I was like, this is disgusting, but I didn't want to seem rude, so I continued to force myself to eat the other 19. After I was done, other people sat down, started peeling the shrimp. That's when I realized I was a schmuck.
Yeah, probably, an impatient schmuck at that. Man, I want to give a shout out to the Kirkland shrimp at Costco.
Yeah.
They have this. It's in a box. It's tempura, the long skinny ones.
Oh. Yeah,
dude.
Yeah,
out of the air fryer, it's one of the best shrimp experiences I've ever had. Yeah,
air fryer put me in the game, dog. I made steak, pork chops in the air fryer. I go crazy air fryer. Chicken thighs.
You can do everything,
dude.
I saw somebody, Luce. How do you do the steak? Because I saw somebody do that the other day, and I was confused. How do you do? I mean, you just put the whole steak in?
Yeah, about 400 or something, man, and just watch it. Just watch it.
Maybe give it a flip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I go about 10 minutes with the Flame Mignon in the air fryer. That's how I've been making it. Yeah, about 10 minutes.
So easy that even Lucius can do it.
Guavas coming at number 4. I can't say that I've had a guava that I know of. They said I don't know about
that?
It's a fruit.
But I don't know what. Yeah, I don't
so
know.
So it's green on the inside. It's pink.
Green on the inside.
I don't know about most people, but growing up, I always thought I hated guavas because they were so dry. Turns out their parents used to cut out the best part, which is the fleshy, seedy inside, and it ends up being dry if you take that out. So that makes sense. Edamame. Some people would just eat the whole thing instead of popping the little things out.
That, right? You can't do that.
Number 2 is steak. Growing up, I hated steak. My mom didn't want us having undercooked food, so steak was always well done. I was about 25 when I tried steak at a wedding, and it was cooked perfectly, and now I love steak. Imagine growing up having well-done burnt steak.
Yeah, I grew up that way. You chew it forever at the table. You even try to give it to the dog, bro. You get caught. You put it in your napkin. All types of weird stuff.
My dad, bless his heart, would do that. I don't think he had the temperature down on the grill. I think it was broken. And half the time he would just overcook the hell out of these steaks, and he would be embarrassed about it. He didn't like it either. But it's like we're dealing with it.
One of the best things I learned by being a barbecue hobbyist was to take the internal temperature of the meat and go by that instead of time and temperature.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Actually, I bought him one of those devices for his birthday.
Yeah.
So now there's
thermal pen?
I use it every day.
Excuse. That's a great gift. If you have to give a gift to somebody, give somebody a thermal pen.
Yep, I did.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Chuck. Is that it? No,
Number one. The last one's just fruit. A lot of people just eat them like pips and all instead of just spit like a mango, or they'll just eat them when they're not ripe.
Yeah, that's a bad deal.
That's a bad deal.
But there's your top 10.
Hell of a top 10 there. Once again, Zach Wolchuk every afternoon, 4:20 here in the G-Bag Nation. It's time to chat with Eric Nadel every week at this time. We'll see what the Hall of Fame voice of the Rangers has to say as they get set to open up a series in Colorado. With the pregame coming up at 7 o'clock, we're back here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat Diamonds Direct with you, though.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference, y'all. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We're just over 30 minutes away from another edition of What You Drinking and What You Thinking. So line up your phone calls, line up some shot glasses. Have yourself a time this afternoon and then give us a shout. Tell us what you're thinking and drinking coming up at about 5:20 here on the Fan. G-Bag Nation is going to be at Southern Leisure on Wednesday the 15th in Flower Mound. We have fan hats, fan t-shirts exclusively at this location and exclusively for this event only. That is next Wednesday at Southern Leisure. It'll be the Battle of the Brands Hot Tub and Swim Spa Expo with great deals and 0% APR and everything, Brian.
Yeah, and then next Friday, we're out at the ballpark, right?
Yes,
the
sir.
Rangers?
Yes, sir.
Me, you, and Lucius. Right?
Oh, that's going to be an enchanted.
Going on there?
Yeah, it's going to be a special. I believe the Nosebleed boys they're going down to Sean and RJ land to run the morning show that day.
It's going to be a wild day.
Save that thing.
Yeah, it'll be us and Bobby. That's going to be rails off.
Okay, it's time now for Eric Nadel, brought to you by the Texas Lottery. The Texas Lottery proudly supports Texas education and veterans. Look for teacher ticket specials at Rangers.com, brought to you by the Texas Lottery. And a good afternoon, Eric. How the heck are you?
I am doing great. It's a nice, cool, gray day in Denver. After a beautiful day off, we are ready for the Rockies.
What kind of baseball are you expecting this weekend? A good chance for the Rangers to get a series dub?
On paper, it's a mismatch, but we don't play the games on paper. The Rockies won yesterday. They haven't had consecutive wins at any point this year. You figure that's going to end at some point, but hopefully not tonight.
I like it. Okay, so what do you make of the fact the Rangers have the most double-digit scoring games in all of baseball right now? That's interesting considering how much talk there's been about their offense.
Well, their offense has been erratic. They still have really good hitters. They're leading the league in runs scored now. They're tied with the Astros for the highest batting average. And even though, a lot of guys have been underperforming, it just tells you how totally lethal this lineup would be at full strength.
Do you feel like sorry.
They can break out at any time.
Do you feel like we're seeing the early signs of that?
Well, I think so. Now that Leote is hitting, they were missing on a lot of cylinders. Leote's hitting now. Ezekiel Duran has started hitting. I think Grossman will help against the lefties. Seager has shown signs of coming out of it, and Simeon and Lowe are both red hot. So yeah, I think so.
Eric, you've lived more baseball than a lot of us will ever know. Have you remember a season like with the pitching injuries that have been going on, not just with the Rangers, but all of Major League Baseball?
No, it's an epidemic. There's no question about it. And I really do think that it has a lot to do with the pitchers not being able to use the sticky stuff anymore. Of all the things that I've read, the most convincing is the thing that Tyler Glasnow put on Twitter a while back about how, without the sticky stuff, his forearm is sore the next day after he pitches, and that was never the case. And it specifically started when the pitchers couldn't use the sticky stuff anymore.
Hey, Eric,
sounds like we need to get him some of that spider tack then.
Spider tack. Hey, Eric, I was listening. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and Max Scherzer, confirms that he thinks it's a major factor, not the only one, but he thinks it's a big factor.
Hey, Eric, I was listening to you guys broadcast the doubleheader the other day, and by the way, just great work on that. That was two crazy games with dealing with that. But I was wondering, have you ever been to a ballpark where the sky gives outfielders or fielders as much trouble as the Oakland Coliseum?
No, there's something about that particular field and that particular sky, where there very rarely are any clouds. And you do see, cloudless days in other parks, but it doesn't seem to be as devastating to the fielders as Oakland is. So, as they move on to Sacramento and then Las Vegas, that's one more thing about the Oakland Coliseum that people are not going to regret leaving behind.
Eric, what are you hearing about injured players, and how close are we to getting Bradford being back?
Oh, not that close. Looks like June 1st would be the earliest. Doesn't look like Scherzer is close anymore now that he's, had a thumb problem that's led to a forearm problem. This team is amazing in that, it's sitting in first place by a game and a half 5 games over 500, and now has the longest injured list in the major leagues. And, we're talking about important players, not fringe guys.
Hey, Eric, you were talking about off day in Colorado. I saw Jarrett was at Red Rocks. Do we make the trip with that? We go with him for that one? You turn him on to Red Rocks?
Yeah, it was Jared's maiden voyage to
How about
Red
that?
Rocks.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to miss that. Yeah, we were there last night. It was great. Turnpike Troubadours and Red Clay Strays, American Aquarium, a 3-band bonanza. And it was cold. The temperature was in the 40s. We were all bundled up. And it started precipitating at about 10:15 with just a couple of songs left in the Turnpike Troubadour show. So he really did get the full Red Rocks experience. We had a wintry mix falling.
Wow.
What did you think of Jack Leiter and his second go around?
I was disappointed, honestly. I thought his command was really poor. And, his stuff seemed to be pretty good, but he didn't locate it well at all. And I was thinking probably nerves wouldn't be a factor in his second start, but he just didn't locate the ball very well. And given where the Rangers are in their rotation now, I imagine he gets another start on Tuesday, as I don't see a whole lot of other candidates, with Orania already in the rotation and probably pitching on Sunday. So hopefully pitching at home for the first time, it'll be a different feel for Jack, and he can get it together.
Is that a similar story in the minors, that location is something that he struggles with, or do you think that's a unique adjustment he needs to make up here?
Yeah, for a while it was walks, and now walks don't seem to be the problem, but rather location within the strike zone. He seemed to be up with his slider and not up high enough with his fastball.
Typically, is that something that a younger pitcher can remedy by the time, too much time goes by?
Yeah, you think so. And he's had so much work on his delivery where they had him on the development list a couple of times, that clearly it's still a work in progress. And for so many pitchers in the minor leagues, that is the issue. To pitch in the big leagues, you need to not just be able to get the ball over the plate, unless your stuff is Mason Miller, 103 mile an hour type stuff. If you're throwing 95, 96 like Leiter is, you better locate that fastball, and you better not hang those sliders up in the zone, which he was doing continuously in the ballgame on Wednesday. So, that's what keeps pitchers from pitching in the majors. And when they talk about the huge difference between the majors and the minors, that's the biggest difference. It's not the stuff that the pitchers have. It's the command that the pitchers have.
It's Eric Nadel here with you on 105 through the Fan pregame tonight, 7 o'clock with him in Colorado. I was on X earlier, or Twitter, and I saw the Eric Nadel birthday benefit silent auction is now live. What can you tell us?
Yeah, it's live. The concert is next Thursday. The concert is sold out, but everybody can take part in this silent auction, which is already live. To take part, you just text my name, Eric Nadel, all small letters, one word, Eric Nadel, to 243-725. That's 243-725, or you can go to the website of the charity that gets all the money, Grant Halliburton, granthalliburton.org. If you want to bid on your computer, you can get on it that way. And we've got a lot of great items, including a lunch or dinner at Encino with none other than a Ranger television analyst, Mike Bassick.
Wow. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Mike's been doing a good job. He has, although we love listening to you and Jared, you two together. I mean, that is a beautiful.
He's doing great. We've got a lunch with Matt Hicks and Jared and me at Hurtado Barbecue.
Oh,
We've got a dinner with Jared and me at Chamberlain's.
Okay.
A dinner with just me at Town Hearth. We have this unbelievable cool thing that Dale Hansen has offered. It's a dinner for 6 at his house, where he will have a limousine pick you up, take you to his house, and then take you home when he gets tired of you. And you get dinner and drinks and wine for 6 people at Dale's house. We've never had that in the auction before, and that's going to be wild. And then for the people actually coming to the event who can bid on the live auction, we've got a dinner with Bruce Bochy at Nick and Sam's.
Wow.
We have a house in San Miguel de Allende, Mexico, and that's for, I think, 10 people for a week. And the other thing we have in the silent auction, everybody can bid on All-Star tickets.
Ooh, wow.
We're able to get a couple of tickets for the All-Star game, which are virtually impossible to get.
Yeah.
And those are in the silent auction. People can bid on that. A custom-designed bat by Warstick, For old 97s fans, an old 97 war stick bat with a couple of really cool colors on it. Lots of amazing stuff that you don't see in other auctions. So text Eric Nadell to 243-725.
Hey, Eric, they're not letting me bid because they're afraid I'm going to show up intoxicated at your dinner and not do a very good job. So I just want to let you know that I'd love to, but I'm afraid I'd have to show up intoxicated, though.
I think that'd be fun.
Hey, I know you're a big Stars fan, Eric. Have you been talking with anybody in Colorado with this Av Star series? Thank goodness they were able to hold on last night.
I just talked to Josh Bogorod, the voice of the Stars, and he's coming to the Ranger game tonight. He's going to hang out with us in the booth since the Stars just arrived in Denver about an hour ago. And it's great timing. And, hopefully we get a really quick Ranger game tomorrow night so we can watch the majority of the Stars game when our game gets over with.
Well, I'll drink to that, Eric. Have yourself a hell of a weekend up there, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks. And everybody needs to go to Red Rocks who hasn't been there. If you like music, make sure you get to Red Rocks, and make sure you get involved in my charity auction.
Yes,
Again, 243-725 is the number to text Eric Nadell. Thanks, guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Hell of a cause, that Grant Halliburton Foundation, man. They do some great stuff. Very worthy cause.
You think Eric didn't know I was intoxicated at the dinner?
He does. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Did he?
I think he enjoyed it.
A gentleman,
Yeah. Why don't you throw it out there, a night on the town with Mardi Gras Brian for
that would be
Eric Nadell.
I'd love to do that if Eric would allow me to do that. I'd love to do a Mardi Gras night with some people.
Let's try to make that happen. Today's interview with Eric brought to you by the Texas Lottery. The Texas Lottery proudly supports Texas education and veterans. Look for teacher ticket specials at Rangers.com. Brought to you by the Texas Lottery.
Why did you let me sit by them?
I came in after you. You might not remember. I came in like 3 minutes later.
I told you not to let me do that.
And you would not imagine my shock.
You didn't care. You just didn't care. You're just like, no, let him go. Let him go go. Hixie was like going, he was kind of interrupting Gavin a lot. And I'm like, I was hammered, Hixie.
I could smell the vodka on his breath.
But he didn't know you were hammered. See, that's why I knew it'd be okay. I knew you'd keep it together.
Man. Eric was just as drunk as I was, but he was at the other end of the table. See, I should have been down there with him instead of by you and Hixie and the Hall of Famer broadcaster.
I think you only have yourself to blame for that one, Brian. I mean, you knew what you were in for, and you let some sort of shame of walking away from them, prevent you from doing the right thing.
It was funny when they went in, they were there, so I didn't want to they were going to one end of the table.
Yeah.
I didn't want to just completely divert to the right.
Yep.
And sit at the end, and they'd be like, "What's his bag?"
So that would have been a good time to be like, "Oh, pardon me, gentlemen, I need to use the restroom." Bang. Come on, Brian.
Pardon me, gentlemen.
Somebody who's been there before.
Yeah.
I drank a bottle of vodka before we came to the dinner tonight.
Yeah. I have more mixture in my bladder than whatever. It's time to run. We got 2 hours of G-Bag Nation to go. And it's an edition of the finest, Wolchuk. Where is this going?
Yeah, the rookie bet, Joe Klatt, going to get you 6 to midnight, Texas fans, and a little teaser on the new college football game. That's next.
Okay, I want to chat D&M leasing with you.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, baby, it's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Kenny and Quinlan is in on text talking about he's going to join us Wednesday at Southern Leisure in Flower Mound, and he's bringing more ball caps for you, rocking and rolling, having a good time. We are about 15 minutes from what you're drinking and what you're thinking. About 35 minutes from LA Live with Lucius Alexander. And so we got a big 5 o'clock hour plan. Then Tim Cato joins us now in less than 1 hour. Top of the 6th. Mavs fans, stick around. One of the absolute best talkers about this basketball team is going to join us for what it means here. Not they got the split in OKC, Brian.
You know, we were just talking about Mason Miller from the A's.
Yeah.
And they're reporting on the Major League Baseball Network that the Athletics are willing to trade Mason Miller for the right price.
LFG.
Yeah. Oh, man, he is the one thing they got that's really good.
We'll make trades with the A's. I think this is exactly what Ray and Chris need.
The Jonah Heim deal. Got him from Oakland.
Yeah.
So, I'm all on board with that. We'll have more around the bases coming up 6:20 on that.
I didn't think they would move him.
I didn't either.
Right on.
But, hey, you never know what they can get.
So 6:20 for bases?
6:20 for bases.
Nice.
We'll also talk with Jared. That'll be exciting. Let's get into the finest here. We did talk about rookie minicamp that's going on. Rookies on the field for the first time. They're at the Star. Tyler Guyton, this is from our buddy Todd Archer. Moved into an Airbnb not far from the Star right after getting drafted. But I just wanted to get to work. He's been working out with Duke Manyweather as he makes it and moving over to tackle. Duke's put out some videos. I think I shared that on Twitter.
Duke's work.
He's fantastic.
Yeah.
And he's to me, he's like Bible.
Hands, feet, hands and feet. What we were talking about with Guyton, hands, feet. What do they do? He immediately starts working the hands and the feet.
Yep.
You know?
So. Dude, it's a blessing to have that guy in town.
It really is.
And
all Cooper Beebe, I think, worked with him. We know Terrence Steele's worked with him. Tyler Smith worked with him. A lot of the Cowboys' offensive line is there. So, he's working with teammates.
He does good work.
There.
He does really
Fantastic
good
job.
work. Yeah.
Fix Tyler. Hopefully he can fix Guy and get him ready to go for the start of the season. It was good to see Cooper Beebe out there, Nate Thomas. There's a nice little video or a picture from Nick Harris of the three of them. I mean, that could be future keys to your offensive line. Looking down the futures, the Cowboys have gone ahead and revamped that. Big story that's gone on the last couple of days. Malik Neighbors and Jaden Daniels, the college teammates at
LSU.
Go Tigers. And now Jaden Daniels with the Washington Commanders, Malik Neighbors with the Giants within the division. Well, they've had a little bet that they placed together. And here was on All Gas, No Breaks, Jaden Daniels and Malik Neighbors. What is going on with this bet?
Is it facts or fiction that you and him have a Rookie of the Year bet going on?
Man, he wasn't supposed to tell nobody. It's supposed to be. We got a little something going on.
What's the bet though? Is it money or is it what?
Yeah, it's money.
How much?
10. Who won Rookie of the Year?
That's nothing for y'all now. You guys.
I mean, he put it out there, so it's like
that ain't really.
I can't say he capped. So,
so that's Jaden Daniels. And earlier, I think it was a day or two before on the Pivot podcast, Malik Neighbors was on there, and he brought up the bet.
You know, going against him. It's gonna be fun. You know, we got a bet going for Rookie of the Year. Right. whoever lose gotta pay. I think it's 10,000 cash.
Oh boy.
So, yeah, it's a big bet.
That's light.
It's light.
Did y'all make that bet before the draft?
Yeah.
You can only make that bet when you know you're going top 8.
Yeah.
Cause 10, you know what I'm saying? You don't make that bet and you might fall in the draft.
Now, not a good thing that this has come out, is this is illegal. You can't do this in the National Football
League. You can't bet with your buddies?
Nope. According to John Keim of ESPN.com, the 2022 version of the NFL's gambling policy specifically banished private wagers between teammates, family, and friends or others. Now, he did add that an unnamed Commander's source said that education for rookies on the gambling policy will take place during their rookie minicamps, which began yesterday.
Yeah, there you go.
So it had not been taken place when the two of them were out there talking about it. So a loophole, I think, is going to allow them to have no repercussions from this.
Yep.
But there was a report out already today, Malik Neighbors telling the Giants media that he has called off the 10,000 Rookie of the Year bet with former LSU teammate Jaden Daniels. My favorite thing to this was the quote tweet from A.J. Schultz that said, just took one practice with Daniel Jones, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I would have called that off draft night as soon as I saw the New York Giants pick.
Oh, man.
But yeah, I think he probably did get, all right, now we know the rules to the gambling policy. We can't do this. But I thought it was fun between two teammates. Why not? I see no harm, no foul in this personally.
You don't want to give up $10,000. That's still a lot of money. I mean, for Neighbors, I would be concerned with his ability to evaluate a good value.
Yeah, he wouldn't be winning this thing.
No.
I'd be very, 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 very surprised.
I mean, maybe if you're going to Kansas City, it's a fair fight to try to beat a quarterback who went number 2. But other than that, I think you're flush in cash. I think I'd be looking for 4 to 5 to 1 on my money for that to be a good bet from Neighbors' perspective.
All right, we had a little leakage of the deluxe edition of the EA Sports College Football 25 video game. On the cover, we can see Michigan running back Donovan Edwards, Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers, Colorado's Travis Hunter, and then you also see a little bit of Carson Beck, the Georgia quarterback, Jalen Milrose, the quarterback from Alabama, and Quinion Judkins, the transfer running back of Ohio State. They're all on the cover. It's a bunch of different players that are walking into a stadium, but those are the ones specifically that have their names on them. So it's pretty cool. I know a lot of college football fans are pumped. If you did go ahead and say, yeah, we're cool with using our name, image, and likeness in the game, everyone got checks of $600. But Texas fans, you're going to hear what Joel Klatt had to say, as he is really pumping up the Texas Longhorns. I don't know what you can expect from Texas as they go into the SEC this year. I don't know what you can expect from Oklahoma either. Texas did lose a lot. I mean, we just got done with the draft, Brian. They had more players drafted in the history of their program this past year, 11. And, you know, a couple in the first round there, of course, with Byron Murphy, DeSoto's own, who's a stud. And next year, I think they're going to have a tackle that gets selected in the first round, their left tackle, maybe their quarterback, Quinn Ewers. But here's Joel Klatt from his show just singing the praises of the Longhorns.
Texas is going to be damn good, folks. Quinn Ewers back for his 3rd season as a starter, so he's going to be more developed. I think, and I was there in the spring, big noon conversation with Steve Sarkisian coming up this summer, and I got to see them practice. Quinn Ewers is firmly entrenched as their starting quarterback. I know from the outside, people are going to talk about Arch Manning. Quinn Ewers, in a large sense, is the reason and the epitome of this resurgence back to the top of college football. And I think he's going to have a big year. In fact, I think he's your odds-on favorite for the Heisman Trophy. In a lot of ways, I think he and Carson Beck at Georgia will start the year as kind of that. They have to replenish that wide receiver group through the portal. So Isaiah Bond from Alabama, Matthew Golden from Houston, Silas Bolden from Oregon State, all really good players. 2 5-star young players. Jonte Cook, Ryan Wingo, Baxter is back in the backfield, Jaden Blue. Their offensive line is likely the best offensive line in the country. They were good on defense. Like, Texas is going to be good.
It's just so weird that he was like, yeah, Quinn Ewers was the reason they are back. And then he listed like all of these important positions and great NFL players that they've had. I don't know. I think Quinn's important, but there's been a lot of talented players that have come through there in the last couple of years.
I was in an event with Bennett last weekend in Austin. You know, he got inducted. He's in part of that Cowboys group now, the Texas Cowboys there in Austin. And Arch Manning is part of the group too. He got inducted. I didn't realize how big Arch Manning was.
Arch is big, and Arch is taking strides.
No, I mean, he is and I know Quinn Ewers is your quarterback and all that. I kind of thought that Arch Manning was kind of a thin, not really developed kind of man for a young guy. He's
building that frame.
He physically looks like the type of quarterback that you can win a lot of games.
Well, in a year difference, man, he was terrible in the spring game. His freshman year. This past year,
much better.
Arch was fantastic. Quinn is their guy. There's no question about that. There is no debate. I stand by that. But man, Arch is going to be fun in the future. He looks like he's coming along very
super nice
nicely.
Kid too, very friendly. You know, Bennett introduced me to him and all. But I'll tell you what they're well set. I believe at quarterback there at Texas.
They are. So he's joining the sideline hype squad.
He's part of that group. That's
weird. Do they wave the Texas flag or do they shoot off the cannons?
No, they're the cannon guy. They're like the guy. It's kind of it's a club that's been there since in the 20s, and it's like
But players do it, so I'm going to fire the cannon as a player.
No, they don't get to. They're part of it. Like it goes back. Like Tommy Novus was an All-American. I learned all this. Colt McCoy.
Okay,
they've had a lot of athletes that have done this, so that's part of it's kind of like the face of the university. is really what the group is all about.
Gotcha.
So that's what they're part of.
Congrats to Bennett for being part of it. That's pretty cool.
No, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, and it's an exciting time for Texas fans, man.
Yeah,
so we'll see. Going into the SEC, that's going to be fascinating to see how it goes. Other news in the National Football League, Netflix is on the verge of landing the rights to the NFL's Christmas Day doubleheader. So they're currently in negotiations to exclusively stream the NFL's 2 Christmas games this year. Although the holiday falls on a Wednesday, a day of the week when usually the NFL does not play games, they're still holding that doubleheader. So they just had a bunch of success when it comes to, of course, the Brady roast. Now, less than 36 hours, you had NFL MVP Boomer Esiason mention the possibility of the Netflix deal on WFAN. Then we've got this news being dropped on Puck News. So it's starting to circle the masses here with media. So you might be in a situation where if your team's playing on Christmas Day, which we'll find out next week, you got to go to Netflix to watch it.
That's not a bad deal.
No, I think most people have Netflix now.
Now we're used to that. It's I don't know if it's cool or if it's bad. I would love to go back to the original days of digital cable where for about $80 you got every channel. Yeah, I'll go ahead and upgrade to the every sport package for $20. When this streaming stuff came around, we were supposed to be saving money by being able to order. Now you have to have what? At least 3, 4, 5 to be a proper sports fan. You know, you're going to need all of them. So
the good thing
we need another shift. We need a disruptor here to organize it better.
They might start coming together, I think. Like Disney and Warner Brothers are supposed to team up on a new bundle that's going to include Disney Plus, Hulu, and Max. So maybe that's what the next step is. We get these streaming services to all kind of come together, so it'll just be one big bundle and you get them all.
It would make sense to me. You know, I don't know. Maybe the next generation is so digitally native that it's not going to bother them, and they're just so used to tracking 80 different username and passwords for whatever part of business or entertainment they need to access. But it's quite a difference.
It is.
From just a few years ago. Okay, and I don't think it made it better.
No,
right?
It has not made it
This
better.
is not better.
I mean,
than
there's just so many.
It's got to consolidate, like you said first. You know, it's like a new market happens in the stock game.
Yeah,
and then they're everywhere. There's companies everywhere. We're going to be the best, and blah 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 blah. And then a few years later, they start consolidating down to each other. Then there's just 2 big companies left.
You know, you're right about that. Yeah, it's incredible. You know, 25 years ago, how many different companies were out there, and Amazon and Google and Facebook pretty much ate them all, didn't they?
Yep.
Okay, we got to run. Time to hit the expressway. It's that one segment of the week where you call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a bus. That's right. It's what you're drinking and what you thinking. Next here on The Fan. I want to chat Diamonds Direct before.
It's true. DQ serves up the best treats and eats in Texas. From our famous burgers and baskets to our blizzard treats, we help turn family meals into memories.